Enough, enough, mother. If we kill this woman, who will work for us? Old second is right. Child's mother, stop hitting her now.
Buffed.
This wicked woman has a long life. We've beaten her for years, and she's still fine. She probably won't die this time. Don't stop me, mother. She seems to have died. During their conversation, Zhao Nianyan's already foggy mind grew even more heavy with pain. Her body also hurt a lot. No, wait, was she not dead? Suddenly, a memory that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. Zhao Nianyan only felt her internal organs, and even her tendons ached terribly. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up, looking around. The original owner was also named Zhao Nianyan, an 18-year-old girl from Hohot village, the daughter of the carpenter Zhao. When she was 14 and just beginning to understand love, she met a poor young man named Lu Yongliang from Lu's family village in town. Under his sweet talk, she fell for him and, driven by love, decided to marry him without any dowry. In the end, her parents, caring for their daughter, gave her a dowry worth 10 taels of silver and an ancestral bracelet. But before the wedding night, Lu Yongliang disappeared. Some said he had drunk too much and fallen into the river and died. That day, a happy event turned into a funeral, and the original owner became a widow, rumored to be cursed. For 3 years, she worked hard and endured everything. Dirty work, tiring chores, she did it all. She was hungry, cold, and even looked down upon and insulted by villagers when she went out. Today, because she hadn't eaten for 3 days and was too weak to carry water, she wanted to rest a little. But her mother-in-law thought she was lazy and kicked her, causing her liver to rupture and die. Then, she somehow came back to life. Even her fatal wound healed automatically.
Ah!
That scared me half to death. Old Lady Lu angrily kicked and cursed, "You wicked girl, how dare you pretend to be dead?" Zhao Nianyan only saw a foot coming toward her face. She immediately rolled backward, with a flip to keep her distance. If she had taken that kick, her face would be swollen, and she might have been disfigured. Her quick move stunned everyone present. Zhao Nianyan leaned against a pile of firewood, observing them. There was a woman in her 30s with an angry face, prominent cheekbones, a fierce look, and yellow teeth, her wicked mother-in-law, Lu Huanghua, known locally as Old Lady Huang. Next to her stood Zhao Nianyan's younger uncle, dark-skinned, with a pointed face, thin build, and about the same height as her. There is also an old man sitting on a bench under a tree, fanning himself with a sunflower fan to stay cool. He is in his 40s, the stepfather of the original owner, known in the village as Old Lu. "Hey, you little troublemaker. How dare you run away? You're asking for a beating." After Huang Posey was surprised, she rolled up her sleeves and angrily approached Zhao Nianyan. Zhao Nianyan instinctively took a step back. She still hasn't fully adapted and knows she can't fight back without weapons. If she had a weapon, she might stand a chance. At this moment, she found a firewood knife, grabbed it, and pointed it at Lao Posey. "Don't come any closer. If you do, you'll be dead." She thought the mother and son would be scared, but after a brief moment of shock, they burst into laughter. Even Lao Posey was ready to attack.
Yes.
She remembered. The original owner had also been pushed to the brink before and had once grabbed a knife, but she was trembling and too afraid to fight back, which led to even worse abuse. How funny! She is not a coward. Look at the beating you received before. You forget the pain and remember only the pleasure, right? Huang Posey snorted coldly, and in the next second, she saw Zhao Nianyan swinging the firewood knife.
Ah!
A pig-like scream rang out. The neighbors on both sides heard the noise and came out. That scream wasn't Zhao Nianyan's. When they arrived, they saw Huang Posey's arm bleeding, with a deep cut on it. Zhao Nianyan was holding the bloodied firewood knife tightly, her eyes cold, completely different from usual. Is this Zhao Nianyan, the widow? How dare she really fight back? Isn't she afraid of dying? She's been beaten all day by that crazy woman, Huang Hua. If it were me, I'd have fought back long ago. Fight back? If Zhao Nianyan's fate weren't cursed, This wouldn't be a funeral instead of a happy event. If they hadn't thrown her into the pig cage back then, the Liu family would have been merciful. TSK, if she knew she'd be beaten for 3 years, it would have been better to just be thrown into the pig cage from the start. The onlookers exchanged words, but no one was willing to step forward to help. Zhao Nian coldly glanced at the villagers. Many of these people were just adding fuel to the fire, and some had hurt the original owner. Once she calmed down, she planned to deal with each of them one by one.
Ah!
My arm! Huang Pozi snapped out of her daze. The pain from her arm made her lose her strength, and she screamed in pain. Mother! The younger brother also reacted and rushed toward Zhao Nian. How dare you hurt my mother? I'll beat you to a pulp. Zhao Nian grabbed a handful of firewood, intending to throw it all at once. Because the original owner was weak, she could only split a small piece of firewood each time, forcing her to throw it one by one. Don't let me catch you. The younger brother-in-law blocked and cursed at the same time. Zhao Nian looked at her younger brother-in-law close by, grabbed a knife, and slashed downward. His vest was cut open, and a bloodstain appeared on his chest. If you're so reckless, then let's fight to the death together. Zhao Nian's cold eyes flashed with bloodshot redness, and her face, covered in blood, looked like a demon from So Cold. The younger brother-in-law's heart trembled, and he shivered. Zhao Nian's gaze was so frightening that he no longer felt the pain from his injuries. If she really fought back fiercely, she might have cut him down. Why are you just standing there? Third brother, quickly catch this wicked woman. Granny Huang shouted. Her loud cry made the younger brother-in-law snap out of his shock. You don't be impulsive. Zhao Nian sneered coldly, leaning down and pressing the knife again to his neck. Afraid the sharp firewood might hurt herself, the younger brother-in-law carefully moved back. Suddenly, the noisy crowd fell silent, trembling like cold leaves, and no one dared to speak. The villagers all stepped back, afraid of getting involved. What are you going to do? Granny Huang, clutching her bleeding arm, looked terrified. Even old Liu, who was watching, couldn't sit still and stood up to advise. Second sister-in-law, let's talk nicely. We're all family.
Bah!
Zhao Nian spat and helped the younger brother-in-law to his feet, still holding the knife steadily at his neck. Now, I give you 2 choices. First, return the bride price I brought from Liu's family and the bracelet my mother gave me. Second, if you refuse, then your last seed will also die. Granny Huang had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest son disappeared suddenly when he was 10, while shopping, and was never found again. Her second son was the original owner's husband, who fell into the river and died on their wedding night, with his body never recovered. Her youngest son was the man Zhao Nian was holding a firewood knife against now. He often did sneaky, dishonest things, was lazy, and notorious for living off his parents. But because he was the only son, the couple spoiled him. As for the daughter, she was sold to someone else's family as a child bride for just 2 ounces of silver when she was still young. So now, Zhao Nian is holding the life of this old woman in her hands. She must take back the bride price and bangles of the original owner today. Stop, let's talk nicely. Old Liu raised his hand, speaking softly and kindly as he approached Zhao Nian. Stop right there. Zhao Nian coldly shouted. If you take another step forward, I will kill him. This scared old Liu so much that he didn't dare to move anymore. Don't do anything reckless. Don't do anything reckless. Hurry up. Zhao Nian moved her machete. A drop of blood appeared on her younger brother-in-law's neck. No, please don't kill me. The younger brother-in-law trembled with fear, crying as he spoke to Granny Huang. Mother, quickly return the things from this little brat. Second sister-in-law. Mother, I don't want to die. Granny Huang gritted her teeth and said, It's been 3 years. Who still remembers what dowry you brought? Besides, the bangles were already exchanged for food long ago. We've been providing for your meals all these years, and that costs money.
You.
Stop talking nonsense. I know the bangles are in your hands, old woman. Zhao Nian pushed harder, blood now seeping out. The villagers watching couldn't even breathe loudly, afraid that if she moved her hand, they would see a person fall to the ground. Mother! The younger brother-in-law was so scared he wet himself, completely different from his arrogant attitude earlier. Zhao Nian looked at him with disdain. A coward who fears the weak and bullies the soft. His mother, you quickly return the bangles to second sister-in-law. Old Lu looked at Granny Huang, signaling her with a glance. Zhao Nian kept this scene in her mind, her face calm. She needed to finish quickly and find a place to rest. The original owner's body was starting to weaken. If she delayed any longer, it might be a dead end. Although Granny Huang was reluctant, she had no choice but to take off the bangles. Here are your bangles. I need to settle some things before I can give you more. Come, second sister-in-law, I'll put the bangles on your wrist. Seeing Granny Huang approach her, Zhao Nian smirked. Trying to play tricks in front of her? Is that possible? But she didn't expose her. Later, after Granny Huang put the bangles on Zhao Nian's wrist, she suddenly grabbed her hand.
Quick!
Catch this brat. Zhao Nian moved her right hand away from the machete, sneered, and kicked the young brother-in-law hard in the backside. He fell flat on his face. Since you want to die for your son, I'll satisfy you. While Huang Pozi was confused by the scene, Zhao Nian quickly pressed the chopping knife against the other's neck. Don't be impulsive. Old Lu exclaimed in shock. Let's go. Zhao Nian threatened Huang Pozi with the knife, forcing her to move outside. She couldn't stay tangled with the Lu family anymore. The rest of her dowry would have to wait for another day. Right now, she needed to find a safe place to rest. Oh, that's right. There was a place in the village that everyone was afraid to approach. When villagers saw her, they made way. Old Lu saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he begged the villagers, "Help me catch this little troublemaker. You saw it. You all bullied her before, and who knows if she might attack you in the future." Hearing this, many people harbored bad intentions. Zhao Nian was furious. That old man dared to stir trouble. If you're not afraid of my bad luck, come closer. If I die, I will become a vengeful ghost and haunt your descendants. Today is about my feud with the Lu family. You better not interfere. As for settling scores with the villagers, she would have other chances later. As long as she could reach that safe place, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Hearing her words, the villagers turned away and chose to ignore her. Everyone loved a good show, but not everyone wanted to get involved. Where are you taking me? Huang Pozi was already terrified and pushed by Zhao Nian. Go to, Zhao Nian said coldly. Killing is against the law. You know that too? Zhao Nian snorted, shut up, or I'll kill you right now. Huang Pozi was so scared, she didn't dare to speak again. The villagers watched curiously to see where Zhao Nian was headed. When they saw her direction, many stopped halfway.
Could Zhao Nian be going there?
That crazy woman. That's a place even a master would get seriously ill from visiting. Zhao Nian looked ahead and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she arrived. I won't go there, I won't. Huang Pozi reacted strongly, but with a knife at her neck, she didn't dare struggle too much. Zhao Nian didn't care about her anymore. The knife was in her hand. Huang Pozi couldn't escape. But she didn't expect Huang Pozi to faint from fright. With no choice, she had to drag Huang Pozi to the middle of the road, then turn to glance at old Lu standing far away. Give you 1 day to gather the dowry I brought. If not, just wait and see. After saying that, she kicked the old woman hard before walking forward. She knew why everyone was so afraid to get close. Ahead was a very old, broken courtyard with a yard, known locally as the haunted house. It was said that over 100 years ago, this house belonged to a landlord. The landlord was kind and took in many refugees. But these refugees had greedy hearts and killed the landlord's family, taking their food and belongings. Before they could leave, the landlord returned. He fought alone to avenge his family and killed everyone there. Many people died, and the house was full of resentment, with bones everywhere. Many crows gathered around, and the place was very gloomy. Some monks had come to try to calm the spirits, but nothing worked. Gradually, it became known as a haunted house, and no one dared to go near. When she reached the door of the haunted house, she looked inside through a. It was indeed full of bones and remains.
Sigh.
To others, this place was evil and best avoided. But to her it was like a safe haven. Zhao Nianyan felt no fear at all. She had seen so many bones during her surgeries that she couldn't count, probably thousands. As for the bodies, she was already numb to them. When she pushed the door open with a creak, a cold wind hit her face.
Ugh.
She waved her hand to brush away the dust and looked around. Since leaving the Liu family, she had nowhere else to go, so she could only stay here for now. She stepped over the bones and took a quick look around. If she stayed here alone, it would take her several days to clean up. Oh heavens, you're really unfair. Suddenly, a red light descended from the sky, hitting her forehead. A streak of red flowed along her blood and finally settled in her mind. Welcome to the ancient and modern trading space.
Wow.
A special ability. Zhao Nianyan was very happy. After checking, she found it was a trading program. If there was something valuable within 5 meters, the system would give a warning sound. Then, she could touch the item to trade with the system and exchange for something in the program. She looked around. There was food, drink, clothes, everything she needed. If she could get a robot vacuum cleaner, cleaning here would be so easy. But she didn't have anything to trade with the system right now. Cluck, cluck. Her top priority was to find something to eat, but the haunted house only had bones and remains.
Ding.
System prompt. There is an object to the southeast that can be exchanged for a type of food. Speaking of which, just as I was thinking of Chow Chow, he appears. Wait, southeast? Zhao Nianyan looked up briefly. The sunrise is in the east, now it's afternoon, and sunset is in the west. She roughly checked the direction and went within 5 meters of the southeast spot to examine. What exactly can be exchanged there? Ouch! It hurts so much. Suddenly, she felt a stabbing pain in her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a small red glow flickering just a step ahead.
Could it be
something valuable? Thinking of this, she quickly walked over, carefully picked up the bones, and set them aside. A copper coin. As soon as she touched it, the coin disappeared. Welcome, host, to the ancient and modern trading space. The system has verified that this is the host's first time using this space. You may exchange this coin for 3 items. Please choose. The timer begins now. You have half an hour to select 3 items. First, of course, the items must fill your stomach. For long-term plans, she first took advantage of the remaining daylight to explore around the house, eventually reaching the backyard and discovering the kitchen. 100 years had passed, but the stove was still intact, though none of the utensils could be used. Reminder. 3 minutes remaining. Hearing the alert, Zhao Nianyan took a deep breath and chose 3 items. Items successfully exchanged. 2.5 kilograms of rice 1 bag. 2.5 kilograms of sweet potatoes 1 bag, a 1-year warranty large iron pot 1. A flash of red light suddenly flickered before her eyes, and the 3 items she exchanged appeared in front of her. Almost dark. Zhao Nianyan looked around, found suitable materials, and began wrapping a torch, eventually starting the primitive method of fire-making by rubbing wood. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had gone camping outdoors with others for extreme challenges, so making fire this way wasn't very difficult. At the moment the torch caught fire, she saw several shadows flicker across the wall. She calmly stood up, lit the torches one by one, and placed them around the house. Soon, the originally dark and eerie house was brightly lit. Finally, she stood in the yard, hands on her hips, looked around calmly, and spoke. I am a person who has died. In life, I saw many patients die in cold hospitals. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, but I respect them. After I eat, I will help you gather the bones and bury them in the back mountain. I will visit once a year during Qingming. After that, you can reincarnate if you wish. After speaking, she began cleaning the kitchen. At this moment, She realized there was a small stream running through the back door of the house. Now, the water source was taken care of. After tidying up the stove, she steamed 3 sweet potatoes. She only ate a few bites to fill her stomach, then began to gather the bones. At this time, many villagers in Liu family village gathered at the entrance to the haunted house after dinner. Look, that haunted house actually has lights. This is so strange. I've never seen the house not glowing with ghostly fire after dark in all these years since I was born. Wait, look at the door opening. Zhao Nianyan. Is this crazy woman really not afraid? She looks like she's cleaning. Will she end up living in that haunted house? The villagers talked among themselves, full of opinions. At the Huang family home, she sat with a serious face, breaking her chopsticks in 2. This shameless girl. She must have been hiding for a long time, preparing to fight back against me. Little brother-in-law Liu Yongliang thought of Zhao Nianyan's bloodthirsty look earlier that day and felt a chill down his spine. Mother, where can we go to find her true self? She'll be back tomorrow.
Uffed.
Huang Granny spat. Even the master we hired before couldn't help. That girl went into the haunted house. How could she possibly come out alive? That's true. Liu Yongliang nodded. Such a pity about that bracelet, taken by that little brat. Huang Granny was so angry she hammered the table and then shot Liu Yongliang a glare. All your fault, useless. You couldn't even catch a woman. If your older brother or second brother were here, maybe. Never mind. When dawn comes, we'll see if that girl is alive or dead. If she's still alive, we'll find a way to catch her and sell her. The father and son of the Liu family stayed silent nearby. Haunted house. Zhao Nianyan wiped her sweat while gathering all the bones into the corner of the yard. She couldn't bury them in the back mountain yet because she didn't have the tools to dig or transport them there. So, she had to wait at least 2 or 3 days. By then, the house should be cleaned up, and she might be able to reclaim the bride price of the original owner. A gust of wind blew, making the broken windows creak in a frightening way.
Bah.
She had done nothing wrong, so why fear ghosts knocking at the door at midnight? Knock, knock, knock.
Wow.
Zhao Nianyan was so startled by the sudden knocking that she almost dropped her second sweet potato, which she was about to eat. Is it really a ghost knocking at midnight? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out again. She hesitated, unsure whether to open the door. Yanfeng, let's go. This place is so run down. Maybe no one lives here. Cough, cough. After hearing the sound, Zhao Nianyan frowned slightly. In her previous life, she was a highly respected surgeon who practiced both Western and Chinese medicine. During her free time, she would study traditional Chinese medicine with her senior doctor. From the sound, she guessed the person outside was a woman around 30 years old. And from the cough, she could tell the woman was unwell, likely with a lung issue. Such a real voice probably wasn't from a ghost or monster. Mom, someone probably lives here. The torches are new, a pleasant, magnetic voice said. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan's mind drifted to the faces of certain male celebrities from her previous circle. She stood up and approached the door. Heaven above, she wasn't doing this for looks, she just... Wait, there's only her here. If someone outside had bad intentions, she might not be able to resist. After thinking it over, she decided to focus on herself first. System tip: items within 3 meters are available for exchange.
Wow, so tempting?
Forget it. Since she was already living in this haunted house, what was there to be afraid of? With a creak, Zhao Nianyan tightly gripped her machete and opened a small in the door.
Who are you?
Do you need something? She hadn't yet seen who was outside when she was attracted by the red glow mark on her special item, the golden finger. The copper coin was just a tiny light spot, wrapping the coin. Now, there was a large area of red light, indicating the item was big in size or area. It probably meant she could exchange it for something better. While she was distracted, someone suddenly appeared in front of her. A man in his early 20s, with a faint stubble on his chin, a noticeable Adam's apple that moved slightly when swallowing, a sharp jawline, defined features, deep eyes, and a handsome, pleasing face. He stood tall, with bronze-colored skin, wearing a sleeveless white thin robe, revealing muscular arms, and through the buttons, she could see his strong chest and abs. He looked both handsome and masculine, radiating strong hormones. Most notably, he was carrying something glowing red on his shoulders, something only she could see.
Was that
Prey? The man spoke. Miss, I wonder if your family is at home? Zhao Niannian felt embarrassed. I am a widow. I live alone here. If you need something, just say it. The man looked closely at her face and said, My name is Xie Yanfeng. I was originally on my way to visit relatives with my mother and younger siblings, but I took a wrong turn and ended up here. The closest house is yours, so I wanted to ask if I could stay for one night. Stay for one night. Zhao Niannian opened the door and saw a few people outside. Sure enough, as Xie Yanfeng described, he was with a sick mother and 2 children who looked about 7 or 8 years old, a pair of twins. I'm not going to host people for no reason, Zhao Niannian said, her eyes finally focusing on Xie Yanfeng's shoulder. This prey was a wild wolf. Whether it's the wolf's teeth, fur, or skin, all are valuable. If she could get this wild wolf, she could trade it for more useful things. If you're willing to let us stay one night, I'll give you half of the wolf, Xie Yanfeng said. Half is good enough. Zhao Niannian thought. But this house. Let me be clear first, this house isn't fully cleaned, there are no beds or blankets. It's just a shelter that can block the wind and rain. Xie Yanfeng frowned and asked, Do you have anything to eat? There is food. Zhao Niannian looked at them and asked, Do you all have nothing to eat?
No.
All right then. There are sweet potatoes at home. Giving each of them one to fill their stomachs should be fine. Mother. While Zhao Niannian and Xie Yanfeng were talking, a girl's cry of surprise came. She was using all her strength to support the woman. Xie Yanfeng turned his head and saw that it was his mother who had fainted. His face was full of worry. He quickly put the wolf's body aside and went to help her. Mother? Wake up, mother? Brother, is mother okay? The girl's tears spilled over. It will be fine. Xie Yanfeng shook his head and looked at Zhao Niannian. May I ask, how far is this place from the town? It's a bit far. It takes at least half an hour to walk. Zhao Niannian lowered her eyes, observing the woman's face. Then she stepped outside. I need to take my mother to see a doctor. Can I leave my younger brother and sister here for one night? I promise to give you half of the wolf later. I will come back another day to hunt for you. Sorry, I don't have time to deal with the wolf right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Niannian quickly made a decision. I have studied medicine, so I might be able to check your mother's health. In return, I will wake her up, shelter you for one night, and provide food. In that case, the wolf will belong to me. What do you think? Xie Yanfeng. This woman really knows how to make deals. But for now, this is the only way. Her mother's illness is more important. Okay. Zhao Niannian nodded and turned to say, Carry your mother into the house first. However, just as she reached the door, she suddenly glimpsed the corner of the yard. Thinking of the 2 young children behind her, she worried about frightening them, so she quickly stopped, turned back, and said to the children, Wait a moment. Little brother and sister, if you can cover your eyes and walk across the yard with me, I will give you something sweet to eat, okay? Hearing this, the twins exchanged glances and curiously spoke together. Will mother and brother also have it? They will too. Okay, we will listen. The twins said in unison. Come, close your eyes and hold my hand, Zhao Niannian said, extending her hand toward the twins. The twins obediently closed their eyes and placed their hands in her palm. Then, Zhao Niannian stepped back gradually, reminding them to be careful while walking. While Xie Yanfeng was puzzled about why Zhao Niannian was doing this, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw the pile of bones in the corner of the yard. Just one glance made Xie Yanfeng shiver all over. This. So many bones. What kind of place is this? Is that woman human or ghost? Under the moonlight, Zhao Niannian's gentle smile and soft voice led the twins into the hall. Xie Yanfeng looked on with a cold expression, silent. There was a shadow someone. After entering the hall, Zhao Niannian said, We're here. You can open your eyes now. Miss, did we do it? The little girl blinked curiously and asked, "Of course." After speaking, Zhao Nianyan took out 2 uneaten sweet potatoes. "Here, one for each of you. Sit nearby and eat slowly. I will give the rest to your mother and brother later." The twins nodded obediently and found a relatively clean spot to sit. Then, Zhao Nianyan watched Xie Yanfeng carry the woman into the hall, then went over and closed the door. Just as she reached out to check the woman's pulse, Xie Yanfeng suddenly released her hand, grasped her wrist, and whispered, "What is this place? What are those bones outside? What's going on?" Zhao Nianyan looked up and met his cold, ink-black eyes. Her voice also became cold. "You don't need to have murderous thoughts towards me. If I wasn't after that prey of yours, I might not have gone out of my way to open this door." Xie Yanfeng paused for a moment before loosening his grip. "You're making my wrist red," Zhao Nianyan complained unhappily. Xie Yanfeng glanced at her and apologized. "You're crazy," Zhao Nianyan muttered softly, annoyed as she rubbed her wrist. At this moment, Xie Yanfeng noticed that besides the red marks from his grip, her wrist was also covered with many scars, both old and new.
What
exactly had she gone through? After examining the woman, Zhao Nianyan asked Xie Yanfeng some details about her usual illness, and then stood up. "Wait here for me. I'll go find medicine for your mother," she said. "My mother? Don't worry. I can wake her up for a little while. As for her illness..." Zhao Nianyan looked down and sighed. Seeing this, Xie Yanfeng's eyes dimmed. Sure enough, her illness has been going on for a while. It's impossible to cure it all at once. But if we use medicine to nourish her, in half a year, the root of the disease can be removed. With some care afterward, she can recover in a year.
What?
Xie Yanfeng was surprised and doubtful. Can my mother really get better? It's not a serious illness.
Why not?
Zhao Nianyan asked back, then looked around. By the way, where is that wolf's body? Still at the gate. I'll go find medicine later, and I'll deal with the wolf on the way. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. After speaking, Zhao Nianyan turned and left the hall, thoughtfully closing the door to prevent the 2 children from seeing the frightening scene outside. Xie Yanfeng narrowed his eyes after seeing this. This woman, she's definitely not simple. Meanwhile, Zhao Nianyan had already started exchanging things using the wolf's body. System ready. Please choose. Countdown begins. The wolf's value was high. She noticed that not only did the exchange items increase, but there was also a new fin share count. What does this mean? System reminder. Fun indicates how many portions of items in space can be exchanged for this item. For example, if you choose 3 portions of rice, it will show 3/3 portions, and you can't choose more. This wolf could be exchanged for 10 portions of items. I wonder if I can catch some medicinal herbs. If I can, does 1 herb count as 1 portion? Zhao Nianyan muttered as she clicked on the medicine category. Herbal medicine. 1 set equals 1 portion. You can use it with confidence. Since it's so good, she decided to take a bold step. She chose 10 items, including 4 kitchen supplies. A set of knives, a set of pots and pans, a set of tableware, and a jar of 6 flavor seasonings. Later, she exchanged for a bag of rice and 2 portions of pork in 1 jean each. Reminder, 3 minutes left. Hearing this, she clenched her teeth and picked a wooden set and a set of carpenter's tools. This wooden set was made of pieces of wood of different lengths and sizes, enough to make many pieces of furniture. She planned to make things herself, so she needed a full set of tools. She could have chosen a bed and a quilt, but unfortunately, with so many people at home now, carrying a bed in suddenly would definitely attract the attention of someone named Xie Yanfeng. She needed more than just a bed. She needed other furniture too, so swapping for a wooden set was the best choice. After exchanging everything, she wanted to carry the kitchen supplies around the house and deliver them through the back door to the kitchen. Then she would prepare the medicine her mother needed. When she finished moving everything to the kitchen and was left with a pile of wood, she wiped her sweat, her face pale. So tired. Gurgle. Her stomach was also very hungry. At this moment, seeing that she hadn't come back for a long time, Xie Yanfeng was worried about his mother's serious illness. He handed his mother to his two younger siblings and went to wait at the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw her standing outside, gasping for breath, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging tightly to her frail body. Zhao Nianyan turned around. "Why did you come out?" "Perfect timing, help me a bit." Xie Yanfeng walked over. "What are you doing? Weren't you going to help my mother find medicine?" Seeing her empty hands, a flash of anger and coldness appeared in his eyes. He suspected she had been lying from the start, just to deceive his prey. "Hey, your mother's medicine is almost ready. I'll go to the kitchen to bring it over. You're strong, help me move the wood into the yard to block those corpses, so they don't scare your younger siblings." Zhao Nianyan was too exhausted to respond to his questioning. Xie Yanfeng paused silently. "Sorry. I misunderstood you." Zhao Nianyan didn't say anything else, and headed toward the kitchen. Seeing a pile of wood on the ground, she first wondered why there was so much wood, then moved it into the yard. When he entered the main hall, he saw her already holding a bowl of dark medicine, feeding it to his mother. "Big sister, if my mother drinks this medicine, will she really wake up right away?" The little girl eagerly asked. "Yes, I promise," Zhao Nianyan replied with a faint smile. Not long after Mistress Xie swallowed a bowl of medicine, she slowly opened her eyes. "Mother." The girl was very happy. Sister was right. Mother really woke up. Zhao Nianyan watched this scene and let out a sigh of relief. She was about to stand up with the bowl in her hand when her wrist was grabbed. "Young lady, thank you." Mistress Xie looked grateful. "Sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all." Zhao Nianyan patted her hand. "You rest for a bit. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some food." After saying that, she stood up and gracefully headed toward the kitchen. This scene caught Xie Yanfeng's attention. "Something's not right. Should I go check?" Mistress Xie said. "Yanfeng, I'm fine now. Go to the kitchen and see if the young lady needs any help." "Okay," Yanfeng nodded. "Take care of mother. If anything happens, come over and call me." "Got it, brother," the twin siblings replied in unison. A moment later, Yanfeng arrived at the kitchen but heard no sounds inside. Seeing the scene inside, his face changed. He strode over quickly. "Hey, are you okay? Wake up." He helped Zhao Nianyan, who was lying on the ground, and roughly patted her face. Zhao Nianyan slowly opened her eyes, weakly saying, "Stop hitting me."
Does this guy not know to be gentle?
Why is he hitting her so hard? Aren't you a doctor? Are you sick too? Yanfeng looked at her expressionless. "You're the one who's sick." Zhao Nianyan rolled her eyes at him and struggled to sit up. "I'm just too tired, hungry, and exhausted. I wanted to rest for a bit." Yanfeng was speechless. He looked around. He noticed that although the kitchen was cleaned up, it was still quite old and worn. Most strangely, the kitchen was decorated with many silver utensils. Even the quality of the knives was unfamiliar. It was really strange. Seeing her exhausted look, Yanfeng stood up and said, "You sit and rest. I'll do the work." Zhao Nianyan listened and didn't refuse. She really needed to rest now. While watching the fire, Yanfeng looked at her dazed face and asked, "What's your name?"
Zhao Nianyan.
"How did you handle tonight's prey?" No comment. Zhao Nianyan raised her eyelids. "Anyway, I woke your mother and took you in for a night." "That's settled." "Indeed." Xie Yanfeng nodded lightly. After that, neither of them spoke again, and only the crackling sound of firewood burning filled the kitchen. When the rice porridge was cooked, Xie Yanfeng first served a bowl for her to cool, then carried bowls to the hall separately. After a moment, Zhao Nianyan finally felt much better. Holding the still warm bowl, she fell into deep thought. Tomorrow, facing the Liu family, she was afraid she wouldn't have much chance of winning. They had already suffered once and would surely be on guard, maybe even bring more people to deal with her. So, going to pick up her dowry alone might not be enough. And in the whole Liu village, there was no one who could help her. If she fell into the hands of the Liu family again, the consequences would be worse than for the original owner. Cough, cough. Hearing the sound, Zhao Nianyan slowly looked up. "Don't you walk quietly?"
she asked.
"It's you not paying attention," Xie Yanfeng said while holding his bowl. "Where is the dishwashing area?"
There's a small creek behind.
Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng nodded and then reached out to take the bowl from her hand.
Huh?
Soon, he efficiently washed the bowl and brought it back to put in its original place. I will leave early tomorrow with my family and won't cause any more trouble. After saying this, he was about to leave the kitchen. Zhao Nian watched his tall figure pass in front of her, then suddenly had an idea. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Xie Yanfeng stopped but didn't look at her. I want to make a deal with you. Xie Yanfeng turned his head.
Tell me.
Zhao Nian stood up and walked to him. You said your mother has been taking medicine for years, but still isn't cured. So, I promise to cure her completely within 3 months. In exchange, you become my bodyguard for 3 months. How about that? Xie Yanfeng frowned. Bodyguard? No. Zhao Nian waved her hand. Guardian. You'll be my 3-month protector. As long as she could find more exchangeable items during these 3 months, like stun batons, she wouldn't have to worry about the Liu family anymore. And what if you can't cure my mother in 3 months? If I can't cure her in 3 months, I'll keep trying until she's fully healed. Plus, I'll personally find the herb she needs, so you won't have to spend a single penny. Most importantly, your whole family can stay here, and I can provide food. Although she still had to support 4 more people, the pressure was a bit heavy. But with a divine cheat in hand, no matter how tough, it wouldn't be worse than starting from scratch farming and harvesting grain. After hearing this, Xie Yanfeng nodded.
Deal.
No matter how you look at it, his family would benefit more. He hesitated a little more, which was disrespectful to her. Okay. Zhao Nian smiled happily. Tonight, we'll stay together for now. Tomorrow you can go with me to get my dowry back, and then I can focus on fixing up this house. As for her dowry, except for the bracelet her mother gave her, the rest should have some exchange value, right? Aren't you a widow? And married now? Why do you still ask about the dowry? Zhao Nian waved her hand.
Don't worry about that.
Anyway, your job is to protect my safety. Indeed, he had no right to ask so many questions. Then she said she liked peace and wanted to live alone in the kitchen. As for his family, they stayed in the hall. Xie Yanfeng didn't sleep all night. The house was strange, and she was very odd. He thought a lot. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't work with others easily. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds outside. Who was there? Was it her? Xie Yanfeng looked at his sleeping family, then carefully went to the door. Through the torn paper window, he looked outside with confusion. It was really her. It wasn't even dawn yet. Where had she gone? Watching her go back to the kitchen, he lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before following her. Soon in the kitchen, Zhao Nian sat on a pile of firewood, then put the stainless steel basin aside. He didn't know that Xie Yanfeng was already outside the kitchen, still doing his own thing. Xie Yanfeng found a hidden spot and looked inside with doubt. In just a moment, he was so frightened he turned his face away, pressed his lips tightly, and his heartbeat sped up, scaring himself.
She.
How could she?
Ow. Ah.
The sounds from inside made his head feel dizzy and confused. Xie Yanfeng, you're really terrible. Sneaking a peek at her. He cursed himself silently, then turned to leave, but he couldn't help glancing again. Just one look, and he froze. Why did she have so many scars on her body? The scars varied in depth, some even showing flesh and blood. Most people would have been in pain and lying in bed, unable to move. But since he saw her, she had always looked normal, not affected at all by her injuries. Such a woman was cautious, strong-willed, brave, liked to be clever, and was also kind. What kind of woman was she? Xie Yanfeng frowned. The heat on his face disappeared, replaced by another emotion as he was controlled by the guilt of having seen something inappropriate. He admitted that, despite their brief encounter, he had become interested in her. He was curious about what she had experienced before, which had shaped her personality. If she was brave, it meant she wasn't timid or shy. So, how could she have so many scars on her body? While he was standing in the dark thinking, he heard a sound of someone gasping inside the house. It hurts so much. The Liu family is really twisted. hurting a woman like this. There's hardly any good flesh left on me. To restore myself, it will take a lot of effort. I can't get the wounds wet, so I can't take a shower. Those Liu family people. When I recover, I will make them pay.
Ow.
It hurts. Zhao Nianyan was carefully applying medicine to herself, her eyes red with anger, tears streaming down as she cursed the Liu family. Suddenly, she sensed someone watching her and instinctively turned sharply toward the door. It was still very dark outside, and from her angle, she saw nothing. I must have imagined it. At this time, the Xie family was probably still asleep. Meanwhile, Xie Yanfeng was hiding behind the kitchen, looking serious. This woman had no martial arts skills, but she was very sharp. She was making noise inside, and when he looked in, he saw her struggling to put on clothes and pack her things, seemingly about to start making breakfast. He stood at the door, lost in thought again. After last night, he realized she really knew medicine, and she had said she would help treat his mother. He believed she wouldn't lie about that. If that was true, then she also needed to recover her health before treating his mother. Otherwise, if she fell ill, his mother would suffer. After thinking it through, he knocked on the door.
Who is it?
Zhao Nianyan paused with the pot in her hands, turned her head toward the door. Through the gap, she saw a tall figure. It's me, Xie Yanfeng said calmly. Zhao Nianyan let out a breath of relief and said, breakfast isn't ready yet. Don't rush me. She wished she hadn't agreed to cook for them. She had to prepare a meal, and it was a lot of trouble. I'm here to make breakfast, Xie Yanfeng's voice came through. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan's eyes lit up. She put down the pot and quickly went to open the door, smiling happily at him. Are you serious? Yeah, Xie Yanfeng nodded. Seeing her bright, excited eyes, he was momentarily stunned. What's there to be so happy about? What a strange woman. Besides today's breakfast, can you also make lunch, dinner, and even future meals? Zhao Nianyan asked eagerly, rubbing her hands with anticipation. If that's the case, it's a great deal, free bodyguard and chef. Xie Yanfeng wanted to refuse, but a sudden image flashed in his mind, the one of her injured and hurt. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He didn't know why he felt this way. It was very strange. But since it's just cooking, and he usually cooks at home to take care of the family, it shouldn't be a problem. Xie Yanfeng looked at the kitchen and asked, Can I use anything here? Including the ingredients? Of course. Zhao Nianyan nodded happily, like a chick pecking at rice. Cook as many bowls of rice as you want, but don't waste it. Although there is space, making exchanges makes things easier, but wastefulness isn't good either. This isn't a time when food can be bought easily with money. Okay. Xie Yanfeng nodded, his tall figure passing over her. You take care of my mother, and I'll cook. All right, but... Wait, this is my place. I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you giving me orders? Zhao Nianyan suddenly realized and turned around, hands on her hips, glaring at him with a pout. Xie Yanfeng didn't turn back or answer. He just focused on cooking breakfast. Seeing that he didn't reply, Zhao Nianyan didn't argue further. It was fine as long as he cooked. She decided to go see her mother's illness and come up with a targeted treatment plan. As she walked down the corridor to the hall entrance, she saw a little girl standing outside, staring blankly. This was Xie Yanfeng's sister. She looked toward the yard, where the bones she had cleaned up that day were blocked by wood, so the little girl couldn't see them. Little sister, why are you standing here? Hearing the voice, the girl suddenly turned her head, her face flushed. She tightly clenched her small hands around her clothes. Big sister, seeing the girl hesitating, Zhao Nianyan squatted down to be at her eye level and gently asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? You can tell me. This little girl was lively and obedient. Zhao Nianyan liked her very much. I had a nightmare, and The girl lowered her head and spoke softly, her head drooping so much that her chin almost touched her chest. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan comforted her, saying, Having bad dreams is normal. There's no need to be afraid. Dreams and reality are opposite. Dreams, no, it's not that.
The
little girl blushed and interrupted, finally gathering courage to quickly say before her tongue tied, "I wet the bed." A crow flew by. Zhao Nianyan's lips twitched slightly. Wetting the bed doesn't seem like a big deal. She also wet the bed when she was a child. The little girl felt relieved after saying it out loud, took a deep breath, and said, "Sister, I haven't changed my pants yet. I don't know where to change them. I don't want my brothers or mother to find out." Being 7 and still wetting the bed was too embarrassing. "Okay, go get your pants. I'll take you somewhere else to change, all right?" "Okay." The little girl quickly went to find her pants. Soon, Zhao Nianyan took the girl to another room. Although dusty, it was suitable for changing clothes. Worried the girl might feel shy, Zhao Nianyan stayed at the door the whole time. "Sister, I'm done changing. Let's go back." "I'm afraid Mother will worry if she doesn't see me," the girl said sensibly.
All right.
Zhao Nianyan nodded but noticed that the girl's pants only reached her calves. It seemed the Xie family had lived quite simply before. As they turned the corner on the corridor back to the main hall, Zhao Nianyan's wrist was suddenly grabbed with force. "Where did you take my sister? What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Zhao Nianyan glared fiercely at Xie Yanfeng, ignoring his cold expression. "This is the second time you've grabbed my wrist without reason. Xie Yanfeng, do I give you face or not? Does being tall and strong give him the right to bully the weak? If she weren't covered in injuries and hadn't learned any self-defense skills, would he even have a chance to touch her? This suspicious and nervous man. It made her so angry. "Brother, you misunderstood. Sister didn't mean any harm." The girl, still shaken, hurriedly tugged at Xie Yanfeng's pants leg. "Brother, sister took me to another room to change clothes. I was worried about waking Mother in the hall. Does this woman really have no bad intentions?" Xie Yanfeng squinted slightly and looked back at Zhao Nianyan with intense eyes. "Is what my sister said true? Do you have a problem with your ears?" Zhao Nianyan rolled her eyes and said dismissively, "You don't believe me, but you have to believe your sister, right?" "My sister's words, I naturally believe. If you believe your sister, then why ask if it's true or not? Are you missing a brain? Let me go." Zhao Nianyan felt she was about to get a lump from being so angry at his foolishness. Xie Yanfeng was speechless for a moment and loosened his grip. Zhao Nianyan rubbed her wrist and, as she passed him, she forcefully bumped into him with her body to vent her anger. If it weren't for each of their needs, she really wouldn't want to bother with this nervous person who constantly doubts everything.
Ouch.
That hurts so much. Is this guy made of iron? Instead of hurting him, she hurt her own arm. Watching her back, Xie Yanfeng looked down at the little girl. "Xiao Yun, are you really not lying to your brother? She really didn't do anything bad to you?" "Really, I didn't." The girl shook her head. "Brother, sister is very kind. You misunderstood her." It seems she was truly mistaken about her. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips and said, "That's good. I'll go back to the kitchen to make food." Meanwhile, when Zhao Nianyan arrived at the hall, Xie's mother had just woken up. Mississippi Zhao Nianyan put away her anger, took a deep breath to calm herself, and went over to help Xie's mother up. "Madam, you're still quite weak. Just lie down if you can. It's a bit simple here now, but once I finish my work today, I'll make a proper bed for you to rest and recover." She believed that she shouldn't look grim when caring for a patient. Being sick already affects one's mood. If a doctor shows a sour face, it will only make the patient worry more and affect their recovery.
Thank you, miss.
"You're so kind to trouble yourself." Xie's mother coughed, her eyes full of gratitude. "It's no trouble." Zhao Nianyan smiled. "Miss, what's your name? Is this your home? Where are your family?" After all the fuss, Xie's mother finally had time to look around. Zhao Nianyan didn't hide anything and replied, "Madam, my name is Zhao Nianyan. I come from Hohot village. When I was 14, I was deceived and married into Liujia village in Liujia. Of course, there was nothing worth hiding in that." She spoke freely. She thought that, given the background of this era, a widow who lost her husband might be looked down upon by Xie's mother. But surprisingly, after hearing her story, Xie's mother's face showed no disdain, only pity. Mother Xie gently held Zhao Nianyan's hand and patted it softly, with a tender tone. Good child, you've really suffered. These years have been you. The Lu family members are really unkind to treat you so harshly. Hearing this, Zhao Nian's nose twitched, and her eyes reddened slightly, as if something moist was about to fall from her eyes. This was a natural instinct of her original body. Since moving to Lu's village, not a single day had been easy. She was constantly surrounded by mockery and insults. Now, hearing such caring words, her body's instinctive reaction was to feel emotional. Zhao Nian also felt some empathy because her memories from her original body were implanted in her mind. Although she hadn't experienced it herself, from another perspective, she realized how miserable the original owner had been.
Congee is ready.
Xie Yanfeng came in carrying a warm bowl of congee. Zhao Nian snapped back to her senses, withdrew her hand, and wiped her tears. Xie Yanfeng saw the scene and became curious again. He thought she wouldn't cry easily, but her actions seemed to indicate she was wiping tears. Let's eat breakfast first. Everyone is hungry. Zhao Nian quickly composed herself and turned to serve the congee. Since they would be living together for the next 3 months, they should get along well and temporarily treat each other as family. After breakfast, just as the sun rose, it was the best time to go to Lu's house to settle accounts with the old lady, as everyone was at home. Wait to wash these dishes until they come back, Zhao Nian told Xie Yanfeng as she tidied up the dishes, then left the hall. However, after stepping out, she went to the firewood room. Xie Yanfeng had to put down the dishes first, but before he could leave, Mother Xie called him back. Yanfeng. What's wrong, Mother? That child Nian has had a hard year. When you go to Lu's house later, please protect her more, and don't let her get hurt. Mother, how come? Xie Yanfeng was surprised. I understand. He didn't expect that Zhao Nian could so quickly win his mother's support. Her methods were truly impressive. This woman, indeed, needs to be guarded against. After leaving the haunted house, Zhao Nian saw someone deliberately approaching the intersection to watch her from afar. Perhaps because they saw she was safe and alive, and behind her was a man twice her size. When they saw her, they looked like they saw a ghost and ran away. I forgot to ask you, do you know martial arts? Zhao Nian asked casually as she walked ahead.
No.
Zhao Nian felt a bit disappointed but could accept it. Oh, that's okay. As long as I have strength. With his size and strength, he was like an elephant, easily overpowering the Lu family members. As soon as he entered the village, he noticed the villagers gathering and pointing at him. Zhao Nian, how shameless.
You actually stole a man.
How can you face Lu Yongliang? Exactly. No wonder she fought so hard yesterday. She must have found a wild man long ago. It seems she went to that haunted house just to mess around with other men. Shameless. Embarrassing. Losing face as a woman. Such a wicked woman should be thrown into a pig cage. The villagers kept talking, mostly women, because only women knew how to hurt other women's feelings.
Go to.
Zhao Nian glanced around, pulled out a rolling pin she had hidden, and struck the woman who said she wanted to throw her into a pig cage and was closest to her. She hit hard, right on the head.
Bang!
Suddenly, everything went silent. The woman screamed in terror, touching her forehead, which was covered in blood. Seeing this, the villagers gasped in shock, their eyes wide with surprise. They quickly stepped back, afraid the rolling pin might hit them next. They had bullied Zhao Nian before, but she always looked like she was crying and never fought back. That's why they got bolder and didn't take her seriously. Now, seeing her act like this, they dared not insult her anymore. Zhao Nian calmly played with the rolling pin, her eyes cold as she looked at everyone present. A bunch of cowards who pick on the weak. Weren't you just mocking me happily? Keep going. Let's see if I can beat you all or not. Do they really think the original owner was easy to bully? The original owner had no real conflict with these people. They just liked to bully the weak. When they first tried to attack her and saw she wouldn't fight back, they used her as a punching bag. Like the woman she just hit, called Shi Chunlan. Her husband was a pig butcher in Liujia village, strong and healthy. Shi Chunlon often relied on her husband to bully others in the village, always sarcastic and quick to insult or hit people. Villagers who could hide would do so, those who couldn't just grit their teeth and endure it. And the villagers bullied by Shi Chunlon, after feeling oppressed, would come to bully the original owner, trying to regain their dignity. It was only because the Liu family allowed it, combined with the original owner's lack of resistance, that she has been living worse than a pig or dog in Liu village these past few years.
You dare hit me?
Shi Chunlon covered her head, angrily turning to glare at Zhao Nian. You shameless person. Zhao Nian smirked slightly, raising her hand to strike with a stick.
Ah!
Although Shi Chunlon reacted quickly and dodged, the stick still hit her shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. Villagers saw this and thought Zhao Nian had gone mad, believing she was truly willing to fight, not just pretending. Shi Chunlon, pretending my foot. Are your eyes blind? I was bleeding.
Stop.
Are you really going to cause a tragedy? Someone tried to hold Zhao Nian back. Zhao Nian, with her eyes cold and sharp, shot a fierce glance. The person trying to stop her froze, feeling as if they were turned to ice, trembling all over. That look, so terrifying. Is this really the same widow Zhao Nian, known for her bad luck? In the end, Zhao Nian struck Shi Chunlon directly on the back of her neck. At that moment, everything went silent.
Dead?
The villagers stared wide-eyed, their hearts pounding fiercely. Zhao Nian looked expressionless, saying, if she's dead, it's her own fault. Xie Yanfeng, quietly watching nearby, fixed his intense gaze on her. How much hatred does this woman hide inside? Her attack was ruthless. Those people's actions back then must have been so terrible that even heaven itself couldn't bear to watch. Someone call the police. Zhao Nian has killed someone. Someone shouted in alarm. Seeing this, Xie Yanfeng crouched down and gently felt Shi Chunlon's neck, then coldly said, she's not dead. The villagers froze at his words. Not dead? Huh? Zhao Nian sneered coldly, sweeping her gaze over the villagers. I was bullied so badly back then and didn't die. Do you think a few hits from Shi Chunlon can kill me that easily? The villagers' faces changed, and they quickly avoided her gaze, afraid to meet her eyes. But it wasn't that they wouldn't speak up. Zhao Nian wouldn't let them go if they stayed silent. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and pointed with a rolling pin at a few people.
You, and you.
The three of you falsely accused me earlier. You've scolded me before, but you never hit me. So, I'll give you a chance. Apologize and slap yourselves 30 times. These three women were the ones who first accused her of stealing a man, looking for trouble with other women, and hanging out with bad people when she and Xie Yanfeng first arrived in the village. These three people are still followers of Shi Chunlon. Usually, when they are bored, they like to bully women in the village who don't please them, acting like bullies. And those who are bullied end up bullying the original owner. These people are not innocent.
Why?
Our mouths are here, and we can say whatever we want. Besides, if this man isn't fooling around with you, then who is he? Our Liu family village doesn't have anyone like that. Yes. You did something bad yourself, and now that we caught you, you still won't admit it. Before Zhao Nian could speak, she swung her rolling pin and rushed forward. The others saw this and quickly ran away, afraid of getting involved. Stop hitting her. Crazy woman. You're a lunatic. They were all scared and didn't dare to fight back. If the three of them had fought together, Zhao Nian might not have been able to handle it. But Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Zhao Nian's reckless look made even the men in the village feel uneasy, not to mention these three women who followed Shi Chunlon and bullied others. I gave you a chance. It's your own fault that you're useless. Zhao Nian's strikes were controlled. She didn't really want to hurt them, but making them suffer for 10 days or half a month was fine. Stop hitting them. If you keep going, someone might get seriously hurt. Zhao Nian, if you haven't done anything wrong, just explain yourself. At this moment, someone spoke to persuade her. The villagers all felt sorry for the person who spoke up, thinking they were meddling and would probably get beaten by Zhao Nianyan too. But when Zhao Nianyan saw who spoke, she stopped and looked around at everyone, saying, "I don't need to explain, nor do I need to prove my innocence. Whoever doubts me, bring evidence." They can't even produce proof, yet they want to spread rumors and slander me with just a few words. Haha, in the end, I was the one giving them face. She remembered the person who tried to stop her. Once, when the original owner was in trouble, that person had given her food. They didn't usually bully her but remained neutral. They were one of the few in Lu family village who showed some kindness to her. That's why she spoke so politely. But if you keep hitting them like this, their men will find out. You won't get a good outcome either. I'm just worried. Who dares to hit my wife? Before Zhao Nianyan could say something dismissive, a furious voice cut through the air, startling everyone. The villagers all let out a breath of relief. Shi Chunlan's man is here. Now this will be interesting. Zhao Nianyan is also not thinking clearly. She was so reckless just now. She will definitely face consequences soon. Her wild man isn't much either, just standing there watching with a lot of flesh. TSK. The villagers, who were too afraid to speak because of Zhao Nianyan's fierce attitude, now see the situation turning and start talking again. A tall, overweight man steps out from the crowd, glances at his unconscious wife, then pulls out a large knife from his waist and rushes toward Zhao Nianyan. "You little troublemaker. Dare to hit my wife. Watch me cut you into pieces." Zhao Nianyan is not foolish. She won't fight directly now. So, when Lu Dazhu, Shi Chunlan's husband, rushes over, she quickly steps back behind someone else. "Now it's your turn to perform. Young man, I believe in you. Xie Yanfeng. Is this the wild man you found? No wonder you dared to hit my wife." Lu Dazhu glances at him. "Kid, I advise you to stay away from this troublemaker. She's cursed to bring bad luck to her husbands. Anyone close to her won't have a good ending." "Nonsense." Zhao Nianyan hides behind Xie Yanfeng and boldly says, "Lu Yongliang tricked me into marrying her. Something happened on our wedding night because he overestimated himself. He thought he could control me, but his fate isn't as strong as mine. He deserves what he got." Villagers? Is that true? This is the first time they've heard a woman say she caused her husband's death because her own fate was stronger than his. It's the biggest joke in the world. Even Xie Yanfeng is stunned by Zhao Nianyan's shocking statement. If she really had such a thick face and dared to hit people, why is she covered in injuries? She's truly a strange woman. Sharp-tongued. Lu Dazhu snorts coldly, raises his large knife, and rushes toward Zhao Nianyan and the others. But halfway there, his face changes. Everyone knows that Lu Dazhu usually only brandishes his knife to scare others. No one has ever seen him really attack because everyone is too frightened by his fierce appearance and the knife he holds. This time, Xie Yanfeng remains still, waiting for Lu Dazhu to come closer. Lu Dazhu raises his hand and swings the knife fiercely. The villagers close their eyes in fear. Even Zhao Nianyan does. "Why don't you dodge?" Lu Dazhu's voice trembles slightly. His knife is only an inch from Xie Yanfeng's forehead. Xie Yanfeng calmly and coldly says, "Killing requires a price." You. The previously arrogant Lu Dazhu suddenly stammered. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan noticed that Lu Dazhu's hand, holding the pig-killing knife, was also trembling. It seemed that Lu Dazhu was all show and no substance, the kind of person who relies on his size and uses a pig-killing knife to scare the weak. She had thought Lu Dazhu was really going to attack, but it turns out he was just pretending. "Didn't you want to cut me into pieces? Come on." Zhao Nianyan challenged, "Coward. You." Lu Dazhuang's face turned red. He quickly retracted the pig-killing knife and tried to solve the problem with his fists.
Dowry.
But before his fist could reach Zhao Nianyan's face, Xie Yanfeng blocked it. "Killing someone means you have to pay with your life, so I only hit people." As he finished speaking, Xie Yanfeng lifted his foot. Lu Dazhu's body, like a kite with a broken string, floated lightly and then heavily crashed onto a pile of straw, kicking up dust everywhere. The scene fell silent again.
Oh my.
Lu Dezhu, heavy as a pig, was kicked away by this wild man Zhao Nian found. No wonder Zhao Nian dared to be so bold. She had this wild man protecting her. Seeing that no one dared to bother her anymore, Zhao Nian patted Xie Yanfeng on the back. Let's go. To another place. She knew that once they entered the village and met villagers, there would be trouble. That's why she took action, killing a chicken to warn the monkeys in front of the villagers, showing them she was no longer the timid girl she used to be. Next, she planned to go to the Lu family to get her dowry. This was a brilliant victory. Zhao Nian instantly transformed from a weak person everyone could bully into a decisive, fierce woman, the kind who doesn't hesitate to fight back. Lu family. Mrs. Huang and the others still didn't know about what had happened in the village. They were happily munching on cornbread, thinking about how to catch Zhao Nian later and sell her for a good price. Mother, do we really have to sell that little troublemaker? Lu Yongliang asked with a sneaky look. Of course we do. Mrs. Huang nodded. She hasn't been able to do any work for the family these years. She's already rebellious. If we don't deal with her soon, she might attack us in the middle of the night. Old Lu also agreed. It's better to sell her. Hearing this, Lu Yongliang rubbed his hands together and smiled. Father, mother, that little troublemaker has been a widow for so many years. She's innocent. If we sell her, can I try her out first? Once this was said, Mrs. Huang frowned and began to think. That's right, I almost forgot about this. That girl is still so she should sell for a good price. Mother, haven't you heard what I said? Lu Yongliang said unhappily. Mrs. Huang, disappointed, glared at her useless son. Once we sell that girl and get the money, you can marry someone else. Do whatever you want with her. But if you make a move now, she won't be worth much. If that's the case, maybe I should just marry her myself to help our family grow. Lu Yongliang chuckled. He had been eyeing Zhao Nian for a long time, ever since his second brother brought her home. After his second brother got into trouble, Lu Yongliang had tried several times to act, but his mother kept watching her and giving orders, so he never got the chance.
Fool.
Mrs. Huang slapped Lu Yongliang, knocking his thoughts out of his head. Mother, why did you hit me? Do you want to be like your brother? That girl is a troublemaker. Do you want to die too? Lu Yongliang wanted to argue, but seeing his mother's fierce eyes, he finally lowered his head and didn't say anything. Old Lu sighed and said, Yongliang, you're right. Once we sell that girl and get the money, you can marry a good girl. Now, eat quickly. We need to go check the haunted house. Bang. Before old Lu finished speaking, a loud noise came from outside. Who dares kick my door? Mrs. Huang immediately recognized the sound, stood up angrily, and went outside. Seeing who was there, Mrs. Huang rolled up her sleeves, spat, and said with her hands on her hips, Old hag, you've finally come back? Come over and kowtow, or else you'll regret it. You old fool. Zhao Nian walked in and scolded.
You.
Girl, just wait. Just as Mrs. Huang was about to catch Zhao Nian, Xie Yanfeng stepped out from behind the door.
Who are you?
Mrs. Huang looked at Xie Yanfeng, then her eyes widened in surprise and anger. You brat. How dare you men? How dare you do something wrong to my son? Hearing this, Zhao Nian clenched her fists and turned her head. Do you hit women? Xie Yanfeng replied calmly, I don't know how to fight if I don't learn martial arts. Hearing this, Zhao Nian had no other choice. Then protect me, and I'll go teach that old woman a lesson. Xie Yanfeng nodded silently. Old granny, I told you I am here to pick up my dowry today. Are you ready? Zhao Nian held a rolling pin and slowly approached Granny Huang. No way. Granny Huang sneered. Not only are you coming here today, but you also brought a man with you. Just wait to be punished. Yongliang, old man, help me catch this wicked woman. Hearing this, Lu's father and son withdrew their gazes from Xie Yanfeng and then went to Granny Huang. Just as they were about to attack Zhao Nian, a quick figure suddenly appeared. Old Lu grimaced in pain. What are you trying to do? Let go. Xie Yanfeng was holding old Lu's shoulder, expression calm, silent. Let go of my dad. Seeing this, Lu Yongliang rushed towards Xie Yanfeng. But before he could touch Xie Yanfeng, his shoulder was also grabbed just like his father's.
Ouch.
It hurts. Before making a move, the father and son were already tightly controlled by Xie Yanfeng. Granny Huang saw this scene, and her face changed. While she was distracted, Zhao Nianyan's rolling pin struck her head, splitting her scalp open. You wicked woman. Even hitting your own mother-in-law, how unfilial. Granny Huang covered her bleeding head, her legs weak, and she collapsed to the ground, crying out for help. Everyone, come see. This woman is unfilial and unkind. Help me catch her and teach her a harsh lesson. Normally, everyone would rush forward in a frenzy, taking the chance to vent their anger on her like a punching bag. But just now, Zhao Nianyan's fierce behavior frightened the villagers. Moreover, she was protected by a man who was decisive and strong enough to kick a big guy like Lu Dazhuang flying, who would dare to step forward easily. Granny Huang wailed on the ground for a long time, but seeing that the villagers didn't move, she was stunned. Have you shouted enough? If yes, then return my dowry that I brought originally, Zhao Nianyan said softly, tapping her left palm with the rolling pin. My mother gave me that dowry. You forcibly took it on my wedding night. I want to settle this account with you. After speaking, Zhao Nianyan took out a tattered piece of paper from her pocket. I have a list of the dowry. I remember it very clearly, so you must return everything to me one by one. Seeing the situation, Granny Huang quickly stood up and grabbed the paper from Zhao Nianyan's hand, stuffing it into her mouth and eating it. What list? Where did this list come from? Besides, you caused my son's death. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Now you're blaming me? Zhao Nianyan sneered and said, what you just ate was paper wiped with my feces, not a list. Of course, she was just trying to scare the old woman.
What?
Granny Huang's face changed drastically.
Ugh.
Thinking about the strange smell when she swallowed it just now, she felt her stomach churn. Xie Yanfeng. This woman was truly speechless. Old lady, if you obediently return my dowry, I will spare your family of 3. Otherwise, don't blame me for avenging the harm you've done to me these 3 years. Zhao Nianyan paused, her gaze cold and her tone much harsher. Granny Huang instinctively shrank her neck in fear, her eyes wide with anger. You've already married into the Lu family. You're my Lu family's daughter-in-law. Your dowry is meant to support the Lu family. How can you take it back? Are you crazy? When Lu Yongliang married me, he promised in front of my parents that my dowry could only be used by me, and the Lu family wouldn't touch it, Zhao Nianyan said coldly. Nonsense, Granny Huang waved her hand. How can a woman marry into a family and still have control over her dowry? Even if you're lying, you need a good reason. So, you don't plan to return it? Zhao Nianyan narrowed her eyes slightly, clutching the rolling pin tightly. No reason to return. If you have the guts, just kill me. Good, that's what you said. Granny Huang was betting that Zhao Nianyan only dared to hit and not kill, so she no longer feared her but kept her distance, afraid the rolling pin in Zhao Nianyan's hand might strike again. Zhao Nianyan knew that with her current skills, she couldn't really catch the cunning Granny Huang. So, her gaze shifted to the Lu family father and son, who were under Xie Yanfeng's control. What are you going to do? Old Lu swallowed hard. Nianyan, no matter what, I am your father-in-law. Have I ever wronged you at home? Usually it's your mother-in-law who hits and scolds you. He had just seen this wicked woman hit his wife so hard that her head was split open. Now he was restrained. If this wicked woman made a move, wouldn't he also get hit? Old man.
How can you talk like that?
Granny Huang was upset, furious. Zhao Nianyan ignored the old woman and stared intently at old Lu. You didn't hit anyone, but you just watched the show. You're here using your rotten mouth to add fuel to the fire and spread lies. You're even more disgusting than their mother and son. After saying that, she swung her stick down hard. With a loud bang, old Lu cried out in pain, clutching his head with one hand. He tried to struggle with the other, but Xie Yanfeng held him tightly, making him unable to move. The The pain shot through his muscles. Then, Zhao Nianyan looked at Lu Yongliang. Don't, second sister-in-law. Don't get so upset. I've always been good to you. Please stay calm. Lu Yongliang's face turned pale with fear, and his legs trembled. He had never seen her like this before. Zhao Nianyan snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know your dirty thoughts. People like you, castration wouldn't be enough to punish you. Hearing this, Lu Yongliang felt a cold chill between his legs, as if something was about to leave him. Xie Yanfeng glanced at her. The hatred in her eyes was very deep. He thought if her rolling pin turned into a knife, she might really cut Lu's son into a girl. He had never seen such a ruthless woman before. Stop. The old woman, Huang, was afraid her last son might be harmed too. She hurriedly shouted, Zhao Nianyan, if you keep doing this, I will report you to the authorities. You're hurting people. If I report you, you'll get a beating. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan looked at her calmly. Then it depends whether the officials arrive first or your man and son die first. She had died before, and with the hatred from the original owner still in her heart, she wasn't afraid of them. If she had to die again and be reborn, so be it. Hearing Zhao Nianyan's cold, emotionless gaze, the old woman trembled inside, feeling a chill down her bones. This little troublemaker really wanted to kill them. You. It's clearly your fault first. You killed my son, and your dowry should be compensation for that. And now, you're fooling around with a wild man. I didn't say anything before, but now you dare to bring him out to shame us. You're so wrong. But, considering you've taken good care of the Lu family these past few years, I'll let this go. The old woman finished her rant in one breath. The villagers nearby heard this and thought it's over. Such twisted reasoning will only make Zhao Nianyan angrier. This woman was a fierce wife. If she angered her, no one would get a good outcome. Sure enough, just as the old woman finished speaking, Zhao Nianyan, in a furious state, rushed at her. Zhao Nianyan waved a rolling pin and chased after Mrs. Huang around the yard. As long as the stick could reach Mrs. Huang, she would definitely get a whack. Each strike made everyone present feel nervous and uneasy. This really is a harsh beating. Clan Master is here. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted. Hearing this, Mrs. Huang cried and ran toward the crowd, kneeling on the ground. Clan Master, save me. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan's rolling pin was already aimed at Mrs. Huang's head. Stop, Zhao Nianyan. I can't stop now. Zhao Nianyan wanted to stop, but due to momentum, she couldn't. She decided to give up and let it go. However, in the end, Xie Yanfeng stepped in and grabbed her wrist. Zhao Nianyan. This guy. Forget it. Better give the clan master some face. Xie Yanfeng looked at her and said, No need to thank me. Zhao Nianyan silently cursed Xie Yanfeng in her mind. But now, everything finally quieted down. Clan Master, please help our family. Lu Yongliang, a grown man, knelt before the clan master, tears and snot streaming down his face, showing his lack of backbone openly. Coward! Zhao Nianyan glared at Lu Yongliang with disdain, then looked up politely and greeted, Clan Master. The clan master was the most respected elder in Lu village, also surnamed Lu, and could be considered the head of the Lu family in the village, even more important than the village chief. The reason Zhao Nianyan showed respect to the clan master was because he had once supported her in a just cause. Although his help was limited, it was enough for her to remember his kindness. If it weren't for the clan master's support, her life in Lu village might have been even worse, and it would have been uncertain whether she could keep her innocence. Zhao Nianyan, what are you doing? I just heard you beat Shi Chunlan and several others, even hitting Lu Dezhu. Now you're hitting your own family members. What are you doing? The clan master sighed. He knew this girl was suffering inside and felt very sad, but her actions clearly made her enemies in the village. Last night, he heard about her situation. After learning she had fallen out with the Lu family, she hid at the ghost house, planning to visit her there today. But after finishing some work, he heard that she had caused chaos in the village. I want my dowry. After speaking, Zhao Nianyan took out 2 items from her. The first thing is the promise Lu Yongliang made when he married her, in front of her parents. He promised that after marrying into the Lu family, she could freely manage her dowry. Fortunately, Lu Yongliang had a habit of lying convincingly, liking to make big promises to the original owner and pretending to be a sincere man. That's why the promise exists. The second thing is the detailed dowry list, which was written carefully by the local teacher who taught the villagers to read and write. It even has a date on it. The village elder looked at the promise and nodded, saying, "This is definitely Lu Yongliang's handwriting." Huang Granny, kneeling on the ground, heard this and clenched her teeth, trying to seize the promise and the list when no one was paying attention. But Xie Yanfeng's sharp eyes caught her. Just as Huang Granny was about to act, he kicked Lu Laotu in the backside, causing him to fall toward Huang Granny and bump her back onto the ground. Zhao Nianyan also noticed Huang Granny's tricks and stepped in front of the village elder, saying, "Elder, be careful. Don't let this old woman steal the promise from you." Huang Granny was furious and couldn't find a reason to argue. Lu Laotu groaned in pain. The village elder looked at the list again, then returned the 2 items to Zhao Nianyan, saying, "Keep these for now." "Okay." Zhao Nianyan quickly took them. The elder then glanced at Huang Granny and her family of 3 and turned to Xie Yanfeng, asking, "Who are you?" "This is my friend, Xie Yanfeng." He and his family were on their way to visit relatives, but when they passed through the village and heard about my situation, they came to the haunted house to find me, Zhao Nianyan explained calmly. The villagers listened and whispered among themselves. "So he's a friend. I thought he was a wild man," someone said. "Do you really believe that?" "Who knows if Zhao Nianyan is telling the truth? I think Zhao Nianyan doesn't need to lie. If she really wanted to find a wild man, why only now? She had 3 years to do that. Anyway, I believe her this time." After hearing this, the elder withdrew his gaze and said softly, "No matter where you live, as long as it's in Lu village, you must tell me and note down your name." Although this man was dressed plainly in coarse cloth, his aura made him seem not so simple. Whether he was a friend of the girl or not didn't matter. As long as he could protect her, that was enough. The girl has been married here for 3 years and has truly had a hard life. I was worried that helping this girl would cause the Lu family to retaliate even more harshly. Now that someone is protecting her, I can fully support her. "Understood, clan leader. I will take them to see you another day," Zhao Nianyan said gratefully. The clan leader nodded and looked at the Lu family members. "Madam Huang, the promise letter from Yongliang clearly states that Zhao Nianyan controls her dowry. You have kept her dowry for 3 years, and now it's time to return it."
How can that be?
Madam Huang refused. "This girl. She has been eating and wearing everything from our Lu family these past 3 years. That costs money. She caused my son's death 3 years ago, and now she wants her dowry back? Who in the world is so lucky?" Uffed. Zhao Nianyan spat. She was even angrier when talking about this. "I ate spoiled food, leftovers from pig feed. As for my clothes, I've always brought them for my family. And you still have the nerve to say it's yours? So annoying. That old woman. It made her so mad. She really wanted to hit them. Whether she got her dowry or not didn't matter." Next to her, Xie Yanfeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart, a strange feeling he couldn't explain. Has she really been living so badly these past few years? No wonder his mother always spoke up for her in front of him. Turns out she's really suffered a lot. He had misunderstood her, thinking she used tricks to make his mother side with her. These 3 people truly deserve to be punished. Anyway,
Nodori.
Life is fragile. Take it if you dare. Madame Huang was completely reckless now. She stretched her neck, acting as if she was ready to risk her life. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan was so angry she raised her rolling pin again. But before she could strike, she felt a sudden coldness nearby, almost making her shiver. "Help!
Me."
Xie Yanfeng, with a cold face, grabbed Lu Yongliang by the neck and lifted him up, ignoring the other's struggle and redness from lack of oxygen. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan's eyes widened, and she swallowed nervously.
Wow. Bro.
Your aura is like the Grim Reaper himself. Return the fake stuff to her, or I'll choke him to death, Xie Yanfeng said, his eyes sharp and cold, like icy stalactites in winter, with a deadly intent clearly visible. Don't be impulsive. The clan leader quickly regained his composure and frowned. Nian Nian, try to persuade your friend. If someone really gets hurt, it'll be hard to fix. Zhao Nian listened, opened her mouth, and suddenly thought of the old woman's shamelessness, the actions of the Liu family over the past 3 years, and how they had beaten the original owner to death yesterday. She gradually calmed down. Is Liu Yongliang alive or dead? Isn't that all decided by that old woman? Hearing this, everyone was confused. It was clear that her friend was holding Liu Yongliang's life in her hands. So why is it now that only the old woman can make the decision? Xie Yanfeng quickly understood Zhao Nianyan's meaning. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the Liu family. Mother, save me. Liu Yongliang started to turn pale, and his breathing became harder. The clan elder saw this and hurriedly said, Nianyan, do you really want to cause someone's death? Clan elder, for everyone, I've already caused Liu Yongliang's death. Since the Liu family is treating me like this, I might as well accept a bad reputation and settle Liu Yongliang once and for all, Zhao Nianyan said calmly. Hearing this, the old woman was completely frightened. She was truly afraid that Zhao Nianyan would have her only son killed, leaving her with no one to care for her in old age. Old woman, don't hesitate. Speak up quickly. Old Liu shouted, do you really want to see Yongliang also die? Stop arguing. I understand, the old woman said irritably, her gaze fixed on Zhao Nianyan. 3 years have passed, and your dowry is already spent. You're still alive now, so gather enough to give me again, Zhao Nianyan said coldly. It's not possible to gather it all in a short time. The old woman gritted her teeth, clenched her fists in anger. This little brat. Humph. I will definitely not let this little brat go in the future. Zhao Nianyan frowned at her words, looking displeased.
What do you want?
The old woman said, first, let someone put Yongliang down, then we can discuss. Thinking that the clan elder was also here and that she had already spoken, she probably wouldn't go back on her word. Zhao Nianyan looked at Xie Yanfeng. Let this person go first. Xie Yanfeng nodded, forcefully swung her, and threw the oxygen-deprived Liu Yongliang onto a pile of firewood nearby. Yongliang! Old Liu hurried over to check, confirming he was still breathing. Then he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Zhao Nianyan withdrew her gaze and looked at her coldly. Old woman, how do you plan to return my dowry now? The dowry is worth 10 taels of silver. If you can't return it all, then pay me back in money. When Granny Huang heard this, she raised her voice angrily and said, You can't count the 3 years you spent eating and drinking at my house. Besides, you're still my Liu family's daughter-in-law now. I just want to know when you'll pay me back. Stop wasting time on other things. Zhao Nianyan couldn't help feeling annoyed. Her patience was gone. This old woman was really good at dragging things out. 3 years. I'll return you 2 silver coins in the first year, and 4 in the last year. Granny Huang extended her hand, a cunning look flashing in her eyes as she planned. She didn't believe that the man would stay protecting that little troublemaker for 3 years. Once he left, she would sell that troublemaker to a brothel, making her suffer. It didn't matter if she made money or not. She just couldn't let her have a good life in the future. Hehe. Zhao Nianyan sneered. Everyone didn't know Granny Huang's true nature, but did she not know? 3 days. Zhao Nianyan held up a finger, squinting her eyes, a deadly look on her face. You must pay everything within 3 days, or I will cut off your descendants. No way. Granny Huang refused. 3 days is too short. We can't gather that much. Then there's nothing to talk about. Zhao Nianyan waved her hand and looked at Xie Yanfeng. You understand? Xie Yanfeng said nothing, just nodded and walked toward Liu's father and son. Seeing this, old Liu was so scared his legs went weak. He wanted to help Liu Yongliang into the house to hide. But unexpectedly, Xie Yanfeng took a few steps forward and blocked their way with his tall figure. Let's talk nicely. Old Lu looked terrified. He hadn't even held his grandson yet, and didn't want to die so soon. With a flick of his hand, Xie Yanfeng pushed him over with force. Everyone sighed. Even Zhao Nianyan didn't expect that the martial arts Xie Yanfeng claimed not to have could be so powerful. This bodyguard was right. He might be able to get back the 10 silver coins in less than 3 days.
Stop.
Granny Huang shouted loudly, finally looking down sadly at the clan elder. Clan elder, say something. These 3 days are too short. Even if we sell our whole family, we can't get this money back. The clan elder stroked his beard, a look of disdain in his eyes. What do you want to do? 1 year. I will pay her back within a year. Granny Huang gritted her teeth, thinking she could hold out until the man left that troublemaker.
No.
Zhao Nianyan shook her head. No matter what Granny Huang said next, Zhao Nianyan simply refused. Finally, the clan elder sighed and said 3 months. How about you all each make a small compromise? You have 3 months to pay back Zhao Nianyan's dowry. When Zhao Nianyan heard this, she realized that if she kept delaying, she would only become more annoyed. She couldn't compete with a stubborn old woman, Huang. She didn't really want to kill anyone in front of so many people. If she had to, she would do it quietly. Ahem, of course, that's a story for another time. Zhao Nianyan agreed, saying 3 months is fine. She compromised. If they kept arguing, she would lose her patience and get so angry she might burst blood vessels. Anyway, since Xie Yanfeng had to stay with her for 3 months as a bodyguard, she planned to use this time to exchange some self-defense items in her space, enough to protect herself when alone. Moreover, after 3 months, once she had money, she wouldn't need to stay in Lu village anymore. 3 months, enough. The clan elder interrupted Huang's words. Just 3 months. If you don't agree, I won't interfere with your family's affairs anymore. Old woman, please stop refusing. Let's just do it this way, Lu Laotu said, standing up and clutching his chest. Oh, it hurts so much. Huang, unable to do anything, could only agree. Fine, 3 months. She didn't believe she couldn't catch that little troublemaker in 3 months. Zhao Nianyan reached out her hand and said, now it's the 1st month. Here's 4 taels of silver. You. Huang's eyes widened. I don't have it now. Don't think I don't know, you've hidden quite a bit of silver. Zhao Nianyan snorted coldly. The clan elder also chimed in. Huang, give Zhao Nianyan 4 taels of silver first.
No.
If you won't listen to me, do you plan to leave Lu village? The clan elder frowned, his face stern. Huang opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end. Under the pressure of the clan elder, she could only go back to her room and painfully take out the 4 taels of silver she had saved for a long time. Here you go. That little troublemaker. She would remember this. She wouldn't let her have a good day in the future. Zhao Nianyan checked and smiled happily. Thank you, clan elder, for your help. They still owe me 6 taels of silver. Please help me write an IOU as proof. Seeing that she was finally standing up for herself, the clan elder relaxed a bit. I'll write it for you now. In front of the villagers, the IOU was drafted. The argument between Zhao Nianyan and the Lu family finally came to an end.
Got the money?
Now can you leave my house? Huang, glaring fiercely, looked at Zhao Nianyan. Whatever. Zhao Nianyan looked down on him and said, who would care about that? Then she glanced at Xie Yanfeng and said, let's go. After the lively event, the villagers dispersed. Just as Zhao Nianyan was about to return to the haunted house, she suddenly remembered something and caught up with the clan elder. Clan elder, wait a moment. The clan elder stopped walking and asked, what is it? Clan elder, can you help me regain my freedom? I mean, can you help me leave the Lu family? Zhao Nianyan asked eagerly. She is still the widow of Lu Yongliang. Lu Yongliang mysteriously died on their wedding night, and she has been a widow for 3 years. That should be enough to clear her name, right? If she wants to do whatever she likes in the future, she needs to leave the Lu family. The clan elder shook his head and said regretfully, there is no precedent for this in Lu Jia village. Not just in Lu Jia village, but in our entire country, there are no such examples. Widows are expected to remain single for life, unless the family agrees to let you remarry. Is there no other way? Zhao Niannian frowned, feeling heavy-hearted. I don't want to be tied to the Lu family forever. You saw how they treated me before, and now I've completely fallen out with them. If my friends and their family leave, my future will be even worse than these 3 years. Without regaining her freedom, she couldn't run around freely. It would be easy to get caught. That's just how times are, and she felt helpless. Unless you can get Madame Huang to agree to let you remarry, or unless you change your identity and live secretly. But then, how would you hide your identity living alone? You'll still need to marry someone eventually. It's better to talk openly with Madame Huang. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian sneered. She will never agree. Thank you, clan elder. You take care, I'll head back first. Anyway, no one dares to approach the haunted house now, and no one lives there. I'll fix it up and stay there with my friend's family. That's fine. The clan elder nodded and sighed deeply. When you have time, bring your friends and their family over so I can meet them. Let the villagers see too, so they won't gossip again. I'm not afraid. If they dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat them up until they submit. Zhao Niannian raised an eyebrow. If someone else said that, the clan elder would have scolded them harshly. But Zhao Niannian had been through a lot these past 3 years. The elder had seen everything. As an elder, he couldn't protect her from harm, and he felt guilty about it. After all, her smile really looked like the one in his mind. Just because of that smile, he was willing to do his best to protect her in Lu family village. Nian Nian, I am relieved now that you can think for yourself. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Okay. Thank you, clan lord. Zhao Niannian said gratefully. I'll go back first. Goodbye, clan lord. After watching him leave, Zhao Niannian turned and walked back to Xie Yanfeng. Let's go, time to head back.
His look in your eyes isn't right. Huh?
Zhao Niannian was confused. Don't joke around. The clan lord is quite old. It wouldn't be good to ruin his reputation. Xie Yanfeng was silent for a moment before saying, he looks at you with kindness, probably seeing you as family. Really? Zhao Niannian lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. In her memories of the original owner, although the clan lord had helped a few times, they didn't have much contact.
But
the way he looked at her was definitely different from others. Who cares? Anyway, the clan lord won't hurt me, Zhao Niannian said confidently. Her certainty came from her memories of the original owner. So, what are you planning to do to regain your freedom? Xie Yanfeng asked. Are you really going to remarry? First, I need to find a way to make money. I don't believe I can't get my freedom with enough money. Zhao Niannian said calmly. Sometimes money really can do the impossible. So, what are you thinking? Why do you ask so many questions? Zhao Niannian paused, looked up at him, and started to examine him. You don't seem like someone who talks this much. Why did you suddenly change? Could it be that, like her, he changed his heart? Xie Yanfeng cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to walk forward. Sorry, I talked too much. There's no need to apologize, Zhao Niannian shrugged and caught up. Actually, I don't know what I'll do next either. But breaking up with the Lu family is a good start. I believe my days will get better and better from now on. With that, a smile appeared on her face, bright as the blazing sun, so captivating that anyone who saw it wouldn't want to look away. Xie Yanfeng only glanced at her briefly, but inside, a strange feeling grew. Her temper was really strange. Sometimes she was so calm it didn't seem like she was only 18, and other times she was fiery and fierce, scolding like a fierce woman. Sometimes she smiled happily like a child. Which side was her true self? Xie Yanfeng didn't know. He had only known her for a day, but he had already spent all his curiosity on her for over 20 years. Haunted house. Zhao Niannian walked closer and happened to see a young boy sitting on the steps. Why are you sitting here? This is Xie Yanfeng's younger brother, Xie Xiuyu, who hasn't started school yet, so he is always called by his childhood name. Xie Yanfeng's sister is called Xie Xiaoyan. The reason the twins have such simple names is because when they were born, the sky was full of clouds and rain, but only in certain areas. So, The siblings are named Rain and Cloud. Big sister, Xie cheerfully called out, then looked at Xie Yanfeng, brother. Why are you sitting here? Xie Yanfeng nodded lightly. Xie said, Mother told me to wait here for you to come back. How is Mother now? Xie Yanfeng asked. Mother's health is much better. Let's go inside, Zhao Niannian said, rubbing her forehead and leading the way in. Why do they always have to chat at the door for so long? She has other things to do. Right now, she needs to bury the corpses and exchange broken silver for supplies. There are quite a few corpses. She might need several trips to carry them to the mountains. But before that, she needs to bring the items for transporting the corpses. Xie Yanfeng, since you have nothing to do, can you take your brother and sister to tidy up the house? Clear out your mother's room. This way, she can distract the children and make it easier to transport the corpses. Okay, Xie Yanfeng nodded. Xie's mother is feeling much better now and said she would help. So, the family of 4 went to the backyard, while Zhao Niannian stayed in the front yard. She looked at the pile of corpses behind the wood stack, feeling a bit headache. 100 years have passed, but the corpses haven't fully decomposed, showing this place is truly a natural gathering place for Yin energy. But she is also someone who has died before, so what's there to be afraid of? Zhao Niannian stood in front of the corpses, pondering for a while, then decided to check her space to see if there was anything suitable.
Ding.
System prompt. Items under 1 meter can be exchanged. Under 1 meter? Zhao Niannian tilted her head in confusion. Isn't that referring to what's in front of her? This pile of corpses? No, using these to exchange for items doesn't seem right. Just as she was thinking this, a red light appeared in front of her, nearly blinding her eyes, and a voice also sounded in her ears. Kind-hearted person with fate, we exist only to wait for your arrival. Our corpses can be used by you. You only need to agree to one condition. Zhao Niannian rubbed her eyes and opened them again. The red glow was indeed covering the corpse. But there was an even more shocking scene. A shadow appeared above the corpse, seeming to be a soul? Could it be that these voices are speaking? Or do they know what she is thinking? Or is this related to the special abilities she has?
Ding.
Item detected. Auto-exchange mode activated.
Ha.
Zhao Niannian was surprised. Her eyes filled with confusion as she stared at the corpse in front of her. Auto-exchange mode? What conditions are needed to activate it? Thinking of this, she quietly waited. Soon, the system spoke again. Item has been exchanged for a storage bag. The system has automatically fulfilled the conditions for the host. Friendly reminder, if the conditions are not met, not only will the storage bag be lost, but the space itself will vanish. Death and destruction. In an instant, the corpse in front of her disappeared. Your death and destruction. Zhao Niannian was furious and couldn't help but curse loudly. I haven't agreed to any conditions yet. How dare this stupid system set conditions for me? Am I your master, or are you mine? Friendly reminder. Do not insult the system.
Go to.
Zhao Niannian ignored it and continued cursing. Just tell me what happened. If this is going to harm me, I won't use you anymore. You stupid thing. The system was silent for a moment before responding again.
They're gone now.
Bones won't last that long. They only stayed here waiting for the host to bring the space, so they can reincarnate. After they trade with the space, it will give the host the only storage bag in this world. The bag can hold everything except people. This is a good thing for the host. Zhao Niannian cursed. Whether this is fate or not, I just want to know, you secretly set that condition for me. What exactly is it?
This stupid system.
How dare it rebel against the master? They said that 3 people escaped back then. What do you mean? Hearing this, Zhao Niannian frowned slightly, her anger easing a little. 100 years ago, the landlord slaughtered the refugees who had been feeding him, but 3 of them managed to escape despite being badly injured. The landlord's ghost said those 3 are now living well, with children and grandchildren, wealthy and prominent. What you need to do is kill all 3 of them. After Zhao Niannian finished listening, her face looked unhappy, and she cursed the system silently, calling it a fool. I have nothing now. How can I fight those 3 people? It's been over 100 years. Even if those 3 are still alive, they should be nearing the end of their lives. Even if I develop and become capable, they are probably already dead, right? So, don't you think this condition is like an easy win? You don't even need to do anything, just delay time, and the condition is met. Plus, there's no time limit. Zhao Niannian was speechless instantly. She seemed to realize something important. That was, the system was surprisingly human-like in planning against others. It was so smart that. Could it be planning against her too? Immoral, Zhao Niannian said. That doesn't matter. What's important is that they can rest peacefully in reincarnation, and you can get a storage bag, the system replied. It seemed to be true, but Zhao Niannian felt guilty. If they were just waiting for her to arrive, then she was wasting time so comfortably, she would feel guilty. However, she currently had no ability at all. The system had just said that those 3 people were wealthy and had many descendants, forming a family. Whether big or small, it was beyond her current strength to fight against. System, tell me about the background of those 3 people. I will find them when I think I am capable, Zhao Niannian requested. The only thing you need to do is wait for those 3 to die, the system replied. What if they still live for decades? Zhao Niannian rolled her eyes. It's been over 100 years since the haunted house incident, and those 3 are still alive and well. It's really unbelievable. Good people don't live long, and trouble lasts for generations. Understood, host. All information has been uploaded to your mind, the system said. Okay, Zhao Niannian nodded, sitting on a piece of wood nearby, silently reviewing the information about the 3. By now, there was no turning back. The system was really terrible. After memorizing the backgrounds of the 3, she carefully examined the so-called storage bag. Since Xie Yanfeng and others were in the backyard now, she tried to use the storage bag. The storage bag required blood to recognize its owner. Once recognized, the bag would stay with the owner and wouldn't leave. Even if someone took it, it would instantly return to the owner's hand when no one was looking. Zhao Niannian was quite satisfied with this. With the storage bag, she could temporarily store items exchanged from the space that were inconvenient to carry out. Zhao Niannian looked at the wood on the ground, then went to the kitchen to gather the tools she had exchanged. She began to think about how to use the wood. The landlord must have used good quality wood to keep this haunted house standing for 100 years. Now she needed to make a bed, a table, and chairs first. She would decide on other things later. Her time was limited, so she couldn't waste it making elaborate beds like a traditional Chinese bed or a fancy bed. The easiest way was to make a modern bed by simply connecting wooden planks. So, the whole afternoon, Zhao Niannian worked alone in the front yard, fiddling with the wood. Her eyes were sharp, and she didn't need to measure. She could judge everything just by looking. Just as Zhao Niannian was getting tired and her hands felt weak, a soft, sweet voice called out, "Little Yun." Zhao Niannian stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and turned around with a smile. "What's wrong?" "Big sister, you've worked hard. Drink some water," Xiao Yun said gently, holding a bowl carefully. Her smile was sweet and charming. "Thank you, Xiao Yun." Zhao Niannian put down her tools and took the water, drinking it quickly. "Big sister, do you need help?" Xiao Yun asked nervously after taking the bowl. She stood nearby, worried. "The brothers are tidying up in the backyard, so they don't need me. But mother said girls should be diligent, or else they might be disliked when they marry."
So,
"Do you need me to do anything, big sister?" At that moment, Xie Yanfeng came to the front yard. He had planned to ask Zhao Niannian something but happened to overhear her conversation with her sister, which made him even more curious about her. "Little Yun." Zhao Niannian knelt in front of Xiao Yun, placing her hand on her shoulder softly. "It's good to listen to elders and be obedient, but who says that a girl has to work hard just to avoid being disliked by her future family?" Xiao Yun looked confused and asked, "Big sister, I don't understand." Zhao Niannian gently patted Xiao Yun's head and sat down beside her on a pile of wooden boards. She spoke again. "What I mean is, you can be diligent or lazy, but no matter what, you should prioritize yourself first, not others. What you need to do is love yourself." Xiao Yun nodded and shook her head, seeming to understand but not quite. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but rub her forehead. She felt it wasn't her way of explaining that was the problem, but that Xiaoyan just didn't fully understand yet.
But
Learning to love yourself shouldn't be too hard, right? Alright, Xiaoyun, remember what your older sister is about to say. Okay, sister. Before you get married, if you find that your future husband and his family don't respect you and treat you like a servant, you must not marry him. You can cook and do chores, but only if you want to, not because someone forces you. But mother says that being unkind and unhelpful will make people dislike me. Xiaoyan bit her lip and looked down. Zhao Nianyan chuckled. Let them dislike all they want. You are an independent person. You are yourself. As long as you feel at peace with your conscience, do what you want to do, and what you should do.
Huh.
Xiaoyun blinked, looking confused. Why is what her sister teaches different from what her mother teaches? Her mother says she must be kind, do more chores, and serve her husband well. Even if she doesn't want to or feels uncomfortable after marriage, she must treat her husband as her everything. But her sister says she is herself and should prioritize her own happiness, do what she wants and what she needs to do. Zhao Nianyan also understands the traditional values of this era, which are different from modern ideas. Everyone has their own destiny. If Xiaoyun can understand this, she might become an independent person someday. But if old ideas are deeply rooted, then no matter what she says, it won't matter. Xiaoyun, you're only 7 or 8 now, and marriage is 10 or more years away. Just remember what your sister says. If you can't remember, that's okay. The main point is to love yourself. As long as you love yourself enough, whether you marry or not, whether you marry a rich or poor person, you will be happy. Got it, Xiaoyun nodded. I will love myself well.
Good.
Zhao Nianyan smiled and patted Xiaoyun's head. Alright, I don't need your help for now. But if you really want to help, just occasionally bring me some water or wine. Okay. Xiaoyun happily cheered, thinking she could finally help her sister. In the shadows, Xie Yanfeng listened to their conversation, took a moment, then stepped out. Brother. Xiaoyun called happily. Xie Yanfeng responded with a hum. Xiaoyun, go take care of mother. Okay. Xiaoyun obediently answered and looked at Zhao Nianyan before leaving. Sister, I'll bring you water later. All right, Zhao Nianyan replied. After Xiaoyun left, Xie Yanfeng went over to Zhao Nianyan. What's wrong? Zhao Nianyan's lips twitched, and her eyes stared directly at him. Why was he looking at her so intensely? It was a bit scary. Did you just teach my sister some nonsense? Xie Yanfeng's gaze was sharp and unwavering. Zhao Nianyan felt a bit embarrassed. Do you think that is a mess? Otherwise? Xie Yanfeng's tone grew colder. He leaned forward slightly. My mother taught her to be kind and diligent, but you teach her to do whatever she wants.
You. Stop.
Zhao Nianyan raised her hand, pushed away his approaching body, and turned to walk to the side. She said calmly, she is your sister. As her older brother, shouldn't you want her to love herself and do what she wants? Do you really think your sister should just get married and take care of her in-laws and husband? Otherwise? Xie Yanfeng frowned. Isn't that what women usually do after marriage? Zhao Nianyan wanted to argue, but she realized they came from different worlds and found it hard to understand each other's thoughts. She decided not to fight anymore. It's my fault. Sorry, I shouldn't have casually taught your sister. We are not close. It's just a business deal. Sorry, I overstepped. Xie Yanfeng was stunned, feeling a strange feeling inside. I don't want you to apologize. I don't want me to apologize? Do you want me to argue about this? Zhao Nianyan asked back. She looked up with a calm gaze. Let's not waste time. We're both busy, and there's no need to argue over this. Our backgrounds are different, and our thoughts will always differ. If we keep talking, it will only lead to more arguments. After she finished, she lowered her head and continued working on her tasks. She wasn't hosting a debate competition, so there was no need to argue point by point. But honestly, she knew she was at fault. She shouldn't have taught Xiaoyun those ideas about loving herself. She didn't have that right. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips and fell silent, standing quietly beside her. watching her work.
He didn't mean it that way.
He wasn't angry about her teaching Xiao Yun those self-love principles. He just wanted to understand her better, so he brought up the topic.
Never
mind. How do you want to divide the rooms in the backyard? Xie Yanfeng remembered his main reason for looking for her and spoke again.
I want a master bedroom.
The rest of the rooms, your family can divide among yourselves, Zhao Nian replied without looking up. Seeing this, Xie Yanfeng nodded. He had wanted to say something else but thought about how he had been wrong earlier and made her upset. He simply turned and left. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Zhao Nian looked up, rolled her eyes again, and sarcastically curled her lips. She lightly shook her head and repeated what he had just said, with a tired expression. I'm not asking for your apology.
Crazy.
Don't expect me to apologize and then criticize me at every turn. If you didn't look so good, I wouldn't bother with you at all. So sensitive and suspicious, acting like I'm some terrible person. There's something wrong with you. After complaining, she lowered her head and started working again. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Yanfeng hadn't gone far. He was still in the hall, listening to her voice. At that moment, he felt speechless. She really is good at pretending. Zhao Nian didn't realize he was nearby and kept working hard. By dusk, she had finished preparing all the wooden planks for one bed, which was the fastest she could do. Thinking about how they still needed to make beds for their family of 4, she felt like giving up. The system detects the host's strong desire. It is now recommending space items for the host to exchange. Would you like to redeem? You're getting smarter, system. What space items? Let me see, girl. Small diesel chainsaw, which can help the host with better manufacturing. When Zhao Nian heard this, her eyes lit up. She pondered and said, it really is a good thing. But what do I need to exchange for it? I only have these 4 ounces of silver. Although the main function is trading between ancient and modern spaces, using ancient items to exchange for modern objects in the space, there is another feature unlocked after the host gets a storage bag. Tell me more, Zhao Nian frowned, surprised that this space had other functions. The host can complete tasks to obtain ancient items and exchange them for things in the space. For example, the diesel chainsaw just recommended can be exchanged by hunting a wild boar weighing 200 jin in the mountains. Hearing this, Zhao Nian suddenly remembered how she had previously used Xie Yanfeng to hunt a wolf and exchange it in the space for many good items. That wolf didn't even weigh 200 jin. But now, a 200 jin wild boar could only exchange for a small diesel chainsaw. Isn't that a bit of a loss? She thought this trading space was pretty good and convenient, but that didn't mean she was a fool or a big idiot. Forget it. Zhao Nian shook her head after thinking. The system was shocked and sent a message. Why? This is such a good opportunity. I've helped so many hosts, and you're the first to unlock the task panel. Don't you think this task is making me lose out? A wild boar weighing 200 jin, do you know what that means? Zhao Nian rolled her eyes. All right, don't tell me about these crazy things. Sure enough, there's no free lunch in the world, and no one's dropping pies from the sky. After she refused, the system never appeared again. Just then, Xiaoyan called her inside for dinner. When she saw the dishes on the ground, Zhao Nian felt embarrassed. She thought, Xie Yanfeng really isn't careful. He uses whatever ingredients are in the kitchen without any concern. Since there's no table now, everyone can only sit on the ground to eat. Nian, come here. Eat some meat. You're too thin. Xie's mother suddenly picked up a piece of meat and put it in Zhao Nian's bowl.
Zhao Nian was surprised. Thank you, madam.
Normally, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu are even thinner, and as their mother, Xie's mother should be giving them food, so why is she suddenly giving her some? Nian, now that the house is cleaned up, let us know if you need any help. Yanfeng has plenty of strength, and he learned some carpentry from his father, so he can help you with some things. Hearing this, Zhao Nian nodded. That's perfect. Let's work together tomorrow. Make the table, chairs, and bed, so we won't have to sleep on the floor. Since Xie's mother had spoken, Zhao Nian wouldn't refuse Yanfeng's help. It would seem too rude. Although she was taken in, it wasn't meant for the Xie family to be completely guests. Helping out where they could would be better. After dinner, Zhao Nian naturally didn't wash the dishes. Thinking it was still early and the moonlight was bright enough to clearly illuminate the front yard, she decided to keep working on the carpentry. The wood for the first bed was already prepared. It was a bit rough and simple, but it was good enough for sleeping. Big sister will help you. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu came over to Zhao Nianyan.
Great.
Zhao Nianyan nodded and handed them the wood. You two work together and let's move this piece to the room your mother chose. Okay. In just a short while, the two children efficiently carried the wood inside. Then, with their help, she successfully assembled the bed. Big sister, this is the first time we've seen a bed like this, Xiao Yun said curiously, touching and looking around. Zhao Nianyan just smiled without answering. The beds she made were all temporary and not as delicate as ancient ones. They were simple, made by just a few planks of wood, and the wood was good quality and strong enough to hold weight. If it weren't for modern carpentry tools being sharp enough, she wouldn't have been able to make them so quickly. Looking at the empty bedboards, Zhao Nianyan suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, she forgot one thing. There were no blankets or bedding. Thinking of this, she left the room, found the system, and asked what she could exchange for 3 sets of bedding. There are many things you can exchange for with just a few silver coins. It's not worth trading for 3 sets of bedding. The system still recommends accepting quests to earn items for exchanges. But using 200 jin of wild boar meat to exchange for 3 sets of bedding? That's even less worth it, Zhao Nianyan said, feeling speechless. There are many quests on the quest panel. You can choose slowly. Why didn't you say that earlier? Zhao Nianyan felt both love and frustration toward the system. Because of this haunted house and those skeletons, she obtained a storage bag and then unlocked the related quest panel. It felt like it was destined. She was meant to be here. But no matter what, she wanted to live well in this second life. She kept scrolling through the quest panel and found some quests were really absurd, while others made her laugh and cry. For example, among the quests valued at 3 beds of bedding, one was to catch 3 fireflies. Really? That's so funny. She had never seen a firefly in real life, but she had heard about them from rural friends and seen them in TV dramas. Fireflies only appear after dark. Now that it's night and she's in a village, there should be fireflies, right? Thinking of this, she accepted the quest.
Ding.
The quest to catch 3 fireflies has been accepted. The time limit is 1 night. There's a time limit? What happens if I fail? Failing the quest has no consequences. Good. Zhao Nianyan heaved a sigh of relief, turned around, and stepped out of the front yard. She then stood on a pile of wood and looked around. There was nothing in the yard. She decided to go look outside. Then she left the house. Xie Yanfeng finished tidying up the bowls and chopsticks and happened to see her silhouette. Why does this woman always go out alone in the middle of the night? But thinking carefully, besides going alone, who else could she be with? With this thought, he instinctively followed her. After a moment, Zhao Nianyan reached outside and just saw a flickering light fly past her. Firefly. It's effortless to get everything done. She reached out to grab, but of course, she couldn't catch anything. Fireflies aren't fools. They won't just give themselves to you. Not true. Zhao Nianyan chased after them for a while but couldn't catch a single one, getting angry and placing her hands on her hips. I only want to catch 3. Isn't that okay? Catching a few won't kill me. Xie Yanfeng. Why is this woman acting so strange late at night? Oh my goodness. Zhao Nianyan focused and reached out to lunge forward. But she forgot there was a small in front of her. Her balance was off and she fell straight down. Seeing this scene made Xie Yanfeng feel a tug in his heart. He was about to go over but saw her hand land on the small, then she slowly grabbed the grass beside her and climbed up. Phew. After getting back up, Zhao Nianyan spat out the grass in her mouth and clenched her fists. A firefly was blinking brightly in her palm, its light especially beautiful. Really pretty, Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but praise. Just then, a group of fireflies flew out from the nearby woods, circling around her and flickering with light. Her surprised and happy smile appeared faintly. She reached out her hand and waved it casually, and a few fireflies landed in her palm. Congratulations, the host has exceeded the task requirements. You are rewarded with 3 beds and blankets, plus an extra piece of cloth, which has been automatically placed into your storage bag.
Please check.
Hearing the notification, Zhao Nianyan was very happy. She thought if every task was this easy and fun, that would be great. Once she finished making all the furniture, she could start figuring out how to earn money. With money, she could get high-value items and exchange for more advanced modern goods in her space, providing better security for her independent life in this world. At this moment, Xie Yanfeng saw her just standing among the fireflies, smiling foolishly. He shook his head helplessly and turned back to the house. He really couldn't understand how she could still show such childish side. When Xie Yanfeng returned to his mother's room, he happened to meet her smiling gaze. Was it taking so long to wash the dishes? Were you chatting with Nian in the front yard? Xie Yanfeng cleared his throat awkwardly. No, we weren't talking. Then you must have been secretly watching Nian, his mother said with a smile, then patted his shoulder. Mom knows everything. Although she wasn't his biological mother, she had watched him grow up. She could see what he was thinking at a glance. Xie Yanfeng wasn't good at arguing or lying to family. He instinctively remained silent. And silence was his way of agreeing. All right, mother, I won't tease you anymore. Go see if Nian needs any help. She doesn't need it, Xie Yanfeng said calmly. She's busy catching fireflies. Haha, mother couldn't help but laugh, smiling broadly. You guessed right, you were spying on her, weren't you? Now you're caught. Does she still not understand his complicated feelings? Xie Yanfeng fell silent again, recalling her smiling face under the shining stars, and his heartbeat quickened. Meanwhile, after completing her task, Zhao Nian took out bedding and cloth from her storage bag when no one was around, holding them as she headed straight to her mother's room. Before reaching her mother's room, she saw a tall figure ahead. Xie Yanfeng. Hearing the voice, the person who was lost in thought looked up, nervously clenched his fists, then relaxed and calmly walked over. What is it? This bedding is for you and your brother. This one is for your mother and sister. And this piece of cloth, you can see if you can sew simple clothes with it. If you can't sew, I'll figure out what to do later. As she spoke, Zhao Nian handed the items to him, leaving only her own bedding behind. Where did this come from? Xie Yanfeng asked suspiciously. He had never touched fabric as soft and comfortable as this bedding and cloth, like high-quality material. But she was so poor that her clothes had been worn for 2 days. Where did she get this bedding? Exchange for things, Zhao Nian replied calmly. All right, take this to your mother's room. I'll go to the yard and continue making the bed frame. I can only make 1 bed for your mother and sister to lie on tonight. After saying that, she turned and left. This woman is surprisingly kind. Xie Yanfeng watched her back, pursed his lips, looked down at the items in his hands, then turned back toward his mother's room. An hour passed. Zhao Nian yawned, threw the items into the yard, then turned back to her room. There was no bed, but it was cleaned, and she used her dirty coat as a mat on the ground, still enough to get through the night. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, Xie Yanfeng appeared in the front yard. Under the moonlight, he sat on the wooden bench she had just used, picked up her tools, and carefully carved wood, his eyes full of focus. The night quickly passed. This was her second night here, and she still didn't sleep well. She got up before dawn. The medicine her mother gave her could only last 2 days. Today, she needs to find another dose. She only has 4 ounces of silver left, which she got from the old woman Huang. System. What can I buy with 1 ounce of silver? Help me list some options, and I will choose. System is serving you. Soon, a bunch of items appeared in the space, including the herbs her mother needed. She first chose a set of herbs, then added more items. Window paper, candles, feminine products, underwear, a set of toiletries, 10 pounds of pig fat, a bag of cabbage seeds, 5 trays of rice seedlings, 3 chicks, 2 ducks, a pound of fertilizer, and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. After the system told her she had reached the limit, she happily confirmed the purchase. Finally, I can take off this belly band. Zhao Nian muttered. She wasn't used to wearing it. It felt empty, so she decided to change into women's underwear instead. Women's supplies are needed every month during her period. She didn't want to use things like herbal ash. After organizing her new items, she stood up, stretched lazily, and left the room to wash her face and brush her teeth at the creek. Just after finishing, she noticed the kitchen was lit by candlelight. She knew without thinking that Xie Yanfeng had gotten up early to cook breakfast. A handsome man who can hunt outside and cook inside. If he were in modern times, many women would be attracted to him, even willing to flatter him. But unfortunately, male beauty can easily lead to trouble, so she had to keep control. When she reached the front yard, she saw 8 wooden stools and a small table about knee height. Could it be him? Did he stay up all night working on this? As Zhao Nianyan looked around, she unexpectedly saw blood on the tools that hadn't been cleaned. Did he hurt his hand? Thinking about the Yunnan baiyao and bandages she exchanged last night, she got up and headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Xie Yanfeng was lighting the fire to cook porridge. When she approached, he looked up and saw her standing nearby, but said nothing. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "Let me see," Zhao Nianyan asked, hoping it wasn't too bad, so she could protect herself. "I'm fine," Xie Yanfeng replied calmly, but inside, he felt an inexplicable joy. Zhao Nianyan simply squatted down, staring at his hand. Her eyes flicked around, and she asked, "Are you sure you're okay? Don't let it affect your ability to protect me later." Xie Yanfeng's lips twitched slightly.
She was worried about this, not about him. "I'm fine."
Having worked with many patients, Zhao Nianyan knew how to tell when someone was lying. She directly grabbed his hand and examined it carefully, inch by inch.
"You."
Xie Yanfeng was surprised inside. "Don't move. I see the wound." Zhao Nianyan interrupted him firmly. His palm had various cuts, clearly fresh wounds. She suspected he was not used to handling sharp tools, which caused the injuries. After inspecting, she took out iodine solution, Yunnan baiyao ointment, and bandages from her pocket. First, she disinfected the wound, then applied the ointment and finally wrapped it with a bandage. Fortunately, the wound wasn't serious and wouldn't affect his role as her bodyguard. All done. Zhao Nianyan tied a bow on his palm and smiled happily. "Don't get it wet today. The wound will heal by tomorrow." "How can I cook without getting it wet?" Xie Yanfeng asked back. "That's true." Zhao Nianyan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then took out a rubber glove from her pocket and handed it to him. "When you need to get it wet, just wear this." Xie Yanfeng held the slippery rubber glove, curious. "What is this? Why do you hide everything in your pocket?" "Don't worry about what it is. Just wear it when you need to get it wet," Zhao Nianyan said, putting the iodine and other supplies back into her pocket. Actually, her pocket was connected to a storage bag, so she could just reach in for whatever she needed. "Go ahead. I'll head back to the front yard."
"Okay."
Xie Yanfeng watched her leave the kitchen before slowly turning his gaze back to his left palm. She knows medicine and woodworking. What else does she know? He had to admit, she was making him more and more curious. The next 3 months would definitely be exciting. Later, Zhao Nianyan returned to the front yard, looking at the pile of wood on the ground, sighing deeply. She shouldn't have exchanged for wood earlier. It should have been wooden planks. With a slight adjustment, she could have made a bedboard. Now, using wood meant cutting it piece by piece and trimming it carefully, so troublesome.
Ding.
The system detected a good item within 10 meters that could be exchanged. Already early in the morning, there was something good? It really pays to be an early bird. Zhao Nianyan looked around. The yard isn't 10 meters wide. Anything beyond that might be outside the yard. Thinking this, she stood up and went outside to search nearby. Anyway, the system shows that items available for exchange emit a red glow only she can see. But after walking around the house, she didn't see anything glowing red. System, are you joking with me this early? Where are the good items? Warm reminder. The good items are currently 20 meters away from the host.
What?
Zhao Nianyan was surprised. If the distance can change, does that mean this thing is alive? Maybe some kind of wild animal? Since she's now only about 10 meters from the yard, and she checked all around within 10 meters of the yard. Do you have a specific location for it? Sorry, I can't provide that. Can you at least give me a direction? Southeast. Hearing this, Zhao Nian looked up at the horizon and muttered, Sunrise is in the east, north is up, south is down, west is left, east is right. After confirming the direction, she quickly walked over, worried that the good thing might run away. Soon, she saw a flash of red. But when she chased after it, she realized it was a snake. A highly venomous, silver-ringed snake. Isn't Big Brother supposed to stop me from catching snakes? And it's venomous? She always knew the system was unreliable, but she didn't expect it to be so unreliable. However, she was a bit away from the silver-ringed snake and hadn't fully alarmed it yet. The snake didn't continue moving through the grass, seeming to be waiting for something. Croak. A horrifying frog-like scream sounded. It turned out the silver-ringed snake was out hunting. Zhao Nian rummaged through her storage bag and found she didn't have anything suitable to catch a snake. But dead snakes should count, right? System. Is the reward for exchanging a silver-ringed snake generous? A live silver-ringed snake can yield a generous reward. Once dead, it has no value. Isn't this forcing her to take a gamble? But for the chance to get good things painlessly, she was willing to try. While the snake was feeding, Zhao Nian tiptoed behind it and slowly crouched down. Now was the time. She grabbed it quickly and firmly pinched the snake's head. System. Exchange now. The exchange list has been prepared. Zhao Nian watched as the silver-ringed snake and the frog disappeared from her hand, and she let out a breath of relief. Taking advantage of this moment, she quickly checked the available exchange items. This looks good. A blowgun, not only for self-defense, but also useful for hunting. However, the scissors inside the sleeve arrow need to be exchanged separately. After a simple selection, she chose a single-tube sleeve arrow, which is 16 centimeters long, with 10 centimeter long arrows, and can hold 10 arrows. It's worth risking being bitten by a snake to get this exchange. She wasn't interested in exchanging the remaining items for now. System. Can we negotiate? Host, please speak. Isn't there a limit on exchanges? I only exchanged a single-tube sleeve arrow and 10 arrows. I don't know what to exchange next. Can I save the rest for next time? Zhao Nian squinted and smiled playfully. The system remained silent for a minute before refusing. No. Then, the items on the list you gave me aren't very useful. The host can convert items into points, but only once. After converting, it cannot be changed back. Converting to points. How will I use space in the future? For example, how many points is a silver-ringed snake worth? The host can then use points to exchange for items in the space, which is more convenient. But once converted to points, the value of items in the space will double. So, if I don't convert to points, a living silver-ringed snake can only exchange for some items on the list you gave me. If I convert it into points, I can get fewer items? That's correct. Zhao Nian stroked her chin thoughtfully. If she converts everything into points, she can see how many points each item in the space costs, then save points purposefully, and exchange for what she needs. If she doesn't convert, the system will just display the available items for exchange, which might not be what she currently needs, like this time. Besides the single-tube sleeve arrow and arrows, the remaining items are a bamboo basket, a fisherman's hat, a sun hat, sunglasses, and flip-flops, things that are not very useful to her right now. System. I ask you, if I switch to a point system, will the tasks on the task panel also turn into reward points? Yes. Then, convert everything to points. Please wait. Ding. The exchange mechanism of the ancient and modern trading space has been changed. Please be aware, host. Then Zhao Nian checked and found that everything in the space had become exchangeable for points. Wow. A washing machine costs 50,000 points. But she only has 369 points now. Not to mention exchanging for a washing machine, she also needs to exchange for solar panels, which costs a lot of points. Alright, from now on, while others make money, she will focus on accumulating points. At this moment, Zhao Nian suddenly saw a figure appear at the corner of the street. From afar, It seemed to be a young girl. Zhao Niannian rubbed her eyes and looked again, confirming it was indeed a young girl. But she was too far away to go over and see. After all, most people appearing at this street corner were from Lu village. Niannian aunt. Just as Zhao Niannian was about to turn back to her house, the girl called out loudly. Does she know her? What's the matter? Zhao Niannian turned around and called back. My little aunt asked me to call you. The girl approached Zhao Niannian, but when she was still some distance from a haunted house, she stopped and spoke normally. My little aunt said you are invited to sit at her house. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian raised an eyebrow. Your little aunt? Who is she? In the original owner's memory, there didn't seem to be any mention of this girl. My little aunt's name is Hongxia. Hongxia? Zhao Niannian paused, her smile fading, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. In the original owner's memories, this person was known. The original owner and Lu Yongliang knew each other in town, and Hongxia was somehow connected to him. Hongxia and the original owner were close friends. Years ago, Hongxia once helped the original owner chase away a troublemaker in town and comforted her, which brought them closer. Later, Hongxia often visited the original owner in Hohot village to play. Over time, their friendship deepened, and they treated each other like good sisters. Once, when they went to town, Lu Yongliang met them. Hongxia introduced Lu Yongliang to the original owner, and she kept praising Lu Yongliang, making the original owner develop feelings for him. Zhao Niannian sneered inwardly. Would a villager from Lu village not know what kind of person Lu Yongliang is? Such matchmaking was likely mixed with ill intentions. I don't have time. Tell her to come find me herself. After saying this, Zhao Niannian turned and left. The girl opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, then quickly walked away. It was already broad daylight. Hearing the footsteps fading behind her, Zhao Niannian stopped and looked back toward the corner. This girl was indeed Hongxia's niece, about 5 or 6 years old now. After the original owner married into Lu village, she and Hongxia had no contact, and the original owner gradually forgot what Hongxia's niece looked like. Haha. Fake sisterhood. Her reason for thinking this way is because after the original owner married into the family and something went wrong, her first thought was Hongxia. However, Hongxia said she didn't know the original owner and wanted to cut ties with her. The original owner felt very disappointed and ended their relationship. Although they lived in the same village, they hadn't seen each other for years. Hongxia and the original owner are about the same age. Now they are both 18. According to the village rules of Lu's village, Hongxia should be married by now. There is an unwritten rule in Lu's village. Girls must marry before age 15. If a girl is not married by 15, her family has to pay a fee each month to repair bridges and roads in the village. Could it be that they haven't met in the village because Hongxia got married? No, if Hongxia was married, the original owner, as a member of Lu's village, would definitely know. Now, after years of avoiding her, she suddenly wants to meet her. She doesn't believe there's no hidden reason behind this. Just as Zhao Niannian was about to enter, she suddenly bumped into a solid, warm wall. Startled, she touched her forehead, looked up, and asked, "Are you walking without looking where you're going?" "It's you who isn't watching where you're going," Xie Yanfeng replied calmly.
You?
Zhao Niannian's mouth twitched, and she raised an eyebrow lightly. "Since you're handsome and have nice muscles, I won't bother with you." Xie Yanfeng's face, thick-skinned as it was, turned hot. What is she saying? Does she know what she's talking about?
Is she
teasing him? Thinking of this, Xie Yanfeng felt a tense string inside him loosen, his heartbeat quickened, and an uncomfortable feeling spread through his chest. He, a grown man, was actually being teased with words by her. Zhao Niannian returned to the hall and sat down. "Aunt, how do you feel today?" "I feel a bit better," Xie's mother smiled. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's what I should do," Zhao Niannian said happily. "Big sister, have some porridge." Xiao Yun came over obediently holding a bowl of porridge. "Thank you," Zhao Niannian said happily. "You sit and eat too." Xie's mother asked, "Oh, where's Yanfeng?" "Niannian, didn't he go out to pick you up?"
Huh?
"He went to pick me up?" Zhao Nian was surprised, took a bite of pickled vegetables and mumbled, "I thought he was deliberately going there to be a wall of meat." Although Xie's mother didn't understand what was happening, she saw her eldest son walk in with an unnatural expression on his face. If you looked closely, you wouldn't even notice. She raised this boy for over 10 years, and it was the first time she saw him blush. Interesting. After finishing the porridge, Zhao Nian returned to the yard and continued working on the wood. It was past noon. Xie Yanfeng went to the front yard and said to her, "I need to go to town. Is there anything you want me to bring back?" "Here." Zhao Nian took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to him. "I don't know what to buy, so look around the house and buy what we need. Your clothes have been worn for a few days. Do you need to change them?" Xie Yanfeng took the silver. "Not for now. Use this money wisely," Zhao Nian replied without looking up. She can now exchange points for clothes in the space, mostly new-style Chinese clothes, which she likes. There are also long-sleeve shirts and pants, which she can exchange later for easier travel. Xie Yanfeng nodded. "Before I return, don't run around. I can't protect you if you do." Got it. Hurry back early." Zhao Nian waved her hand. She planned to make 2 beds today so she wouldn't have to lie on the damp floor. She was busy all morning. At noon, she wanted to check the kitchen for food, but before she could leave, she saw Xiaoyu run out in a panic. "Big sister, have you seen Xiaoyun? No, what's wrong? Isn't she taking care of your mother with you?" Zhao Nian asked, confused. Xiaoyu quickly shook her head and said anxiously, "Half an hour ago, Xiaoyun said she was going to play behind the house. I was taking care of Mom and told Xiaoyun not to run far. But just now, I went to find her and couldn't find her anywhere." Hearing this, Zhao Nian's face grew serious. "Go take care of your mother. I'll go find Xiaoyun." "I'll go with you, big sister." "No need, I can do it alone. Your mother needs someone to look after her too." "Be careful, big sister," Xiaoyu said gratefully. Zhao Nian left through the front door, circled the house, and, not seeing Xiaoyun, headed toward the back mountain. According to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyun was playing nearby. If she had encountered danger, she should have called for help, but there was no sound. Xiaoyun was busy in the front yard. If she heard footsteps or saw Xiaoyun leave through the front door, she would know. This meant Xiaoyun was still on the back mountain, maybe just being playful and wandering up the hill. Thinking this, Zhao Nian checked her arrow launcher, took a deep breath, and headed toward the back mountain. "Xiaoyun," she called out as she searched, until she reached a small hill and leaned against a tree to catch her breath. Where did that girl run off to? Just then, faint cries for help reached her ears. "Sister."
Sister.
Hearing the sounds, Zhao Nian quickly moved toward the direction. "Xiaoyun? Is that you?"
Sister. Danger.
Xiaoyun's voice was faint and difficult to hear, each word strained, as if she was in trouble. "Don't worry, I'm coming." After saying that, Zhao Nian touched the small crossbow on her wrist, took a deep breath, and continued searching for Xiaoyun. Hopefully this thing will be useful in the end. Produced by the space, must be top quality. The system's voice sounded. Zhao Nian wasn't in the mood to pay attention. She pushed aside the tangled, trampled thorn bushes and looked inside. "Xiaoyun?"
Sister.
Xiaoyun responded again when she heard her voice. At this moment, Zhao Nian saw Xiaoyun hiding among the thorns. Opposite her was a creature with injuries on its surface, an animal that looked like a dog. No, this isn't a dog. It was over a meter long, with a tail about 50 centimeters, slim in build, weighing only about 30 to 40 pounds. It had a broad head, rounded ears, and its back fur was reddish-brown with black tips. It looked like a wolf, a dog, or a red fox, but it wasn't any of these. It was a jackal, a member of the canine family. Zhao Nian's appearance startled the jackal, which had been about to treat Xiaoyun as prey. It immediately bared its teeth and lunged at Zhao Nian. "Get lost." Zhao Nian raised her hand aimed at the jackal's head and quickly triggered her crossbow.
Whoosh.
The dark arrow shot out and pierced the jackal's head directly.
Wow.
That was powerful. No wonder it's top quality. The jackal didn't expect that a seemingly fragile woman could take it down so easily. "Sister, you're amazing," Xiao Yun said breathlessly. Zhao Nianyan snapped back to her senses, hurried over, ignoring her pain, pushed aside the thorns, and pulled Xiao Yun out. Xiao Yun was covered in injuries, some caused by the thorns, others by the jackal's claws. She needed disinfectant, a tetanus shot, and rabies vaccines, all of which could be exchanged in the space. "Don't worry, sister will take you home," Zhao Nianyan said, carrying Xiao Yun on her back. The jackal was a social animal, but there was only one here, indicating it had come out alone to forage. It was probably alerting its pack now. Zhao Nianyan had to leave with Xiao Yun quickly. Xiao Yun, who had been holding on until now, couldn't endure anymore. Feeling the warmth and safety, she fainted on Zhao Nianyan's back. Zhao Nianyan tilted her head to look at her, then put the jackal into her storage bag. She asked the system as she headed down the mountain, "Can I exchange this jackal for points?" "How much to exchange?" "Coyote bones are usable. Do not exchange the rest. Coyote fur and meat are the most valuable. Why don't you want them?" Zhao Nianyan looked surprised, as if she saw a ghost. Not wanting means not wanting. You can handle it yourself. At that moment, Zhao Nianyan realized that this system didn't sound like a cold, machine voice. It seemed to have feelings, almost like a thinking, intelligent life. But now is not the time to study that. "Can you exchange the bones for points?" "Add them to my remaining points. I want to use them to get tetanus and rabies vaccines." After 3 seconds. Exchange successful. Current points, minus 1,000 what? Negative 1,000 points? Zhao Nianyan asked in surprise. Now, she hadn't gained many points, but she owed even more. "This is the permission I gave the host. In emergencies, points can be overdraft. You're quite considerate." Howl, a roar belonging to a coyote sounded. Oh no! A pack of coyotes was coming. Zhao Nianyan quickened her steps, not daring to stop, but the danger behind her was getting closer. Carrying Xiao Yun, her movement was limited, and her previous master had been tortured for 3 years, leaving her with a serious deficit inside. She couldn't fully exert her strength now. The only plan was to deal with this pack of coyotes first. Thinking of this, Zhao Nianyan put Xiao Yun down and looked back at the front. Soon, 3 coyotes appeared. 3 was manageable, she thought.
Howl.
As the sound fell, the 3 coyotes lunged at Zhao Nianyan together. She raised her hand and quickly triggered her mechanism. 1 arrow shot into one coyote's belly. She pulled the bowstring again, and another arrow hit another coyote's leg. As long as she didn't hit their heads, she couldn't kill them with 1 shot, but she could injure them, reducing their attack power. However, coyotes weren't fools. They wouldn't keep attacking Zhao Nianyan blindly. After realizing Zhao Nianyan's strange behavior, they became alert, causing her next 3 arrows to miss. She only had 4 arrows left. If she didn't take down all 3 coyotes, both she and Xiao Yun would be in danger. One of the coyotes, injured by her attack, was especially furious, as if it wanted to tear her apart.
"Come on!"
As the sound fell, Zhao Nianyan took a cleaver from her storage bag. Shooting arrows was still best for surprise attacks. Seeing this, the 3 coyotes exchanged glances and charged at Zhao Nianyan together. Xiao Yun, who had fainted, struggled to open her eyes at this moment, just in time to see Zhao Nianyan fighting 3 coyotes alone, her eyes moist. It was her fault. She had harmed her sister.
"Go to!"
Zhao Nianyan shouted loudly, swinging a wooden sword at the neck of the already arrow-wounded jackal. However, the sword got stuck, and she couldn't pull it out. Meanwhile, the other 2 jackals took the opportunity to attack again. Now is the moment. Zhao Nianyan silently thought, then raised her hand and shot 2 arrows. 1 arrow pierced the hind leg of one jackal, and the other hit the chest of another.
"Come on!
Watch me skin you, and pull out your tendons." Her eyes bloodshot, her body covered in blood. Her fierce aura scared the 3 jackals. They seemed to realize Zhao Nianyan was too dangerous to fight, and turned to run. The last jackal still had the wooden sword caught on its neck. Animals. They even took my wooden sword. Zhao Nian cursed. Fortunately, she managed to drive them back. It seems she needs to carry more tools for self-defense in the future. Xiao Yun, let's go home. Zhao Nian carried the unconscious Xiao Yun on her back, focused intensely, and hurried down the mountain. After a moment, she returned to the house covered in blood, nearly colliding with Xie Yanfeng, who came out with a serious face.
Wow.
Just as she was about to step down the stairs, a strong arm pulled her back. Be careful. I'm fine. Zhao Nian steadied herself, feeling his presence, and let out a heavy breath of relief. Xie Yanfeng frowned. What happened to Xiao Yun? The blood on both of you. I'll explain later. I need to treat Xiao Yun's injuries first. After saying that, Zhao Nian carried Xiao Yun into Xie's mother's room. To keep her secrets from the Xie family, she told Xie Yanfeng and others to wait outside. She first gave Xiao Yun a tetanus shot and rabies vaccine, then treated her external wounds. Fortunately, she had exchanged plenty of medicine for injuries. Most of Xiao Yun's wounds were from avoiding the jackals and hiding in thorns, with only 2 cuts caused by the jackal's claws, both bleeding flesh. While treating these 2 wounds, Xiao Yun whimpered in pain and trembled constantly.
Ugh.
Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun. We're home now. Zhao Nian gently touched Xiao Yun's forehead and softly comforted her. Xiao Yun gradually calmed down and fell asleep. After finishing treating the last 2 wounds, Zhao Nian was also very tired and sat by the bed to calm down. Despite that, the tense and thrilling memories of facing 3 jackals alone still lingered vividly. Just as Zhao Nian was about to get up, Xiao Yun's small hand instinctively clung tightly to her little finger out of fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. She whispered comfortingly for a while before Xiao Yun finally let go. After she left the room, the Xie family gathered around. Nian, how is Xiao Yun? Xie's mother asked worriedly. She's fine now, Zhao Nian smiled. Don't worry, with me here, Xiao Yun will be okay. Xie's mother clasped her hands together, muttering thank goodness, then looked at Zhao Nian again. Nian, are you hurt? The blood on you. I'm fine. Zhao Nian shook her head. It's all my fault, Xiao Yu said sadly, lowering her head with tears in her eyes. If I had watched Xiao Yun better, neither she nor my sister would have been hurt. It's my mistake. Hearing this, Zhao Nian reached out and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. A brave girl shouldn't cry easily, or people might laugh at you. Anyway, Xiao Yun and I are fine now, so don't blame yourself. Xiao Yu looked up, her vision blurred with tears. Sister, I'm sorry. There's no need to say sorry, Zhao Nian said with a helpless smile. If you really feel sorry, just take good care of Xiao Yun from now on. Yes. Xiao Yu wiped her tears fiercely with her sleeve. I will take care of Xiao Yun well. Good. Zhao Nian nodded, then looked at Xie's mother. Auntie, I'm going to rest in my room. Don't worry too much. Xiao Yun will wake up tonight. That's good. That's good, Xie's mother said gratefully. Nian, if you need anything in the future, just ask us. Zhao Nian responded with a hum and turned to walk to her room. During this time, she didn't speak to Xie Yanfeng, who only watched her silently. Seeing this, Xie's mother said, Yanfeng, if you're worried about Nian, go check if she needs help. I'm not worried about her. Xie Yanfeng quickly looked away and was about to go inside. Xie's mother grabbed his arm and urged, Xiao Yun is fine now. Xiao Yu, and I will handle the rest. You go see how Nian is doing, and if she needs help. She looks able to walk and run, so she should be okay, Xie Yanfeng said with a tight smile, his gaze flickering. Xie's mother chuckled. Your worry is written all over your face. Don't think I don't know. Hurry up and go. Anyway, she saved your sister, so you should thank her. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng paused for a moment, then nodded and quickly followed, walking faster than usual. Seeing this, Mother Xie smiled softly and whispered, This child is still as insincere as always. Mom, brother is just stubborn and we already know that. But Xiao Yu sniffed, Mom, Sister Nian is so kind. Will she become my sister-in-law in the future? That depends on fate, Mother Xie said with a smile, looking away. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and asked, seeming to understand but not quite sure. But Sister Nian Nian is a widow. I remember you said that a widow is someone who marries someone else after her husband dies. Since she is married, can she still be brother's wife? Hearing this, Mother Xie put her arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders and said as they entered the house, it's still about fate. If it's meant to be, none of this is difficult. She never minded what kind of woman Yanfeng liked, as long as he was happy with his partner. Status, appearance, or background didn't matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian had returned to her room. She looked at her dirty clothes and sighed deeply. System, since I've already lost points, can I lose a bit more and get a clean set of clothes?
No.
I knew it. You're cold and heartless. Am I really cold and heartless? Host, you hurt my feelings. I've decided to cut ties with you. For 10 minutes. Really? Are you serious? As expected, the system didn't reply to Zhao Nian. You're so stingy. Zhao Nian muttered. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Followed by Yanfeng's voice. Nian, it's me. What's the matter? Zhao Nian, looking tired, went to open the door. Anything? I have something for you. Yanfeng handed her a bundle. What is this? Zhao Nian looked confused. 2 sets of clean clothes, Yanfeng said, avoiding her gaze. He didn't know why he was so nervous. Zhao Nian was stunned but then smiled. Thank you. Just what she needed to solve her immediate problem. Here, this is for you. Yanfeng took out 2 taels of silver.
Huh?
Isn't this what I gave you when you went to town? You didn't use it? Or did you buy things for your house? How did I end up with these clothes? Faced with her many questions, Yanfeng didn't answer. He quickly shoved the silver into her hand. Change your clothes first. I'll wait outside. The 2 sets of clothes in the bundle included one with a light yellow top and a white skirt, and the other with an apricot-colored top, black wide-leg pants, and 2 pairs of clean embroidered shoes hidden underneath. Zhao Nian chose the wide-leg pants outfit because she found it more convenient. After putting it on, she realized the size fit perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. That guy. He's quite perceptive, Zhao Nian murmured happily as she looked at her new clothes. Soon after, she left the room. Xie Yanfeng stood in the yard with his back turned.
Hey.
Hearing her voice, Xie Yanfeng turned around. His pupils shrank slightly, but his face remained calm.
Fits you well.
How do you know my size? Zhao Nian asked curiously as she approached.
Guess.
Xie Yanfeng avoided her gaze. Without overthinking, Zhao Nian reached into her small waist bag. How much did these 2 outfits cost? I'll pay you back. No money spent. The shopkeeper gave them to me as a thank you for helping out, Xie Yanfeng said calmly. I don't like taking handouts. Tell me the price and I'll pay you back. Does it have to be so clear-cut? Xie Yanfeng thought to himself, but he said something else. Take care of my mother and help her get better, and consider it as my repayment. Hearing this, Zhao Nian didn't insist on paying anymore. I will. Oh, and return the 2 taels of silver I gave you. How did you buy the things your family needs? Don't tell me someone gave them to you for free after you helped them. Thinking it might be true, she couldn't help but complain that this guy had incredible luck. Xie Yanfeng looked down and met her gaze silently for a moment before shaking his head. I bought them with money I found. Zhao Nian was shocked. Say that again? Where did the money come from? Found it. Xie Yanfeng replied calmly. All right, she thought. Why haven't I had such good luck? But it was also a good thing, as she could save her 2 taels of silver. Don't you need to apply medicine? Xie Yanfeng looked down at her hand, which was putting money back into her pocket, and frowned slightly. Her hand was covered with small scars, seemingly cut by something. They weren't serious, but had broken the skin, with uneven blood marks, some looking quite fierce. Hearing this, Zhao Nian raised her hand, opened it, and looked at her scars, smiling. No need to waste medicine. They're just thorn scratches. These small wounds will heal and scab over in a few days. Thank you. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips. Her scars still made it hard for him to look away. If you really want to thank me, next time you find money, share half with me. Zhao Nianyan smiled brightly, her happiness shining on her face like a sunflower. Xie Yanfeng looked up and saw her smiling, feeling momentarily stunned. This woman looks pretty good, but her face is a bit thin. Haha, just joking. Don't take it seriously. Zhao Nianyan quickly waved her hands, feeling embarrassed since their relationship wasn't very close, and she thought it was a bit shameless to speak so openly. Okay, Xie Yanfeng nodded gently. If I find it again, I'll split it with you. Zhao Nianyan was surprised again. Are you serious? Yes, Xie Yanfeng replied seriously, with a sincere expression. That's so embarrassing for me. Zhao Nianyan touched the back of her head. When she saw him suddenly reaching out to her, she was a bit confused. What do you want? What do you need? Give me the medicine you used that day. I'll apply medicine for you. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan shook her head, crossing her arms in front of her chest. No, I don't need medicine. Besides, that medicine is very precious. I can't get a second bottle now, so I need to save it. The space is in negative points now. If there were positive points, she wouldn't be so stingy with herself. Xie Yanfeng mistakenly thought she didn't have enough money on her, so he touched his pocket and asked, How much? Where did you buy it? I still have money. I'll buy you a bottle. This is something money can't buy. All right, stop talking about it. I'm really fine. Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but rub her forehead. Then she changed the subject. If you're not busy later, come with me to the town. Let's try to come back before dark. Okay, Xie Yanfeng responded absent-mindedly. Zhao Nianyan said, Go check on your sister first, then go to the kitchen to prepare food for your mother and younger siblings. I'll go get some things, and then we'll head to the town. Once there, we'll buy some food to fill our stomachs. All right. Xie Yanfeng was no longer as cold as usual. After he left her yard, she went out and headed toward the back mountain. Although it's called the back mountain, she was actually looking for a quiet place to take out the wolf meat and wolf pelt from her storage bag. Xie Yanfeng hunts, and when he catches prey, it's usually complete. But now the wolf's bones have been taken out of the space and exchanged. How am I supposed to explain to him where the bones went? Zhao Nianyan stroked her chin, deep in thought. If she said she discarded the heavy bones, it seemed too complete, which was suspicious. But if she didn't say that, it would be hard to explain. Forget it, whether you believe it or not. No matter how I explain, it doesn't make sense. After thinking it through, she took out some dirty clothes from her storage bag and placed them on her shoulder. Then she threw her hunting dog onto her shoulder and swaggered down the mountain. Because of the haunted house, few villagers come here. Even if they want to go to the back mountain, they have to take a detour. Coincidentally, Zhao Nianyan met two villagers on the way down the mountain. Both men, one tall and one short. She was still some distance from the house. The tall man teased, Hey, Lu Yongliang's family, where are you coming from? What's this? Wow. A prey. You can hunt too? Zhao Nianyan ignored them, not even giving them a glance. She didn't plan to provoke them. This made the short man unhappy. He reached out to stop her, saying, Hey, we see each other all the time. We're brothers and we didn't bother you. My older brother is asking you something. Why are you so rude? You didn't even say a word. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan's tone turned cold. I'm not called Lu Yongliang's family, and I'm not called He. My name is Zhao Nianyan. I don't know you, so there's no need to pay attention to you. The original owner had a terrible 3 years living in Lu's village. How many people there truly didn't use her as a punching bag? These two brothers didn't bother her, but when she was bullied, they either watched silently or talked trash from the side. Watching was one thing, but agreeing with others' unkind words about her was a way of hurting her indirectly. Come on, we're all from the same village, the tall man said, pointing at the game on her shoulder with shining eyes. But what kind of prey is this? I've never seen it before. By the way, everyone who sees it should get a share. How about giving us a part? From now on, I promise no one in the village will dare to bully you. The short man nodded, patting his chest. Yeah, share with us, and from now on, we've got your back. Just you two? Zhao Nian sneered coldly. Go wash up and sleep. After saying that, she stepped past the short man and walked straight ahead. Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The tall man snorted coldly. Second brother, just take that prey. Big brother, do we really have to take it? The man with her is pretty strong. The short man hesitated. The tall man glared. What are you afraid of?
She's alone now.
Even if she goes back to find that guy to teach us a lesson, does that guy really dare to kill us? If he really makes a move, Lu's village wouldn't tolerate them anymore. That's true. The shorter one nodded, glaring at Zhao Nian. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the prey yourself, and we'll let you go. Zhao Nian remained silent, gently twisting her right wrist, her eyes growing colder little by little. If these two really decided to fight, she wouldn't hold back. Luckily, she still had 2 more darts in her sleeve, which would be easy to use against them. But these darts could pierce a wolf's skull under certain conditions. If she wasn't careful, she might really kill them. She said she would kill anyone who dared to provoke her, but in reality, she didn't have enough power or money to do that now. The shorter one stepped closer to Zhao Nian, his gaze turning sinister. He swallowed nervously. Big brother, I have to say, this woman is pretty attractive. Her figure's a bit thin. If I remember correctly, she wasn't with Lu Yongliang when they first got together, right? His words directly reminded the taller one. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with greed, staring at Zhao Nian's face. Almost forgot about this. On her wedding night, she didn't even go into the bridal chamber and already killed Lu Yongliang. For the past 3 years, she's been under the control of the old woman. She must still be a. If we take her, the prey will be ours. Ha ha ha. The shorter one rubbed his hands eagerly, a lecherous smile on his face. Big brother's right. Let's act quickly. If someone shows up, that won't be good.
Go.
The taller one made a hand gesture. Seeing this, Zhao Nian threw the corpse of the prey onto the shorter one's shoulder and turned to run. It wasn't the prey she was worried about. Mainly, she couldn't get entangled with these 2 scoundrels. Whether she fired her sleeve darts or not, it would stain her with blood. Now was the best time to run back and find Xie Yanfeng.
Bah.
The shorter one pushed the prey's body away, wiped the animal blood off his face, and shouted, Big brother, catch that woman. Don't let her escape. I don't believe she can outrun me. The taller one chased after Zhao Nian. She looked back, her face darkening. She knew she would be caught if she kept running like this. Her darts were powerful, but only had 2 left. Using them on these 2 was a waste. Thinking quickly, she tried to recall what was in her storage bag. No, she lacked self-defense tools. System, come out. I want to exchange 1 or 2 silver coins for a wolf spray and weapons. The rest convert into points. Sorry, host. Due to your point deficit, you cannot use the space to exchange items.
Ugh.
Just my luck. Always getting tricked at the critical moment. Zhao Nian was speechless with shock and anxiously said, I have 4 taels of silver on me. How many points can I exchange for? Can it cover 1,000 points? That's still not enough. Your uncle. Zhao Nian focused on communicating with the system while running faster, feeling like her soul was about to leave her body. Quick, think of a way for me. If I get into trouble, you'll be the first to be the worst system ever, unable to protect your host. The system was silent for 3 seconds before responding again. There is a special task on the panel. You can get the reward first, and then complete the task. What task? What reward? What happens if I can't finish it? Tell me quickly. Earn 5 taels of silver within 1 day. The reward is a cold weapon, and you can choose from the armory. You can receive the reward in advance. If you fail, the reward will be taken back, and you will be paralyzed in bed for 3 months, only recovering after that. There are no strict rules on how to make money. The hosts can do as they wish. Zhao Nian cursed inwardly. As expected, there's no free lunch in the world. But she had no other choice now. The house was too far away, so she could only accept this task. There were too many weapons in the armory, and she didn't have time to choose, so she randomly picked a spiked soft whip. In her past life, She occasionally learned to a whip in the park from an old man, and this amateur skill came in handy now. Where do you think you're running to? The tall man saw Zhao Nianyan stop and thought she was out of breath, so he also stopped, hands on his hips, gasping loudly. The shorter man panted, "This woman can really run." Zhao Nianyan took a deep breath, turned around, and raised her hand. Her empty palm suddenly appeared with a whip. With a loud whip sound, she struck the tall man unexpectedly. Whipping someone is painful enough, not to mention a spiked one.
Ah!
The tall man shouted. Zhao Nianyan didn't give them a chance to react. She struck twice in a row, whipping them into howls of pain. Their screams attracted Xie Yanfeng's attention. Xie Yanfeng, who was cooking dinner and found her missing from the house, hesitated, then decided to wait at the door. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the faint screams. When he arrived, he saw Zhao Nianyan wielding a whip, whipping people as if she was punishing two animals, not humans. What's going on? Xie Yanfeng quickly approached from behind. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan's face was flushed with excitement. She handed the whip in her hand to Xie Yanfeng and said, "Quick, help me harshly punish these two scoundrels. They dared to make a move on her. They deserve to be punished." Xie Yanfeng initially didn't understand what was happening, but he still listened to her and used a whip to lash the two men on the ground. Now that he was the one wielding the whip, the two guys on the ground wished they could disappear. "Stop hitting them, have mercy. We were wrong. Please, no more. We really know we were wrong." Zhao Nianyan spat out a mouthful of saliva and shot them a fierce look. "I'll beat you to death." Daring to think about her. "If I had a knife, I would have cut you apart long ago." Hearing this, the two on the ground not only felt the pain on their skin but also the pain in their groins, even though they weren't injured there. This woman, she's really too fierce. They regretted provoking her. "Keep hitting them hard, until I come back," Zhao Nianyan told Xie Yanfeng. After speaking, she turned and ran toward the prey, worried that if she was too late, the prey might be gone. Smack! Xie Yanfeng calmly swung the whip again. The tall man was thin but tall. After a few lashes from Zhao Nianyan, he was almost unconscious. Now with Xie Yanfeng's additional strikes, he fainted from the pain. After her figure disappeared, Xie Yanfeng stopped and coldly looked at the shorter man who hadn't fainted yet. His face was emotionless, like ice, and his voice was icy. "What did you two do to her just now? It's not fair. We didn't do anything to her." The shorter man trembled. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng raised his hand and delivered a harsh lash. "Ah!" The shorter man cried out in pain, his head swelling with pain, his whole body trembling.
"Speak,"
Xie Yanfeng said coldly. The shorter man, in pain, burst into tears and snot, crying, "It was my older brother. He wanted to sleep with her. I was just helping him. It has nothing to do with me. Please let me go." He thought that since his older brother was already fainted and wouldn't feel anything, it was better for him to endure a little more punishment. The tall man had truly fainted. Otherwise, hearing such words, he would have jumped up in shock. Regarding this, Xie Yanfeng did not fully believe it. But at this moment, Zhao Nianyan was carrying something and walking over with a huff. He didn't want the shorter guy to disturb his conversation with Zhao Nianyan later, so he simply kicked him, knocking him out. Hey, he's fainted? Even if he's out, he doesn't get to enjoy any benefits from these two troublemakers. After saying that, Zhao Nianyan threw the prey's body onto the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and took out the good things she had just discovered. Her eyes looked fierce as she walked toward them. "What's that?" Xie Yanfeng looked confused as Zhao Nianyan shoved two strange little flowers into the mouths of the two brothers. "Poison flowers," Zhao Nianyan explained calmly. "These flowers will numb their tongues, making it impossible for them to speak. Unless they are antidote, they won't be able to talk. You still have a kind heart, only making them mute. By your words, am I someone who acts harshly? Where do you see that I am such a person?" Zhao Nianyan glared and said irritably. Xie Yanfeng chuckled softly. "That day when I went with you to collect the debt." Zhao Nianyan's mouth twitched, and she said no more. That day was truly unavoidable. She had to change her usual timid image while he was there to protect her. Only when she was fierce could those who knew her strength not attack her easily after he left. Didn't you sell some prey before? This jackal was hunted by me. Let's go to the town and sell it for money. After saying that, Zhao Nianyan put away her whip and was about to carry the prey again. But this time, Xie Yanfeng beat her to it, easily tossing the prey onto his shoulder. But soon he looked puzzled. Why are there no bones in this prey? I didn't like the weight of the bones, so I removed them, Zhao Nianyan said naturally as she walked ahead. Are you apprenticed to a master? Your knife skills are so good, you can cleanly remove the bones, Xie Yanfeng asked suspiciously. He had handled many prey of all sizes, believed himself skilled with a knife, but he wouldn't dare say he could separate bones from meat so neatly. You talk too much. I still prefer the quiet you, Zhao Nianyan quickly responded, not wanting to answer further. She instinctively thought it was better when he kept his mouth shut. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng silently closed his mouth and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the two brothers lay on the ground, staggering home only late at night. Of course, that is a story for another time. The nearest town to Lu family village is called Baofeng Town. It has about 300 households, fewer than 2,000 people, making it a medium-sized town. It's usually lively when markets are held. Today isn't a market day, so although vendors have set up stalls and shops are open, few people are out shopping. Baofeng Town has only one main street, but from the beginning to the end of that street, there are two additional side streets on each side. The town's layout is like a tree with branches, the main street in the middle, and side streets extending from it. The left side street is mainly for shops, while the right side street is where vendors gather. The front and back streets are mostly residential areas. Where do you think selling the prey would make the most money? Zhao Nianyan asked, as she looked around while walking down the street. She took on a task today to earn 5 taels of silver. If she couldn't, not only would she lose her whip, but she might also be unable to work for 3 months. That's definitely not acceptable. How much do you want to sell it for? Xie Yanfeng glanced at her serious expression and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Zhao Nianyan stopped, turned to look at him, and stretched out her left hand with a smile. I want to sell it for 5 taels of silver. Is that okay? Her main goal today was to make money. Xie Yanfeng was speechless. A pound of pork costs only a few cents, and during the new year, it can rise to 30 cents per pound. Wild game is more expensive because it's rare but not outrageously so, maybe a few extra cents. Right now, the prey on his shoulder, after removing the bones, weighs about 30 jin, around 15 kilograms, and is worth only about 1 tael of silver. And that's only if someone wants to buy the whole animal. If she were selling at a stall herself, she might not even get that price. Zhao Nianyan blinked and saw that Xie Yanfeng hadn't spoken for a while, so she understood. Can you help me sell this prey? Whatever it sells for, that's fine. Won't you come with me? Xie Yanfeng looked at her wandering around, puzzled. I'm going to see if there's any work that can make money, Zhao Nianyan said, then pointed to a nearby tea stall. In half an hour, we'll meet there. Whoever gets there first will wait. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng thought that since this was her hometown, she should be familiar with it. And since it's a town, not a village, no one should bother her. He nodded and agreed, okay. Zhao Nianyan asked, it's noon now. Do you have any money? Do you want me to give you some so you can buy something to eat? Xie Yanfeng shook his head. I'm not hungry. All right, everyone do their own thing then. After saying that, she turned and walked toward another street. To earn money, you need to find jobs that few people can do. In Baofeng Town, there is a notice board where, besides official wanted posters and government notices, the remaining space is used for high-paying job offers and missing persons notices. When Zhao Nianyan arrived, she saw a crowd gathered around. She pushed her way to the front after a long wait. High-paying medical request. Seeing these 4 words, Zhao Nianyan was happy. Isn't this a perfect match? She didn't pay much attention to the details, just looked at how much high pay was offered. When she saw only a few silver coins, her eyes lit up. If she could get those 2 or 3 silver coins, plus the money from selling the prey, and think of other ways to earn some more. She could probably make enough, 5 silver coins, to complete the task. Thinking of this, she raised her eyes briefly to scan the content, then considered what was in her storage bag. Once she was confident she could handle it, she reached out and tore down the notice. Hey, what are you doing? Do you know what it says on that? When Zhao Nianyan heard this, she calmly rolled up the notice. I know, but this is a high-paying medical request. You're a woman, do you even know medicine? Hearing this, everyone around started to laugh. You might not know, but others do. Zhao Nianyan glanced at them and stepped out from a less crowded spot. Before she could walk a few steps, she heard a young voice behind her exclaim, Hey, where's the notice I just posted? Why is it gone? Look, that woman tore it down.
What?
A woman tore it down? The young man hurried over. Wait, sir, hold on. Zhao Nianyan stopped and turned around. You called me? The young man was surprised at how young Zhao Nianyan looked. He hesitated. Yes, I wanted to ask, you tore down my notice. Does someone in your family know medicine? I'm in a hurry about this. I do, Zhao Nianyan replied.
What?
The person who posted that is me.
What?
You? Women can learn medicine too? I've never heard of women studying medicine. Even if they do, it's usually only in the palace with female doctors, but you. Enough, stop questioning. Zhao Nianyan interrupted him and handed him the notice. Aren't you in a hurry? Then take me to see the patient. Whether my medical skills are real or not, you'll find out soon enough. The young man nodded, muttering, Guess I have no choice but to gamble. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhao Nianyan followed the young man to the Chen residence. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, the young man suddenly reached out and stopped her. Madam Zhao, my wife has seen many doctors. Many came just for money and didn't truly understand medicine, which caused my wife to take many useless medicines before, harming her health. After you check her pulse, if you can't cure her, please be honest and tell me. Don't pretend to know if you don't, or you'll harm my wife. Zhao Nianyan nodded. Quickly, lead the way. Entering the courtyard, she saw a small garden and a tiny koi pond, surrounded by many flower pots. The Qin family is the second largest family in Baofeng town. They run a brewing business, and all the town's alcohol is monopolized by the Qin family. However, the Qin family is kind-hearted. They buy back the alcohol made and sold by the local people at market price, never cutting off their livelihood. Besides, the Qin family owns wineries in neighboring towns and even in the city, with a considerable scale. Originally, the entire Qin family planned to move to the city, but Mr. Qin fell ill, and after leaving Baofeng town, he suffered from water and soil sickness, making it hard to recover. So, the family decided to return to Baofeng town. The young man, named Laifu, was once a poor beggar in Baofeng town. Orphaned at a young age, he was lucky to be helped by Madame Chen when he was 7, who took him into her home, providing food and shelter. That's how he grew to be 17 now. From Laifu, Zhao Nianyan learned that Madame Chen is very devout and believes that saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. Therefore, everyone who becomes a servant in the Qin family does so voluntarily. They are never forced or bought and sold. This, Zhao Nianyan admired. In ancient times, traffickers and modern human smugglers were not much different. Most kidnapped people from other places to sell, and only a few sold themselves willingly. Without trade, there would be less harm and suffering. The Qin family has over a dozen members and has risen to their current status thanks to Madame Chen's skill in brewing alcohol. They are famous for a liquor called Wang Lu, which is highly sought after and hard to find. Only Madame Chen knows how to brew it. Here we are. Wait here for me. I'll go report.
Okay.
Zhao Nianyan responded and stood in the courtyard, looking around. This is Madame Chen's residence. When she entered earlier, she noticed a sign that read Qiu Yuan, which is probably the name of the courtyard. On the road, Laifu had already told her about Madame Chen's illness, with many more details than what was written on the notice. 3 years ago, Madame Chen went to the wine cellar during a cold winter to study a new wine that could only be brewed in winter. She didn't pay attention to keeping warm and ended up with a headache that became the root of her illness. At first, she only had a headache once a month, so Madam Chen didn't think much of it. But the pain became more frequent, so she asked a doctor for treatment. They tried acupuncture and medicine, but nothing improved. The pain could be controlled temporarily, but it returned after a few days. Moreover, taking too much medicine made Madam Chen weak, and her energy and spirit gradually declined. She also developed other complications, and her health worsened. Now, she can only lie in bed. Lady Zhao, you can come over. Lai Fu called out to Zhao Nian from the steps. Zhao Nian quickly walked over. Lai Fu said, Madam is inside. You go and treat her. If you need anything, ask someone to call me. There are maids to serve inside. Prepare a set of silver needles, a clean bowl, a set of pestle and mortar, and a glass of clear water. You're not even seeing the patient yet, and you've already thought of the treatment? Lai Fu was surprised to see Zhao Nian speak so confidently. After Zhao Nian said, just help me prepare, she turned and went inside. Since she was the one brought into the house to treat Madam, if she could cure her, it would be the best outcome. Thinking of this, Lai Fu turned to prepare what Zhao Nian needed. Inside the room, Zhao Nian saw a decor that was antique and elegant, made of fine wood furniture with a faint scent. However, as she moved further inside, she could smell a strong medicinal odor. Between the outer and inner rooms was separated by a screen, with beaded curtains hanging on both sides, guarded by 2 maids. Madam Chen, hello. My name is Zhao Nian from Liujia village. I saw the notice posted at your residence and came to help with your headache. Zhao Nian greeted through the screen to the people inside. Cough, cough, a weak cough sounded from inside. Soon, a maid lifted the beaded curtain on the right side. Lady Zhao, this way, please. Zhao Nian walked over. Thank you. The maid looked a bit surprised by Zhao Nian's thanks. When she entered the inner room, Zhao Nian saw Madam Chen. Madam Chen was lying on the bed, wearing a thin inner garment, covered with a quilt. Her face was pale, and her eyes looked unfocused, clearly suffering from long-term illness. Madam, Lady Zhao has arrived. Hearing the maid's words, Lady Zhao struggled to turn her head and looked over. Her headache made her brows furrow constantly. She spoke weakly. Thank you for your trouble, Lady Zhao. Zhao Nian walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. She directly reached out to check Lady Zhao's pulse, without even needing a pulse pillow. The maid looked suspicious. Lady Zhao, don't you need a pulse pillow? Over the years, she had seen many doctors. They all carried medicine boxes and at least had pulse pillows. Now, she was seeing a female doctor for the first time, and also the first time seeing someone come to see a patient empty-handed. Zhao Nian didn't answer. She carefully checked Madam Chen's pulse. After a moment, she put Madam Chen's arm back under the blanket, sighed in relief. For her, this illness was not hard to cure. Lady Zhao, I wonder if I can treat this illness of yours? Yes, Zhao Nian nodded. Please wait a moment. Once Lai Fu brings what I need, I can start the treatment. Then you will feel better. Hearing this, the maid was stunned. Are you sure you're not lying? My lady has seen many doctors. They take a long time to write prescriptions and prepare medicines. But you can treat her so quickly? I have no reason to lie about this, Zhao Nian said calmly. Please help me check if Lai Fu has prepared what I need. The maid looked at Madam Chen. Madam Chen nodded to signal her to leave. The maid then left the room. After that, only Zhao Nian and Madam Chen were left inside. She stood to one side, thinking about the illness, while Madam Chen watched her. Soon, Madam Chen asked, Is your medical skill learned from a master? Yes. Zhao Nian turned around, slightly pursed her lips, and smiled. Madam Chen, I believe in my medical skills. That's why I put up the notice. Please believe in me. I am not an incompetent doctor. I don't doubt you. I'm just curious, Madam Chen said with a gentle smile. In this world, women learning medicine is rare, like women doing business. It's very uncommon, especially in Baofeng. If you really can treat illnesses, you might be the first female doctor in Baofeng town. I've heard that there are still women who study medicine in this world, Zhao Nianyan said. Madame Chen nodded slightly and explained, yes, there are some, but very few. Some follow their teachers to become traveling doctors, helping people and saving lives. Others enter the palace to become female medical officials, seeking benefits for themselves and their families. After all, those who can study medicine are either from stable families with tolerant parents or are bukuyi, lonely and helpless. The former can choose their own path, while the latter can only seek opportunities in the palace. I wonder if Lady Zhao has any plans to enter the palace in the future? No, Zhao Nian replied calmly. Inside the palace walls, there is wealth and glory, but it traps a person for life. It's not suitable for someone like me who seeks freedom. Mrs. Chen was surprised upon hearing this and looked at Zhao Nian with new respect. Considering Zhao Nian's age, under 20, and that she is already married, her child must be only 2 or 3 years old. Madam, Lai Fu has prepared everything Lady Zhao needs. A maid entered the room. Let Lai Fu bring the items in. Mrs. Chen waved her hand. After a while, Zhao Nian checked the items Lai Fu brought. When she confirmed they were what she needed, she took a medicinal herb from her pocket, crushed it into a juice in a mortar, poured it into a bowl, and added some water to dilute it. Once done, she soaked silver needles in the medicine. I will give Mrs. Chen acupuncture in half an hour. Just acupuncture? No medicine to take? The maid asked curiously. Zhao Nian nodded. Just acupuncture. No need to drink medicine. Mrs. Chen drank too much medicine earlier, so the effects are still in her body. When I perform the acupuncture, I will help the medicine dissolve, and after resting for a few days, she will recover. Is it really that simple? The maid looked surprised. Many doctors had tried various treatments, including drinking medicine, but Mrs. Chen's health kept getting worse. And this Zhao Nian's treatment was just acupuncture? Honest and fair, Zhao Nian slightly smiled. I live in the ghost house in Lu Village. It's well known in the village. Just ask around, and everyone will know me. After all, a bad reputation is still a reputation. Ghost house. The maid's lips twitched. Who would live in such a place? It's no different from living in a morgue. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Lady Zhao is truly an interesting person. Thank you for the compliment, madam. While waiting, Mrs. Chen casually chatted with Zhao Nian, mostly asking questions and getting answers. As long as the questions weren't too personal or harmful, Zhao Nian answered openly.
Ding.
A collectible item is approaching the host. Zhao Nian. This isn't a game, and I'm in someone else's house. Even the best items are still someone else's. Can I take them? She realized that this system was even greedier than she was. It wanted everything. Madam, the master has returned. A maid guarding the courtyard outside entered. Hearing this, Zhao Nian remembered the system's reminder. This valuable item was approaching her. Could it be on this master? Since it was on someone, it must be a personal belonging, very precious, and not easy to get. Oh well. Master, Chen's personal maid Dong Mei stood up to bow. A kind-looking middle-aged man strode in, dressed in fine clothes made of good fabric, with a clean face, proper manners, elegant demeanor, and a scholarly aura. When he arrived, Zhao Nian learned from Lai Fu that Master Chen was a very perfect man. The Chen family was actually supported by Madame Chen, who ran businesses outside to earn money so that Master Chen could pursue official titles, but he kept failing by just a little each time. He kept trying but kept failing. However, unlike men who were content to be supported by their wives, Master Chen carefully arranged his time each day, some for reading, some for helping Madame Chen run the business. The couple had no children after many years of marriage. At first, Madame Chen was busy with her business, but later she fell seriously ill and was too weak to conceive. The Chen family steward was Madame Chen, but Master Chen's siblings and parents also lived in the house, so Madame Chen was basically supporting the entire family herself. If it weren't for Lai Fu saying that Master Chen was a filial son, respectful brother, and loving husband, she might secretly suspect that Master Chen wanted to end the family line. After all, Madame Chen was an only daughter. Master Chen. Zhao Niannian stood up and nodded slightly. Are you the doctor who posted the exam results? Master Chen asked, his sharp eyes studying Zhao Niannian. I'm from Baofeng town. I've never heard of a woman studying medicine in town. Zhao Niannian smiled. Master Chen, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. How confident are you about my wife's illness? Very confident. Your tone is much more confident than those mediocre doctors who came to the estate before, Master Chen said. Zhao Niannian replied without humility. That's because they are mediocre doctors, so they don't have my confidence. Then I'll see how your confidence translates into results. If you can cure my wife, I, Master Chen, will owe you a favor. In the future, in Baofeng town, as long as you ask, I will do everything I can to help you, Master Chen said, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Niannian naturally felt very confident. After all, the good things the system mentioned are on Elder Chen. If she can cure Elder Chen, she might also try to ask for those things, right? Although she doesn't know how the system chooses items for exchange, as long as she benefits, that's enough. Half an hour quickly passed. During this time, Madame Chen kept experiencing headaches, which caused her to twitch and sweat coldly through her bedding again and again. Elder Chen was very worried and kept trying to give Madame Chen painkillers, but Zhao Niannian stopped him, which caused Madame Chen to faint from the pain. But after all, Zhao Niannian is a doctor. Although Elder Chen was anxious, he couldn't do anything and had to wait patiently. Lady Zhao, please. Elder Chen tightly held Madame Chen's hand, looked up at Zhao Niannian with concern, and spoke. Zhao Niannian nodded and asked the maid Dongmei to help Madame Chen sit on a stool. Then she began to acupuncture her head. In just a few words, Madame Chen's head was pierced with needles, looking like a porcupine, which made Elder Chen very nervous. Lady Zhao, your acupuncture. Is it okay? This is the first time I've seen someone needle the entire head. Zhao Niannian inserted the last needle, took a deep breath, and replied, it's fine. Sometimes stubborn illnesses need unusual methods to treat. When will my wife wake up? After she wakes, will her headache return? When I remove the needles, she will wake up. This time, she won't have a headache for half a month, but I will need to come back to do more acupuncture after that. After 3 treatments, her head problem will be completely cured. Just 3 acupuncture sessions can have such good results? Lady Zhao, you're not joking, are you? Elder Chen looked shocked. Zhao Niannian chuckled softly and said, there's no need for me to deceive Elder Chen. All right. If what you say is true, I'll owe you a big favor, Lady Zhao. Elder Chen's face showed happiness, and his worries gradually eased. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian looked at Elder Chen, searching for the good item the system mentioned. Soon, she saw a red glow appear on Elder Chen's shoulder.
What? Is that
an arrow? System, I can now see the shape of the red glow. Did you make this? Yes. It's meant to help the host find things more accurately. But the good item you detected is an arrow. It seems the arrow is still inside Old Man Chen. Does that count as a good item?
What's so good about it?
Zhao Niannian really doesn't understand this space treasure hunting ability. What she finds are mostly worthless things. If it were antiques, cultural relics, luminous pearls, or paintings, that would make sense. But from using this space, all she has found are wild wolves, silvering snakes, copper coins, bones. These are quite low-level items. Actually, I don't know either. Zhao Niannian is speechless. This space is too strange. However, if the arrow is still in Old Man Chen's shoulder, it means he was injured before and saw a doctor, but the arrow was not removed. If that's the case, as long as she can prove her medical skills in front of Old Man Chen, he will definitely invite her to help remove the arrow. The Chen family is so wealthy, the reward will surely be generous. Thinking of this, she understood. No matter what strange things the space wants, as long as they are beneficial to her, even if it's something worthless, she will pick it up and exchange it inside the space. System. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Time slowly passes. The lady's face has become more rosy. Dongmei accidentally glances up and shows a hint of surprise in her eyes. Hearing this, Old Man Chen opens his tired eyes, looks over, and stands up excitedly, but suppresses his emotions. He slowly walks to Madame Chen, voice trembling. Yes, her face has improved, really becoming rosy. That means acupuncture worked. Lady Zhao is truly a divine doctor. Her skills surpass those of many old doctors. Come, you all step aside first. Don't block me while I remove the needle. After removing the last needle, Madame Chen's eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. Old Master. Madam, how do you feel? Better? Old Man Chen quickly walks over, supports Madame Chen sitting on the stool, lowers his head, eyes moist. Madame Chen nods, blinks, and can't help but hold tightly to Old Man Chen's arm, excitedly saying much better. I feel full of energy, and my mind isn't so dull anymore. My eyes are much clearer. That's good. That's good. Old Man Chen breathes a sigh of relief and smiles, the first time in 3 years he's smiled so easily. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan quietly stands to the side, not disturbing the couple's conversation. In theory, she still needs to give Madame Chen 2 more acupuncture treatments to completely remove the root of her illness. The notice said that as long as she could cure Madame Chen, she would receive a small amount of silver. Now, does she get the silver immediately, or will it take more than a month? If it's the latter, then her effort is wasted, and she would have used a valuable herbal medicine worth several taels of silver for nothing.
Miss Zhao.
Yes. Zhao Nianyan snapped back to attention. I'm here. If you don't mind, may I call you Sister Zhao? Madame Chen smiled warmly, her rosy face making her smile look even brighter.
Why?
Zhao Nianyan was confused. Even if it was to get closer, she thought she should be the one to make the first move, so why was Madame Chen taking the initiative? Madame Chen said with a smile, because you are the first interesting lady I've met. I want to be friends with you. That's too sudden. Zhao Nianyan felt a bit overwhelmed.
Wait.
If she becomes friends with Madame Chen, will Madame Chen stop paying her? Or will she have to visit for free in the future? But soon, she felt guilty for her dark thoughts. I just thought that if we became friends, I could talk to you more easily without feeling so formal. That's true, Zhao Nianyan nodded honestly. But my main purpose here is to treat your illness and also to earn some money. Dong Mei, hearing this, was speechless. Miss Zhao, what are you thinking? After your lady becomes friends with you, do you think she won't support you and give you good benefits? My lady is known for her kindness, even to outsiders, so imagine how she treats friends. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan smiled calmly and said, making friends isn't just for benefits. Those who seek benefits aren't truly friends. I don't mind making friends, but I think I don't know enough about Madame Chen yet. We can talk about friendship later. Indeed, what the maid said was true. Becoming friends with Madame Chen, who is wealthy, would bring many benefits. But she wasn't at the point of making friends just for benefits.
Good.
Old Master Chen suddenly shouted loudly, full of admiration. Miss Zhao, your character truly impresses me. You're not only the first female doctor I've met, but also the first to refuse my lady's kindness. Everyone in Baofeng town knew that his wife was kind-hearted and often helped the poor. Many unkind people tried to take advantage of her kindness to make friends, but she always saw through their plans. This caused his wife to no longer trust those who approached her willingly, so she chose to seek good friends herself. When those people learned about his wife's identity, they not only did not refuse but also took the initiative to show kindness, revealing their true feelings. As for Lady Zhao, her decision to refuse after hearing such straightforward words from the maid shows she has good character. Of course, there might also be some playful teasing involved. Zhao Nianyan wiped her sweat and awkwardly touched her nose, saying, let's get back to the main topic. I've already given Madame Chen her first acupuncture. It can prevent her headache from returning for half a month. I'll come back in half a month to give the second treatment. So, when can I get the 3 or 2 silver coins for this expensive treatment? Compared to making friends, she cared more about getting the silver coins and quickly reuniting with Xie Yanfeng to see how much more she needed. She must get 5 silver coins today. When Madame Chen heard this, she ordered, Dong Mei, bring 3 silver coins here. Yes. After receiving the coins, Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but smile widely. Thank you so much, Madam Chen. Fortunately, Madam Chen was a straightforward person. Miss Zhao, you look like you're really short of money, Madam Chen asked with curiosity. If you need money, I can help you. Aside from making friends, I really admire your medical skills. I do need some money, but I heard the master has returned. Is he in the house now? Before Zhao Nianyan could finish, an anxious voice interrupted her from outside. Hearing the voice, old Master Chen asked Dong Mei to bring the person who wanted to see him inside. Soon, a woman around 30 hurried in. Master, it's not good. The young master just choked and can't breathe.
What?
Did you call a doctor? Old Master Chen asked nervously. Yes, but the doctor will take a while to arrive. The young master's face is turning red.
Take me to see him.
Old Master Chen frowned. At this moment, Madam Chen spoke. Master, bring Lady Zhao over and ask her to help look at him. Yes, Lady Zhao knows medicine. Old Master Chen suddenly remembered. Please, Lady Zhao, go take a look. If you can help, I'll owe you a favor. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan nodded. Quick, take me there. With old Master Chen's words, she was sure she would get the 5 silver coins today. Also, if someone chokes, they can use the Heimlich maneuver to clear the airway within a certain time. Soon, Zhao Nianyan saw the young Master Biao choking. He was the son of old Master Chen's younger sister, about 5 years old. Brother, Ko'er is choking and can't breathe. What should I do? It's okay. I brought. Before old Master Chen could finish, Zhao Nianyan rushed over, picked up the child lying on the ground, and hugged him from behind. She clenched one fist and held the child's hand tightly, then pressed from his lower abdomen upward.
Stop.
Let go of my son. A woman about Zhao Nianyan's age screamed, trying to rush over. Don't be nervous. Lady Zhao knows medicine. Old Master Chen quickly held back the woman. But who treats a child like this? Ko'er might be strangled. Ugh. A small dried fruit, slightly smaller than a quail egg, was spat out from the boy's mouth. In the next second, the boy gasped for air, eyes full of greed for breath. After all the fuss, his back was soaked with sweat, and he looked dizzy. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan checked the boy and confirmed he was fine. She then carried him over to the woman and handed him to her. Mother! Boo-hoo! The boy cried as he hugged the woman. Ko'er! Be good. The woman's face gradually calmed, and she hugged the boy tightly, her eyes slightly red from crying. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan sighed and said, Your son is fine now. But that dried fruit was stuck in his throat for a while, causing his throat to become red. Next, give him soft food for a few days to prevent inflammation. Thank you so much. The woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Zhao Nianyan smiled gently, then looked at old Master Chen. Old Master Chen, I will go say goodbye to Madam Chen. I'll come back in half a month to treat her with acupuncture. Hearing this, the woman spoke before old Master Chen could. Are you here to treat my sister-in-law? I want to ask if her headache can be cured? Zhao Nianyan nodded. It can be cured. Thank goodness. If it really can be fixed, our Chen family owes you a favor. The woman sighed deeply with relief. Zhao Nianyan remained silent, thinking that was indeed true. Now, everyone living in the Chen family relied on Madam Chen for care. In the past few years, old Master Chen, who was somewhat knowledgeable, managed the business when Madam Chen was ill. But despite that, she still had to find time to handle things herself. Only Madam Chen had a good business sense in the family. The others, to be honest, were just enjoying the benefits. Fortunately, the Chen family members are kind-hearted. They care for Lady Chen and usually support her. When problems arise, they tend to side with Lady Chen first. Even if Lady Chen has disagreements with old Master Chen, the family members usually blame old Master Chen first. This is the main reason Lady Chen works hard to earn money and support such a big family. At this moment, the most famous doctor in Baofeng town, Dr. Huang, hurriedly walks in, panting. When he learns that the problem has been solved with just a simple action that made the young master cough out the object stuck in his throat, Dr. Huang becomes curious. Could it be that this is the doctor who just helped the young master with a quick move? Dr. Huang strokes his chin and looks at a man beside Zhao Niannian. The man is stunned.
Me?
No, it's not me. Old Master Chen smiles and says, Dr. Huang, this is my cousin. He's not the doctor who saved my nephew. The curious doctor is her, Lady Zhao.
What?
A woman? Dr. Huang is surprised. His eyes shift from the man to Zhao Niannian's face, filled with doubt. One move. Was it just a lucky accident? If Dr. Huang can also accidentally do such a thing, I would greatly admire him and even humbly ask for his advice, because I am very curious, Zhao Niannian says calmly, with a hint of meaning. As Lady Chen said, women studying medicine or doing business are rare. Since that's the case, they are often questioned and misunderstood. She doesn't want to argue, but to use her medical skills to make some contributions and change the idea that women studying medicine are useless. The reason she said what she did earlier wasn't to ask Dr. Huang for advice, but to understand whether this method was learned in modern times or what ancient methods would be used.
Mockingtone, der Huang Snaithets.
Zhao Niannian. Can you really tell I'm being sarcastic just from that? Dr. Huang, Lady Zhao is here to treat her wife's headache, Old Master Chen explains. Hearing this, Dr. Huang looks surprised. I heard today that someone took the Chen family's big medical request list. I didn't expect it to be her, a woman. Doctor? Old Master Chen nods. Yes, I was also very surprised at first and doubted Lady Zhao. But after seeing her needle technique firsthand, it was truly exquisite. Most importantly, after her treatment, her wife's face looked much rosier. Really? Dr. Huang's eyes widen. May I see your wife? Master Chen responded and looked at Zhao Niannian. Lady Zhao, since my nephew's matter is settled, let's go back to my wife's courtyard. Okay, Zhao Niannian nodded. The others watched as the three of them left the yard. The woman holding the little boy called out to the woman who had earlier gone to report to Madame Chen, Nanny. Later you should find someone to check on Lady Zhao. Is the young lady worried that Lady Zhao might be dishonest or deceitful? The woman asked curiously. The woman shook her head.
No.
She was able to get her name on the list and come into the house to treat my sister-in-law, and she even saved Kur in front of everyone with strange methods. It shows she truly knows medicine. I just want to find out more, so my simple-minded fool doesn't get hurt again. Yes. I will go check right away. Oh, and also, go take the purse from the second drawer of the cabinet and give it to Lady Zhao to thank her for saving Kur. Understood. Autumn Garden. On the way, Dr. Huang kept staring at Zhao Niannian. His gaze was so intense it seemed he wanted to see through her completely, which made her feel uncomfortable. When they entered the yard, Zhao Niannian couldn't take it anymore and said, Dr. Huang, after all, we are men and women. It's not appropriate to keep staring at me like that. Hearing this, Dr. Huang's face turned red. He coughed awkwardly. Saw the. I was just curious. I've never heard of women practicing medicine in Baofeng town, let alone seeing it with my own eyes now. Women practicing medicine isn't strange. It's just that Dr. Huang hasn't seen it often. Not everyone is brave enough to enter someone's house empty-handed and treat them, Zhao Niannian said with a shrug and a helpless smile. Sometimes she felt she was really bold, daring to do anything. Maybe it's because she died once before, so she's so brave now. Dr. Huang then noticed Zhao Niannian had been empty-handed the entire time, without even a medicine box. Going out to practice medicine without a medicine box seemed a bit unprofessional. When they entered the room, Dr. Huang saw Madame Chen's strong voice and her rosy complexion, which convinced him that Zhao Niannian really knew medicine. She looked no more than 20, yet her medical skills were so excellent. She must have learned from a master since childhood, with true guidance, or how else could she have such skill? He respectfully cupped his hands. May I ask, Lady Zhao, where did you learn your medical skills? My master has passed away, so I can't say, Zhao Niannian replied calmly, though she felt guilty inside. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry, professor. I didn't mean to say it like that. Sorry. Then, Does Lady Zhao wish to test her medical skills against someone? Dr. Huang asked eagerly. With you? Zhao Niannian asked curiously. My time is precious, so I probably don't have time for that. I still need to work hard to earn money to support myself. Hearing this, Dr. Huang smiled and said, next month, there will be a medical skills exchange event in Shuangya town. There will be competitions, and I heard that the first place will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver, along with other benefits. 100 taels. Zhao Niannian's eyes lit up. Can anyone participate? As long as you're studying medicine and have a fellow practitioner as a witness to prove your identity and skills, you can join.
That.
I need a witness. Where can I find one? Zhao Niannian pursed her lips. Me, of course. Dr. Huang straightened his back, secretly calculating. I can be Lady Zhao's witness, but I have one condition. Tell me, Zhao Niannian said with a side glance. Dr. Huang, before attending the event, Lady Zhao and I will have a test of our medical skills. He was very curious about her medical abilities. All right, Zhao Niannian nodded. Let's wait half a month. At that time, I will treat Madame Chen with acupuncture, and after that, we can find a place to compare skills. Practicing medicine with others is just like participating in various competitions in my past life. Having seen and experienced a lot, she was used to it and felt no nervousness at all. There's no need to find a special place. Just do it at my Qin family estate. It's a good opportunity for us to broaden our horizons. Old Master Qin sat on the bed, holding his wife with a smile. Madame Qin nodded as well. You're right, sir. I'll have someone prepare what you need in advance. We can do the exchange here at the estate and also have a look at your skills. Many thanks to Old Master Chen and Madame Chen. Dr. Huang stroked his goat beard and turned to Zhao Niannian. I have some matters to attend to at my clinic, so Lady Zhao, let's meet again in half a month. Dr. Huang, take care. After Dr. Huang left, Zhao Niannian let out a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, I came here to make money, and I ended up agreeing to a skill exchange by accident. What an unexpected turn. Miss Zhao, about what I mentioned earlier regarding making friends, what do you think? Of course I'd like to make friends, but Madame Chen should first investigate my background and get to know me better before deciding whether to be friends, Zhao Niannian said with a gentle smile. That's true. It's good to know more, Madame Chen replied. Zhao Niannian originally wanted to ask for 2 more taels of silver to help cover the cost of treating the little boy. But she felt a bit shy to ask, so in the end, she gave up and said, Madame Chen, Sir Chen, my friend is waiting for me. I won't bother you any longer. If you feel unwell, just come to Lu village to find me. Madame Chen nodded and said, Sir, please help me see Zhao girl off. No need to trouble yourself, Zhao Niannian interrupted politely. Sir Chen, you should spend more time with Madame Chen. I know the way out of the Chen residence, so no need for someone to see me off. No, that's different, Madame Chen replied. Thinking that Zhao Niannian might be too shy to trouble others, she asked Laifu to take Zhao Niannian outside. After all, it was Laifu who brought Zhao Niannian into the residence. On the way out, Laifu was full of praise, talking excitedly about Zhao Niannian's medical skills and flattering her. Zhao Niannian smiled helplessly and didn't say much, just listened to Laifu chirping happily, like a little bird. For Laifu, Madame Chen was a benefactor. Knowing that her benefactor would no longer suffer from illness, Laifu would be very happy too. Lady Zhao, please wait a moment. Just as Zhao Niannian was about to leave the Chen residence, she heard a voice and turned around in confusion. What is it? The person who called her was the woman who had reported to the autumn courtyard about the young master choking. She was likely a servant close to Sir Chen's sister. Lady Zhao, our young lady thanks you for saving the young master. She asked me to give you this pouch. Inside, there are 8 taels of silver as a thank you for your help earlier. The woman handed the pouch to Zhao Niannian. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian's heart blossomed with happiness. This time, she not only gained but actually earned 6 more taels of silver. Please thank your young lady for me. If you need anything in the future, just come to Lu village to find me. My name is Zhao Niannian. After saying this, Zhao Niannian told Laifu goodbye and left. The nursemaid memorized the words Lu Village and turned to send someone to investigate Zhao Nianyan. Zhao Nianyan walked out of the Chen residence with a bright, sunny smile.
Ding.
Special task completed. Hearing the notification, she felt much more cheerful. System, do you have any other special tasks where I can get items first and then do money-making tasks? Show me a few more to enjoy. She didn't expect that making money would be so easy. Yes, but if you fail such tasks, the punishment can be very severe.
Well,
I'll think about it. Zhao Nianyan. Hearing the sound, Zhao Nianyan suddenly snapped back to attention and looked at a gloomy face. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the tea stall? Why are you here now? Xie Yanfeng ground his teeth and took a deep breath. You said we'd meet in half an hour. How much time has passed now? Zhao Nianyan admitted she was late and felt she was in the wrong, so she softened her tone. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you wait there. I just had some urgent matters to handle. When Xie Yanfeng heard this, his anger instantly disappeared. His expression gradually steadied, and inside, he felt a strange joy he couldn't quite explain.
Is she
teasing him? All right. He forgave her for leaving him waiting at the tea stall for so long. Xie Yanfeng nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan stretched lazily and asked, How much did you earn from selling the prey? Xie Yanfeng took a silver coin from his pocket and opened his hand. I almost lost my voice trying to bargain, but the shopkeeper agreed to buy all the prey for just 1 or 2 silver coins. Originally, he said if there were bones, he might pay a bit more. It's okay, 1 or 2 silver coins are enough, she thought, especially since she had just earned 6 taels of silver earlier. When the task was completed, the system deducted 5 taels of silver, which was like buying a whip with 5 taels. Thinking about it carefully, ugh. This is quite a ripoff. I am the most honest system in the world. Honest? If I exchange 5 taels of silver, I could clear out my space, but now I only get a whip. Isn't that a bad deal? Host, you don't know that all items from the space are top quality. This whip, whether in durability or material, is excellent. Plus, it works like a storage bag. Once it's a certain distance from the host, it automatically returns to your hand. After hearing this, Zhao Nianyan blinked and looked down thoughtfully. If that's the case, then spending 5 taels of silver isn't a total loss. Then is the small crossbow also like this?
Yes.
Why didn't the arrows I used to shoot the jackals come back? Zhao Nianyan asked. The system short-circuited for a moment and then answered her after a pause. The arrows need to be exchanged with points, but the projectile, which is the small crossbow in your hand, works like the whip.
Oh.
Zhao Nianyan looked embarrassed. So if I want to give others things from the space, how do I do that? If there's no solution to this, then items exchanged from the space can't be used by others. Certain types can be used by others and do not necessarily return to the owner. For example, darts and whips can be exchanged. If someone else's blood is applied to them, they won't come back to the owner. After hearing this, Zhao Nianyan roughly understood. Ugu. A clear stomach growl sounded. Are you hungry? Zhao Nianyan turned around in confusion. Xie Yanfeng replied calmly, Not me.
Ugu.
The sound rang out again. Zhao Nianyan blushed and awkwardly said, It's me.
Sorry.
What are you talking about? Xie Yanfeng couldn't understand the last part she said. Nothing. Zhao Nianyan looked around and pointed nearby. Let's go eat noodles. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Zhao Nianyan looked up at him. It's just eating. You don't have to always listen to me. You can share your thoughts too. I have no money, Xie Yanfeng said, turning his face away so her couldn't see his expression. Zhao Nianyan. Didn't you say you found some money? I used it all, he replied. Zhao Nianyan was speechless. In the end, they decided to go eat noodles. They were cheaper than the restaurant, and 1 bowl was enough to fill them. While they were eating, a cart drawn by oxen passed by. Dad, it's hard to come to Baofeng town. Should we go see my little sister since we're here?
I
want to see her too, but she said not to come looking for her, or she'll cut ties with us. My little sister probably said that in anger. Dad, maybe we should find a good time to visit her? She's been married for 3 years, and we haven't heard anything about her. I wonder if she's doing well. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian looked up in confusion as the voices faded away. She only saw an ox cart with 2 people sitting on it. Their backs looked familiar, and their voices sounded familiar too. What's wrong? Xie Yanfeng asked. Zhao Niannian shook her head, looked back, and continued eating her noodles. I misheard. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng didn't say anything and lowered his head again. At that moment, the man driving the ox cart looked back instinctively, puzzled, and frowned. Dad, I think I saw my little sister. But the person with her doesn't look like her husband. If she's not with her husband, then that person isn't your sister. Your sister was determined to marry that Lu guy. How could she be interested in another man? You're right. I must have seen it wrong. The ox cart gradually moved away, leaving Baofeng town. After a short while, Zhao Niannian finished eating her noodles and took Xie Yanfeng shopping. She needed to see what her family needed to buy, and bought some items along the way. Flower wine. Homemade flower wine, cheap, tasty, and not intoxicating. Hearing the call of the vendor, Zhao Niannian stopped. Homemade flower wine? She had never tried it before. Although modern stores also sell flower wine, they are mass-produced, and the taste is very different from handmade. Madam, how much for your flower wine? Oh, young lady, you have good eyes. This flower wine is only 30 coins per jar. Is it prepackaged? Do you have it freshly made? Zhao Niannian looked curiously at the stall. Yes, but the freshly made and the prepackaged are not much different. You can just take the prepackaged ones to save trouble, the vendor replied. Zhao Niannian shook her head. I still want the freshly made ones.
Well.
All right, how many do you want? Hearing this, Zhao Niannian turned to Xie Yanfeng. Do you drink alcohol? You buy, I'll drink. Okay then. Zhao Niannian attributed his answer to his lack of money. Madam, give me 2 jars to taste first. If I like it, I'll buy more later. Just 2 jars. Why not get a few more? The vendor's smile faded instantly, and her eyes looked a little unhappy. Zhao Niannian also noticed her displeasure and said indifferently, just 2 jars.
All right.
Just as the vendor was about to pour the flower wine into a wooden bucket for Zhao Niannian, a sharp voice suddenly rang out.
Oh.
Zhao Niannian, I heard from my aunt that a couple of days ago in Lujia village, you were hiding in the haunted house and too scared to see anyone. Now you're brave enough to bring your sweetheart shopping? Hearing this, Zhao Niannian looked over. Sun Lidi, 16 years old, with a pretty face. She is the distant niece of Shi Chunlan, and because of her elder's arrangement, Sun Lidi was allowed to stay at Shi Chunlan's house. But she had also heard gossip from villagers about Sun Lidi. Her family had met with accidents and passed away, leaving her some money. When she came to stay with Shi Chunlan, 10-year-old Sun Lidi handed all her money to her, and Shi Chunlan agreed to let her stay, but with one condition. She had to leave before turning 18, whether she got married or not. To find a new place to live, Sun Lidi had been matchmaking with men from nearby villages since she was 14, but she was never satisfied. After she finished speaking, her gaze drifted to Xie Yanfeng, and her expression suddenly changed. She heard her aunt say that Zhao Niannian's boyfriend was quite handsome, tall and strong, and knew some martial arts. Seeing him now, her heart really started to race. Only a man like that would be worthy of marrying her granddaughter, Sun Lady. What's your name? Sun Lady stammered nervously when she spoke. Xie Yanfeng didn't even bother to look at her. Besides Zhao Niannian, everything and everyone around seemed like air. Lady, who is this? Zhao Niannian? The flower seller's wife paused her work and stood up in surprise when she heard Sun Lady's words. Yes, big aunt. She is Zhao Niannian. The one who hurt our third aunt and uncle a few days ago, Sun Lady said angrily. You don't know, big aunt, how badly third aunt and uncle were hurt. Then, she exaggerated and told the woman more details. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian guessed what she might face next, so she told Xie Yanfeng, let's stop buying flower, wine, and go. Xie Yanfeng nodded. But just as they tried to turn away, the woman blocked their way with a wooden spoon. A widow who doesn't behave properly, and a mysterious outsider. You're really a perfect match. Humph. As she finished speaking, some passers-by gathered around. Luckily, it was a market day, or more people would have come. Zhao Niannian turned back and coldly looked at Sun Lady. Are you sure you're not going to stop your big aunt from doing this? Sun Lady hesitated, recalling how she saw her third aunt, Shi Chunlan, beaten into a pig's head, which was truly tragic. But that was just in the village. Now they were in town, and Zhao Niannian probably wouldn't dare to hit someone in the street, right? Thinking of this, Sun Lady said, why should I stop her? Big Aunt is right. You're a jinx who killed your husband on your wedding night. You've been a widow for 3 years, and now you can't resist? You're with some outsider. Smack. Zhao Niannian slapped Sun Lady across the face and coldly shook her numb hand. You keep talking about mixing around. Did you see it with your own eyes, or are you involved? You're hitting me? Sun Lady covered her face, tears suddenly falling. Although Sun Lady's outfit was simple, her tearful, pitiful look made many men around feel sorry for her. Hey, what's wrong with you, you fierce woman? She is just a young girl speaking the truth. Why do you often resort to hitting people? Isn't that too much? Exactly. She makes a mistake and still doesn't want to be criticized. A widow hanging out with other men, everyone with a brain knows to hide that. But she just brought it out openly, which is really embarrassing for us widows. Zhao Niannian looked around coldly and asked, do you all know me? As soon as she spoke, everyone was stunned and fell silent. They had expected Zhao Niannian to argue, get angry, or even hit someone, but they never thought she would ask this. If you don't know me, why are you gossiping here? Whatever these two say, you believe it. Are you all so brainless that you can't think for yourselves? Zhao Niannian didn't care about their feelings and directly responded, we're not familiar with you. Why do you call us brainless? Exactly. Apologize to us. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian couldn't help but sneer and rolled her eyes. Stupid fools. Sometimes, arguing is useless. It's better to just speak your mind directly. Your rude mouth, I must tear it apart. A woman stepped forward, ready to slap Zhao Niannian. Zhao Niannian raised her hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. This is between me and them. You better not get involved or you might get hurt. Don't say I didn't warn you. After saying that, she forcefully shook her off. The woman felt her arm go numb and backed away with a grim look. These people just liked to watch the show, but they didn't want to get involved without reason. Trying to use them to bully me? Sun Lady, if you had spent the same effort getting along well with your brothers and sisters, you'd have found a husband by now. Zhao Niannian mocked. Sun Lady's accusations were nonsense, but what Zhao Niannian knew about her was true. Sun Lady hadn't married yet and kept meeting different men, enjoying their kindness while slowly choosing. If she hadn't misread earlier, Sun Lady had feelings for Xie Yanfeng.
You.
I am still a pure girl, and you dare to falsely accuse me, trying to ruin my reputation. Boo-hoo, I can't live like this. Sun Lady covered her face and cried, as if she wanted to hit the wall. But she was actually heading towards Xie Yanfeng. Zhao Niannian's lips twitched. She wondered if Xie Yanfeng would, like in a soap opera, just accept Sun Lady without question. Unexpectedly, Xie Yanfeng turned around quickly and confidently moved to Zhao Niannian's side. He brushed off his clean clothes and said, a girl just bumps into a man's arms casually. It really opened my eyes. You don't understand how to cherish and respect others at all. Sun Lady looked up, her face flushed. No, this shouldn't be happening. This man should be captivated by her. She is the most beautiful girl in Lu Village. Even if Zhao Niannian is slightly prettier than her, Zhao Niannian is a widow and considered unwanted by others. She's just a broken shoe. How can she compare to her? The disgust in Xie Yanfeng's eyes was obvious. He didn't speak but stood quietly to the side. Although everyone liked to watch the drama, they weren't people who couldn't tell right from wrong. At this point, everyone could see what was really happening. It was probably two women fighting over one man, right? Big Aunt, look, they're bullying me. And they also bully third aunt in the village, Sun Lady cried. Hearing this, the old lady grabbed a broomstick and stormed out angrily, You two shamelessly did such things, and you even hurt my sister and brother-in-law. I must teach you a lesson now. She raised the broomstick and swung it toward Zhao Nianyan's head. Be careful. Xie Yanfeng wanted to protect Zhao Nianyan in his arms. But Zhao Nianyan had been alert from the start. She was very cautious, so when she saw the old lady move, she was already prepared to dodge. The broomstick missed and caused her to stumble. She used the broomstick to steady herself. But Zhao Nianyan didn't wait for the old lady to attack again. Just as the old lady stabilized herself, Zhao Nianyan kicked out with her foot. The broomstick lost its support, and the old lady's balance was off. She screamed in terror and fell to the ground, landing on her face.
Ugh.
Phew. Coincidentally, the thing that hit her face was a piece of fresh dog. Zhao Nianyan looked disgusted and grabbed Xie Yanfeng, saying, Hurry, hurry. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid the smell of dog will get on me. As soon as she said that, the people watching the scene also stepped back. Since the main characters had left, it was time for the spectators to disperse.
Zhao Nianyan.
You're finished. You dared to bully my big aunt. Just wait for her family to come and settle the score with you. Bring it on, Zhao Nianyan replied calmly from afar. After leaving the crowd of onlookers, Zhao Nianyan originally planned to continue shopping for things needed for the house with Xie Yanfeng. However, Xie Yanfeng said he felt unwell, as if he was nervous. Zhao Nianyan checked his pulse and found his heartbeat was strong and steady, with no sign of anything wrong. Are you deliberately trying to scare me? She asked. No. Xie Yanfeng shook his head. He withdrew his hand and looked down thoughtfully. Let's go back to the village first. He was worried that something might have happened to his family. His family was currently staying at the place Zhao Nianyan provided, and there were many people who disliked Zhao Nianyan. Neither he nor Zhao Nianyan was inside the village. If troublemakers went to his family's house, it would be bad. After hearing this, Zhao Nianyan thought there was nothing else she needed to buy, so she nodded and said, Let's go. On the way back, they just caught the ox cart leaving, which had 2 empty seats. They didn't need to wait for the next one. When they reached the village entrance, a young boy hurried over. Sister Nian, I finally caught up with you. The boy said anxiously. What's wrong? Zhao Nianyan remembered this boy. He was the grandson of the village chief, about 3 or 4 years younger than her. There's been an incident at your house. Your mother-in-law and her family took a group of Taoists to your place. My grandfather is trying to stop them now. You should go and see what's happening. As he finished speaking, a figure quickly rushed past Zhao Nianyan and disappeared from sight. Suddenly, she remembered Xie Yanfeng mentioning he felt nervous when he was in town.
Could it be?
Oh no! If that old woman dared to hurt Xie Yanfeng's mother, knowing his temper, her family of 3 might be in serious danger. Quick, let's go. If they were late, they might miss the chance to enjoy the fresh feast. A smile appeared on Zhao Nianyan's face as she walked quickly, feeling confident. She thought that if Xie Yanfeng made a move, she wouldn't need to do anything. It was a clever way to use him to deal with the trouble, giving peace to the spirit of the original owner. The boy saw Zhao Nianyan's expression and was a bit confused, scratching his head. Did he see it wrong? Why did Sister Nian seem so happy? Sister Nian, wait for me. At this moment, in front of the haunted house, there was a pile of firewood on the empty land. The Taoists who entered the village were lying beside the fire, wailing as if they had been beaten several times. Old woman Huang and old man Lu stood nearby, trembling. At the haunted house's door, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun protected Xie mother in front of the family, their faces full of fear. Xie Yanfeng was grabbing Lu Yongliang's collar and hitting him repeatedly in the face, even though Lu was already bruised, swollen, and unconscious. The clan elder was pulling on Xie Yanfeng's arm, anxiously shouting, Stop hitting him. If you keep going, you'll really kill him. Your mother, you, and your younger siblings are all safe. They are fine. Fearing someone might really get hurt or worse, Xie Yanfeng's mother quickly shouted, Yanfeng, stop. Mom, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yun are all fine. The clan elder arrived just in time. But Xie Yanfeng, now furious, ignored everyone, and kept throwing punches. The clan elder had no choice but to turn and shout at the two women, "What are you standing there for? Come and help pull him away."
That's.
"We dare not go near him." Lu Laotu shrank back nervously.
His eyes look like he wants to eat someone.
"Back when you bullied Zhao Nian, you were all eager.
Now what?
Do you want to see Lu Yongliang beaten to death?" The clan elder was furious. He knew the two women were afraid of the strong, but he didn't expect them to freeze like cowards when faced with real trouble. Hearing this, the two women, Huang Pozi and Lu Laotu, looked up in shock, their faces changing color. Huang Pozi let out a cry, rushing forward first, followed closely by Lu Laotu. "Let go. Let go of my son." Huang Pozi desperately pulled at Xie Yanfeng's arm, but it was no use. She could only hit him hard, shouting, "Let go. Let go, you crazy person." Lu Laotu also joined in, hitting Xie Yanfeng repeatedly. "You brat. Hurry, and let go of my son."
"Ah!
"You two old people dare to hit my brother." Xiao Yu couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Huang Pozi's arm and bit her fiercely.
Ouch!
Huang Pozi let out a loud, pig-like squeal. She reached out and grabbed Xiao Yu's hair, shouting, "Little brat, let go." Seeing this, Xiao Yan also rushed over, grabbing Huang Pozi's right arm and biting hard. She wouldn't let this old woman bully her brothers. Huang Pozi screamed in pain and struggled desperately, but her arms were restrained. "Old man, help." Lu Laotu was too busy hitting Xie Yanfeng to care about Huang Pozi. He was trying to make Xie Yanfeng release his son. Why are you doing this?"
Stop hitting."
The clan elder was trying to pull everyone apart, but it was useless. The old bones were about to be worn out from all the chaos. "Zhao Nian, why haven't you come back yet?" Just as the clan master was thinking this, Zhao Nian arrived at the crossroads. Villagers were gathered here, talking about what was happening in front of them. If this keeps going, someone might get hurt. I don't know where Zhao Nian found that reckless man, fighting so fiercely. Mind your own business, don't get involved. That man and Zhao Nian are both not easy to deal with. Hearing the villagers' comments, Zhao Nian kept her smile in check and said coldly, "What are you all blocking here for? Move aside. Only when you're bored do you like to join in the fun." Upon hearing this, the villagers moved aside, looking at Zhao Nian strangely as she approached. When she saw what was happening ahead, she quickened her pace. However, after arriving, she ignored the fighting people and went to Mother Xie. "Annie, are you okay?" Anyone could get hurt, but Mother Xie couldn't. Otherwise, what if Xie Yanfeng, that guy, didn't keep her as a bodyguard? Mother Xie snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and said anxiously, "I'm fine." The clan master arrived just in time. "Quickly, Nian, go tell Yanfeng to stop. He won't listen to me now." Zhao Nian's lips twitched, thinking to herself, if Yanfeng doesn't listen to your words, how will he listen to mine? But she still nodded, "I'll go right now." Seeing Zhao Nian appear, the clan master sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you're back. If you didn't come back soon, everything would up." Zhao Nian nodded and went over, grabbing Huang Granny's free arm. Xiao Yun, go back to your mother. I'll handle things here with your brother." Hearing this, the fierce Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun let go of her hands. "Little brat." Smack. Zhao Nian slapped Huang Granny's mouth. "Keep your mouth clean." After hitting her, Zhao Nian signaled the two children to return to Mother Xie. Huang Granny was completely stunned, covering her face and standing still. Zhao Nian coldly glanced at Huang Granny, then walked over to Yanfeng, placing her hand on his arm. "Yanfeng, your family is fine. Don't fight anymore. I'll handle the rest." She wasn't sure if she could stop him, especially since he didn't listen to Mother Xie's advice. At the moment Xie Yanfeng heard her voice, his heart trembled slightly. He stopped his fist, turned his head slightly, and looked at her with a cold gaze for a moment. He nodded slightly and loosened his grip. Without his strength to support him, Lu Yongliang, who had been beaten to look terrible, collapsed onto the ground. Old Lu was frightened and quickly squatted down to check on him, placing his hand near Lu Yongliang's nose. Please don't have any serious problems. After a few moments, old Lu let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhao Nian understood that Lu Yongliang wouldn't die, so she paid no more attention. At this time, the monks all got up one by one. Old woman Huang, you asked us to come here, and now we've been beaten. You owe us the medicine fee, said one monk dressed in yellow robes, holding his dislocated arm. Hearing this, old woman Huang crossed her arms angrily. You didn't succeed in driving out the ghost, and now you want me to pay? Dream on. You don't keep your promises. Be careful of divine punishment. The yellow-robed monk glared. Old woman Huang snorted. You're so useless. It's embarrassing. Enough. Shut up. Clan leader rubbed his aching head and loudly scolded old woman Huang. Zhao Nian stepped forward with a serious face and asked, Clan leader, what exactly happened?
Well, sigh.
The clan leader sighed deeply and then explained what had just occurred. It turned out that on the way back to the village with Xie Yanfeng, Lu Yongliang led a group of monks over, claiming there was a ghost in the village and performing a ghost exorcising ritual to catch and burn it. When the clan leader learned this, he realized it was aimed at Zhao Nian and hurried over to stop it. He found that Zhao Nian wasn't near the haunted house. Only Xie's mother and 2 children were there. Unexpectedly, the monks Lu Yongliang brought were targeting the Xie family, claiming that the family members were possessed by ghosts and monsters, which was why Zhao Nian had rebelled against Lu's family and moved into this haunted house alone. Of course, this was Lu Yongliang's side of the story, and everyone in the village knew the truth. However, these monks in black robes didn't care much. They only took money to do their work, as it was rare to get a job. But the monk in yellow robes was principled and didn't forcefully attack Xie's mother and others. After hearing this, Zhao Nian could feel the cold aura emanating from Xie Yanfeng beside her. Standing next to him, she felt like she had fallen into an icy cave in winter, very cold. She looked up, scanned the Lu family and the monks, and finally fixed her gaze on the face of the yellow-robed monk. Master monk, what conspiracy are you plotting with my mother-in-law and them? Do you know that harming innocent lives will lead to official punishment? When the yellow-robed Taoist heard this, he covered his aching arm and said, The place you live is a famous haunted house. All of us who practice Taoism know about it. My senior brother came here before to drive out evil spirits, but he failed. So, you mean to say that the house still has evil spirits? And they are indeed evil spirits? Zhao Nian pointed at Xiemu and others behind her, her words full of questioning. The yellow-robed Taoist nodded. If it weren't evil spirits, how could they stay in this house for so long? They just haven't started the ritual to banish them yet, but were stopped.
Haha.
Zhao Nian suddenly burst into laughter. This confused everyone. The yellow-robed Taoist frowned.
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because you don't understand that there are always stronger people outside and higher powers outside. Zhao Nian's smile faded, and she said coldly, It's not only you Taoists who can remove evil spirits. Hearing this, the yellow-robed Taoist's face turned red. Are you trying to say that you can do it too? Of course. Zhao Nian said calmly. Although the spirits in this house were exorcised by space and the system, they are also part of her. Saying she did it isn't wrong, right? Everyone sighed.
What?
Zhao Nian can remove evil spirits? How is that possible? Nonsense. Granny Lu was stunned, her eyes showing disbelief. You married into my Lu family for 3 years. Do I not know your abilities? Your father is just a lousy carpenter, not a master. How could you remove evil spirits? You're just making up stories without even preparing properly. As she finished speaking, the villagers of Lu Jia village nodded in agreement. If Zhao Nian really had such skills, she could have gone to clear the haunted house many times over the past 3 years and stayed there, but she didn't.
Why is that?
Everyone thought Zhao Nian was lying. Zhao Nian ignored the villagers and looked at the yellow-robed Taoist. Taoist, you just said that when you came here, you hadn't even started the ritual to banish the evil spirits yet, but you were stopped. Since you can drive out evil spirits, why don't you take some people inside to see if there are any evil spirits?
That.
The yellow-robed Taoist hesitated. He didn't expect Zhao Niannian to ask him to go inside. Back then, his senior brother did indeed fall seriously ill because of this house, and after that he stopped practicing Taoism. Are you afraid? Zhao Nian sneered. Isn't it said that this house has evil spirits? Go take a look, and you'll know. The yellow-robed Taoist was silent for a moment, then nodded and asked a few disciples to go in together. Curious, the villagers moved a bit closer, eager to see what this haunted house was really like. As the villagers approached, they were all surprised. I remember this haunted house was broken and full of dark energy. Why does it look so well-maintained now? Look, the main door has been repaired, and there are door gods pasted on it. The paper on the window is new. Could it be Zhao Niannian who paid to fix it? At first glance, it doesn't really look like a haunted house. Hey, if this house really has no ghosts, then if we sell it, wouldn't some villagers get a share? That's true. So, we shouldn't let Zhao Niannian get all the benefits. Once the monk confirms the house is safe, we'll rush over and fight for a peace. Every bit counts. Their conversation happened to be overheard by the young man, Lu Zhengyu, who is the grandson of the clan elder. After hearing this, he clenched his fists and felt a surge of anger. Grandpa has said more than once at home that Sister Niannian has never had a good day since she married into the Lu family, and villagers have been bullying her. Now that Sister Niannian has finally escaped from the Lu family and moved into the haunted house, the villagers, upon learning it might be ghost-free, are greedy again, trying to leave her with no way out. It's really shameful for Lu village. While everyone was talking, Lu Zhengyu quickly went to the clan elder and told him what he had overheard. The clan elder, upon hearing this, trembled with anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "In the past, Sister Niannian endured everything, and I couldn't do much. But now that she's decided to stand up against the Huang family's violence, I won't let the villagers bully her anymore." Lu Zhengyu asked again, "Grandpa, why do you protect Sister Niannian so much?" He knew his grandpa often got angry at Niannian, but he didn't understand why. The clan elder was momentarily stunned, avoided his gaze, and said, "We'll talk about that later. Right now, let's help Sister Niannian."
Okay.
Lu Zhengyu nodded, hiding his suspicion. While the monk was still inspecting the house, the clan elder approached Zhao Niannian and told her what he had overheard. This house has been uninhabited for many years due to certain issues, and it no longer belongs to anyone. If the monk says it's safe, the villagers might want to share. The elder spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian frowned and looked in the direction not far away. The villagers, who were originally crowded at the entrance of the alley out of fear of the house, are now moving closer to it. It seems like they are testing the waters or driven by greed. "Clan leader, if I want to make this house officially mine, what should I do?" Zhao Niannian asked, looking serious. The clan leader thought for a moment, then stroked his beard. "Go to the government office and sign a contract. Use official channels to buy the house. Since the house has no owner due to ghost stories, it's a bit complicated. Plus, it's in Lu's village, so if the villagers want to share, I can't handle that alone." Hearing this, Zhao Niannian frowned slightly. "So, you mean I should make the house ownerless, then get a new deed from the government, right?" The clan leader nodded. "Exactly. But that requires a lot of money. I probably can't gather that much quickly," Zhao Niannian said worriedly, worried that her hard-earned life might be destroyed again. The clan leader didn't know how to solve this either, as it was the first time he encountered such a problem. Standing nearby, Xie Yanfeng overheard their conversation. When they fell silent, he finally spoke. "If they come to trouble us again, I'll be even harsher." The clan leader shook his head. "Child, you're thinking too simply. Fighting won't solve this problem well. Besides, you might be able to scare these people now, but can you do it forever? You're Niannian's friend, and you can't always stay by her side. If you get too harsh and then leave, Niannian will face even bigger trouble." Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng suddenly fell silent, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. After thinking for a while, Zhao Niannian suddenly had an idea. She turned to Lu Zhengyu and said, "Can you help me with something?" Lu Jingyu looked at his grandfather, then leaned in. What do you need, Nian? Did you understand what I just said? Zhao Nian asked. Lu Jingyu's face turned pale. Nian, you're not joking, right? You want me to go inside the house and find a Taoist priest? This was a haunted house. A terrifying house where crying sounds could be heard at midnight. Trust me, the house is very clean now, Zhao Nian said with a mix of amusement and seriousness. I said I would exorcise the ghosts, and I really did. I moved in just a few days ago and took care of the house's problems. You really don't need to be afraid.
But
Zhao Nian interrupted Lu Jingyu and said, think about it. If this house really had problems, how could Xie Yanfeng and his family stay here peacefully for several days? If it weren't inconvenient, I would go inside myself to find that yellow-robed monk. Okay, I believe you, Lu Jingyu nodded, took a deep breath, swallowed a few sips of water, and moved to the other side. Now everyone's attention was on the yellow-robed monk and his group. He took a detour through the back door into the house, and no one knew. Inside the house, the yellow-robed monk was walking around with a compass, his brow tightening more and more. There really is no problem. Could that woman named Zhao Nian really have the power to ward off evil? When my senior brother came, he clearly said that if it wasn't absolutely necessary, don't get close to this house because its bad energy and resentment are too strong and will harm your mind. But now, after checking, this house is really, as Zhao Nian said, very clean and not haunted. Master, is this house really safe? I still feel uneasy. Be quiet. The master's focused. Don't disturb him.
Oh.
At this moment, Lu Jingyu came from the backyard. His sudden appearance made the young monks around him tremble with fear. Oh my goodness! Is this a person or a ghost? The yellow-robed monk straightened up, looked at Lu Jingyu, then lowered his head to examine the compass in his hand, remaining completely still. Who are you? I am Lu Jingyu. My grandfather is the clan head, Lu Jingyu explained. As soon as he said this, the young monks immediately got angry. You're crazy. Not coming in through the front door, but sneaking in through the back? You almost made me my pants. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Enough. Be quiet. The yellow-robed monk glanced at his chattering disciples. After they quieted down, he looked at Lu Jingyu. Did you deliberately come in through the back to see me? Yes, Lu Jingyu nodded. May I ask if we could speak privately? The yellow-robed monk was silent for 3 breaths, then nodded. Then he handed the compass to a few disciples behind him, telling them to wait here, and he and Lu Jingyu moved to the other side. Speak, Master. I am here on behalf of Sister Nian to discuss something with you. Oh. The yellow-robed monk looked surprised. I've checked this house, and there's really no problem. I believe she can ward off evil. I will tell everyone the truth later. Lu Jingyu shook his head. Master, my sister asked me to find you because she wants you to tell everyone that the house still has unresolved problems that you can't fix.
Why?
The yellow-robe master looked puzzled. Someone has helped clarify that the house isn't haunted. Isn't that a good thing? This matter is complicated, and I'll try to keep it brief. Lu Jingyu then explained how Zhao Nian had been tortured and persecuted by her husband's family. If the truth that the house is now clean gets out, many people will want to move in. That would be a complete eviction for Zhao Nian. She has already suffered a lot in the village. If she has nowhere to stay, it would be a dead end. After hearing about the conflicts between Zhao Nian and Granny Huang, the yellow-robe master looked guilty. He felt ashamed for wanting a little money and targeting a poor woman. Master, my sister says Granny Huang promised to pay you some money to leave this place. She will try to gather the funds first, then add a little more. I hope you can help with this, Lu Jingyu said respectfully. Granny Huang promised to give me 3 or 2 silver coins once everything is settled.
But
I've decided not to take Zhao Nian's money this time. Helping her tell a lie is my way of making up for my mistake, the yellow-robe master said. Then he turned back to his disciple, took the compass, and his face suddenly looked serious. Master, what's wrong? Your face doesn't look good, a young Taoist asked. The yellow-robe master quickened his pace and said, hurry up. The problem with the house. I can't solve it either.
What?
One of the young Taoists was surprised. I knew it. There must be something wrong with that house. Otherwise, why would it make me feel so creepy? Stop talking nonsense. If even a master can't fix it, we shouldn't stay. We might regret it later.
Oh.
There's a ghost. Suddenly, a gust of wind scared the young Taoist so much that he ran away. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyu touched his arm and quickly left through the back door. He was thinking to himself how impressive Sister Nian was to be able to live peacefully in that house. Outside the house, because the yellow-robe master hadn't come out yet, the villagers gathered closer. Zhao Nian frowned as she watched the scene. If these villagers come any closer and cross that mental barrier they've feared for years, she wouldn't be able to stay calm even if she hid inside the house. Thinking of this, she looked up at the house. I don't know if Lu Zhengyu can successfully complete the task he was given. Just as the thought crossed my mind, long-robed Taoists suddenly ran out of the house in a panic, shouting, "There's a ghost! A ghost!" Following closely behind were some young monks. The villagers saw this scene and quickly backed away. There's a ghost. Run. I don't know who among the villagers shouted this, but everyone hurriedly retreated to the entrance. At this moment, Granny Huang and old Lu exchanged a quick look, agreed silently, and carried the unconscious Lu Yongliang away quickly. Even the Taoist was so frightened he ran out. If we stay here, we might get haunted later. As long-robed Taoist passed by Zhao Nian, he cast a deep look at her without saying a word and quickened his pace. Only by creating this kind of atmosphere can people believe the house still has problems and help her. It's a pity, though. This was all a waste of effort. Just then, Lu Zhengyu came over to Zhao Nian and repeated everything long-robed Taoist had just said, word for word. After hearing this, Zhao Nian thought for a moment, took out 2 taels of silver, and handed it to Lu Zhengyu. Help Sister Nian again, and give this silver to the Taoist. Tell him that Zhao Nian sent her friend. Lu Zhengyu explained that after the Taoist entered, he checked the house with a compass, and then said there was no problem. This means the Taoist has some skill, but he came here because of life's difficulties. Someone like him might not be a bad acquaintance. Okay. Lu Zhengyu ran off quickly, pretending he was also scared away. Seeing this, the clan leader said, Nian, you should hurry and transfer the house into your name. Otherwise, after some time, the villagers will start to suspect. I understand. Zhao Nian nodded gratefully. Clan leader, thank you again for your help. I can't repay your kindness. I happen to know some medical skills. If you need my help in the future, just ask. The clan leader smiled and nodded. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, come find me in the village. Goodbye, clan leader, Zhao Nian waved. After the clan leader left, she let out a long breath and muttered, Wow, I survived another day. Xie Yanfeng. Because of this incident, the villagers temporarily gave up their idea of sharing the house's benefits. Unexpectedly, Granny Huang and old Lu didn't expect Xie Yanfeng to be even more ruthless than Zhao Nian. Since Lu Yongliang was seriously injured by Xie Yanfeng, the family stayed quiet for a few days. Of course, that's a story for later. Inside the house, Mother Xie asked worriedly, Nian, does this house really have evil spirits? Don't worry, Auntie. You can stay here. There's no problem with this house, Zhao Nian explained. But that Taoist priest just now, Mom, Xie Yanfeng interrupted, we've been here for 2 days. If there really was a problem, how could we avoid it? Brother's right. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu nodded together. Seeing her children agree, Mother Xie relaxed her worries. Sorry, Nian. It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted. It's okay. It's normal to have doubts, Zhao Nian smiled. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest now. After speaking, she turned and went to her room. During this time, she took out all the silver from her pocket. If she used the silver to buy silver needles, that would be enough. But if she exchanged the silver for space-enhanced needles, she would have some left over. She wanted a set of silver needles, a complete set of surgical tools, and a medicine box. If asked what she was best at, it would definitely be medicine. Good tools would help her treat patients better. System, come out. I'm here. If I exchange all the silver I have, can you get all the items on this list? Zhao Niannian said while writing on a piece of paper. After a while, the system replied, yes, but don't forget, you still owe points. You need to wait until your points are cleared before you can exchange again. Zhao Niannian suddenly slapped her forehead, thinking, how did I forget about this? Can I use this silver to fill up my points? She earned 11 taels of silver from the Qin family in town. The system deducted 5 taels, so she had 6 taels left. Adding her original 4 taels and subtracting 1 tael she gave to the Taoist in yellow robes, she now had 9 taels. Earlier, the system said 4 taels couldn't fill her points, but 9 taels should be enough, right? Yes, enough. Not only can you clear the debt of 1,000 points, but you'll also have extra points to exchange for items. Can I exchange for the items on the list? Currently, the remaining points can only be used to get silver needles. Then forget it. I'll just use the points to clear the debt. The system is calculating. Soon, her 9 taels of silver were reduced to just over 3 taels. Zhao Niannian lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and shouting, Making money is so hard. Making money in ancient times was much harder than today. And what she earned wasn't enough for her space needs. Lying on the bed, she thought for a long time. Suddenly, Zhao Niannian remembered something. She had traded for things using prey, antiques, and silver. Overall, the value of prey was higher, and she could exchange for many things. Could it be that the better way is to use prey for exchanges? Thinking this through, she used a little silver to get some points, then exchanged for the crossbow arrows, and even got 10 extra for backup. Tomorrow, she planned to go into the mountains to take a look. The mountain behind the haunted house was rarely visited because no one dared to go near the house. If they took a detour, it would be a long way around. If no hunters had been there, there might be many valuable prey, like the jackal that Xiao Yun encountered. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted her thoughts. Who is it? She asked. It's me. Zhao Niannian got up and went to open the door. She poked her head out and asked, What's the matter? I want to talk to you about this house, Xie Yanfeng said. Come in. Zhao Niannian opened the door wide. She sat on the bed and gestured for him to sit on the stool. What do you want to talk about regarding the house? Today, I overheard your conversation with the clan leader. He said he wants you to buy this house and put it in your name, so no villagers will argue with you. So, I plan to pay half of the money, and my condition is that my family can live in this house, Xie Yanfeng said seriously. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian blinked in surprise. She looked confused. Didn't you say you were going to visit relatives? At most 3 months. Once your mother recovers, you can go to your relatives. This guy still wants to pay half. If she had money, why would she need to stay here? Would she need to borrow to live here or go to relatives? Xie Yanfeng sighed. That day, I went to town just to find out about my relatives, but I heard they had moved away, and I don't know where they went. Oh. Zhao Niannian nodded. But if you had money, you could just buy or rent a house to live in. Why do you insist on staying with me? Could it be that you want me to pay first, and then you'll pay me back slowly? Xie Yanfeng didn't answer. It wasn't really like that, but since she said so, her reasons seemed acceptable. Seeing his silence, Zhao Niannian thought she guessed right. She slightly smiled and said, You should think about it. I might not have money either. If she had money, why would she stay here? She would just buy a house in town. However, before that, she needs to regain her freedom first, otherwise, she won't be able to buy a house in town. Luckily, there is already a house available, mostly in good condition, needing only minor repairs to live in. Xie Yanfeng said, I'm willing to work with you to earn money and give all the money to you until it's enough to buy this house. That's possible. But when the money is enough, who will be listed as the owner of the house? Our relationship isn't suitable for adding your name to the ownership record, right? Zhao Niannian sighed. She didn't want to take advantage of the situation for free, but given the current circumstances, she couldn't register the house in both their names. I've thought about that, Xie Yanfeng said, standing up and pulling a stool closer to sit beside her, reducing the distance between them. I'll put your name on the house. Later, you can write me an IOU. When you have enough money to pay me back for my half, you can tear up the IOU. If one day I and my family haven't moved out, I will rent you half of the house. How does that sound? That sounds okay, but aren't you worried I might not pay you back then? Zhao Nian sat cross-legged, looking at him with suspicion. I believe you wouldn't be that kind of person, Xie Yanfeng said with a slight smile, showing her great trust. Zhao Nian bit her lower lip with her teeth, thinking to herself. He was suspicious of her at first, questioning her about everything, but now he's starting to trust her? Oh well, never mind. Although living with them means others might gossip, his plan is pretty good for now. Not only can the house be registered in her name, but he can also continue to be her bodyguard for a while. How much money do you have on you now? Zhao Nian asked curiously. This guy was lucky to find money. He probably has a silver or two on him. Under her gaze, Xie Yanfeng took out a patched money pouch, opened it, and poured the small silver coins into his palm. 7 taels of silver left. The small coins are with my mother and younger siblings. If you want, I can ask them. No need. Zhao Nian shook her head and reached out to take the silver coins from his palm. For now, there's nothing urgent at home. You can give me the 7 taels of silver. Tomorrow I'll go to town to inquire about the house, then buy some poultry to raise. We'll work a bit harder, plant some crops, and make sure we have enough to eat. Actually, she had space to store things, so she didn't necessarily need to farm or raise poultry. But if the family didn't raise anything and only ate lavishly every day, it might raise suspicion and attract unwanted attention. She disliked being stared at constantly. It felt just like being watched all the time. Xie Yanfeng nodded. I can go hunting. As long as I catch something and sell it in town, I can make money. Speaking of hunting, Zhao Nian hesitated, looked down thoughtfully, then looked up again. When you go hunting, can you take me along? I can exchange the game for things more valuable and rare than money. Xie Yanfeng was surprised. He remembered that when she first came to this house, she said she wanted to use his hunted animals to trade for things. Since then, various strange but seemingly normal objects appeared in the house, though they looked out of place. Don't worry, I can protect myself, Zhao Nian said confidently, thinking his silence was worry about her holding him back. She patted her arm and smiled mysteriously. If exchanging guns required a lot of points and ancient items needed fewer points, she almost wanted to get a firearm directly. All right, Xie Yanfeng said, coming back to himself. When I go, I'll take you with me.
Great. It's settled then.
Zhao Nian clapped her hands happily. I'm going to write you an IOU now. Okay. Soon, a proper IOU appeared in Xie Yanfeng's hands. It was written with a charcoal pencil, with neat, beautiful handwriting, each precise and tidy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe she could write so well. Your handwriting is so good. Have you ever thought about copying books for others? Xie Yanfeng asked. Copybooks? Zhao Nian's eyes twinkled. I'm not interested right now. But his question gave her an idea. When she had enough points later, she could exchange for a printer. Then she could open the best printing shop in the world and make a lot of money. But now wasn't the time. She wasn't in a hurry. She'd take it step by step. I'll head back first, Xie Yanfeng said, putting away the IOU and standing up. Go ahead, Zhao Nian waved. Remember to close the door behind you. After his footsteps faded into the distance, she took out the little money she had, about 3 taels of silver. Unless she needed to bribe officials, she thought she could probably buy this house with it. It was in the village, and it was a famous haunted house. She stored the money away, patted her storage bag, then stood up to think about what to do next. Inside the bag were seeds and poultry, but she hadn't found the right opportunity to let the poultry out to raise. She needed to find a chance. Meanwhile, Xie Yanfeng returned to his mother. How is it? Does Nian agree? His mother asked eagerly. She agrees, Xie Yanfeng nodded. But mother, is this really okay? Living with her like this, won't it ruin her reputation? His mother shook her head. Don't worry. Nian isn't as fragile as you think. Besides, This is the only way I can think of that both protects her reasonably and gives us a temporary place to stay.
But
I can earn money and buy a house for us, Xie Yanfeng said, sitting down. He couldn't understand why his mother suggested such a plan. His mother smiled. Yanfeng, I can see you care about Nian Nian. I heard from Xiao Yun that when she came here, she hadn't even had her wedding night, and her husband passed away soon after. Though she is a widow, she is still a pure girl. If you can develop feelings for her and both fall in love, I will feel at ease. Mother. Xie Yanfeng's face darkened. He cleared his throat. I have no feelings for her. Besides, I heard from the clan head that it's impossible for her to regain her freedom. To leave the Liu family, they must agree to her remarriage. But will the Liu family really allow her to remarry? His mother was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhao Niannian to want to regain her freedom. But this also showed that Zhao Niannian was far beyond ordinary in character. She wouldn't be content to stay at home, working hard as a housewife. She didn't have a strong opinion on whether Zhao Niannian wanted to go out and earn money or stay at home to be a good wife and mother. She just wanted Yanfeng to like her and for Zhao Niannian to like Yanfeng. That was enough. All right, mother. Don't always try to match me with her. If it's possible, we wouldn't need your help. We could be together. If it's not, even if you press my head, it won't change the fact that we can't be together. Then let's leave it to fate, his mother sighed. I actually like Nian Nian. It would be even better if she could become my daughter-in-law. Yanfeng was speechless. He didn't understand why his mother couldn't care more about her own health instead of worrying about his marriage. He thought someone like Zhao Niannian wasn't suitable for marriage and having children. Achieving great ambitions suited her better. Meanwhile, Zhao Niannian sneezed. She rubbed her nose. Who is talking behind my back? After muttering to herself for a while, she continued writing her plan, including daily, monthly, and yearly goals. She didn't know how long it had been before Xiaoyun came to call her for dinner. Only then did she lift her head from the pile of plans. Tonight's dinner was quite rich. There was not only plain rice but also braised pork and a bowl of wild vegetables. The braised pork was very tasty, and the wild vegetables helped clear the grease. Zhao Niannian praised Xie Yanfeng's cooking skills a lot. Is there more meat at home? If not, I'll bring some back another day. She remembered that the pork was exchanged earlier, about 2 jin, a Chinese weight measure. Ever since Xie Yanfeng said he could cook, she had handed over the kitchen to him. She didn't know how much pork had been used. There's only a small piece left. Zhao Niannian nodded. It's been stored for so many days, it might go bad. Tomorrow, you can check and also bring that pork to make porridge. Everyone can drink it. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu are so thin. They're growing, so they need to eat more meat. After saying that, she served each of the siblings a piece of braised pork. Thank you, sister. The brother and sister said in unison. You're welcome. Zhao Niannian smiled. Sure enough, children from other families are more sensible. Although she doesn't have children herself. After dinner, she didn't need to wash the dishes because Xie Yanfeng took care of it. She checked on Xiamu's health and then checked Xiaoyun's. Seeing that both mother and daughter were fine, she felt relieved. Later, Xiamu's illness would require some special herbs. She planned to go into the mountains whenever she had free time to see if she could find them. If not, she would look for alternative medicines. The next day, as Zhao Niannian just woke up and walked out of her room, she saw Xiaoyun approaching. Good morning, Xiaoyun. Good morning, sister, Xiaoyun replied politely. Sister, I saw a little girl at the door just now. She's younger than me and kept looking this way. My brother said she might be looking for you, so I came to see if you're awake and to tell you. A little girl? Zhao Nian thought for a moment. Is she about 5 or 6 years old? With 2 small braids?
Yes.
I know who she is now, Zhao Nian yawned. Don't worry about it. Just pretend you didn't see her. If she guessed correctly, the little girl who appeared is probably Hong Xia's niece. Last time the girl came, she said Hong Xia wanted to see her and asked her to find Hong Xia. Now she's here again, probably for the same reason.
Hong Xia is over 18.
According to village rules, she either gets married or stays at home after her family gives her money. But if it's the latter, Not seeing each other for 2 or 3 years would be strange. If she's married, she wouldn't know about it, which also seems odd. In summary, if she went on this trip, she would definitely feel uncomfortable all over. When Zhao Nianyan finished her porridge and was about to leave to deal with the empty land in front of her, she saw the little girl still sitting at the entrance, sitting on the edge of the field, looking eagerly at her side. Does she really insist that she go to see Hongxia? At this moment, Xie Yanfeng also came to her side and said, "That girl has been here since early morning, just as dawn broke." Zhao Nianyan was silent for a moment and then said, "Maybe you can go with me? Although I have some issues with Hongxia, I have no problem with this little girl. It's not right for her to keep causing trouble." "Okay," Xie Yanfeng replied. Then Zhao Nianyan went to the kitchen. After a short while, the two of them told Xie's mother and then went together to see the little girl.
Come, eat.
Zhao Nianyan approached the girl and took out a freshly steamed potato. "Is this for me to eat?" The girl swallowed hard. "Yes," Zhao Nianyan nodded. "Eat it, then take me to see Hongxia." It seems she's about to settle this old issue once and for all. After hearing this, the girl wolfed down the potato, choking several times in the process. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it." A little while later, the girl led the way. However, Zhao Nianyan noticed that the place the girl was taking her to was not the village, but the path up the mountain. "Isn't Hongxia supposed to see me? Why are you taking me into the mountains?" Zhao Nianyan asked suspiciously. Next to her, Xie Yanfeng looked serious and surveyed the surroundings. He didn't sense any danger. I don't know how to tell you. My little aunt lives up on the mountain." "Nianyan, don't ask anymore. We need to see my little aunt quickly. If my parents find out I've been gone so long, they'll get suspicious." Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan frowned and exchanged a glance with Xie Yanfeng. It seemed the little girl was hinting at something, but since they were already here, they had to see what was going on. A moment later, the girl led Zhao Nianyan and Xie Yanfeng up the mountain. She pointed ahead and said, "My little aunt lives right there." At the top of the mountain, there was only a small wooden house. As they approached, they saw that the house was built from irregular wooden planks nailed together, making it completely airtight. If you tried to breathe, you could only get air through the gaps under the eaves. Zhao Nianyan frowned, full of confusion, and slowly walked closer. At this moment, Xie Yanfeng, worried there was some trick ahead, took a big step forward and stood in front of her, walking ahead. Xie Yanfeng and Zhao Nianyan stood in front of the wooden house. She quickly noticed that the house had a door that opened from the outside, but the latch was tightly bound with a chain. There was also a small window on the door, also from the outside, about the height of a young girl. Looking at the dirt on the small window, it seemed to be a serving window for delivering food. "Little aunt, I'm back," the young girl called out to the house. Soon there was movement inside the house. Zhao Nianyan clearly heard the sound of chains being dragged on the ground, and a bold, unpleasant thought appeared in her mind. A very hoarse voice came from inside. "Xiao Miao, go home first. Don't let your parents find out."
Got it.
"I'll come when my parents ask me to deliver food," the girl replied. She turned and walked down the mountain, glancing back every few steps, full of reluctance. After Xiao Miao left, the hoarse voice from inside sounded again. "Nian Nian." The voice didn't sound like that of a 20-year-old. It sounded more like an old woman weathered by life, full of sadness. Zhao Nianyan recalled the memories of the original owner, remembering the moments with Lu Hongxia. They first met in Baofeng town, where Hongxia helped the original owner chase away thugs. Hongxia was warm-hearted and quickly became friends with the gentle, modest original owner. Their personalities complemented each other, and their bond grew stronger. Until they met Lu Yongliang in town, which caused the original owner's tragedy and completely broke their friendship. After the original owner married into Lu's village, something happened. The first person she sought help from was Hongxia, but Hongxia said she didn't know her and even drove her out of the house. After that, they lost contact and never saw each other again. Counting this, it had been more than 2 years since they last met. Thinking of this, Zhao Nianyan's complicated eyes grew calm, replaced by a cold indifference. The original owner was gone. Now, in this body, was Zhao Nian. Whatever the past was, reasons, hardships, she had no right to forgive those who had hurt the original owner. Zhao Nian responded coldly. The house fell silent for a few moments before the voice spoke again. Nian, I heard from Xiao Miao about your rebellion against your in-laws. Cough cough, that's good news, congratulations. Thanks to you, I've come to this point. Zhao Nian's voice grew colder, her fists clenched.
I'm sorry, Hongxia choked.
I was forced to. Next, Hongxia began to recount the events from 3 years ago, one after another. 3 years ago, Hongxia met Zhao Nian in town and genuinely wanted to be friends with him. However, Lu Yongliang found out about this and happened to like Zhao Nian too. Coincidentally, Lu Yongliang was the only educated person in the village and the most likely to become a scholar. Many people, including Hongxia's family, tried to curry favor with him. Moreover, old Lu had once helped Hongxia's father, and out of gratitude, Hongxia's father forced her to side with Lu Yongliang and marry him. Hongxia knew Lu Yongliang's character well and refused, until her father threatened to sell her as a concubine to the old man if she didn't obey. Hongxia liked a boy from the neighboring village, and they had already planned for him to come and propose. So, between lifelong happiness with her true love and her family's wishes, Hongxia chose the latter. Hongxia felt very guilty and couldn't sleep well every night. Her conscience troubled her, especially after Zhao Nian married and things went wrong. Hongxia wanted to help Zhao Nian, but her father stopped her. Her father used the same reason to threaten her, so Hongxia had no choice but to obey her family, refuse to help Zhao Nian, and even pretend not to know him. Hongxia thought that once her beloved came to propose and she married him, she wouldn't be threatened anymore. Then she could help Zhao Nian secretly. But her love didn't come for a long time, and Hongxia grew anxious. She went to find him. That day, it rained, and Hongxia stayed at her love's house. They had already become intimate, and he said he would come to propose another day. A month passed like this. After that month, Hongxia discovered she was pregnant and also realized her father had been lying to her all along. He planned to sell her as a concubine to a wealthy man from the start. To avoid this, Hongxia did many things she didn't want to do, betrayed her friends, and lost her innocence. She didn't want to end up marrying the old man, so she told her father she was pregnant with her true love's child. Her father was furious and beat her, then locked her at home. The next day, he and his family went to the neighboring village to find her love, but he was gone without a trace. To prevent her shame from spreading, Hongxia's family quickly built a wooden house on a remote mountain and kept her there, claiming she had an accident and gone missing. She was kept there for over 2 years. Only her family knew the truth. Her child, a boy, was sold by her father after he was born. Red Xia's father initially wanted to sell her too, but since she was so weak and wouldn't fetch much money, and there was a risk of others knowing about this shameful act, he kept her locked up and only brought food occasionally. If she could live, they would keep her alive. If not, they would wait for her to die and bury her on the mountain. Unexpectedly, Red Xia managed to survive until now. Fortunately, not all of Red Xia's family members are heartless. Her niece, Xiao Miao, was raised by Red Xia to be sensible. Later, to prevent Xiao Miao from following Red Xia's bad example, her family forced her to bring food and witness what could happen if she didn't behave properly. Over time, her family became comfortable with Xiao Miao bringing food alone. It was then that Red Xia told Xiao Miao about these things. Perhaps because she had never been treated fairly at home, Xiao Miao was very mature for her age. She preferred staying with Red Xia and listening to her rather than being scolded or beaten by her family. Because of this, Red Xia learned about Zhao Nian's recent actions in the village and saw a glimmer of hope.
Nian, I'm sorry.
Cough, cough. Red Xia cried and coughed, her painful voice spilling out. It hurts so much. Nian, I feel I don't have much time left. Can you forgive me? Zhao Nian's face was tense, and her heart ached. This pain came from her original self, not her. Several days ago, the Zhao Nian you knew died, and I am not the Zhao Nian who once considered you a good sister. So even if you say sorry or are suffering, I will not forgive you." Zhao Nian's words were literal. The original owner was already dead. No one had the right to forgive someone who had hurt her, not even her. However, Xie Yanfeng and Red Xia both misunderstood and thought she meant the weak, helpless her had died, not realizing the truth was different.
But none of that mattered now.
She had said she wouldn't forgive, and she wouldn't. Nian, I'm sorry, really sorry." Red Xia's voice changed as she spoke. Soon, heavy sounds of her collapsing inside the hut could be heard. Zhao Nian frowned.
Yongxia?
There was silence, only the rustling of the wind. She knew she wasn't qualified to forgive the original owner, but as a doctor, she couldn't stand by and do nothing. If Red Xia died, she would be free, but she felt Red Xia should live in pain, losing her child, being abandoned by her loved one, and feeling guilty toward the original owner. Thinking of this, she opened the window from outside and looked inside through a small opening. The hut was very dark and had a strong bad smell. She couldn't see clearly inside. She looked down at the chain and lock on the door. "Xie Yanfeng, can you open locks?" "No," Xie Yanfeng replied, but then he walked over to her and struck the wall of the hut hard. With a loud bang, the wooden board was broken through, and a hole appeared in the wall.
Wow.
He's so strong. This guy isn't just showing off for fun. Zhao Nian's lips twitched as she looked at his hand. "Are you okay? Don't get hurt." Seeing her concern, Xie Yanfeng initially felt his knuckles hurt, but at that moment, it was as if the punch had hit cotton. No pain at all.
I'm fine.
From an angle she couldn't see, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Xie Yanfeng's mouth, but he didn't notice. The wooden hut, which had stood firm through wind and rain for 3 years, now had a big hole after just a few punches. Sunlight shone inside, allowing Zhao Nian to see clearly what was inside. One corner was filled with feces, with flies buzzing over it. Another corner had a dirty, moldy blanket. Near the window, there were leftover food scraps, and mice scurried on the ground. As for Hongxia, she was chained by her right ankle, lying in the middle of the hut, clothes torn, covered in dirt, very thin, with a withered appearance. Her skin was just a layer over her bones, with no flesh left. Because of gender differences, Xie Yanfeng only glanced at her briefly before looking away. He had experienced famine and natural disasters, but had never seen such a cruel scene. Although he didn't know the exact conflict between Zhao Nian and the woman inside, he thought her family was truly beastly, treating a relative so inhumanely. Zhao Nian looked at Hongxia, still barely alive, and didn't know what to do. The woman lying on the ground seemed like her bones would break if she moved even a little. "Xie Yanfeng, go keep watch. If anyone comes, come tell me," she said. "Okay," Xie Yanfeng nodded, thinking that it wasn't suitable for him to stay here alone at this moment. After he left, Zhao Nian entered the hut, forcing herself to ignore the nausea and disgust, and found the place where the chain was fixed. That spot had already been corroded by wind and rain. With a tug, she pulled the entire chain off. Unfortunately, Hongxia had lost her ability to resist. If she had been a little stronger, she could have pulled the chain off the wood. She first covered Hongxia's eyes with a corner of her clothes, carefully lifting her out of the hut. The reason for doing this is because Hongxia hasn't seen light for more than 2 years. Although she is in a coma, exposure to light still hurts her, so it needs to be blocked first. She first performs a full check on Hongxia and finds many small and large injuries on her body. After giving birth, she suffered postpartum illness, wounds repeatedly infected, severe malnutrition, and mouse bites. Even in a modern operating room, treating Hongxia would require a lot of effort, not to mention that she is a doctor with no tools at all. If the injuries weren't too serious, the space could still save her, but these problems are just too big. This is fate, Zhao Nian sighs, feeling helpless for the first time. She kneels beside the dying Hongxia, looks up at the sky, and whispers, "Zhao Nian, if you're still here, would you forgive Lu Hongxia for her past mistakes?" The only response is a gentle breeze. After a while, Perhaps the fresh air gives Hongxia a sense of freedom in her suffering. She coughs lightly and slowly opens her eyes, but all she sees is darkness. Hongxia feels her eyes are covered. She tries to lift her hand but has no strength. Even breathing is painful. Zhao Nian speaks heavily. I can't save you. It's okay, Nian. This is my punishment. At that moment, Hongxia suddenly feels full of strength, and her pain seems to disappear. She tries to sit up on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Nian doesn't feel happy. This is a last glimpse of life, something that happens to everyone before they die. When this state ends, the person is gone. Stop. Seeing Hongxia's movement, Zhao Nian quickly tries to stop her. But Hongxia pulls off the cloth covering her eyes even faster. The bright sunlight stings her eyes, but she doesn't want to blink, just wanting to see the dawn one more time. Nian, do you remember when we went to the mountain to watch the sunset? Hongxia's voice is soft. Zhao Nian searches her memories and nods. Yes, I remember. We only went home when it was dark. The next day, you told me your father beat you badly. Yes. Hongxia nods. That was the first time we saw the sunrise and
The last.
Hearing this, Zhao Nian remains silent. There's no need to speak anymore. Everything has already been said. I know you won't forgive me, and I don't expect your forgiveness. I was the one who wronged you first. But Nian, I know you are kind-hearted. I am dying soon, and there are some words I won't have another chance to say. Hongxia turned her head, her eyes red and swollen, her sunken eye sockets looking especially fierce. Speak. Zhao Nian frowned, feeling even more complicated. I hope you can help me find my child. He has a flame-like birthmark on his shoulder. If you find him and see he's doing well, then forget about it. But if he's not doing well, please help me find a good family to take care of him, so he can grow up safely. When I die, Hongxia, will repay you. After speaking, Hongxia slowly moved and knelt on the ground, her head heavy as she bowed it to the dirt. Nian, please. Seeing this, Lu Nian stood up, looked down at Hongxia, and remembered her former master, her face cold as frost. Hongxia, do you remember I was once begging you like this? I know I was wrong. Hongxia trembled, tears streaming down her face. She had persisted for so long, but her breathing was becoming rapid. Can just saying I was wrong change everything? Zhao Nian gritted her teeth and said sharply. But the child is innocent. Nian, I beg you. Even if you want to crush me into pieces, I won't complain. I beg you. Hongxia crawled on the ground, repeatedly reciting. Zhao Nian was silent, her coldness softening a little. Because she noticed Hongxia's voice was getting weaker until she stopped speaking altogether. She originally wanted to save Hongxia's life and let her spend her remaining days in regret. But upon reflection, Hongxia was also a person with a hard life. She had no right to forgive Hongxia, nor was she someone who would destroy a person completely, just as she wouldn't tell Hongxia whether she would help fulfill her last wish. Since Hongxia couldn't live with regret, she might as well leave this world with it. The mountain wind blew, lifting Zhao Nian's hair. She stood there, gazing at the horizon. After a long while, she lowered her head, looking at the corpse still kneeling on the ground. When a person dies, a handful of earth, and all grudges and resentments, should be carried away by the wind. She took a sheet from her storage bag, wrapped the body, then held the shroud and sighed. Her child, I will see him, because you once treated the original master well. I want to see if he's doing okay. Soon after, Xie Yanfeng, hearing footsteps, looked up and saw Zhao Nian holding the body.
She.
Find a place to lay her to rest, Zhao Nian said. Yes. Xie Yanfeng nodded and accompanied Zhao Nian to find a relatively good place. There, by the mountains and water, with flowers blooming and birds singing in the branches. Zhao Nian did not help Hongxia to set up a monument. Hongxia's family detained her to protect the family's reputation, but it was also to keep Hongxia's innocence safe. If they built a monument and villagers found out, they might investigate and ruin Hongxia's good name. Hongxia was not guilty of such a crime. Let bygones be bygones. Just let it go, Zhao Nian said simply, bowed slightly, and then left. Should we go back now? Xie Yanfeng asked. I'm staying on a mountain. You go home and find Xiao Yun. Ask her to find Xiao Miao, and see if she can find out how Hong Xia escaped, Zhao Nian replied. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng hesitated and said, Then you stay safe on the mountain. After reminding Xiao Yun, I'll come back. Okay, Zhao Nian responded calmly. After Xie Yanfeng left, she returned to the wooden house. This house, it would be better if it burned down. Such darkness shouldn't exist. It was a little distance from the village, so even if it caught fire and smoke rose, villagers might not interfere. Because of the villagers' thoughts, she set the fire herself and burned the house down. Half an hour later, the house was completely burned, with only flickering flames and black smoke remaining. Zhao Nian stood nearby, feeling the wind howling on the mountaintop. I'm back, she said. Hearing her, Zhao Nian looked over. Did they come? After I told Xiao Yun, I secretly followed her to the girl's house. After Xiao Yun finished talking to her, I secretly escorted her back to the house before coming here. That's why it took some time. You've both been a lot of trouble, Zhao Nian said with a faint smile, her eyes carrying a hint of sadness. When Hong Xia died, she could feel the reactions of the original owner's body. Such pain, sadness, and helplessness. The two who could have been good sisters were torn apart because of Lu Yongliang, leading to the current situation. The most guilty person, surprisingly, died mysteriously in the river on her wedding night. And the two most miserable ones were tortured for 3 years before dying. Heaven really is biased. It's no trouble, Xie Yanfeng said. I'll take you somewhere safe to hide, and see if we can overhear anything later. He has already guessed that she sent Xiaoyun to tell Xiaomiao about this, hoping her family would come to check and see if they could find the answers they wanted among their panicked words. Okay, Zhao Nian nodded. Then, Xie Yanfeng squatted in front of Zhao Nian. Come up, I'll carry you.
Huh?
Zhao Nian was confused. But at that moment, she heard footsteps approaching, so she didn't ask more and leaned forward onto his broad back. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. When she regained her senses, they were actually on a pine tree. Didn't you say you couldn't do martial arts? Zhao Nian tightly held onto his shoulder, her eyes full of shock. But this was her first time experiencing lightness skill. It was amazing to fly through the air and suddenly reach a high place so cool. Xie Yanfeng didn't answer, just made a shushing sound. Below, Xiaomiao's family had already arrived. Zhao Nian stayed silent. Aunt? Xiaomiao saw the burned-down, collapsed wooden house and ran over crying. Xiaomiao's father, who was also Hong Xiao's older brother, quickly approached after seeing the scene, looking around and spotting the iron chain nearby. Father, Hong Xia really ran away. So that means she set fire to the house?
Impossible.
That girl is so weak now, she couldn't have run away.
Yeah.
Xiaomiao's father realized this, and then grabbed the crying Xiaomiao kneeling on the ground. You little brat, tell me what really happened. Father, I don't know. Boo-hoo, I don't know anything. Xiaomiao said fearfully. If you don't know, how do you know your aunt ran away? Xiaomiao's father frowned and slapped her. Speak quickly, or don't blame me for hitting you. Zhao Nian, watching the scene from the tree, frowned tightly. She held Xie Yanfeng's hand with a little force, gripping his shoulder to vent her anger. Xie Yanfeng's face showed no change. Her grip was gentle, like a massage. Father, I really don't know. You went out early this morning and I was at home cooking. After dinner, I thought I hadn't seen my aunt in days, so I wanted to come check on her. But my aunt is gone. Nonsense. Your aunt was so thin she was just skin and bones. How could she run away? You little brat, still refusing to tell the truth. Xiaomiao's father didn't believe his daughter at all and raised his hand to slap her again. Zhao Nian muttered softly. If I had known, I wouldn't have involved Xiaomiao. She really didn't expect that Red Glow's family was so strict about favoring boys over girls, especially her older brother, who could be so harsh even to his own daughter. Hold on tight, Xie Yanfeng whispered in a low voice.
Huh?
Zhao Niannian didn't understand, but she changed her hand from supporting his shoulder to wrapping around his neck, pressing her body close to his back, and asked in his ear, "What are you going to do?" A warm breath brushed past, and Xie Yanfeng felt uncomfortable all over. He quickly turned his head to calm himself down, teaching him a lesson. After saying that, Xie Yanfeng reached for a pine cone, broke off a pine nut, and swung it at the arm that Xiao Miao's father raised again.
Ah!
Xiao Miao's father cried out in pain, his wrist went numb, and he lost strength instantly. "Who's there?" Xiao Miao's grandfather and grandmother looked at Xiao Miao's father with confusion. "Why are you yelling?" "Father, did someone attack me with something?" Xiao Miao's father held his wrist and looked around. "You're imagining things, right? Is there anyone here?" Xiao Miao's father gritted his teeth and said, "Really? Someone did attack me. Look, my wrist is red." As soon as he said that, Xiao Miao's grandfather and grandmother came closer. Sure enough, there were fresh red marks on Xiao Miao's father's wrist.
Could it be
"The person who took Red Glow away?" Xiao Miao's grandmother said nervously. "Who would save that troublemaker Red Glow?" Xiao Miao's father replied. Over on the tree, Zhao Niannian overheard and unintentionally leaned her head close to Xie Yanfeng's ear again. "Hurry, aim at his mouth. Let him know how tough you are." "Xie Yanfeng, can you not get so close?" He didn't answer, only kept swinging his hand. Where she pointed, he hit. After a few pine nuts, Xiao Miao's father was in pain and fell to the ground, crying out loudly. "Awesome." Zhao Niannian grinned happily. If the situation had allowed, she would have been dancing with joy. Xie Yanfeng actually had such skills, and this deal with him was truly worth it. Because Xiao Miao's parents also criticized Red Glow, Zhao Niannian told Xie Yanfeng to teach them a lesson too. In just a short while, they had used up all the pine nuts. "I think this place is really strange. Let's leave quickly." Maybe Red Glow didn't run away, but the heavens dropped a fire, burning down the cabin, and Red Glow turned into a ghost to torment us. Xiao Miao's grandfather said fearfully. Xiao Miao's grandmother also felt the surrounding wind was cold and said nervously, "If it really is Red Glow's ghost, will she go find her son? What if that family gets into trouble and comes after us?" "No, that family is rich and can definitely hire a Taoist priest to take away the Red Glow. Never mind, let's go. Just pretend this shameless daughter is gone forever." After saying this, Grandpa Xiao Miao helped up Xiao Miao's father, who was hurt for some reason, and then called Xiao Miao's grandmother to come down the mountain together. But he didn't call Xiao Miao herself. Xiao Miao knelt on the ground, stopped crying, and looked sadly at the three people leaving down the mountain. After a while, Xiao Miao turned her head to look at the wooden house, tears falling again. Little Aunt. Although she had never met her little aunt, every time she brought food, her little aunt would care for her and tell her what to do to make her parents and grandpa and grandma less angry with her. Her little aunt also told her that if her family didn't love her, she should love herself and learn to stand up for herself and protect herself. But her father was very mean, and her grandpa and grandma were also mean. They didn't love her either. They hit and scolded her every day.
She felt so sad, so hurt every time.
"Little aunt, I'm sorry. If I were a little older, I could save you."
"I'm sorry."
Xiao Miao cried and hit the ground in self-blame, not caring that her hand was bleeding from the stones on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Niannian and Xie Yanfeng came down from the tree after confirming Xiao Miao's family had left the mountain.
Xiao Miao.
Hearing the voice, Xiao Miao looked up, a flash of panic in her eyes. When she saw who was there, she burst into tears and tearfully called out, "Aunt Nian." "Just call me Sister Nian," Zhao Nian said as she walked over and helped Xiao Miao up. She didn't want to be called aunt. She just wanted to be free again and didn't want to be tied down by Lu Yongliang's family anymore. "Sister Nian." Xiao Miao sniffed hard, wiped her tears, and asked, "What happened to my little aunt? Is she really dead?" Zhao Nian hesitated for a moment and said, "She went somewhere else. Will she come back someday?" Xiao Miao's tears fell again. "No, She won't. Zhao Niannian raised her hand and used her sleeve to wipe Xiao Miao's tears. She won't go back to that place where she can't get enough to eat or sleep well, the place that always hurts her. She might live a good life in the future, but that depends on her fate. Don't cry anymore. Xiao Miao bit her lip and asked, "What if I miss my little aunt?" "If you miss her, look at the stars at night. The brightest one is definitely her," Zhao Niannian said as she picked up Xiao Miao and turned to walk down the mountain, softly comforting her as they went. "Xiao Miao, don't come here again in the future. You know about us and the conversation with your little aunt, right? That's a secret between me, you, and your little aunt. Please keep this secret, okay?" Little aunt told Nian Nian that this is a secret for the three of us? Xiao Miao asked, confused. "Yes," Zhao Niannian nodded. "It's just for us three." Xie Yanfeng. "Okay, I'm not human." Xiao Miao nodded. "I will keep this secret. I won't tell anyone else." "Good girl," Zhao Niannian smiled, gently ruffling Xiao Miao's hair. Xiao Miao closed her eyes, feeling the warmth from her forehead. That warm feeling spread through her body, something she had never felt before. If the warmth from her little aunt was in words, then Nian Nian's warmth was in her body. In that moment, she was very eager to hold onto this rare warmth, like a little sun. Xiao Miao hugged Zhao Niannian's neck tightly, burying her face in her friend's neck to soak up that rare warmth. After going down the mountain, Zhao Niannian took Xiao Miao straight to the ghost house. Xiao Miao looked at the ghost house with fear in her eyes, but when she saw the twin dragons playing happily in the yard, her fear gradually faded. "Xiao Miao, Nian can't keep you here forever. It's past noon now, and you're probably hungry. I'll get you some food to fill your stomach, then you can go home, so your dad won't hit you again." After saying that, Zhao Nian left Xiao Miao in the front yard. Xiao Miao, about 5 or 6 years old, looked obedient and sweet. To the twin dragons Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun, she was like a little sister. They enjoyed playing with her. In the kitchen, Xie Yanfeng asked curiously, "Xiao Miao will probably get scolded when she goes home. Why don't you adopt her?" Zhao Niannian held 2 warm sweet potatoes and said, "Xiao Miao still has family. Although her family isn't good to her, I don't have the right to adopt her. Xiao Miao's situation is sad, but I just want to help her secretly. If I interfere openly, it might cause me trouble. Unless her situation becomes really unbearable, then I'll step in." Xie Yanfeng nodded, a look of admiration in his eyes. She's clear-headed, thoughtful, not someone who meddles in everything, and kind-hearted. She's truly a good girl. At first, he really thought she was just a fool. As he was about to leave the kitchen, Zhao Niannian paused, turned to look at him, then examined him from top to bottom, a smile curling her lips and raising her eyebrows. "Xie Yanfeng, you're so capable. How about we do something bad tonight when it's dark and windy?" Xie Yanfeng heard her words, looked at her expression, and avoided her gaze.
"Sure.
But if you're going to talk, just say it. Why do you make such a playful face? Do you like me?" Zhao Niannian was stunned, blinking her eyes. "I like you, you big fool." Could he have misunderstood? Although he had a good figure and a nice face, and she was also a bit flirtatious, she wasn't the type to like someone easily, okay? Big fool. Xie Yanfeng frowned in confusion. What does that mean? Zhao Niannian rolled her eyes and walked out of the kitchen. Watching her back, Xie Yanfeng's eyes were full of disbelief. He never expected her to be so strange, liking his waist. Oh my, had she really reached this level of obsession with me? Fortunately, Zhao Niannian didn't have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, she'd be shocked and lose her appetite from Xie Yanfeng's wild thoughts. After a moment, Zhao Niannian handed a sweet potato to Xiao Miao, letting her eat enough before leaving. After eating one, Xiao Miao looked at another and asked cautiously, "Niannian's sister, can I take this with me?" "Of course." Zhao Niannian put the sweet potato into Xiao Miao's pocket. "If your parents ask where you got it, just say you found it on the road. If someone tries to take it from you, don't fight back. If you want to eat more, just come back and find me." How does Niannian's sister know my dad might try to take it? Xiao Miao's eyes widened with curiosity and admiration. She realized that Niannian's sister knew so much. She knew how her dad treated her and even helped her escape from that dark, dirty hut. That's really impressive. You don't need to worry about that, Zhao Niannian said as she tidied Xiaomiao's braid happily. Xiaomiao, tonight when you sleep at home, no matter what you hear, don't leave your bed, okay?
Got it.
Xiaomiao nodded, listening to Niannian's sister. Let's go home, Zhao Niannian patted Xiaomiao's head. After seeing Xiaomiao off, she turned back toward the house. After dinner, Zhao Niannian stayed in her room, pondering things until her mother and the twin dragons had fallen asleep. Then she came out and went to Xie Yanfeng's door. Xie Yanfeng, she gently knocked and softly called. No response from inside. Strange? Was he asleep? Wasn't he supposed to sneak out tonight while it was dark and windy to do something naughty? This guy. I'm here, Xie Yanfeng's voice sounded behind her. Phew. Zhao Niannian shivered suddenly and turned around to glare at him, almost losing her voice. You scared me. Let's go, Xie Yanfeng said with a teasing smile, turning to walk outside. Zhao Niannian pouted silently, thinking to herself that no girl would like this guy in the future. After leaving the house, Xie Yanfeng finally asked loudly, "What kind of bad thing do you want to do?" Play ghost. Zhao Niannian raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of mischief. You know martial arts and can fly. Later, you'll let your hair down completely, mess it up, then put on this outfit. Follow my instructions, and I'll handle the rest. She took out a white long-sleeved dress she had made earlier and held it up against his figure, showing him how it looked. Xie Yanfeng looked at her actions, speechless. If it had been someone else, he might have refused such behavior. But since it was her speaking, he could accept it and was willing to play along with her.
She
made him feel genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Because Xie Yanfeng knew where Xiao Miao's home was, he led Zhao Niannian to avoid dogs and villagers as they walked out of the village, heading towards Xiao Miao's house. Xiao Miao's house was a simple mud brick cottage with a wooden roof, surrounded by a small yard enclosed with a wooden fence. There were vegetables growing inside, and 3 chickens, a rooster, and 2 hens were kept there. Xiao Miao lives over there, and the others live over here, Xie Yanfeng pointed inside. Zhao Niannian glanced and looked a bit upset. Isn't Xiao Miao's place the woodpile shed? Outside the small door, several bundles of dry firewood were stacked, and nearby was an open kitchen with basic utensils and a stove. That meant next to the kitchen there was either a storage shed or a miscellaneous room. The small house looked very drafty, with a door that wasn't sealed tightly, leaving large gaps at the top and bottom. If someone lived there, they might freeze in winter. It can also be considered the woodpile shed. When Xiao Yun came to visit Xiao Miao today, she took a quick look inside. There were many farming tools, firewood, and a straw bed with old blankets on it, Zhao Niannian said. Hearing this, she thought of Xiao Miao's obedient and sensible appearance and couldn't help but clench her fists. Xiao Miao was only 5 or 6 years old. She had been thrown into this small house to live alone, and the house was so drafty. She had originally thought Hong Xia was already suffering enough being treated badly by her family, but she didn't expect Xiao Miao, so young, to also suffer from the heavy favoritism and neglect of her family. But now, she had no other way to help.
Get ready.
Now everyone around is asleep and won't notice us. Aren't you afraid I might scare Xiao Miao? I already told Xiao Miao that no matter what she hears, she should stay under the blanket and not come out, said Zhao Niannian. Nodded Xie Yanfeng, took off the hair tie and held it in his arms, then changed into a white shirt. I'm going now. Zhao Niannian looked at him and called out, Wait a moment. Under the faint moonlight, she tiptoed and reached out to mess up his hair. In the soft moonlight, Zhao Niannian's face was fair and delicate, her features refined, her pretty eyes blinking, and her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Xie Yanfeng quietly looked at her lifted face with his head down. In that moment, it felt like something from his heart was coming out, making him itch. That felt much better. Zhao Niannian grinned, her eyes full of satisfaction, and patted his shoulder. Go ahead. Good luck. Xie Yanfeng snapped back to himself and slightly curved his lips. What a funny woman. After a light jump into the yard, he looked around, then grabbed a bowl from the kitchen and threw it directly at Xiao Miao's father's room.
Clang.
The crisp sound woke up the couple who had just fallen asleep, along with the boy in the same room. The lights turned on. Father, what's going on? Why is there a broken bowl? Who knows? Our window is broken. I want to see who dares to disturb my sleep. Angry curses came from inside the room. Soon the door opened. Xiao Miao's father had been upset on the mountaintop today and was still anxious when he got home. He finally managed to fall asleep, but now he was awakened, and his short temper was about to explode. Who dares to wake me up? His voice suddenly stopped, and the fear he had suppressed came rushing back.
You.
At this moment, Xie Yanfeng, with messy hair and an obscured face, was covered from the neck down by a large white robe. Just as Xiao Miao was about to get close, Xie Yanfeng suddenly moved swiftly and appeared on Xiao Miao's father's left side.
Ah!
Xiao Miao's father shouted in fear. Xiao Miao's wife, who had just managed to get her son to sleep, came out after hearing the noise. What's all this noise? If our son wakes up, he'll cry again.
Ah!
She couldn't help but scream and turn to go back inside. But Xie Yanfeng, with a palm strike, shut the door, frightening the couple so much that they hugged each other and trembled. Xiao Miao's father was so weak in the legs that he couldn't speak. Only Xiao Miao's mother managed to stay somewhat calm, asking, Who
are you?
Xie Yanfeng did not answer. Instead, he used light skills to move quickly around the yard. When their minds couldn't keep up with his speed, he suddenly appeared in front of them, startling them so much they sat down the ground.
Ghost!
Shouted Xiao Miao's mother. Next door, a light appeared in Xiao Miao's grandparents' room. Soon after, Xiao Miao's grandmother came out holding a lantern, walking with her husband. Why are you two awake and making noise in the yard?
Mom.
Xiao Miao's father pointed ahead, full of fear. Seeing this, the elderly couple shivered in fright. Seeing these people appear, Xie Yanfeng directly floated into the air using his light skills, then used the fence to stand steadily. Father, mother, older brother, sister-in-law. A gentle, sorrowful voice echoed through the yard. So she still had this ability. Xie Yanfeng thought. At this moment, Zhao Niannian was using Hongxia's voice. She was glad that in her past life, she had learned voice acting out of boredom, so now she could imitate anyone's voice without worry of being discovered. Isn't that Hongxia's voice? Xiao Miao's mother was shocked. This made Hongxia's parents and older brother break out in cold sweat. Today, Xiao Miao told them Hongxia was missing. When they arrived, the wooden house was burned down, and Hongxia was nowhere to be found. Then they said some bad things about Hongxia and were scolded by the spirit, ending up with bruises and cuts all over, not knowing what had happened.
Could it be?
Hongxia is dead? Burned alive? So now Hongxia has come to seek revenge? Hongxia's family looked at each other, clearly thinking the same thing. I suffered so badly in death. Why didn't you come to be with me? You're already dead. Don't bother us anymore. Just reincarnate properly, and we'll burn paper for you during Qingming. Xiao Miao's father swallowed hard and shivered.
But
I can't accept it. I can't accept it. What about my children? Why can your children stay, but mine can't? Zhao Niannian became more and more emotional, her voice sharp and thin. This scared Hongxia's family very much. Hongxia, you did wrong back then. You should have been punished. If we hadn't locked you up, you might have been caught. It was because your parents loved you that they kept you locked up. Hearing Xiao Miao's grandmother say that, Zhao Niannian was so angry her teeth itched, but she kept her good mood and kept accusing them of being wrong, always letting them take care of the child. Xie Yanfeng also cooperated with Zhao Niannian, constantly changing positions. Finally, Zhao Niannian's voice suddenly turned cold. If you don't teach my son properly, I will take your son away. After she finished speaking, Xie Yanfeng immediately understood and quickly appeared at the door of Xiao Miao's parents' room.
Stop.
Xiao Miao's mother was shocked and scared, but didn't dare to go forward. Hongxia, this has nothing to do with your nephew. The child is still young and innocent. What about my child? Is my child not innocent? Give my child back to me.
Child. Child.
With Xiao Nian's hysterical cries, Xiao Miao's grandmother couldn't hold back anymore, covering her ears and saying, "Your child is with the last family on the back street of the town, the Lin family." After learning where the child was, Xiao Nian planned to continue frightening this family, but the neighbors nearby had woken up. They turned on oil lamps and seemed ready to come out and see what was happening. She didn't want to cause too much trouble. Although Hong Xia's reputation might be discussed, no one had mentioned her for a year. It was better to let things fade away quietly. You don't treat Xiao Miao well. Xiao Miao's mother immediately understood what she meant and hurriedly said, "Hong Xia, you should go reincarnate quickly. Xiao Miao is my daughter, and I will definitely take good care of her, I promise. If I can't do that, I will come back and take your son away so you'll never see him again." After saying this, Xiao Nian threw a small smoke bomb she had exchanged with some points at Xie Yanfeng's feet. With a bang, the smoke exploded. Xie Yanfeng received the signal and disappeared in a flash. When the smoke cleared, Hong Xia was gone. Xiao Miao's father sat on the ground wiping sweat and said, "Oh my goodness, it's a good thing she left. She scared me to death." Who? Xiao Miao's mother sighed in relief and complained, "We should have told you not to be so extreme in doing things. To get that little bit of silver, you insisted on selling her child. Now look at the mess we're in." "It's okay. Tomorrow I'll find a Taoist to drive away the evil spirits and get some talismans. We'll wear them on us," said Xiao Miao's grandmother. "Let's go back inside and sleep." "Mom, what about Xiao Miao?" Xiao Miao's mother looked toward the small house. "This girl always brings food to Hong Xia. Over time, she and her cousin have become close. We should continue to take good care of Xiao Miao. When she's old enough, we can let her become a child bride and start earning money for our family."
This.
Grandma Xiao Miao hesitated. She really didn't want to put effort into raising a useless child who only caused trouble.
Don't worry about it.
We're all struggling to eat, and raising a girl isn't worth it. Tomorrow, my wife will invite a priest to perform a ritual, and everything should be fine. After saying this, Xiao Miao's father stood up, patted his backside, cursed bad luck, and went back inside. The others saw this and also returned to their rooms. Xiao Miao sat on a pile of straw, hugging her knees and crying. She heard her aunt's voice. She listened carefully, but she had promised Sister Nian she couldn't leave her bed, so she couldn't see her aunt one last time. She cried for a long time, then got up, opened the door, and stepped outside the yard. She looked up at the clear night sky. The brightest star was twinkling. "Aunt, I miss you." She stood in the yard, gazing at the stars for a while, then went back inside. She knew her family wouldn't treat her well, but that was okay. She had overheard that her aunt had a son, her little cousin. When she saved enough money and gained strength, she would go meet her little cousin. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian and Xie Yanfeng were walking along the field ridge under the moonlight, which illuminated the path ahead clearly.
Ha ha ha.
Xie Yanfeng, did you see how that family reacted just now? They all looked like they were about to their pants. Xiao Nian spoke as she stretched out her hand, walking unsteadily along the ridge, swaying but keeping her balance perfectly. Seeing her childlike behavior, Xie Yanfeng followed behind, unable to hide a smile. "Be careful, don't fall," he warned gently, sounding affectionate without realizing it. "Don't worry. I've walked this path so many times, I'm very balanced," Xiao Nian said happily. "Hey, Xie Yanfeng, with your martial arts skills, why did you say at first that you didn't know any martial arts?" Xie Yanfeng replied calmly, "That's because we're not close."
Oh.
Xiao Nian stopped, turned around and grinned. "So, are we close now?" Xie Yanfeng looked at her blankly and nodded. "Then since we're close, can you teach me martial arts?" "I want to learn too." Xiao Nian looked at him eagerly. In her past life, she admired the skills in martial arts movies. Flying across rooftops was so cool and beautiful. Unfortunately, in her previous life, no one knew light skills, but she was good at boxing and kicking. However, Light skills require internal energy to operate, which she learned from the novel. Learning martial arts is hard, and internal energy also needs practice, Xie Yanfeng said seriously as he looked at her. It's okay, I don't mind hard work, Zhao Nianyan said firmly. Then she turned around and continued walking forward. As long as I learn martial arts, no one can bully me in the future. If I can master martial skills, I will teach that old woman and her family a lesson, solve my livelihood problems, visit my parents, and then try to travel the world with a sword. Everyone probably has a martial arts dream in their heart, and she is no different. But she needs to first avenge the original owner, then earn enough money to settle her family, and only then can her dream come true. Xie Yanfeng listened quietly as she talked to herself. When they reached the flat road near the house, he spoke softly, his voice carried by the breeze to her ears. You don't have to learn. I can protect you. Zhao Nianyan paused, turned to look at him, and said, You can't protect me forever. Anyway, we're home now. Everyone go to your rooms.
I'm tired.
She yawned as she walked toward the house. Xie Yanfeng watched her figure walk away, sighed lightly, and closed the door. He's right. He can't protect her forever, and saying that was pointless. But the hardships of practicing martial arts are more than she can handle at her age. Maybe later, she thought. The next day, the sun was high and the weather was bright. After waking up, Zhao Nianyan stretched lazily outside her small yard. At this moment, she saw Mother Xie and Xiao Yun hanging clothes in the yard. Mother Xie, after taking the medicine she prepared, was feeling much better. Although her face was still pale, she could at least do some light work. Xiao Yu was practicing horse dance with a very proper posture, but Xie Yanfeng was nearby, tapping Xiao Yu's legs and buttocks with a small stick now and then. Good morning. Zhao Nianyan went over and greeted the Xie family. Good morning, sister. Xiao Yun called out sweetly. Big sister. Oh, why are you hitting me, brother? Xiao Yu wanted to shout, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was tapped on the arm. Xie Yanfeng looked at her coldly. Your movements just now had issues. Xiao Yu sighed sadly and focused on practicing her horse dance. Nian, breakfast is still warm in the pot in the kitchen, Mother Xie said to Zhao Nian.
Got it.
Zhao Nian nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed as she rubbed her nose. She had already eaten breakfast, but she had just woken up, which made her seem a bit lazy. As she turned to go to the kitchen, Zhao Nianyan noticed that Xie Yanfeng's gaze was fixed on her. Why are you looking at me like that?
She asked.
Nothing, Xie Yanfeng shook his head. The weather is nice today. I'm planning to go into the mountains. If you want to come, hurry up and eat breakfast. Okay. Zhao Nianyan was very happy to hear about going into the mountains. That meant she could find good things to put in her space to exchange for points, then trade for other things. She saw Xiao Yun and her mother holding still wet clothes hanging on a bamboo pole, so she decided that if she had enough points, she would buy a washing machine. Of course, she also needed to buy a solar power storage panel first. After Zhao Nianyan left, Xie Yu curiously asked, Brother, didn't you say sister was going to practice martial arts with me? Why isn't she doing horse dance? She won't be learning anymore. Xie Yanfeng stood up.
Why?
Xiao Yu asked, confused. Xie Yanfeng looked helpless. She just got up at this hour. It's not good for practicing martial arts. All right then. Brother, you're so silly, Xiao Yun suddenly said to Xie Yu. Xie Yu looked confused again. How am I silly? Xiao Yun giggled. Brother clearly doesn't want to teach sister.
Why?
Xie Yu was very curious after hearing her sister. Because brother wants to protect sister himself. Xiao Yun covered her mouth to hide her smile, hiding behind Xie Mu. Then she stuck out her tongue at Xie Yanfeng. Brother, am I right? You're such a brat. Xie Yanfeng glanced at her and walked over with a small stick. Seeing this, Xiao Yun shrank her neck, but caught a glimpse of a figure around the corner. Her eyes flashed with mischief, and she ran over. Zhao Nianyan was biting into a sweet potato cake when Xiao Yun suddenly pounced and hugged her legs. What's wrong? Zhao Nianyan asked. Sister, brother is going to hit me. Xiao Yun said. Xie Yanfeng. He hadn't even moved. Besides, he's her real brother. How could he hit her outside? Zhao Nianyan looked up at Xie Yanfeng. You're so grown up, and you're still arguing with kids.
Xie Yanfeng.
He was just scolding his sister. Was that okay? I'm ready. Let's go into the mountains, Zhao Nianyan said.
Xie Yanfeng nodded.
I'll go get some things. After saying that, he put down his small stick and turned to go inside.
Hee, Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Sister is the best.
Good girl. Zhao Nianyan originally wanted to quietly pat Xiaoyan's head, but since her hands still had oil on them, she decided not to. A little while later, Xie Yanfeng walked out carrying a bow and arrow, with a large machete on his waist, 2 bundles of vines, and 2 bamboo tubes filled with water. Let's go.
Okay.
Zhao Nianyan responded, then said to Xie's mother, Andy, the 2 of us are going into the mountains to look for something good. You and little Yun and little you stay at home and be careful. Some people like to cause trouble when they're bored. If anything happens, go find the clan leader.
All right, I understand. Xie's mother nodded.
When you and Yanfeng go into the mountains, be careful too.
Yanfeng, remember to protect Nianyan.
If she gets hurt, you won't get away with it.
Xie Yanfeng sighed. Got it.
He was clearly surnamed Xie. Why was everyone thinking about her? After Zhao Nianyan and Xie Yanfeng left the house, little Yun asked, Mom, if we keep being so nice to Nianyan, do you think she'll want to be with her brother?
Xie's mother said, do your best. If it happens, it's fate. If not, it's just luck.
Oh.
Little Yun looked as if she understood but wasn't sure, her eyes fixed on the door where they had just disappeared. She hoped her sister and brother would be together. After entering the mountains, Zhao Nianyan immediately contacted the system, asking it to keep watch for anything around that could be thrown into space to exchange for points. Don't worry, host. If there's good stuff, I'll tell you right away.
Good, you're smart, Zhao Nianyan said, panting.
She hadn't expected the path he chose to be so difficult. It was even steeper and more rugged than the day they went to the wooden cabin to imprison Hongxia.
Hand.
Seeing her struggle, Xie Yanfeng reached out his hand to her. Zhao Nianyan didn't hesitate and took his hand. Thanks. After climbing this small path no one had walked before, Zhao Nianyan straightened up and stretched her muscles. Finally, she said, we've made it up that hill. Don't stay too far from me. Although there are no signs of prey here yet, we should still be careful. Okay. Zhao Nianyan nodded firmly. I'll listen to you. After all, he was the experienced hunter here. Xie Yanfeng nodded, relieved that she wasn't delicate or fragile, or this trip would have been really tough. After walking for a while, Xie Yanfeng asked, do you want to eat wild fruit? I'll take you to pick some. Zhao Nianyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded, yes. I'm extremely thirsty. She needed some fruit to quench her thirst. When she left, she clearly remembered packing water into her storage bag, but now, when she checked earlier, it was missing. It probably fell somewhere in the house. After walking a bit further, Zhao Nianyan looked at his back and asked, you seem to know the way into the mountains? How do you know where the wild fruits are? Xie Yanfeng pushed aside the weeds blocking the path and replied, when I have free time, I go up the mountain to look around. Oh, Zhao Nianyan didn't think much about it. Soon they arrived under a loquat tree. Yellow fruits, about the size of a baby's fist, hung in bunches on the tree, each one full and ripe. Loquat? Zhao Nianyan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect this wild loquat tree to have so many fruits. Do you know this loquat? Xie Yanfeng was surprised. Loquats are usually only eaten by the wealthy. When he first found this loquat tree in the mountains, he was really shocked. And she, living in Lu's village, just a daughter of a carpenter, knowing about loquats was unexpected to him.
So he was surprised.
Zhao Nianyan was confused. You don't know it? Yes, I do.
Then why are you surprised?
She didn't understand. Nothing. Xie Yanfeng put his things on the ground. I'll pick some for you. Wait for me. Be careful and stay safe, Zhao Nianyan said as she sat under the tree waiting. Hearing her concern, Xie Yanfeng felt a warm, sweet feeling inside, like honey spreading over him. Besides his family, it was the first time someone cared for him so much. The loquat tree was not very tall, so Xie Yanfeng didn't use his light skills. Instead, he climbed up directly, picked the ripe-looking loquats, and used the hem of his outer shirt to catch them. After filling a basket, he climbed down. "Here," he said, placing all the loquats in front of her. Then he sat beside her, picked up a bamboo cup, and took a sip of water. Zhao Niannian selected a good-looking loquat, wiped it with her clothes, and then peeled the skin with her hand. "So sweet." She squinted happily, then spat out the seed. She never expected the loquat to be so sweet. She wanted to put this loquat tree into her storage bag and then move it to her house to plant. But if she did that, it would be hard to explain to the people in the Xie family. "System, I have a question for you." "Host, please ask." "My storage bag can store living and dead things, except for people. Can I plant trees inside here?" "No, that's not possible. The storage bag is mainly for storing items. Is there anything in the space that I can exchange for to get more planting space?" "Sorry, there's nothing like that either." "What's the use of you?" Not getting what she wanted, Zhao Niannian gave up and quietly ate loquats. But after eating several, she realized that Xie Yanfeng hadn't eaten any. "Why aren't you eating?" "Just eat yours," Xie Yanfeng said, then took a sip of water. Zhao Niannian blinked and looked at him suspiciously, then glanced at his hand. His hand was dirty from constantly touching soil, trees, and grass during the path clearing. No wonder he didn't want to peel the fruit. "Here, this is for you." Zhao Niannian handed him the peeled loquat.
Huh?
Xie Yanfeng was surprised.
What?
"Do you want me to feed you?" "It's not impossible." Before he could react, she had already brought the loquat to his mouth. Xie Yanfeng instinctively opened his mouth. The sweet loquat rolled into his mouth. "It's really sweet." "Thanks."
Oh.
Zhao Niannian chuckled. "I didn't expect to hear you say thank you to me one day." Xie Yanfeng looked at her calmly, but didn't reply. After eating the loquat, Zhao Niannian reluctantly left, glancing back every few steps. Xie Yanfeng saw her and said, "When you go down the mountain later, if you want to eat more, we can come back and pick some." "Okay." As they went deeper into the mountain, they finally saw some prey. "It's a wild mountain chicken." Zhao Niannian saw Xie Yanfeng squat down and she followed, crouching beside him quietly. "Wait here for me. I'll set a trap." "Do you want my help?" "No need." After saying that, Xie Yanfeng stood up and quietly moved over, using the surrounding materials to quickly set a trap. Zhao Niannian watched humbly, learning as she went. After all, having more skills is better than having fewer. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the wild mountain chicken was caught by Xie Yanfeng. He killed the chicken and hung it on his waist. "Do you just hang the prey like this?" Zhao Niannian asked curiously. "What else should I do? Won't your belt fall off like that?" Xie Yanfeng looked at her irritably, thinking, why does she ask so many strange, illogical questions? As they continued walking forward, Zhao Niannian suddenly stopped and grabbed his clothes. "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Xie Yanfeng turned his head. Zhao Niannian didn't answer because she was busy talking to the system. "Are you saying valuable prey is approaching me?"
Yes.
"And it's moving very fast, almost like it's heading for you guys. Is it dangerous? Can you analyze the danger level?" "No, that's not my skill." "All right." While Zhao Niannian remained silent, actually communicating with the system, Xie Yanfeng suddenly frowned and looked in several directions. "Xie Yanfeng." Zhao Niannian snapped back to reality, her face serious. "There might be wild animals coming toward us. The valuable thing the system mentioned that can still move in the mountains is probably a wild animal. But if they can run from so far away toward her and Xie Yanfeng, she suspects the animal just came out to hunt and sense the presence of living humans." Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng responded with a hum and looked around, choosing a reasonably tall tree. "Climb up first. I'll handle the rest." Zhao Niannian nodded. Okay. She didn't know what kind of wild animal was coming, so it was safest to find a secure place to protect herself and avoid causing trouble for him. Xie Yanfeng bent down and gently scooped Zhao Niannian into his arms, then lightly leapt onto a branch, found a good spot to land, and set her down. "Wait here for me." Zhao Niannian nodded. "Be careful." "Okay." Xie Yanfeng looked at her deeply, then flipped and jumped down to the ground. Just then, a sharp, ear-piercing roar sounded, followed by several more. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian's face changed. The wild animals came in packs. No wonder the system said they were valuable, several prey. How could they not be worth something? Suddenly, a figure rushed out quickly from the nearby bushes, followed closely by several more, all moving very fast. They growled at Xie Yanfeng and circled around him, full of hostility. Jackal? Xie Yanfeng narrowed his eyes. There were 5 in total. This was a good catch. Seeing the scene, Zhao Niannian's pupils shrank, and her gaze fixed on one of the jackal's hind legs. That was an arrow. No wonder they rushed toward her and Xie Yanfeng so quickly, so they were after her. It was probably because she entered the mountain, and her scent reminded the 3 jackals that had escaped earlier. She looked carefully and saw that one of the wolves had a crossbow arrow in its hind leg, another in its chest, and a third was cut at the neck with a machete, but that one was not here.
Could it be
that it is dead? While Zhao Niannian was confused, the 5 wolves surrounding Xie Yanfeng moved aside, and a taller wolf appeared.
Could this be
the Wolf King? Oh no! When she saved Xiaoyun earlier, she might have accidentally angered the Wolf King. Wolves are fierce and brutal. If they are not dealt with, they might hold a grudge and follow her back to her home. Thinking of this, Zhao Niannian touched the sleeve arrow in her hand and focused intently on the scene below. Xie Yanfeng drew his machete from his waist and looked at them coldly. He didn't expect to encounter a wolf pack and be attacked. But dealing with these small wolves was not a problem, though the Wolf King looked smart and might be more difficult to handle. While he was thinking, 2 more rustling sounds came from the trees. He turned his head to look. Zhao Niannian in the tree also looked in that direction. 2 more wolves appeared, one with a machete on its neck, seemingly stuck to its flesh, and the other was the one shot in the chest with a crossbow arrow. Seeing this, Zhao Niannian understood clearly. These were the 3 wolves she injured last time, who went back to complain, and now, smelling her scent, they tracked her here. Now, Xie Yanfeng faced 8 wolves. Even if he fought with all his strength, he might get hurt. But after waiting for a long time, the wolves did not attack. They only circled around Xie Yanfeng, as if trying to trap him. Xie Yanfeng, they are coming for me. They remember my scent. The one with the crossbow arrow in its hind leg and the one with the machete on its neck are the ones I injured last time. We should attack together later and take them down, or I'm afraid they will follow our scent back to the house, Zhao Niannian said to Xie Yanfeng below. Her action also successfully drew the wolves' attention. The reason the wolves hesitated to attack Xie Yanfeng was because they sensed Zhao Niannian's scent nearby, but they hadn't seen her. You have a crossbow arrow? Xie Yanfeng asked. Yes, Zhao Niannian nodded. You can fight freely, don't worry about me. Unless they can climb trees, they won't be able to hurt me. Also, when you're fighting them, try to stay in my line of sight, or my crossbow arrows won't work.
Got it.
As his voice fell, the Wolf King roared, and the wolf pack launched their attack. The 3 uninjured ones went to fight Xie Yanfeng, while the injured 3 and the other uninjured 1 teamed up to deal with Zhao Niannian on the tree. The Wolf King watched from the side. Originally, Zhao Niannian was relieved that they couldn't climb trees, but then she saw them start to climb.
Wow.
They can climb. Zhao Niannian stretched out her arm, aiming her crossbow at the one climbing up first, which was uninjured.
Whoosh.
The arrow shot out and directly hit the wolf's shoulder.
Howl.
The wolf cried out in pain, releasing its claws and falling, knocking down the other 2 as well. Zhao Niannian squinted and aimed at the 4 below, coldly saying, Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Still dare to bother me? They all feared the power of her crossbow, so they didn't dare to move rashly. Instead, they snarled and circled around the tree, occasionally looking up at her. It seemed they planned to stay below. They knew she relied on her crossbow, so at this moment, they stayed alert. When she raised her arm to aim, they dodged. Zhao Niannian didn't dare to fire recklessly, knowing her supply of arrows was limited. She wondered how Xie Yanfeng was doing. Her position was partly blocked by leaves, so she had to stand up, hold onto a higher branch, and move along the trunk, pushing the leaves aside. Meanwhile, Xie Yanfeng was switching between long-range attacks and close combat. Under the Wolf King's command, the three wolves fighting him behaved like trained killers, fighting back and forth. This couldn't go on. Zhao Nianyan thought. Right now, the Wolf King's attention was on Xie Yanfeng, and the four wolves surrounding her weren't climbing up, they were just crouching below. After some thought, she started climbing the tree, finding a decent spot on the trunk. She leaned her body against it and looked down. In her view, Xie Yanfeng was fighting three wolves, while the Wolf King sat nearby with a regal posture. This position was even better. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Nianyan's mouth. She raised her arm, aiming at the unaware Wolf King. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. It hit. Zhao Nianyan cheered silently. However, the Wolf King seemed to sense danger. Before the arrow even reached it, it dodged. But the fast-shooting arrow also surprised it, making it both frightened and angry.
Howl!
The Wolf King cried out. Suddenly, the tree Zhao Nianyan was on began to shake. Looking down, she saw the Wolf King commanding the four wolves to ram the tree with their bodies, trying to knock her down. Damaging the enemy by 1,000 while harming ourselves by only 800, you all. Zhao Nianyan tightly hugged the tree trunk, breaking out in cold sweat. Since you won't give up, don't blame me. They all knew she had crossbow arrows and had seen their power, so they were on guard. Trying to hurt them with crossbow arrows was simply impossible. So, she needed to change tools.
System, come out.
Host, what are your instructions?
Gun.
I want a gun. At least 10 rounds of bullets. Zhao Nianyan gritted her teeth. They could dodge cold weapons, but she didn't believe they could dodge a firearm. Host, you have no points. I still have 2 taels of silver. Zhao Nianyan painfully took out 2 taels of silver. She had mixed feelings about this exchange space, love because it could really help her, hate because there was no clear rule on how ancient items could be exchanged for points. Everything depended on what the system said was possible, and the system did the calculations. Initiating exchange service for you. Soon after, the silver in Zhao Nianyan's hand disappeared, replaced by a black pistol with a 17-round magazine and a silencer. Remaining points have been credited. Now, Zhao Nianyan didn't have time to check her remaining points. She just wanted to quickly deal with the Wolf King so it wouldn't summon other wolf packs. Moreover, the wolf pack below kept crashing into trees and throwing dirt. If this continued, the tree would fall. Since you've prepared for crossbows, let's see how powerful bullets are. Zhao Nianyan whispered, her eyes sharp, aiming the gun at the Wolf King.
Bang!
The bullet's speed was much faster than a crossbow arrow. Although the Wolf King was prepared, it couldn't dodge the bullet in time and was hit in the back.
Ow!
With a furious roar, the Wolf King stopped charging and looked at Zhao Nianyan. She took the opportunity to raise her gun and aim at the wolf pack surrounding Xie Yanfeng.
Bang!
One was hit. Take them down. Zhao Nianyan shouted. Xie Yanfeng instantly regained his senses, leaping back, retracting his machete, and drawing an arrow from his quiver, pulling the bow to shoot. Thud! It hit the forehead, piercing through the skull. This shows how powerful the arrow infused with internal energy is. Good arrow. Zhao Nianyan cheered. Xie Yanfeng's mouth twitched. That doesn't seem like a good compliment, right? Captured the king first. Zhao Nianyan shouted at Xie Yanfeng. Xie Yanfeng put away his bow, leaping in front of the Wolf King, drawing his machete and slashing fiercely at it. The Wolf King endured the pain and dodged, swinging its claws to attack him. Seeing this, the wolf pack rushed to support. Perfect opportunity. Zhao Nianyan felt a sudden joy in her heart because now she could see the entire pack of wolves clearly. Next, she used her pistol to attack from a distance while Xie Yanfeng fought close up. The situation, which was originally passive, suddenly turned active. All the wolves were injured, and the alpha wolf was more badly hurt. She quickly used up 17 bullets. Then, Zhao Nianyan used her crossbow to shoot the remaining 8 arrows from her quiver. With a fierce strike, Xie Yanfeng delivered a powerful, causing the alpha wolf to stiffen and finally fall heavily to the ground. The wolf pack also lost its ability to move. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan quickly climbed down from the tree, pulled out a dagger from her storage bag, and started finishing off the remaining wolves one by one. Phew! Good harvest! She wiped the blood from her face and stood up happily, smiling. Xie, be careful. As she turned around, before she saw what was happening, a shadow suddenly embraced her. Her back was pressed tightly against someone's warm chest. She could feel the person trembling and trying to endure the pain. Xie Yanfeng?
I'm fine, Xie Yanfeng responded softly.
Zhao Nianyan took a deep breath and turned around. His body suddenly collapsed heavily onto her. She quickly reached out to support him. It turned out that the alpha wolf, barely alive, was still struggling and launched a final attack. Its goal was to grab Zhao Nianyan's head, but Xie Yanfeng had her in his arms, which caused a large on his back, deep and bloody, very fierce. Don't worry, I'm fine, Xie Yanfeng said with a slight smile when he saw her worried look. There's no way that big wound is okay. Zhao Nianyan's nose stung with tears. She helped him sit against a tree. To prevent the alpha wolf from still being alive, she walked over, squatted down, and fiercely stabbed the remaining arrows into the wolf's heart. The alpha wolf looked unwilling, eyes wide with anger, trembling slightly, then stopped moving. After confirming the alpha wolf was dead, she turned back to Xie Yanfeng. At this moment, his eyes were blurry, and the pain in his back was so intense it hurt his head. He also felt a terrible headache. The smell of blood here is too strong. We need to leave quickly, he said. After that, Xie Yanfeng struggled to get up. Zhao Nianyan held him back. I'll treat your wounds first.
I'm fine.
Xie Yanfeng's vision darkened, and he fainted. Oh no! She quickly caught him, held him in her arms, and checked his back. The deadly strike from the dying alpha wolf was so severe that it damaged Xie Yanfeng's spinal cord. This injury was even worse than what she had seen earlier. Zhao Nianyan frowned, then turned her head to look at the bodies of the wolves. System. Exchange everything that can be traded, then follow the list I provided to get the items I need. Processing for you. Soon, their bones, jackal skins, teeth, and claws were all converted into points through space recovery. This time, it was truly a big harvest. All the items she needed could be exchanged, and she still had 150,000 points left. Half an hour later, Zhao Nianyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and cut the wire shorter. Finally, her wound was treated. Next, she needed a tetanus shot and a vaccine. After a while, she sat on the ground, looking at the bright sun shining through the dense leaves above. Xie Yanfeng was so tall. How could she carry him back? If she went to find help, she was worried that other animals might smell the blood and come here while he waited.
Oh.
System, give me a cart. What kind of cart does the host need? Electric-assisted, wooden, or... How many points for an electric-assisted one? 100,000 points. Go away. Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but curse. We've lost so much. Only got a few 100,000 points. Now I have 15,000 left. You ask for 10,000. I feel like you're always holding back my points, not letting me earn more.
I'm innocent.
Anything over 100 points, don't recommend it to me. Then it can only be the most traditional wooden unicycle. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan looked at the road down the mountain, clenched her teeth, and said, Forget it, I don't want it. So, how does the host plan to bring people down the mountain?
Carry.
I don't believe I can't carry him down the mountain. After saying that, Zhao Nianyan first put all the jackal meat on the ground into her storage bag, then retrieved all the spent arrows from her crossbow. After all, each arrow costs points, so recovering one is a small gain. Next, she put the tools Xie Yanfeng used during hunting into her storage bag. Once she confirmed nothing was missing, she walked over to Xie Yanfeng, rolled up her sleeves, and pushed up her skirt to tuck it into her waistband. Then she turned her back to Xie Yanfeng, squatted down, and placed his 2 arms on her shoulders. She gritted her teeth and squatted down hard, lifting Xie Yanfeng, who was taller than her by more than a head. She let him lean his upper body on her back, with her legs dragging on the ground.
Wow.
So heavy, but she could still hold on. If she can't even carry him down the mountain, living alone in the future might be even harder. Relying on that small bit of willpower, she took one step at a time, stubbornly moving from the top of the mountain to the bottom. With each step, she endured more pain, until she was completely exhausted. She couldn't hold on anymore, lost her balance, and knelt on the ground. The burning pain in her knees made her feel more alert. She didn't even have enough strength to put Xie Yanfeng on the ground, so she could only keep him lying on her back. Not anymore, system. Quickly give me some glucose. Exchanging. Soon, a bottle of glucose appeared in her hand. She first drank some glucose, then took a bamboo tube from her storage bag, opened it, tilted her head back, and drank several gulps of water. One of the 2 water-filled bamboo tubes she had was unused, but she accidentally took the one Xie Yanfeng had used. Mixing glucose with water helped her gradually regain some strength. Just a little more walking, and she'd reach home. She could hold on. After putting the bamboo tube back in her bag, she forced herself to stand despite the pain in her knees, supporting his upper body, and slowly moved back to the house. The sky was completely dark now. Night had fallen. Xiaoyu paced back and forth at the door, occasionally sitting on the threshold, resting her chin in her hands, or standing up to look down the mountain path, her eyes full of worry, her palms sweating anxiously. Xiaoyu, has your brother and sister Nian come back? At this moment, Mother Xie came out, with Xiao Yun beside her.
Not yet.
Xiaoyu shook her head, worried. Mother, do you think something's happened? It's so late, and they haven't returned. It probably won't be. Your brother knows martial arts, and sister Nian is smart. They work well together, so it should be fine. But, Mother, it's so late. Should we go find the clan head? Nian said if anything happens, we can ask him for help. Xiaoyan looked up and tugged at Mother Xie's sleeve. Mother Xie hesitated. Let's wait a little longer. If they don't come back, we'll go see the clan head.
Okay.
Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun said in unison. So, the mother and children waited a little longer. When they saw that there was no sign of Xie Yanfeng or Zhao Nian, Mother Xie thought about locking the door and going to find the clan head with the 2 kids.
Ah.
Xiao Yun suddenly shouted, Mother, Mother, there's a monster. Upon hearing this, Mother Xie and Little Rain looked up. They saw a large, wobbling monster walking, seemingly dragging 2 tails behind it. But they were too far away to see clearly. Only shadows of the monster were visible. Quick, go inside and hide. Mother Xie urged Little Rain and Little Cloud, feeling very scared. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. However, Little Rain stayed still, frowning. Wait, I think it's not a monster. If he wasn't mistaken, those 2 things weren't tails but legs, and the direction was towards the mountains. Hearing this, Mother Xie also stopped and looked again. As the shadow drew closer, the 3 of them could see more clearly. Big sister. Little Cloud shouted first. Mother Xie looked carefully and exclaimed, It's them. Then quickened her pace toward the shadow. At this moment, Zhao Nian's consciousness was very blurry. She just wanted to lie down and rest. She was almost unable to move. Her legs felt heavy like lead, and her toes and shoes hurt terribly. Just when she felt she couldn't hold on, 3 anxious faces appeared in front of her. Quick, catch him. Zhao Nian gritted her teeth and told Mother Xie and the others. With their help, they steadied Xie Yanfeng's body. Mother Xie worried and asked, Nian, what's going on? After releasing her strength, Zhao Nian sat heavily on a big stone nearby, panting. It's a long story. You 2 help him back to the room and let him lie down. His wounds are on his back. I'll rest for a bit and then check his injuries. Mother Xie said, I'll help Yanfeng back first. You wait here. I'll come back soon. Okay. Although Mother Xie's health had improved a lot, this activity was still exhausting. She quickly turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Mother, you stay here and watch over Big Brother. Little Cloud, and I will help Sister back. Little Rain said tenderly. Knowing her own condition, Mother Xie didn't insist and nodded. Be careful.
Got it.
Little Rain and Little Cloud ran out of the room. A moment later, Zhao Nian returned to the front hall of the house. Sister, drink water. Little Cloud brought over a bowl of water and placed it in front of Zhao Nian. Thanks, Little Cloud. Zhao Nian felt her throat burning and just wanted to drink water. After drinking 2 bowls, she finally felt a bit better. You two, go boil a basin of water. Later, when I help your brother treat his wound, I will also help him clean his body. Okay. The 2 children replied in unison. Watching their backs, Zhao Nian reminded them, be careful and don't get burned. While they were gone, she counted the items in her storage bag, taking out everything that belonged to Xie Yanfeng and placing it on the table. As for the jackal meat, there are 8 in total, including the Jackal King. After removing the bones, skin, fur, teeth, and claws, it weighs over 200 jin. Last time, the boneless jackal weighed about 15 jin, and Xie Yanfeng was able to sell it for a silver coin or 2. This time, with over 200 jin, she estimated it could fetch about 10 taels of silver. But she wouldn't worry about that now. She would wait until Xie Yanfeng woke up. After resting in the living room for a while, she dragged her tired body back to her room and changed out of her clothes. Once she finished, she waited until Xiaoyun knocked and said the hot water was ready. She then placed the prepared medicine into a bamboo basket and, together with Xiaoyun, headed to Xie Yanfeng's room. Mother, sister is here. Hearing this, Xie's mother quickly looked up and saw the door. Nian, Yanfeng's wound has been bleeding. It's okay, I will take care of it, Zhao Nian said. Don't worry, it will be fine. The food has gone cold, Annie. You and Xiaoyun can go eat dinner first. Come back later. All right, we won't bother you. We'll go eat first. After saying that, Xie's mother took Xiaoyu and Xiaoyun and left the room, closing the door behind them. Zhao Nian looked at Yanfeng lying on the bed, sighed, and reached out to move his body, trying to take off his upper clothes. Then she dipped a clean cloth in warm water, wrung it out, and carefully wiped his upper body. As for his lower body, that was not her concern. Once she finished cleaning, she began to treat his torn wound. After reapplying medicine, she sewed him up again. This time, he grimaced in pain, his brows furrowing, and his hands unconsciously clenched the quilt. Worried he might bite his tongue from the pain, Zhao Nian tore off a corner of his torn shirt, opened his mouth, and gently inserted it inside. I didn't give you anesthesia, so it might hurt more when I sew it up. Please bear with it. Getting anesthesia also required points. She had enough points but preferred to save them. Moreover, Yanfeng, being a grown man, should be able to endure without anesthesia. After about an incense's worth of time, she finally managed to bandage his wounds. She only needed to stay with him, and as long as he didn't run a fever during the night, it meant there was no infection, and everything would be fine. Knock, knock, knock.
The door was knocked on.
Zhao Nian got up and opened the door.
Auntie.
Mother Xie said, I've brought you some cooked food.
Thank you, Auntie.
Zhao Nian took the food, turned around, and went back to her room. She sat on the bed and ate from the bowl. Because there was no table or chair in Xie Yanfeng's room, she had to eat like this. Mother Xie came over, looking worried at the person lying on the bed. Nian, is Yanfeng okay? He's fine, Zhao Nian said while eating. Tonight I will stay with him. Don't worry, Auntie. I won't let anything happen to him. After all, their family depended on Xie Yanfeng. If something happened to him, Mother Xie and the children's lives would be hard. And she still needed him now. Then I'll trouble you, Mother Xie said, sitting nearby with tearful eyes. If you need anything tonight, just call me. Okay, Zhao Nian replied without looking up. She was very hungry now, and just wanted to eat. After finishing her meal, Mother Xie took the bowls and chopsticks away. It was already past the hour of the pig, late night, and the whole village was very quiet. Zhao Nian was so full that she stood up and walked around the room, not noticing that Xie Yanfeng had opened his eyes. He quickly sank back into a deep sleep.
He thought it was a dream.
That night was very difficult for Zhao Nianyan. She couldn't sleep too deeply, worried that Xie Yanfeng's wound might get infected, but she didn't know. This foggy, drowsy feeling almost took her life. Until the rooster crowed, she touched Xie Yanfeng's forehead to make sure he was okay, then curled up at the foot of the bed in an uncomfortable position, hugging her knees, lowering her head, and falling into a deep sleep. Not long after she fell asleep, Xie Yanfeng suddenly opened his eyes bloodshot. He had another nightmare. He thought he had forgotten, but he realized he still remembered. Wait, no, now is not the time to think about this. Xie Yanfeng slowly regained his senses, his eyes gradually calming down. The pain in his back made it impossible for him to sit up immediately, so he had to lie on his stomach. He remembered being on the mountain, fighting the wolf pack with Zhao Nianyan, then he was injured and fainted. He didn't know what happened after that. But this was his room. How did she bring him back? He remembered that in the middle of the night, when he was half asleep, he dreamt of her. Humph! A faint snoring sound reached his ears. Xie Yanfeng struggled to turn his head and saw her small figure curled up in the corner. It wasn't a dream. She was really in his room, and they were on the same bed. He gently rolled over, turned his body sideways, and slowly sat up. The burning pain on his back kept bothering him. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and nearby there was a basin of blood-stained water and his torn clothes. Could it be that she had taken care of him all night? Did she also help him wash? Thinking of this, he looked down at his pants and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only his upper body was injured. To make her sleep more comfortably, he got up, held her in his arms, and gently laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. She didn't wake up after all that fuss. It seemed she worked hard all night. Xie Yanfeng's eyes were full of gratitude. Sleep well. After saying that, he put on his clothes and got up to leave the room. Just then, he met his mother, Xie, who had just woken up and looked restless. Mother. Hearing his voice, her eyes lit up with joy. She hurried over and grabbed his arm with both hands. Yanfeng, are you okay? Are you feeling better? Why did you get up? What about Nianyan? Xie Yanfeng shook his head with a slight smile. Mom, I'm fine now. Besides a little pain in my back, everything else is okay. As for Zhao Nianyan, she's asleep. It's just us two, a man and a woman, so I came out. You're such a child. His mother patted his chest and gave him a stern look. Nianyan took care of you all night, staying close without saying a word about propriety. And you, after waking up, just left her alone in the room and ran out. Xie Yanfeng awkwardly said. Otherwise, what should I do? Stay in the room and watch her sleep? Just stay with her. His mother said angrily. She's been watching over you all night. What's wrong with you sleeping? Also, Nianyan carried you down the mountain alone, with several injuries on her body. I wonder if she's taken care of herself. She carried me down the mountain alone? Xie Yanfeng's eyes widened, filled with unspoken feelings. He thought she would at least come back to get help first. After all, he was so big and she was small and fragile. It would have been hard for her just to walk with him, let alone carry him down the mountain. Yes. His mother nodded and told him how Xiao Yun had mistaken them for monsters. After a long while, Xie Yanfeng seemed to have thought of something. He turned around. Mom, I'm going back to my room. Please take care of breakfast. Okay. Mother Xie saw the situation and smiled. This time, the two children experienced hardships, and she wondered if there might be a deeper connection between them. She truly liked Nianyan and didn't mind that Nianyan was now a widow. As long as they had feelings for each other, she would find a way to get the Lu family's approval for Nianyan to remarry in the future. After a moment, Xie Yanfeng returned to his room, closed the door, and walked to the bed to look at Zhao Nianyan sleeping peacefully. He hesitated for a moment, then got up and left the room. When he came back, he was holding a small stool. He placed the stool by the bed, sat down, with his shoulders close to her, and his gaze level with her face. Xie Yanfeng looked at Zhao Nianyan's peaceful sleeping face for a long time, then couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek. This was the first time he had touched a woman's face. It turned out It was smooth and nice to feel. Before he realized what he was doing, his face flushed hot, and he quickly pulled his hand back. If it weren't for the injury on his back, he might have gone outside to splash cold water on his face.
No, wait.
She was Lu's daughter-in-law, a married woman. He shouldn't have any unnecessary thoughts. Thinking of this, Xie Yanfeng stood up, moved the stool out of the room, and sat in the small courtyard to enjoy the sun. The house's reputation wasn't very good, but it was a good house. Each room had a small courtyard outside. The main house, which was Zhao Nianyan's room, had an even larger courtyard. After a while, Mother Xie came to the courtyard and saw Xie Yanfeng sitting there in the sun. Couldn't help but sigh. Yanfeng, you came back to watch over Nian? Are you staying here? Xie Yanfeng rubbed his sore eyes and said, Mother, men and women are different. Even though there are only a few of us living here, it's better to keep some distance to avoid gossip. Hearing this, Mother Xie replied, Since we moved into this house, the gossip has never stopped. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips silently, thinking that was true. Back then, the villagers thought he was a wild man Nian found outside. Mother knows you're thinking about Nian's reputation. Sigh. It's your and her own business. If you both have feelings, you don't need me to matchmake. You can be together on your own. Mother Xie took a deep breath. Mother, we haven't even started our fate yet. Besides, she's Lu's daughter-in-law. She's already married. Mother Xie said, I've already looked into it. Nian lost her husband on their wedding night and has been a widow for 3 years. She's allowed to remarry. As long as her husband's family agrees, Nian can completely move toward a better life. Xie Yanfeng heard this and felt a flicker of emotion, but he quickly calmed down. Let's talk about it later. Mother, don't always worry about something that hasn't even started yet. If it hasn't begun, how can there be an ending? Hearing this, Xie's mother opened her mouth to speak, but finally swallowed her words back. She turned and went inside, looked at Zhao Nian still sleeping peacefully, gently covered her with a blanket, then came out to remind Xie Yanfeng that if he was tired, he could rest in her room for a while. It's fine, I'm not tired, Xie Yanfeng shook his head. Seeing this, Xie's mother didn't press further. The hunting tools are in the front hall. Later, I'll ask Xiaoyu to bring them to you. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng was surprised and nodded. His tools? Could it be that Zhao Nian accidentally took them? After a while, when he saw his bow, arrows, and machete, along with the used arrows, he was clearly surprised. He didn't expect her not only to carry him down the mountain but also to pick up all these tools and bring them along. Xiaoyu, what's up, brother? When Nian carried me back yesterday, did she bring back any prey? No. Xiaoyu shook her head. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng sighed regretfully. It was all for nothing. That night, those prey probably became food for other wild animals. There are gains and losses. Although it was a waste of effort, when they were attacked by a pack of jackals, especially with a jackal king among them, he and Zhao Nian managed to survive and return home safely. That was already very lucky. Prey can be hunted again, but losing their lives would be a serious problem. Xie Yanfeng was wiping his arrows when he suddenly remembered the dark weapon Zhao Nian had in her hand yesterday. He had seen the crossbow bolts on her wrist, so he knew she wasn't holding a crossbow bolt at that moment. But her attack was even more powerful than a crossbow bolt, enough to make the Jackal King dodge. She had such a powerful weapon in her hand, enough for self-defense. Why did she still need him as a bodyguard? Could it be that she liked him at first sight? That's why she found a reason to keep him? Thinking of this, Xie Yanfeng couldn't help but smile, and his action of wiping arrows became more cheerful. Xiaoyu, sitting nearby, saw this and was shocked, as if she had seen a ghost. Why was brother smiling so foolishly? This was the first time she saw him happily clean arrows, like he was missing a brain strand. At this moment, Zhao Nian was enjoying her dream of freedom, completely unaware that the love-struck Xie Yanfeng had already mistaken her for falling in love with him at first sight and was happily smiling foolishly. When Zhao Nian woke up, it was already late afternoon. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself sleeping on Xie Yanfeng's bed. She was so frightened that she quickly looked around. Seeing that she was alone on the bed and her clothes were intact, she finally relaxed. She didn't expect to sleep until late afternoon and didn't even remember when she fell asleep.
Wait.
What about Xie Yanfeng, this big patient? Thinking of this, she hurriedly got up, pulled back the quilt, rubbed her eyes to clear away the sleep, and walked out of the room. There was no one in the yard. She initially planned to go to the front hall but changed her mind and headed toward the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw Xie Yanfeng in the kitchen, shirtless from the waist up, diligently stirring the stir-fry with a spatula.
This guy.
Doesn't he know he still has an injury? Big sister. Xiao Yun, who was adding firewood to the stove, looked up and saw Zhao Nianyan standing at the door. Hearing the sound, Xie Yanfeng turned his head and glanced. You're awake? The last dish will be ready soon, and dinner will be served. Zhao Nianyan walked in with a serious face. Don't you know you still have an injury? It's fine, Xie Yanfeng replied. I had a hard time sewing your wound. If you put in a little more force, the stitches could come apart.
You.
As she stepped closer, she saw that the bandage was already soaked with blood. The stitches have torn again.
Ah.
She's going crazy. Why doesn't he rest properly? Xie Yanfeng quickly scooped the food from the pot and turned to look at his back, smiling. Don't worry, it's really not serious. The stitches tore, but in a few days, the flesh will grow back.
But you.
Before Zhao Nianyan could finish her sentence, Xie Yanfeng interrupted. Help me carry the dishes to the front hall. I'll wash the pot. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan couldn't hold back anymore. She snatched the pot brush from Xie Yanfeng's hand and glared at him fiercely.
You.
Stand aside and stay there, Xie Yanfeng. She's a bit bossy. Xiao Yun, watch your brother and don't let him move around. Zhao Nianyan instructed Xiao Yun, then scooped water to scrub the pot.
Got it.
Xiao Yun giggled and looked up at Xie Yanfeng. Big brother, you're done now. They used to be afraid of their brother, but now they realized even he has someone he's afraid of. You little brat. Big sister, big brother moved. Xiao Yun knew what Xie Yanfeng was about to say, so when he opened his mouth, she mischievously complained first. Zhao Nianyan turned her head to look. At this moment, Xie Yanfeng froze and didn't dare blink. It wasn't because he was afraid of her, but because he found this a little interesting. Seeing that he didn't move, Zhao Nianyan continued washing the dishes and finally cleaned up the kitchen. Although she couldn't cook well, she could do some chores. If it weren't for worrying that his injury would take a long time to heal, she honestly wouldn't want to step into the kitchen at all, just wanted to mess around with other things. Big brother, you can't move around randomly, or sister will get angry, Xiao Yun said with a bright smile, her face blooming like a beautiful white magnolia flower. She was determined to tell her mother and second brother about this, so they would know that her brother was now being taken care of by someone else. Xie Yanfeng. This girl, she's actually trying to bully him. One day, he'd have to teach her a good lesson. All right, time to eat. Zhao Nianyan picked up the dishes, crossed over the two siblings, and left the kitchen. During the meal, Xiao Yun talked about what happened in the kitchen earlier, making both Xie Yanfeng and Zhao Nianyan blush. One was proud and stubborn, the other shy from being teased. After eating, Zhao Nianyan planned to wash the dishes, but Xie's mother told her to sit and rest well. She took Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun to wash the dishes instead. So, in the end, only Zhao Nianyan and Xie Yanfeng were left in the living room. Xie Yanfeng kept looking around but didn't look at Zhao Nianyan. Maybe he was shy or for some other reason. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his back, as if he was sweating, and the sweat was flowing into his wound. Does it hurt? Zhao Nianyan looked at him with a bit of annoyance. Xie Yanfeng shook his head. It's fine. You're stubborn. Zhao Nianyan pouted and stood up. Let's go to your room.
Huh.
Xie Yanfeng was surprised and looked up at her. Why go to my room? Change the dressing. What else do you think I'm doing? Zhao Nianyan's eyes flickered over him. Although you look good and have a nice figure, I still have principles. Until I regain my freedom, I'm not someone to be taken lightly. This made Xie Yanfeng feel a bit embarrassed. but her words implied that once she was free again, she might act more casually. He couldn't help but feel a little excited about that. Zhao Nianyan didn't know at this moment that she had already imagined many exciting scenes in her mind. When she returned to the room, she placed everything she needed on the bed and gestured for him to sit on the bed with his back facing her. Xie Yanfeng did as she asked. She opened the bandage to check, then let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the stitches haven't torn open, just some minor bleeding. With your condition, resting for a few days until the wound heals is enough. Try to avoid big movements during this time and rest quietly. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng nodded.
Okay.
By the way, where did you sell the jackal meat before? Zhao Nianyan asked while tidying up the things on the bed. Why do you ask? Xie Yanfeng turned his head curiously. The pack of jackals we hunted. I processed the bones, fur, teeth, and claws on the mountain. I kept some of the edible and medicinal organs. As for the meat, it's all there, probably over 200 gene. As she finished speaking, Zhao Nianyan packed the items into a bamboo basket and stood aside waiting for his answer.
Have you
already processed everything? What about the jackal meat? Is it still on the mountain? Xie Yanfeng took a while to respond, confused and more shocked. In that situation, he had already fainted, and she was alone facing possible wild animals in the mountain, surrounded by animal carcasses, yet she remained calm enough to handle the prey. It was unbelievable and admirable. I hid it in a safe place. Zhao Nianyan squinted and smiled slightly. So, where did you sell the prey? After I sell it, I will split the money with you evenly. Xie Yanfeng said, You put in the most effort for these prey, and I was saved because of you. These prey?
No.
Zhao Nianyan interrupted firmly. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been hurt like this. So, you should get your fair share. Don't try to refuse anymore. After hearing this, Xie Yanfeng was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and rubbed his forehead, unable to hold back a laugh. You misunderstood me. I meant that splitting it 50-50 isn't fair to you. I can accept a 70-30 split, giving you 2 more parts. A flock of crows flew across the sky. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan really wanted to find a block of tofu to hit herself to death. Why did such an embarrassing thing happen to her? To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Nianyan let out a sigh and awkwardly patted his shoulder. Buddy, why didn't you say earlier? A 70-30 split is perfect. Let's just decide that happily. Tell me quickly where you sold it. Do you call others friends too? Xie Yanfeng asked out of curiosity again. He was becoming more and more interested in her, eager to understand her better and discover what other skills she had that could surprise him. Don't worry about such details, Zhao Nianyan rolled her eyes. Just tell me where you sold it. I'll go with you next time. You're going to? Yes, Xie Yanfeng nodded. Because the boss knows me, so it will be easier to talk. If you go alone, it might take a long time. That makes sense, but your injury. Xie Yanfeng sat on the edge of the bed and slightly moved his arm. The pain from the back wound isn't as bad as last night. I can handle it. And you said not to make big movements, so walking with my legs should be fine, right? It won't affect you. Zhao Nianyan nodded, thinking that if it's true, it could save a lot of trouble. Have you thought about sharing some of the wolf meat with the clan master? Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan suddenly remembered and patted her forehead. Oh right, I forgot about that. The clan master has helped me so much these past 3 years. I should give him some. This wolf meat is good for restoring strength and makes a great soup. When combined with medicinal herbs, it's like a top-quality medicinal broth. Xie Yanfeng smiled softly. If you know someone in town, you could also give this as a gift to them, paving the way for your future. After all, wolf meat is rare and hard to find. Hunters might not even catch one, let alone us, with so many this time. After hearing this, Zhao Nianyan thought he made a lot of sense. She walked over to him, bent down, and brought her face close to his eyes. I've noticed that sometimes you can talk a lot, and other times you're cold, and only say one word. Sometimes you don't smile, and other times you suddenly laugh for no reason. Xie Yanfeng didn't dodge, but felt the warm breath on his face. If I want to say something, I just say it.
Oh.
Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow. You're grown up now. Have you ever liked a girl? Xie Yanfeng's tone was a bit impatient. I don't like anyone right now, and I haven't liked anyone before.
Oh.
Zhao Nian nodded, straightened up, and reached for the bamboo basket. You rest well. I'll go get some wild dog meat to visit the clan elder. Unconsciously, Xie Yanfeng reached out and grabbed Zhao Nian's wrist. What about you? Do you like anyone? After asking, he immediately wanted to slap himself. She is already married. Although her husband has passed away and she is a widow, if she didn't like that man, why would she marry him? In that moment, he felt a complicated emotion he couldn't understand. Zhao Nian in the past had someone, but I didn't and I don't now, she said, then picked up the bamboo basket and left the room. Xie Yanfeng watched her leave with a cold look. Did Zhao Nian have someone before? Did she not have someone before? Isn't she Zhao Nian? Isn't she herself? Why does that sound strange? But when she said she doesn't have anyone now, it meant that once she regains her freedom, anyone has the right to pursue her. Smack. Xie Yanfeng slapped himself. Xie Yanfeng, what are you thinking? Your future path will be very dangerous. After settling your family, what you do next could cost you your life. How can you involve others because of love? The future. Only you will walk it alone.
Yes.
The future path is best walked alone. Thinking of this, Xie Yanfeng's face grew colder, and the fragile feelings that had just begun to emerge were suppressed back into his heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian left the house and found a quiet place. She took out 5 jin of wild dog meat from her storage bag. But then she thought 5 jin might be too little, so she took out another 5 jin. A total of 10 jin. She found a stick, hung the meat on it, and carried it proudly into the village. As soon as she arrived, she was noticed by some gossiping women on the roadside. Because of what had happened before, everyone knew Zhao Nian was not someone to be trifled with, so most of the harsh words were spoken privately. At first, they didn't bother to pay attention to Zhao Nian, but when they saw her carrying 10 jin of meat, their eyes widened. Now, the market price for a jin of pork has risen to 20 coins. A family might only get to eat pork once or twice a month, and usually less than 2 jin. But the meat Zhao Nian was carrying on her stick weighed at least 10 jin, right? Looking at the color of this meat, it doesn't seem like pork, and it definitely doesn't look like poultry either. Widow Zhao, where are you headed? Is this pork? Hearing the nickname, Zhao Nian chose to ignore it. Not for any reason, just because she found the nickname unpleasant. For someone who never married or dated in her past life, it was really uncomfortable. Zhao Nian, where are you coming from and where are you going? Another person asked. Delivering wild dog meat to the clan master, Zhao Nian replied. Hearing this, the woman who spoke first complained, I asked you a question, and you don't answer. When others ask, you just reply. Why is that? I didn't offend you, did I? Zhao Nian stopped walking, turned around, and said, I don't like being called Widow Zhao, and I don't like being called Lu Yongliang's wife, or anything like that. You can call me by my full name.
Come on, what's that supposed to mean?
It's just a nickname. Besides, I didn't call it wrong. The woman felt embarrassed, thinking, she's already a widow, yet she's still acting so proud. I don't like that nickname.
I don't want to reply.
Isn't that okay? Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow. The woman replied, it's okay. Zhao Nian turned around and continued walking forward. As she walked away, the women started discussing. What did she just say about meat? Firewood meat? What kind of meat is that? I've never heard of it. She's only been living over there for a few days. She probably doesn't raise poultry or livestock. I've never heard of firewood meat either. Could it be wild animals she hunted? Wait, firewood. Could it be the firewood of wolves or tigers?
Oh.
If that's true, that's wild game. It's good for health. Why are we just standing here? Hurry up and catch up. We're all from the same village. Zhao Nian giving each of us a pound isn't too much, right? Go, go, go. At this moment, Zhao Nian was unaware that they had already started calculating the value of the firewood meat she carried. Just as she was about to reach the village, they caught up with her. Nian Nian, carrying 10 pounds of meat must be tiring. Let me help you carry it. Nian Nian, do you want some sunflower seeds? I have some here, very fragrant. Nian Nian. Zhao Nian Nian looked at the people following her, buzzing around like flies, and frowned. Are you done yet? Their eager flattery was obvious to anyone who wasn't blind. What were they really after? She could see it clearly, but she also enjoyed watching their greedy expressions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately carried 10 pounds of meat around the village. Now is the time to hit, so when will you hit again? Nian Nian, please don't be so quick-tempered. We don't want to cause trouble. We just think we're all from the same village. If you have something good to eat, share a little with your fellow villagers. That's right. We're all from the same village. Maybe in the future, we'll need your help. You have so much meat, and the Liu family doesn't have many people. If you don't eat all 10 gene of meat, it will just go to waste. I don't want much, just 1 gene to try. I've never tasted this kind of meat before. It sounds impressive. If you can hunt this meat, that's also impressive. Although the 3 women were speaking to Zhao Niannian, their eyes kept fixed on the wild dog meat, as if they were staring at it closely. It seemed as if the meat belonged to them. Zhao Niannian sneered. From the same village? Maybe you'll cause trouble later? Don't you 3 think before you speak? When I was bullied by the Huang family, what were you doing? Just watching the show. Snacking on sunflower seeds while watching. Look at you. The way you talk. That was the past, and this is now. We won't do those things again. Just give me 1 gene of meat, and if anyone bullies you in Liu Village in the future, I will definitely help you scold them. Me too. Count me in. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Niannian smiled. You want it, right? The 3 nodded eagerly, their eyes wide and eager. Then you can have it. After saying that, Zhao Niannian didn't bother with them and walked away, without looking back. Realizing they'd been played, the 3 women stood there cursing her loudly at her back. Zhao Niannian, you're hogging everything. Be careful you don't choke to death. Exactly. So stingy, not willing to share even a piece of meat. You should have been drowned in a pig cage long ago. Humph. Maybe the prey was brought back by that woman from the dry well, so she's showing off now. Bah. Cheating wife, shameless. Someone like you should get out of Liu family. Suddenly, the woman who had been scolding stopped speaking, her eyes wide with horror, as if she had seen something terrifying. You all will pay for your rude words. Zhao Niannian looked at them coldly, then took the meat from her stick and put it into her pocket. The 10 gene of meat disappeared as if into thin air. They all watched the scene in fear. 10 gene of meat. Just vanished? Just tucked into her pocket? This can't be real. When they finally regained their senses, they saw Zhao Niannian's stick already hitting them. It's okay to gossip, but when she doesn't give them anything and they start spreading rumors, that's a different matter. Ah. Zhao Niannian, stop. It hurts so much. Stop hitting us. Zhao Niannian ignored their pleas. She kept hitting them with her stick, carefully avoiding exposed skin so they couldn't easily fight back or blame her later. Each strike was aimed at their sensitive spots, hitting their most painful areas. In a short time, the 3 of them were rolling on the ground, crying out loud and writhing in pain. Their screams drew the villagers over. Seizing the moment, Zhao Niannian quickly took out some wild meat, hung it on her stick, and carried it. Help! Zhao Niannian, someone help! Please save us! Zhao Niannian suddenly shouted, attracting everyone nearby. The 3 on the ground were confused, not understanding why she was shouting for help when she was the one hitting them. Help! These 3 are possessed. They suddenly rolled around on the ground. When Zhao Niannian said this, the villagers froze, and the 3 on the ground also stopped in shock. Nonsense. Zhao Niannian, you were the one hitting us with the stick. Yeah, it was you. Zhao Niannian kept retreating, looking scared. You guys must have been possessed. You suddenly rolled around on the ground, and I was so scared. You even said you wanted to eat raw meat. It's terrifying. After saying this, Zhao Niannian hugged the wild meat tightly, then pointed at the 3 of them, drawing everyone's attention. Look at them. The villagers' eyes immediately focused on the 3. You all know I live near the haunted house, but I'm safe. That means I can see evil spirits. I pretend to be friendly with them so I can stay there. Hearing Zhao Niannian's rambling words, the villagers were confused.
What are you trying to say?
I want to say that I saw something on their bodies. Zhao Niannian paused, took a few steps back, widened her eyes, and looked scared. No, I won't stop you. If you want to teach them a lesson, go ahead. At this, the villagers were all puzzled. Why do you want to scold them for no reason? Because they just caused trouble earlier, Zhao Niannian said, looking sincere. This made the three people on the ground very angry. You, Zhao Niannian, you're lying. You clearly hit us with your stick and knocked us to the ground. Yeah. Now you're making up stories about us being cursed. You're so mean.
Trash.
You obviously did something wrong to Lu Yongliang, and you with the man.
Wow.
Zhao Niannian suddenly shouted, startling the three women. Do you think I can fight all three of you alone? Look at your size and look at mine. Even if you think I'm lying, you should at least prepare your story. Do you really think everyone's eyes are blind? Villager. They saw nothing, so who knows what's true or false?
You.
Stop it with the you. If you say I hit you, then show the proof. Where did I hit you? Let everyone see. As Zhao Niannian finished speaking, the villagers looked at the three women on the ground. Where did Zhao Niannian hit you? Show us all, and we'll judge fairly. Wait, I feel something's wrong. Can Zhao Niannian really fight these three alone? I think they really look cursed. During the daytime, how can there be curses? Zhao Niannian is just lying. Yes. Zhao Niannian is lying. We didn't get cursed. A woman on the ground stood up, eyes full of anger. But you said Zhao Niannian hit you. How did she hit you? The woman said, Zhao Niannian hit us. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian looked innocent and said, You say I hit you, but there's no proof. Who saw it? Even if no one saw, you can show the proof now, right? I saw it. Another woman also got up from the ground. You three are together. How can you all be witnesses? Let me ask you, if I say I hit you, would you dare to take off your clothes and show everyone? Zhao Niannian raised an eyebrow, her eyes sharp. Since they insulted her first and accused her, she would return the favor fiercely. Their reputation is their reputation, so hers shouldn't be different, right? You. The three women were so angry their faces turned red. There are grown men here, how can they take off their clothes? We can help check the injuries. A young girl from the crowd stepped forward, accompanied by a woman beside her. Zhao Niannian looked over and slightly squinted her eyes. Who do I think I am? Turns out it's Sun Lady. What? You bullied me in town. I taught you a lesson, and now you're just looking for a chance to make false accusations to frame me, right? Who's making false accusations? Sun Lady was furious. You're probably afraid your lies will be exposed, so you don't want us to help them check their injuries, right? Hearing this, Zhao Niannian waved her hand dismissively. You people, more or less, all have grudges against me, especially you two nieces. How can your testimonies prove anything? Besides, you've disliked me, Zhao Niannian, for a long time, and you've never considered me part of Lu Jia village. If that's the case, can the evidence you find be useful? Honestly, if you want to prove something, just take off your clothes and let everyone see if you're hurt.
Zhao Niannian.
You're shameless. We still have our dignity. Who do you think you are? Not everyone can just take off their clothes whenever they want. You shameless woman. Have you been secretly seeing Xie Yanfeng? Poor Lu Yongliang, the only scholar in our village, was defeated by you. Smack. Zhao Niannian quickly stepped forward and slapped the most vicious woman in the face, then slapped another woman who called her a shameless woman. The two clear slaps made the villagers watching quiet down. Your mouth is so foul, I don't mind helping you clean it up. Zhao Niannian, you. Another slap landed on the woman about to speak. Zhao Niannian flicked her hand and coldly looked at the villagers and the women in front of her. I tell you, if you want to talk badly about me behind my back, I can't control you. Say whatever you want. I stand upright and honest. But if you dare curse me in front of me, don't blame me for being rude. I am now unafraid of anyone. So, if you're not afraid of death, you can fight me. After speaking, she lifted her foot and kicked the woman who had been cursing the most, knocking her to the ground. The woman was so frightened by Zhao Nianyan's aura that she curled up, holding her head. Soft and cowardly scoundrels. Zhao Nianyan sneered coldly, disdainfully glancing at them. You bully me, either beat me to death or wait for me to retaliate. So before you hit or curse me, think about whether your life is tough enough. After speaking, she carried her stick and no longer paid attention to the villagers behind her. She strode quickly toward the clan leader's house. Once her figure disappeared completely from everyone's sight, the villagers began to discuss. Zhao Nianyan is so arrogant. She dares to challenge everyone in our village? She really doesn't know her place. Instead of just complaining, why don't you go teach her a lesson? Why don't you confront her?
Me?
I wouldn't go. I'm not that foolish. Then why are you so angry here? Zhao Nianyan hasn't even done anything to you, yet you're so upset? I just think she's a woman who's too bold, doesn't take us men seriously. Who do you think you are? Does Zhao Nianyan even care about you? The guy she knows, what's his name? Oh, right, Xie Yanfeng. You can't even beat Xie Yanfeng, so why would Zhao Nianyan bother with you? You're just trying to boost yourself and ruin your own reputation. Forget it. I don't want that kind of pride. I was just watching the fun before. I've never bullied Zhao Nianyan. Even though she acts like a fierce woman, like she's crazy and reckless, she's never attacked anyone without reason. So, it's better not to provoke her in the future. Even the Huang family's wife and her family are avoiding her now. As these words fell, even if some people felt unwilling, they had no choice. They couldn't scold Zhao Nianyan, nor could they fight Xie Yanfeng. Zhao Nianyan also had the clan leader protecting her. Moreover, Zhao Nianyan had no worries in Lu's village. If she really fought back, they would be the ones to regret it. No way. I can't swallow this insult. The woman who was kicked to the ground stood up, her face dark with anger. We're all from the same village. How can we let that despicable woman bully us? The villagers looked at her, but didn't respond, turning to leave. In this situation, only a fool would help her deal with Zhao Nianyan. Hey, you all. Seeing the villagers leave, 3 women also looked anxious, but it was useless. No one was willing to help them. However, Shi Chunlan and Sun Lady, the aunt and niece, were different. They had a big grudge against Zhao Nianyan, especially after that time in town when Zhao Nianyan bullied Shi Chunlan's older sister. Shi Chunlan was from a neighboring village and married into Lu's village. So if they teamed up, they could also secretly work with Shi Chunlan's sister to deal with Zhao Nianyan. They didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't take down Zhao Nianyan. Meanwhile, Zhao Nianyan had already brought some wolf meat to the clan leader's house. The family house is not very big. It consists of 2 main houses and a small one combined. Outside, there is a low wall about half a meter high, and from outside, you can see into the yard. When she approached, she saw Sun Zhengyu stacking fresh firewood into a hollowed-out little mountain to dry in the yard. The family patriarch's wife has passed away, leaving him with 2 sons. The eldest son stays at home working on the farm, mainly growing crops. The second son works as a porter and helper in the town, earning money through odd jobs. Both daughters-in-law stay at home. The second daughter-in-law is now over 8 months pregnant and close to her due date. The family patriarch has 3 grandsons, and Sun Zhengyu is the youngest. He is the son of the second son. Last time, when a Taoist priest visited the haunted house, Sun Zhengyu helped her out. He is 3 or 4 years younger than her, only about 13 or 14 years old.
Hey,
Sun Zhengyu, she called out. Hearing her voice, the boy in the yard looked up, quickly put down the firewood, and went to open the wooden door of the yard. Sister Nian, why are you here? Who is at home? Is the family patriarch there? She asked. Grandpa isn't here now. He went to the fields with Uncle Da and Aunt Da and the older brothers. It's just me and my mother at home, he replied. Oh, I see. Perfect timing. Xie Yanfeng and I went hunting in the mountains and caught some jackal meat. I brought 10 jin back for you. What meat? Jackal? What's that? Sun Zhengyu looked confused, never having heard of such a prey. It's just Zhengyu. Who's visiting us? A gentle voice suddenly came from inside the house. The family patriarch's two daughters-in-law were there. The eldest daughter-in-law, Chang Panxiang, was straightforward and quick-tempered but sensible and respectful. The second daughter-in-law, Yang Guizhi, was gentle, skilled at sewing, and good at embroidery. Mother, it's Sister Nian. The one Grandpa keeps talking about, Sun Zhengyu responded, turning back toward the house. Then hurry, and let the guest in. I'll get up and pour some water. A clinking sound came from inside. Mother, you're not feeling well. Don't get up. I'll do it, Sun Zhengyu said, then open the door. Sister Nian, come in first. Let's talk inside. Okay, Zhao Nian nodded. As she spoke, Sun Zhengyu walked into the house. My mother and I live in this house. The eldest uncle's family lives in the other one. Grandpa prefers quiet, so he lives alone in the small house. Only during mealtime do we all gather in the yard to eat. Zhao Nian listened silently, following behind Sun Zhengyu. Before long, she saw Sun Zhengyu's mother, Yang Guizhi, who was in her early 30s, with a slightly chubby face that made her look young. Auntie Guizhi. Yang Guizhi saw her and, holding her belly and leaning on her back, warmly greeted, "You're Nian, right? This is the first time I've seen you. When you got married 3 years ago, I was visiting my family. After that, well, I won't say more. Come and sit here. Mom, you shouldn't walk around if you're not feeling well. Just lie on the bed," Sun Zhengyu said as he went over to support Yang Guizhi. He frowned slightly, and his young face showed a hint of maturity. It's said that children from poor families grow up quickly, and Sun Zhengyu really fits this saying. At 13 or 14, he should be in school, but instead, he stayed home to take care of his mother and do chores. The villagers in Liujia village didn't have much money, just enough to get by. For the head of the family and his big household, living well was still a long way off. In the past 3 years, when they faced difficulties, the head of the family also thought of helping the main character, which is why Zhao Nian wanted to repay their kindness. As for why the head of the family was so kind to her, she couldn't quite understand that either. Nian, why did you come here? Did someone in the village bully you again? Yang Guizhi looked at Zhao Nian with concern and asked. Zhao Nian shook her head and unfolded the cloth wrapping the wild dog meat. I brought this to share with you. It's wild dog meat. The wild dog, wolf, tiger, and leopard kind. I caught it while hunting in the mountains with Xie Yanfeng. It's very nourishing. Since it's your first time trying it, I didn't add any medicinal herbs, so you can taste the original flavor. It's best for making soup.
Wow.
Yang Guizhi was surprised. Such precious meat. Wild dogs are rare. If you sell this meat in town, it could fetch a good price. I still have more. I prepared this specially to bring to you, Zhao Nian said. Then she looked at Yang Guizhi and added, but since you're pregnant, you shouldn't eat it.
Just a small taste is okay.
However, to be safe, I suggest you not eat it. After you recover from giving birth, I will bring more game for you. Then you can try it. Although people in ancient times had different physical conditions from modern humans, Yang Guizhi was pregnant, so her body was a bit weaker. Wild game often carries some bacteria and viruses, and I worry about what might happen if Yang Guizhi eats it. The scene might turn out differently than she expects. Yang Guizhi touched her belly and smiled, nodding. I'm not very fond of meat anyway. I can eat it later if I want. Since I got pregnant, the child's father has been working in town, and my father-in-law and elder brother have been taking good care of me, Zhengyu, and the baby in my belly. They often give me meat to eat. Then, Zhao Nian quietly listened as Yang Guizhi talked about the daily life of the family. In Lu's village, the most united household is definitely the family of the clan head. The clan head's family has not split apart. They live harmoniously and all the income is managed by the clan head. He doesn't favor anyone and takes no extra money, sharing everything equally. To support the family, Yang Guizhi's husband does all kinds of hard work outside and only comes home a few times a month. The eldest son of the clan head farms the land, working from dawn to dusk, and is also very hardworking.
Suddenly, Yang Guizhi showed that loudly.
This startled Zhao Nian, and Lu Zhengyu. They both asked at the same time, Annie Guizhi, what's wrong? Yang Guizhi shook her head, looking a bit uncomfortable. The baby kicked me. It hurts so much I couldn't help but cry out. Don't worry, it's not serious. That's good. Zhao Nian sighed in relief. Lu Zhengyu, you can put the meat aside for now. Wait until the clan head comes back to share it.
Got it.
Lu Zhengyu nodded, then carefully carried the 10 jin of meat to the basket in the kitchen, hung it up, covered it with a lid to prevent cats or mice from stealing it. In the main room, Zhao Nian looked at the gentle Yang Guizhi and said, Auntie Guizhi, I heard Lu Zhengyu say you're not feeling well. I happen to know some medical skills. I can take a look at you, okay? You know medical skills? Yang Guizhi's eyes showed surprise. That's great. Please help me check so I can feel at ease. Zhao Nian nodded, casually placed something under Yang Guizhi's hand, and then checked her pulse. After a moment, Zhao Nian withdrew her hand. It's nothing serious, just a slight cold infection. Just avoid going out in windy weather. Most pregnant women tend to become weaker. That's a relief. Yang Guizhi sighed and relaxed. By the way, Aunt Guizhi, if you can drink more hot water, do so. Try to avoid taking medicine to prevent any impact on the baby.
Got it.
Thanks for the reminder, Nian. I don't feel very sick, so I won't take medicine.
All right.
If there's nothing else, I'll go now. Zhao Nian stands up. Seeing this, Yang Guizhi, holding her heavy belly and supporting herself on the table, says, Won't you sit a little longer? My father-in-law and the others will be back soon. There's plenty of time to come over later. Right now, I need to go to town to sell the remaining meat, so I won't be bothered by certain people. Zhao Nian sighs. Hearing this, Yang Guizhi immediately understands. Then hurry up. If Mrs. Huang finds out, she might cause trouble again. If she dares to bother me, I'll stand up to her. Well, Aunt Guizhi, I'm leaving now. Take good care of yourself and the baby. After saying this, Zhao Nian turns and leaves the main room. Yang Guizhi quickly calls Lu Zhengyu, who is nearby, Go see off Sister Nian. I understand, Mother. You sit down and rest well. After that, Lu Zhengyu sees Zhao Nian to the door. Take care, Sister Nian. Zhao Nian nods. Just as she is about to leave, she seems to remember something, turns back to Lu Zhengyu, and says, If your mother needs a doctor when she's giving birth, don't hesitate. Just go straight to the ghost house and find me, understand?
Ah.
Okay, I got it. Take care, Sister Nian. Zhao Nian leaves her clan elder's house and heads home. Not long after she leaves, the clan elder and others come back from the fields. Seeing Lu Zhengyu standing at the door, the clan elder steps forward and asks, What are you standing there for, fool? Have you finished stacking all the firewood today? Not yet. Lu Zhengyu recovers and replies, Father, Sister Nian just came by. Hearing this, everyone in the group is surprised. Sister Nian came? Does she want to see me? Sister Nian brought some ferocious beast meat for us to try. Lu De-yong, the eldest uncle, asks curiously. Ferocious beast meat? What's that? Like dried pork? No, it's from a wolf or a tiger. It's wild game, Lu Zhengyu explains. Sister Nian and brother Xie caught it in the mountains. She brought 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, saying it's very nourishing. It's good for soup, but I don't think my mother should eat it right now because she's pregnant and might not be comfortable eating such things.
Wow.
Wild game. I need to see what this wild meat looks like. Lu De-yong strides into the yard. This kid is thoughtful. He's grateful. The clan elder smiles happily. I'll go see what this wild meat looks like too. The others start to come into the yard. When the clan elder was about to go inside, Lu Zhengyu said, Sir, Ningjie just told me something strange. What did she say? Ningjie said that if my mother needs a doctor during childbirth, I should go find her immediately. But isn't it enough to just find a midwife? Lu Zhengyu scratched the back of his head, looking confused. Hearing this, the clan elder's smile faded, and his face became serious. Did Ningjie just check your mother's pulse? Lu Zhengyu nodded.
Yes.
What did she say? She said my mother caught a little cold, and she should take care of her health, drink hot water, and avoid medicine. That's all. All right, I understand. The clan elder frowned, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He didn't know Ningjia knew medical skills. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that Ningjia told him that if the second daughter-in-law needed a doctor during childbirth, she should go find her immediately. Like Zhengyu said, childbirth should just involve a midwife, so why call a doctor? He suspected that Ningjia might have checked the second daughter-in-law's pulse and seen something that could threaten the baby or the mother, but he wasn't sure. That's why she told Zhengyu to find her if a doctor was needed during the birth. It seems they need to ask someone to call the second daughter-in-law back when she's about to give birth. If something really happens, the father, the second son, must be present. Meanwhile, Zhao Nianyan left the clan elder's house and was walking through the village when she suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if something was watching her. Could it be that Shi Chunlin and the others are planning to secretly scheme against her? Thinking of this, Zhao Nianyan became alert and quickened her steps. Even though she knew Shi Chunlin and the others were up to something, she didn't know what exactly they planned to do. So at this moment, it was best to hurry back to the ghost house. Big Yellow, come here. Suddenly, a command was shouted, and a big dog named Big Yellow ran out from the small village road, charging straight at Zhao Nianyan. Zhao Nianyan was so scared she started running. How shameless, letting the dog bite her. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhao Nianyan fleeing, Shi Chunlin and others came out from the corner, laughing loudly. Zhao Nianyan, just wait to be bitten to death by Big Yellow. Shi Chunlin crossed her arms, eyes full of challenge. However, Zhao Nianyan, who was heading towards the ghost house, suddenly stopped. Usually, the faster she ran, the more fiercely the dog would chase. But she suddenly stopped, and the dog also suddenly braked all four paws. Big Yellow, don't stop. Keep going. Bite her. Shi Chunlin shouted. Seeing the situation, Zhao Nianyan immediately pulled out a thorn whip from her storage bag. She sharply swung it at the large yellow dog that was trying to attack her again, causing the dog to be pushed aside.
Ugh.
The dog yelped in pain. A bloodstain appeared on its body, and it trembled on the ground, but it still looked fiercely at Zhao Nianyan. Get lost. Zhao Nianyan tightly held the thorn whip, her left hand ready. If the dog insisted on fighting her to the death, she would have to use her crossbow. After all, the dog was a pet that Shi Chunlin could command, either scare it away or get rid of it to prevent future trouble. The person and the dog stared at each other fiercely, neither willing to back down. Big Yellow, don't be scared. Just bite her, and it'll be over. Shi Chunlin ordered from afar. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan forcefully swung her whip again. If you don't get lost now, I'll beat you until your skin is torn and you bleed, then roast you for dinner. The whip hit the ground, bouncing up dust with a loud that scared Big Yellow. The dog barked once, and then ran away, tail between its legs. Seeing this, the faces of Shi Chunlin and others lost their smiles. Shi Chunlin angrily placed her hands on her hips.
Beast.
Useless. I've raised it for nothing. When I go back, I'll stew it and eat it. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan snapped out of her shock, her gaze cold as she looked at Shi Chunlin and the others. Then she walked toward them, holding her whip. Seeing this, Sun Lady was the first to turn and run away. The whip in Zhao Nianyan's hand could even scare Big Yellow, so if she didn't run now, she would be waiting for death. The other women saw this and scattered in different directions, their legs seeming to grow wings as they ran away quickly. You useless bunch of people. Shi Chunlin yelled in frustration. But seeing Zhao Nianyan's fierce and brave face, Shi Chunlin also turned and ran. She didn't dare stop, even losing one of her shoes, afraid she'd be caught and beaten badly by Zhao Nianyan. Zhao Nianyan wasn't in a hurry to chase them. She watched their backs disappear from her sight, then put away her whip and turned to leave. Since they had scattered and fled, chasing after anyone would be difficult. Their plan had failed this time, but there would surely be a next time. So it was better to wait until they made their move again and see if she could catch them then. Back at the house, it was already noon. After a simple meal, Zhao Nianyan said she would go get the remaining jackal meat and then leave. Xie Yanfeng wanted to follow her to see where she put the jackal meat, but she was so secretive that she didn't tell him a single detail. Using internal strength to perform light skills would cause her wound to tear, which might raise her suspicion. So, in the end, she decided not to follow. Zhao Nianyan didn't know his thoughts. Luckily, he didn't follow her, or her ability to transform objects would have been discovered. She took about 10 jin of the wild meat for the clan master, leaving roughly 230 jin. She kept 10 jin for herself and gave 20 jin to the Qin family. Xie Yanfeng was right. Wild game like wolves is rare and hard to find. She planned to give the meat as a gift to Madame Qin, hoping that when she needed help to leave the Liu family, the Qin family would assist her, as they are the second largest family in Baofeng town. Thinking of this, she remembered the last time she went to Madame Chen to see a doctor. She wondered why she was so proud that she refused Madame Chen's kindness. She felt she had lost out. Oh well, take it slow, no need to rush. She took out all the wild meat, placing it into 2 baskets, then put them together into her storage bag. Then she headed toward her house. What Zhao Nianyan didn't know was that, luckily, she hadn't agreed to Madame Chen last time. If she had, Madame Chen, who had learned from her previous experience, would have been annoyed to see her agree so readily, thinking she was just like those she had met before. After a while, Zhao Nianyan looked toward her house. She took a pole and 2 baskets filled with wild meat from her storage bag, then tied the fine ropes from the baskets to both ends of the pole. Phew! 200 jin. She stood in the middle of the pole, squatted down, placed it on her shoulders, took a deep breath, and lifted with force. All the heavy weight pressed on her shoulders, making her head ache and her shoulders hurt so much she couldn't straighten up. But her house was right in front of her, and she had to carry the pole over those few steps. Otherwise, if Xie Yanfeng, who was very suspicious, found out, her secret would be exposed. Every step was a struggle. This was even harder than when she carried Xie Yanfeng back earlier. Fortunately, she clenched her teeth and pushed through, managing to reach her house in a daze. But how to carry this pole onto a cart to go to town was still a problem. After thinking carefully, she contacted the system. I want a cart pulled by a horse. No, a bullock cart. A bullock cart should be cheaper than a horse-drawn cart. A freight cart costs 50,000 points, a bullock cart costs 30,000, and a donkey cart only 10,000. Bullock carts are still pretty expensive. The expensive part isn't the cart, but the oxen and horses pulling it. If you only need a hand-pushed cart, it's the cheapest, just 1,000 points to exchange. Let's get a donkey cart. Save where I can. Zhao Nianyan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, since the points exchange is so inconvenient, it's better to choose the most cost-effective option. Exchanging in progress. Suddenly, a donkey cart appeared beside Zhao Nianyan. She had just regained her senses when she heard footsteps. Zhao Nianyan. Hearing her name, Zhao Nianyan's face changed, and she looked over in surprise. Oh no, she forgot she was at the entrance and should hide while exchanging. Would Xie Yanfeng have seen everything? Zhao Nianyan chuckled. What's wrong? What are you doing? Xie Yanfeng asked as he approached. Where did that donkey cart come from? This? It's borrowed from a villager in the village to carry wild meat to sell in town. Zhao Nianyan pointed to a basket beside her. Xie Yanfeng nodded. Want me to help? No need. You go back inside and rest. I'll call you when I'm done, Zhao Nianyan said as she pushed Xie Yanfeng away. After Xie Yanfeng left, Zhao Nianyan finally relaxed. She struggled to move the basket onto the donkey cart while muttering to herself, Xie Yanfeng probably didn't see anything. Otherwise, he would have questioned me just now, right? Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes was watching her closely. Actually, Xie Yanfeng had seen everything just now, but he was too shocked to ask Zhao Nianyan about the donkey cart that suddenly appeared. Once he calmed down, he found himself unconsciously walking toward her. He wanted to ask something, but the words came out differently. He had never seen her special ability, but she had never hurt him or his family. Maybe, no matter what, as long as she didn't harm anyone and was kind-hearted, other things didn't matter, right? Thinking this way, Xie Yanfeng decided not to dwell on it anymore, thinking he probably understood what she meant about exchanging hunted game for goods. After a moment, Zhao Niannian secured the baskets on the donkey cart and then called out from the house entrance, "Xie Yanfeng, it's time for us to leave." "I'm coming," Xie Yanfeng replied, reminding his mother to stay safe at home and wait for their return. They usually took a bullock cart to town, and since the speed difference between a bullock cart and a donkey cart was small, and Lu's village was not far from Baofeng town, they arrived quickly. They initially planned to go to the restaurant where Xie Yanfeng sold game last time, but when they arrived, they found the owner's family was celebrating a happy event, and the restaurant was closed. "What should we do now? Find another place to ask?" Zhao Niannian turned to look at Xie Yanfeng beside her. "First, take the wild dog meat to the Qin family. We'll see later where to sell the rest," Xie Yanfeng said. "Okay," Zhao Niannian nodded, thinking this was the only option. The dog meat had been stored for a day or two. Although it stays relatively fresh in a storage bag, it's better to sell it early for money. Soon, the donkey cart arrived at the Qin family's door. As Zhao Niannian jumped down, she saw Laifu, who was finishing his errands and heading back to the Qin house. "Hi, Laifu." Hearing the voice, Laifu turned and saw her, then came over. "Miss Zhao? Why are you here? How is your lady recently?" Zhao Niannian asked. Laifu nodded. "She's doing well, and her headache hasn't come back. It's been less than half a month. Why are you here?" Zhao Niannian said, "I went hunting in the mountains with friends and got some game. I thought I'd bring it to your lady, and I also have a recipe to share. The dog meat combined with the house's ingredients makes a good medicinal dish, very nourishing."
Oh,
"I see. You can hunt too?" Laifu was surprised. "A little." Zhao Niannian smiled. "We shouldn't stay and chat long. Is your lady at home? If it's inconvenient for me to go in, could you help me hand over the dog meat and the recipe to her? Also, although this game is good, it's best not to take too much, or it might cause internal heat." After speaking, she took the dog meat strung on a rope from the basket and then pulled out a recipe from her storage bag, handing both to Laifu. "Please give these to your lady."
sure.
"I'll take them to her now," Laifu nodded. "Miss Zhao, maybe you should wait a bit. I'll see her first. She'll probably invite you in for a chat." Zhao Niannian shook her head. "I was about to go in, but then I remembered I still have dog meat to sell. I need to find a buyer quickly. If I wait too long, the meat might spoil and lose its value."
All right.
"I'll go get it now," Laifu said. "Okay." After Laifu entered the Chun house, Zhao Niannian got on the cart. "Let's go. First, we'll ask the pharmacy how much they'll pay. This dog meat can be used medicinally." "All right," Xie Yanfeng said, flicking the whip. But before the donkey cart could leave, Xie Yanfeng, who had excellent hearing, heard Laifu's voice faintly behind them. "Laifu is behind us."
Huh?
Zhao Niannian turned her head. "Is anyone there?" "Wait at the spot," Xie Yanfeng said confidently. Seeing his determined expression, Zhao Niannian nodded. As expected, shortly after, Laifu gasped as he hurried over to the donkey cart. "Finally caught up. Phew. What's wrong?" Zhao Niannian asked, confused. Laifu took a few deep breaths to calm down before speaking. "My lady at home said that all the wild game on your cart is for her to give to the master as a favor. She told you to go to the mansion and talk. You can ask for any price as long as it's not too high." Hearing this, Zhao Niannian's eyes lit up. She thought, if that's the case, then she and Xie Yanfeng wouldn't have to visit every restaurant and pharmacy to find buyers or compare prices. "All right, let's go see Madame Chen. I'll also check her headache while we're there."
Great.
"I'll drive the cart." After saying that, Laifu squeezed into the cart. Zhao Niannian was then pressed tightly against Xie Yanfeng, or rather, practically glued to him. "Laifu, don't push me.
而係攞個措施.
Just squeeze closer to your husband," Laifu said casually.
What?
Zhao Niannian was confused. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget, I'm a widow." Laifu quickly shrank back, saying, "Oops, I forgot about that. My memory isn't good." Then he glanced at Xie Yanfeng out of the corner of his eye. This man was handsome and tall, strong and sturdy. Honestly, he wasn't bad-looking. If Madame Zhao liked him, she had good taste. All this fuss made the atmosphere in the cart change instantly. Fortunately, the donkey cart soon arrived back at the Qin family. As soon as they got off, Zhao Nianyan saw the butler waiting at the door. Madame Zhao, I'm here on behalf of my lady. First, I'll handle your wild game. Let me see how much it weighs, and I'll give you the price accordingly. Once we settle, I'll have the storerooms send the silver. Zhao Nianyan pointed at the basket and said, It's all here. The butler, seeing this, led a servant forward to weigh the meat. Sir, it's a total of 207 jin. Madame Zhao, how much per jin for this wild meat?
Zhao
Nianyan hesitated, then looked at Xie Yanfeng. Last time, you sold the hyena meat. What was the market price? 30 coins, Xie Yanfeng replied. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan held up 3 fingers. The butler nodded. 300 coins per jin? Okay, I'll calculate the total now. Zhao Nianyan was stunned. Butler, it's 30 coins, not 300. Oh, how amusing. Although I know the Qin family is wealthy and Madame Chen is generous, this is really too extravagant. If 300 coins are worth 1 jin, then 10 jin is 2 taels of silver and 100 jin is 30 taels. So, these must be worth about 50 or 60 taels of silver. It's true that making money requires some greed, but one shouldn't be too greedy or mean, right? Only 30 coins per jin? The steward was surprised. But Madame said that anything within 500 coins is acceptable. Steward, Zhao Nianyan interrupted, I don't know what Madame Chen thinks, but my friend here says 30 coins per jin. That's all I want, no more. We are just acquaintances. Then I'll ask Madame to see how much she wants to pay. Zhao Nianyan suddenly found herself speechless. This feeling doesn't seem like selling dog meat. It feels more like waiting here for people to come and give money. But whatever, as long as it's not less than 30 coins per jin, it's fine. Soon, the servant who reported the matter returned. Steward, Madame said she will pay 50 coins per jin to Lady Zhao. She also said to hurry up and finish, because she has already prepared tea and is waiting for Lady Zhao to come over. Hearing this, the steward nodded quickly.
All right.
That makes it a total of 10 taels of silver and 350 coins.
Great.
Zhao Nianyan nodded excitedly. Please, steward, could you get the money for me later? No trouble at all. Then, Zhao Nianyan and Xie Yanfeng followed the servant to the back garden. Madam, Lady Zhao and young Master Xie are here, the servant announced. Let them come in first, Madame Chen replied.
Yes.
Zhao Nianyan took Xie Yanfeng by the hand and approached. Madame Chen, it's been a few days. You look much better. It seems you've been taking good care of yourself. Madame Chen put down her teapot and turned around with a smile. You said I should take good care of myself, so I will. Come, sit with us. Thank you, Madame Chen, Zhao Nianyan said, sitting down with Xie Yanfeng. At this moment, Madame Chen looked at Xie Yanfeng with curiosity. I heard Lai Fu say that young Master Xie is your friend? Yes. Zhao Nianyan nodded. He and his family are staying with us temporarily. I see. Madame Chen nodded slightly. Looking at Zhao Nianyan's happy face, she poured a cup of tea for both of them. Here, this is the tea I brewed.
Try it.
Zhao Nianyan took a sip and squinted. Good tea. The aroma is strong. Indeed, top-quality tea, Xie Yanfeng said. It seems, young Master Xie, you also know about tea? Somewhat. Xie Yanfeng smiled slightly. Madame Chen, may I take a walk in your backyard garden? Of course. I'll have Lai Fu take you around. Thank you, Madame Chen. Actually, Xie Yanfeng suggested this because he felt he was a bit of a bother to the two women, blocking their chance to talk. After all, women share secrets, and it's not very proper for a grown man to be present. Once Xie Yanfeng left, Madame Chen couldn't wait to ask, Lady Zhao, do you and young Master Xie like each other?
Ha!
Zhao Nianyan couldn't help but spit out her tea. Madame Chen, what kind of question is that? We haven't even exchanged a few words. Besides, I'm a widow now, not free to fall in love with anyone. I'm just an ordinary friend to him. Although she didn't mind, This was still the body of the original owner. She couldn't let her be insulted or lose her reputation. People might talk badly, but making it official was another matter. So that's how it is. Madam Qin smiled gently, pretending not to notice. Let's change the subject. Do you really not want to become my sister-in-law? Can we ask a different question? Zhao Nian said with a mix of laughter and frustration. Madam Qin shook her head. This is the second time I've asked you. Hearing this, Zhao Nian looked at Madam Chen's serious expression and said, But I have nothing, and I'm still a widow. What's there to gain from becoming my sister-in-law? Madam Qin smiled. Making friends doesn't need many reasons.
Don't worry.
Once you become my sister-in-law, in Baofeng Town, you can come to me for anything. As long as I can, I will help you. Initially hesitant, Zhao Nian lowered her eyes and thought, Can everything really be arranged? I'll do my best, Madam Qin nodded. Can I regain my freedom? Zhao Nian's eyes sparkled with hope. If she could regain her freedom, she wouldn't refuse anymore. Right now, for her, money isn't as important as being free.
That.
Do you mean you want to leave your husband's family? But I don't quite understand your situation or your family's. Also, helping a widow regain her freedom is quite rare in Baofeng Town. Madam Chen's smile suddenly disappeared. She thought Zhao Nian was just asking for money or a house, since with money, anything could be done. But she didn't expect that Zhao Nian actually wanted to regain her freedom. There are no precedents. Can't we create one? Zhao Nian asked, sighing inwardly. People like the original owner are probably quite common in this world. Her fate isn't doomed to be unlucky, but some people just don't pay attention, make reckless choices, and end up losing their lives. Blaming the wife for this is truly disgusting. However, such wives, because there are no examples of regaining freedom, rarely succeed in remarrying. They spend their whole lives trapped in their husband's family, suffering from the family members. It's really sad. Mrs. Chen saw Zhao Nian looking so lonely and gently patted her hand. Forget about everything else. Tell me your story. She had planned to have someone investigate Zhao Nian, but before she could send anyone, Zhao Nian happened to come to the Chen family. I don't have much of a story. I was just deceived by someone and blamed myself for not seeing through them, Zhao Nian said with emotion, then shared the story of the original owner. After a long while, the tea on the table had gone cold. I didn't expect you to go through such hardships in these 3 years, Mrs. Chen suddenly reached out and held Zhao Nian's hands, which were full of calluses. These 3 years, you must have suffered a lot. For a man, you cut ties with your family, and then this happened. Nian, why don't you consider me as your sister? I may not be able to help you regain your freedom, but anything related to money, anything that happens in Baofeng Town, I will do my best to help you. The sudden warmth spread from her hand. Zhao Nian was stunned for a moment before nodding.
All right.
I only have an elder brother in my family, no sister. If Mrs. Chen is willing to be my sister, I would be very happy. Still calling me Mrs. Chen? Call me Fong Tian He. Just call me Hejie, Fong Tian He. Also Mrs. Chen smiled. Hejie, Zhao Nian no longer hesitated and cheerfully called out.
Oh.
Fong Tian He's eyes were full of joy. Then, as if she remembered something, her expression darkened. If my parents knew I accepted a sister, they'd be very happy. After I was born, my mother's health never improved. My father, caring for her, decided not to have more children. Sigh, Zhao Nian sighed after hearing this. If she had known earlier, maybe she could have thought of a way to cure Hejie's mother's health and help her get pregnant. Now, Sister He is in her 20s, and her mother should be in her 40s or 50s. Getting pregnant at this age is very bad for health. After all, this is not the modern world with advanced medical technology. Perhaps Fong Tianhe misses her family or has rarely found someone who listens to her feelings, which makes her suddenly feel emotional. Actually, this is quite difficult because only my father has the ability to support the family. But since I don't have a son, the family's money is always being watched. Luckily, I met your brother-in-law. Under his protection, Everyone in the family knows I married a capable husband, and they know my parents have a decent son-in-law. Sadly, I haven't been able to have a child for your brother-in-law yet. Don't worry, sister he. I checked you earlier, and the reason you haven't been able to get pregnant is because your body is too weak. Once we treat your headache and you recover, you should be able to conceive this year, Zhao Nian said seriously. Hearing this, Feng Tianhe was shocked and quickly grabbed Zhao Nian's hand, excitedly asking, Really? Really? Zhao Nian nodded. That's great, that's really great. Feng Tianhe was so excited her eyes filled with tears. She thought that if she had a child, not only would the old master be happy, but her parents would also be very happy. Madam. Hearing the voice, Feng Tianhe turned around, wiped her tears, and stood up to greet him. Old master, you're back? Was today's business good? Old Master Chen reached out and gently hugged Feng Tianhe, holding her waist and smiling kindly. It's all good. I just got back and wanted to see you, but I heard you came to the garden. Why aren't you resting properly inside? Getting some sun is good for health, Feng Tianhe softly said. By the way, Old Master Nian is also here. Nian? Old Master Chen looked over and suddenly understood. Lady Zhao. Yes. She's willing to acknowledge me as her sister-in-law, Feng Tianhe said while leading Old Master Chen toward the pavilion. I was just talking to Nian about my health, and I also thought about my parents. I haven't gone back to my family since I got sick. No worries. Once you recover, I'll take you to see your parents-in-law right away, Old Master Chen said affectionately. Okay. Feng Tianhe nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Zhao Nian was watching this loving couple and thought to herself, this kind of affection is really satisfying. But it's rare to see such a loving couple and rare to see a wealthy man who still wholeheartedly cares for his wife. Even if his wife cannot have children, he would never seek affection elsewhere or be unfaithful. Such a man is truly a rare good man. No wonder, sister, he speaks highly of Lord Chen, who has relied on her from the very beginning. Lord Chen, Zhao Nian stood up and nodded politely. Since you see Tian He as your sister-in-law, why do you still call me a stranger? Lord Chen chuckled helplessly. Hearing this, Zhao Nian changed her words and said, brother-in-law. Ah. Lord Chen nodded and sat down with Feng Tian He, putting his arm around her. You sit too. Since you're now like family, just treat this place as your own home and feel free. Okay. Zhao Nian didn't bother with formalities and sat down directly. Master, Feng Tian, he said, Nian just said that once my body heals, I can get pregnant. This year, it should be possible. Oh. Lord Chen looked surprised after hearing Feng Tian He's words. Are you so sure? As long as brother-in-law's health has no issues, I can be confident, Zhao Nian answered for Feng Tian He. Although having children depends on fate, with sister He and brother-in-law loving each other so much, heaven will surely bring you and the child together. If that's the case, then brother-in-law will give you a big red envelope later. Lord Chen said with a smile. Anyway, I'm here too. Maybe I can check brother-in-law's health for him? Perhaps I can also come up with some medicinal recipes to help with conception and help brother-in-law perform better. Cough, cough. Feng Tian He lightly coughed, her cheeks turning red. Nian, those kinds of words, you. Lord Chen also shyly avoided eye contact. What's wrong with that? Just treat me as a doctor. Zhao Nian shrugged. But that's not the main point. The main thing is I want to check brother-in-law's health. After saying that, her gaze shifted to Lord Chen's shoulder. The arrow-shaped red light was still there. The system had said that thing could be used for exchange in a space. She wondered how many points she could get if she took the arrow. All right, then I'll trouble my sister-in-law, Lord Chen said, rolling up his sleeve and extending his hand. Zhao Nian took his pulse and found that Lord Chen's health was quite good. His energy and blood were strong, his kidney essence was abundant, and his pulse was vigorous. For a middle-aged man, his body was even better than that of the young Xie Yanfeng. Meanwhile, Xie Yanfeng sat alone by the koi pond in the garden, watching the fish. He couldn't help sneezing and wondered who was thinking about him. Because he liked being alone, he let Luofu go busy with things and stayed by himself. While Zhao Nian withdrew her hand from feeling the pulse, she asked, "Brother-in-law, have you ever been injured by an arrow before?" Upon hearing this, Old Master Chen and Fong Tian, he were both stunned.
Can this be checked?
Fong Tian, he asked in surprise. Zhao Nian nodded calmly. "So, brother-in-law, have you ever had an arrow wound before?" Hearing this, Fong Tian, he looked up and exchanged a glance with Old Master Chen, then said, Nian is not a bad person, and it's been 10 years since then. We haven't encountered such a thing again. Since we are fortunate to know someone with great medical skills like Nian, maybe she can help you?" Old Master Chen nodded and said, 10 years ago, I was just in my early 20s. When I went out with Tian He to discuss business, we were ambushed. I was injured while trying to save Tian He, and an arrow hit my shoulder. The doctor said the arrowhead was stuck and he couldn't remove it, or my entire arm would be ruined. I then saw many doctors, but none could help. They said if they forcibly pulled it out, the muscles and tendons in my arm would break. Over time, the flesh grew back, and the arrowhead stayed in my shoulder. As long as I don't use too much force, it usually doesn't cause much pain. After hearing this, Zhao Nian looked thoughtfully at Old Master Chen's shoulder.
System, come out.
I'm here. I'm still curious why you said that arrowhead could be thrown into space for exchange. It's just a simple arrowhead, not gold-plated or silver inlaid. Why would it have such high value that you pay attention to it? Such arrowheads are common in blacksmith shops. The system was silent for a while before answering. Because the arrowhead has a unique carving technique and is very valuable. Carved on the arrowhead? Do you mean this arrowhead is specially made?
I never said that.
That's just your guess. It has nothing to do with me. The system's anxious explanation made Zhao Nian realize that Old Master Chen's ambush might not have been simple. Otherwise, who would use such a specially made arrowhead? Generally, special arrowheads represent a certain faction, like the Royal Guards, whose arrows are different from those used by ordinary people. Should I get involved in this muddy water? Zhao Nian hesitated for a long time but finally decided to dive into this mess, mainly because she was very curious about the carving technique on the arrowhead. Brother-in-law, I think I can take out this arrowhead. Really? Old Master Chen's eyes widened with excitement. If I get this arrowhead out, will it hurt my arm? I need to check first, Zhao Nian said. It's better to act now rather than wait for an auspicious day. I'll go to your room now and check where the arrow is located. Okay. Fan Tianhe nodded excitedly after a moment of silence. So, Xie Yanfeng was forgotten by the garden and watched the koi fish swim for a long time alone. After a while, Zhao Nian said, Brother-in-law, you can put your clothes back on now. How about now? Old Master Chen asked while buttoning his shirt. It's not a big problem. I can remove it.
But
I have a small request. Fong Tianhe quickly spoke up. Just tell me what you want. As long as you can help your brother-in-law remove the arrow, I will agree to any request. After you remove the arrow, can you give me the arrow?
Huh.
As Zhao Nian finished speaking, both Old Master Chen and Fong Tianhe were stunned. They had seen people ask for money, promises, or other things, but this was the first time someone asked for an arrow. The room fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Then Old Master Chen laughed. No wonder Tianhe considers you a sister-in-law. You are truly different from others. Cough. Zhao Nian shyly touched the back of her head. I'm a bit different from others. All right. Old Master Chen nodded. When the time comes, don't just ask for the arrow. Tell me how much silver you want and I can give it to you. Fong Tianhe also nodded. Yeah, Nian, if you cure my brother-in-law and sister, you'll be closer to us than a real sister. Don't just ask for money. If you want to buy a house in town, that's fine too. Zhao Nian's eyes lit up. If she had a house in town, even if she couldn't regain her freedom, she might avoid contact with those nosy villagers. But if she did that, she wouldn't be able to better use her space. Because she had calculated that only points exchanged for prey were the highest, the rest weren't much. I help you with your illness, not just for material things. Zhao Nian raised her head confidently. Fong Tianhe and Old Master Chen exchanged glances, both giving a half-smile without speaking. Feeling awkward under their gaze, Zhao Niannian awkwardly smiled. Of course, money is also needed to live. Ha ha ha, old Master Chen couldn't help but laugh again. I have a sister too, but she's a troublemaker. She ran away with someone despite her family's opposition.
Now.
Well, forget it. Back to the main point, sister-in-law. When can you help me remove the arrow? I need to prepare some things. About 3 days. 3 days later in the morning, I will come back to town. Fang Tiana nodded and asked, I heard you came here by donkey cart? Yes. Old Mr. Chen added, actually, our Chen family has plenty of horses. When you arrive, pick a horse from the stable and take it with you to replace your donkey cart. That way, it will be much more convenient wherever you go. That's not very good. Zhao Niannian's face and eyes lit up with a smile. She didn't expect such a good thing to happen. A carriage worth 50,000 points in the space, and Sister He and her husband just gave it to her. Awesome. Much better than the stingy, tricky system. Host, that's not quite right. We have our reasons for what we do. The carriages you buy outside have no after-sale service, but our space does. Really? If the carriage is lost, do you compensate? If it breaks down, do you also compensate? If it's lost or damaged due to the host's fault, we don't compensate. Then don't say anything. The frustrated system originally wanted to defend itself a little, but Zhao Nian shot it down with a single sentence. It's true, it's too tricky. Either it's stingy with points or unreasonable in exchanges, with all kinds of sneaky tricks. But there's no helping it. It's thinking ahead for the future. It's rare to find a host, so it can't miss this one chance. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the host. There's nothing wrong with it. You're our sister-in-law and have helped us so much. It's just a carriage. We can still afford to give it to you. Just take it. Fang Tianhe said with a smile. In that case, I'll accept it humbly. Zhao Niannian no longer refused. She thought it would be a good idea to let Xie Yanfeng come along to pick a good horse. He probably knows how to ride, and he can teach her later. Wait, where's Xie Yanfeng? What's wrong, Nian? Fang Tianhe looked at Zhao Nian with curiosity, then turned to look at the door. My friend, Zhao Nian stood up. He should still be in the garden. I'll go find him first and come back later. After saying that, she swept out like a whirlwind and quickly left the backyard. Soon, Zhao Nian arrived at the garden. After searching for a long time, she finally found Xie Yanfeng sitting by the carp pond, leaning against the fake mountain, asleep. Xie Yanfeng? Zhao Nian went over to him, leaned in and called out. Xie Yanfeng was startled, suddenly opened his eyes, and looked up. His cold lips brushed against her warm face. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds.
Wow.
Zhao Nian took a step back, widened her eyes, and harshly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. You're being a bully. Xie Yanfeng froze for a moment, instinctively pursing his lips. I didn't mean to, but I take responsibility for you.
Huh?
Zhao Nian was surprised. How are you going to take responsibility for me? Xie Yanfeng hesitated nervously for a long time before saying, I'll marry you. After all, he had kissed her himself, so he should be responsible. Zhao Nian stood still, her lips trembling. She turned around. Forget it. You don't like me anyway, so why would you marry me? All right, let's go. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng stood up, grabbed her arm, and frowned. You don't want me to take responsibility? Zhao Nian pulled her hand back and nonchalantly explained, it was just a careless kiss. Nothing serious. You look pretty, and I don't think I'm losing out. Xie Yanfeng's face suddenly turned ugly. He stared at her tightly, then spoke after a while. Because I look good in your eyes, so even if I kiss you, you don't mind?
Huh?
Zhao Nian blinked in shock. What's there to mind? It was just an accident. So, if another handsome man accidentally kissed you, you wouldn't care either? Xie Yanfeng frowned tightly, his clenched fists showing his anger. You already said it was an accident, so shameless. Xie Yanfeng couldn't help but interrupt her. Then he turned around and used light skills to leave the garden of the Qin family. Zhao Nian. Xie Yanfeng, are you crazy? Zhao Nian stood there for a moment, watching his departing figure. Only then did she remember to curse him loudly. This actually called her shameless? And then just left? Clearly, she was the one at a disadvantage, and after he took advantage of her. Why does he still call her shameless? So infuriating. It's true, different ideas, incompatible, and impossible to get along well. Thinking of this, Zhao Nianyan stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave the garden as well. Meanwhile, Xie Yanfeng, after leaving the Qin family, gradually calmed down. He realized that he was angry because of her careless attitude, which caused him to lose control of his temper and even curse her. He stood outside the Qin family's wall, feeling regretful. It was clearly his fault. He accidentally kissed her, and in the end, he scolded her. Xie Yanfeng, you really are terrible. He slapped himself and cursed himself quietly. Since this is the Qin family after all, I can't freely use my light skills to enter others' homes, so I can only wait outside the gate. He has realized his mistake earlier. He shouldn't have scolded her. But when he heard her dismissing herself and that others could easily kiss her, he couldn't hold back anymore. Although she is already married, her husband has passed away, making her a widow, she still shouldn't be so careless with herself. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan completely doesn't know that Xie Yanfeng misunderstood her. It's because she knows Xie Yanfeng is not a bad person that she doesn't mind this. After all, she doesn't like him, so she wouldn't rush to let him take responsibility for an accidental kiss. Moreover, even if she liked him, with her current status, they couldn't be together romantically. But just thinking about how Xie Yanfeng scolded her for being shameless earlier, she felt very angry. When Zhao Nianyan returned to the Qin couple's courtyard, she found out that old Master Chen had hurriedly left due to some business matters, leaving only Feng Tianhe in the room. Why didn't young Master Xie come back with you? Your face looks bad. Did young Master Xie make you angry? Feng Tianhe noticed Zhao Nianyan's unusual mood as soon as she entered, clearly indicating they had a disagreement. Older sister He, don't mention him. He's just a lunatic. Zhao Nianyan was filled with an inexplicable anger, sat down on a stool, and thought to herself that no matter what, she wouldn't forgive that guy easily this time. Lunatic? Sick? Feng Tianhe asked confusedly. Hearing this question, Zhao Nianyan suddenly fell silent, and most of her anger was deflated by Feng Tianhe's even more baffling question. Not sick, but he acts like he's mentally ill. Clearly, he took advantage of me, and yet he still scolds me. Feng Tianhe's curiosity was piqued. Tell me what happened just now. Let me see if I can help you clear things up. After all, she was experienced. When she first met old Master Chen, although they had a sweet time, there were also misunderstandings and arguments. In the end, because they loved each other, they sat down and clarified everything, which led to their current relationship. As for Nianyan, though she married, her husband died on their wedding night, and they only knew each other for a few months. She probably doesn't understand many feelings. Zhao Nianyan looked at Feng Tianhe, whose gentle smile made her feel completely at ease. She then explained what happened earlier in the garden with Xie Yanfeng. In her past life, she was busy treating patients and saving lives, often undergoing multiple surgeries and working tirelessly until she was exhausted. She didn't have much time for love, mostly just interacting with colleagues and making some friends of the opposite. But she had never met someone like Xie Yanfeng before. He was so puzzling that he gave her a headache. After a moment, Feng Tianhe listened to Zhao Nianyan's complaints and couldn't help but smile secretly. Do you know why he's angry? No, I don't. Zhao Nianyan took a few deep breaths to calm down. I do.
Huh?
Zhao Nianyan looked at Feng Tianhe with confusion. He accidentally offended you and wanted to take responsibility, but you said it was okay and didn't care, so he thought you looked down on him and didn't love yourself. He mistakenly thought you were someone who flirts easily. That's why he's angry.
But
he's angry, so why did he call me shameless? He thought you were that kind of casual person, so he got very upset and blurted out things in the heat of the moment. After hearing this, Zhao Nianyan blinked. So, he misunderstood me and is angry at me? Yes, Feng Tianhe nodded. Sometimes men are just like children. You just need to coax them. I'm not going to coax him, Zhao Nian firmly refused. It's not my fault. I don't have to do that. Besides, he's just my friend, not my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Fang Tianhe was curious about this unfamiliar word Zhao Nian used. What is a boyfriend? For example, if I date someone and fall in love, that man is my boyfriend, of course, as long as we haven't gotten married.
Oh.
Fang Tianhe nodded. That's an interesting way to put it. Zhao Nian chuckled awkwardly. Then she chatted with Fang Tianhe for a while before following Lai Fu to the stables to pick a carriage. She originally wanted to call Xie Yanfeng, but he, relying on his light skills, flew away in anger at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, she was at the Qin family's place. If she had been somewhere else and he left her like that, she probably wouldn't have spoken to him again. With Lai Fu's help, Zhao Nian chose a good carriage. This horse could be used for riding alone, hauling goods, and even had a cool name, Gale. She asked Lai Fu why this horse, with such a cool name, was used for hauling goods. Lai Fu explained that the horse was a gift to the Qin family, usually used for riding out, but since no one in the family knew how to ride, it was only used for pulling carts. When Zhao Nian came to the Qin family, the donkey cart was also parked in the Qin family stable. This time, she took charge of the carriage and the donkey cart, choosing the nearest exit through the back door to leave the Qin residence. She didn't know that Xie Yanfeng was still waiting eagerly at the gate of the Qin family, hoping she would come out so he could apologize. After leaving the Qin family grounds, Zhao Nian found a quiet corner. She stored both the ox cart and the donkey cart in her storage bag. Then she clapped her hands and headed towards the back street. She had finally come to the town, and she needed to visit the Lin family to see how Hong Xia's son was doing. Although Hong Xia had some past conflicts with the original owner was gone, Hong Xia was gone, and the child was innocent. She felt she should check on him. After visiting, if the child was doing well, she wouldn't interfere anymore. If not, she would think about how to help him have a better life. Zhao Nian thought Xie Yanfeng had gone somewhere after leaving the Qin family, so she didn't look for him. They weren't very close, and she didn't want to worry about him constantly. Plus, Baofeng town was close to the village, so she could easily find him if needed. However, Xie Yanfeng had been waiting outside the Qin family's gate. He hadn't seen Zhao Nian come out. He wanted to go inside but hesitated, so he decided to keep waiting outside. If Lai Fu hadn't gone out on an errand and happened to see him standing outside the gate, he might have waited until nightfall without seeing Zhao Nian. Lao Gongzi, why are you here? Lai Fu approached Xie Yanfeng with a confused look. Waiting for her, Xie Yanfeng replied simply. Her? Lai Fu frowned and moved his mouth from side to side. Are you talking about Lady Zhao? She left a long time ago. What? Xie Yanfeng was surprised. I was waiting at the door. I should have seen her come out. Lai Fu smiled. Lady Zhao went to pick a carriage in the stable, then took the carriage and donkey cart out through the back door. I even asked her about your whereabouts, and she said you left first. I didn't ask further. Who would have thought you? When did she leave? Xie Yanfeng took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Almost half an hour ago. Thank you. After speaking, Xie Yanfeng left the Qin family's gate. Knowing Zhao Nian's personality, she wouldn't return to the village so quickly. She would probably stay in town a bit longer. Carrying the carriage and donkey cart on the road was very noticeable. Someone must have seen her. He decided to go ask around in the town. After leaving the Qin family, he asked many people along the way, but no one saw a woman pulling a carriage or donkey cart on the street. Soon, Xie Yanfeng remembered Zhao Nian's special ability to make objects appear out of thin air, so she could also make things disappear just as easily. Therefore, she should be walking alone on the street now, not pulling a carriage or donkey cart. Baofeng town is neither too big nor too small. Where should he look for her? After thinking for a while, Xie Yanfeng suddenly remembered something from a few days ago. He thought of a place where Zhao Nian might go. The Lin family in the back street. Red Cloud's children were sold to the Lin family by Red Cloud's parents, so Zhao Nian would likely take the opportunity to visit the Lin family while she was in town. If he went there now, he might run into her. Thinking of this, Xie Yanfeng quickly turned and headed toward the back street. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian, after asking people along the way, had successfully reached the Lin family's house. Although their home was not as large as the Qin family's, judging by the main gate and the signboard, it was a modest, well-off household, probably someone doing business in town. However, the Lin family's door was closed. She knocked a few times but no one answered. Just then, a woman from the neighboring house came out. Zhao Nian approached her politely and asked, "Big sister, may I ask if this family is usually not home during the day?" The woman, noticing Zhao Nian's gentle and polite attitude and her pleasant appearance, responded kindly, "The Lin family is usually not home during the day. Old Master Lin runs a small grocery store in town, and during the day, he and his wife are busy there with the children." Hearing this, Zhao Nian thought it was unfortunate, but since she was already here, she couldn't just leave. She definitely wanted to visit the grocery store. But before that, she needed to ask a few other questions. "Big sister, does the Lin family have a child who is less than a year old?" The woman looked suspicious when she heard Zhao Nian's question. "Why do you ask that?" "Well, I'm here to visit relatives, but I'm not sure if this Lin family is related to me. I can only tell by whether they have a child this year." Zhao Nian smiled and then took out a small package of snacks that the maid had packed for her earlier, offering it to the woman. "Big sister, just tell me. These are some cakes, very tasty." The woman saw that Zhao Nian was quite clever and casually took a small snack, happily saying, "This Lin family couple does have a child this year, but the child was adopted. I heard the child's biological parents didn't want him, so the Lin couple took him in. Are they good to this child usually?" Zhao Nian asked. The woman replied, "Very good. They treat him like their own child. Even though they hired a wet nurse, the Lin couple always takes the child with them wherever they go, even to the shop. It's quite rare." Zhao Nian nodded. "Sister, do you know where their grocery shop is? I want to see if they're the relatives I am looking for." "Of course," said the woman, raising her hand and pointing to a nearby street. "Look just down that street. Walk that way and you'll see a small grocery shop. That's the Lin family's." Zhao Nian gratefully nodded. "Thank you, sister." After getting a location, she set off in the direction the woman pointed. Not long after she left, Xie Yanfeng also arrived and happened to meet the woman. "Excuse me, is there a family with the surname Lin here?" he asked. Hearing Xie Yanfeng's question, the woman looked puzzled. "What's going on? Why are there two people coming to find the Lin family? Are there more people? Did someone just come? Was it a thin, small woman?" The woman nodded. "Yes. Not long ago, she said she was looking for relatives. When she found out the Lin family was on that street with the grocery shop, she went there." "Thank you," Xie Yanfeng said politely, then quickly turned and left like the wind. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian had already arrived at the grocery shop. On the way, she kept thinking that the Lin family had a business in town and life was pretty good. Also, the woman just said the Lin family treated the children well, like their own. Keeping the child at the Lin family should mean he would be well cared for. Although the grocery shop was small, many people came to buy things. When she entered, she saw that even though it was a small place, it sold many different kinds of goods. She looked around and then approached the counter. "Is the shopkeeper here surnamed Lin?" Zhao Nian smiled slightly, then wandered around the grocery shop, occasionally glancing around and thinking about how to find a reason to see Hongxia's child. Soon, a woman in her early 30s came out from the back of the shop, hurriedly speaking to a young man. "Young master vomited again. Please go and ask Dr. Huang from town to come here." "All right, I'll go right now." After the young man hurried out, Zhao Nian lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. "Dr. Huang? Is he the one she knows?" Soon, she saw the young man bring back Dr. Huang, who was the same doctor she had a medical contest with at the Qin family half a month ago. "Doctor, over here." The young man hurriedly led the sweaty Dr. Huang across the shop's main hall. Zhao Nian quickly walked over. "Dr. Huang. Lady Zhao?" Dr. Huang was surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Dr. Huang, I'm here to help carry your medicine box," Zhao Nian said, then leaned in. "Please take me along, Dr. Huang." since they had interacted before. Although Dr. Huang didn't know what Zhao Nianyan was up to, he nodded and gave her a reasonable reason. You can help carry the medicine box. Dr. Huang, this. Just follow the way. Don't delay. Dr. Huang didn't answer the young man, but kept urging him. The young man didn't ask more, and let go of Dr. Huang's hand, leading the way ahead. After a short while, Zhao Nianyan, following Dr. Huang, successfully saw Madame Lin holding the baby. It was indeed Hongxia's child. The baby looked very much like Hongxia, with similar features, so Zhao Nianyan recognized him at a glance. Dr. Huang, you've finally come. Please help check my son to see what's wrong. He's vomited 3 times today, his face is very pale, and he looks weak. Madame Lin said while wiping her tears, full of worry. Madame Lin's husband also spoke. Dr. Huang, please take a look. Don't worry, Dr. Huang stepped forward, took the baby's pulse, then gently pressed on the baby's bloated belly after removing his shirt. What has the young master been eating lately? He's only been fed by the wet nurse with milk, nothing else. Oh, and this morning, I tried giving him a bit of rice porridge. That explains it, said Dr. Huang. The child is still very young. He shouldn't be eating rice porridge so soon. You need to wait another 10 days, or half a month. Also, feed him gradually little by little so he can get used to it. If you give him too much at once like now, it can upset his stomach and cause vomiting. So, the child doesn't have serious problems, right? Mrs. Lin looked up. Yes, Dr. Huang nodded. Once the child absorbs the remaining confusion in her stomach, she can be fed milk. Thank you, Dr. Huang. Old Master Lin sighed in relief. It's just a small matter. Don't worry, Dr. Huang said. I have other things to handle at the medicine hall, so I won't stay long. If you need anything else, ask the shopkeeper to send someone to find me. I'll see you off, Old Master Lin said. Everyone didn't notice Zhao Nianyan the whole time. Only after leaving the grocery store and reaching the door did Old Master Lin realize Zhao Nianyan, carrying a medicine box, was there. He didn't think much, just assumed she was a servant girl from the medicine hall. Dr. Huang, take care on your way, he said. After that, Old Master Lin turned back to the shop. Dr. Huang and Zhao Nianyan went to the alley opposite the grocery store.
Give me the medicine box, she said.
Thank you for your help earlier, Dr. Huang. I will remember this kindness. Zhao Nianyan smiled and handed the box back. Dr. Huang took the box and waved his hand. It's no big deal. I'm curious, though. Why did you do that just now? If you wanted to help Old Master Lin's son, you wouldn't wait for me to arrive. I just wanted to see Old Master Lin's son. Well, it's a long story. This child is connected to me. He's related to a good friend of my late friend. I promised her, before she passed away, to come see the child and see if he's doing well in the Lin family, Zhao Nianyan said sincerely. She now occupied the original owner's body. The deceased owner was her good friend, and Hongxia was the original owner's good friend, so she was her friend's friend. After hearing this, Dr. Huang understood and nodded. I know about this child. He wasn't born to the Lin family. They didn't have much luck with children. They tried many medicines, but nothing worked. They even exhausted themselves trying. In the end, they decided to adopt. After adopting the child, they asked me to check his health to see if there were any issues. Is the child healthy? Zhao Nianyan asked eagerly. Dr. Huang replied, the child is very healthy, no problems at all. That's good. Zhao Nianyan took a deep breath, relaxing her whole body, feeling relieved that she had solved another big problem. I didn't expect this child to have a connection with Lady Zhao. It's truly fate, Dr. Huang said with a smile. It really is fate, she agreed. Zhao Nianyan smiled gently and said, as long as I know the children are doing well in the Lin family, I will be at ease. Don't worry about that, she continued. The couple in the Lin family are kind people with good character. Everyone in town knows this. Yes, Zhao Nianyan nodded. Dr. Huang, I will go for a walk in the market. I won't delay you from returning to the pharmacy. Wait a moment, Lady Zhao, Dr. Huang called out. What's? Zhao Nianyan started to ask, but before she could finish, a shadow appeared and punched Dr. Huang directly in the face.
Ouch.
Dr. Huang covered his right eye, staggered, and his back hit the wall at the alley entrance. That hurt so much. Zhao Niannian was stunned. She turned around quickly and glared at the person who appeared. Xie Yanfeng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I saved you, and you scolded me? Xie Yanfeng's face looked tense, and his eyes were full of grievance. Zhao Niannian hesitated after seeing his sad expression, as if words were stuck in her throat like fish bones. After a moment, she spoke again. Did you think I was in danger? Xie Yanfeng didn't answer. He just stubbornly pursed his lips and stared at her with his dark eyes. Those eyes were like a whirlpool. Zhao Niannian looked into them, feeling guilty as her mind filled with regret. Can you guys just look at me? Dr. Huang, holding his right eye, said angrily and sadly. Zhao Niannian quickly turned to check on him. Dr. Huang, are you okay? Don't blame him. He didn't know, and he thought you were trying to hurt me when you stopped me earlier. Please, for my sake, don't blame him. Oh, I'm so unlucky, Dr. Huang sighed. Forget it. For your sake, I won't argue with him. I was trying to ask if you're interested in working at my pharmacy. I can pay you 2 coins a month. How about that? Zhao Niannian was suspicious inside. 1 or 2 silver coins equal 1 string of coins, called a guan. 1 guan is 10 diao, also known as 10 qian. 1 qian is 100 coins. In Baofeng town, waiters in the restaurant work very hard for just over 1 coin. So, Dr. Huang offering her 2 coins was quite generous. But she was skilled in medicine. Why would she go to a pharmacy to do chores? Dr. Huang, do you mean you want me to help with chores at your pharmacy? Zhao Niannian asked, amused and a little confused.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you're skilled in medicine. How could I forget that? Dr. Huang clapped his head, but then he hurt his eye again and winced.
Ugh.
Xie Yanfeng stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed. Dr. Huang, I hurt you just now. That was my fault. I'm very sorry. Forget it. I'm not the kind of person who fusses over small details. Dr. Huang waved his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Niannian and raised 3 fingers. Are you interested in working as a resident doctor at my pharmacy? I'll pay you based on the prescriptions, 3/10 of the earnings. Zhao Niannian shook her head and smiled. Dr. Huang, I prefer to be free and dislike being tied down to one place.
Well, all right.
If you change your mind, you can come find me. Okay. Zhao Niannian nodded. Take care, Dr. Huang. Don't forget our promise. I want to see your real skills when we meet again. I'll do my best. Zhao Niannian waved goodbye as she watched Dr. Huang leave. After a moment, Zhao Niannian turned around and looked at Xie Yanfeng, who had a bad expression and said nothing. She nudged him and asked, Why are you giving me that look? Sorry, Xie Yanfeng replied, avoiding her gaze with a shy look.
Oh.
Zhao Niannian smiled sarcastically. Sorry? Sorry for what? You misunderstood me, scolded me without reason, then left without asking what happened. And now, before we even clear things up, you hit Dr. Huang with a punch. Ha, you're quite something, Xie Yanfeng. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips and took a deep breath. It was my fault. I shouldn't have scolded you, left you alone, or hit anyone so easily just now. Seeing that he didn't leave with a dark face like before but instead calmed down to explain himself, Zhao Niannian was surprised. She also thought of what sister he had just told her. Sister, he said that only someone who cares about you will lose their temper over small words or actions. So, does Xie Yanfeng care about her? More than a little? No, that probably wasn't the case. Maybe he only acted like that because she could save his mother. At the Chun family, you misunderstood me. Zhao Niannian looked at him seriously and explained. What I said then wasn't because I looked down on myself or didn't care about these things. It was because I thought that was just an unintentional gesture from you, something neither of us expected, and it shouldn't affect our relationship. As for me not wanting you to take responsibility, there's a reason for that. Reason? Is it because you're still Lu's wife? Xie Yanfeng suddenly felt his throat tighten when he spoke. That's just one reason, Zhao Niannian replied. Are there any other reasons? Zhao Niannian nodded, took a few steps closer to him, looked up, and stared intently into his deep eyes. She smiled and said, "The man I marry must love me wholeheartedly and care for me. You don't even like me very much, let alone love me and care for me. So, Xie Yanfeng, don't easily say marry to a woman. Xie Yanfeng, but Lu Yongliang treated you badly," implying that she had married Lu Yongliang before. That was in the past when Zhao Nianyan was naive and was tricked by Lu Yongliang. But now Zhao Nianyan is not the same as before. Let's forget about that. It's not a big deal. It's getting late, let's take a walk on the street and see if there's anything we need to buy. If not, we'll go back. After saying this, Zhao Nianyan turned and walked toward the street. Xie Yanfeng paused for a moment, then followed her. "I understand what you mean." "Good," Zhao Nianyan said casually as she looked at the shops around. "You don't need to worry anymore. It's not a serious problem." Xie Yanfeng nodded. After walking around the street for a while, Xie Yanfeng suddenly stopped in front of a bookstore. "Wait a moment, I want to go in and buy some paper, ink, and brushes, and also 2 more books. Then I'll browse nearby. When you come out, just wait for me here." "Okay." Inside, a shop assistant quickly came over to serve Xie Yanfeng. Learning that he wanted to buy brushes, ink, and paper, the assistant took him directly to the most expensive section. "Young master, these are our best quality brushes, ink, and paper. Take a look. How much do you need? If you buy a lot, we'll also give you a few extra sheets of paper." "How much?" Xie Yanfeng glanced and reached out to touch the paper displayed in front of him. The paper was of good quality, durable for a long time, and the brush was a top-quality wolf hairbrush. If Xiaoyu saw it, she would definitely be very happy. A set costs 1 tael of silver. It includes 1 brush, 10 sheets of paper, and a small ink stick about the size of a thumb. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng frowned. "Can it be cheaper?" "That's the fixed price," the assistant said while sizing him up. Strangely, although this young master dressed simply, his demeanor didn't seem like someone who couldn't afford these brushes and paper. "Take me to see some cheaper ones." All right, the assistant had to lead him to a slightly cheaper section. "Is this okay?" "According to the previous price, 1 set costs 8 qian. Make it cheaper." "This one, a set costs 6 qian. Are there more?" 5 coins? "Still." "Sir, just tell me how much you want, and I will take you there." "No need for everyone to hesitate anymore," the clerk said impatiently. Xie Yanfeng was silent for a moment, then took out 2 coins. 2 coins. The clerk's mouth twitched, looking at Xie Yanfeng speechlessly. 2 coins? You can't even buy a pen with that. Forget it. I'll come back next time. Seeing this, the clerk looked at him with disdain. "You have no money, but still come to buy paper and ink." Xie Yanfeng ignored him and walked straight out of the bookstore. At this moment, Zhao Nianyan also returned, carrying 2 candied hawthorns. "Here, take 1. "I don't want." Xie Yanfeng wanted to refuse, but seeing her bright face, he nodded. "Thank you. Aren't you here to buy something?" "Why didn't you buy anything?" Zhao Nianyan asked curiously. Xie Yanfeng remained calm. "I just looked around and didn't see what I wanted. Let's go." "Oh." Zhao Nianyan withdrew her curious gaze. But just a few steps away, someone suddenly stepped out from the crowd and blocked their way. "You shameless woman. Not staying at home to mourn properly, but wandering the streets with a wild man. Pa. You wicked girl." Zhao Nianyan frowned. "Who are you?" A stranger woman appeared in front of Zhao Nianyan. She looked to be in her 30s, young but with a sharp, harsh face. You actually pretend not to know me?" The woman was furious, hands on her hips. "I am your husband's cousin. My name is Niu Zuifang." Although many people gathered around, Zhao Nianyan remained calm. "I don't know you. Really? You pretend not to know me," Niu Zuifang said, pointing at Zhao Nianyan with one hand and on her hips with the other. "You heartless woman. You just married and caused your husband's death, and your in-laws didn't blame you, but treated you kindly. But after only 3 years of widowhood, you couldn't resist and ran off with a wild man? You have truly betrayed Yongliang's sincere love. If Yongliang knew, how sad he would be." Niu Cuifeng cried out loudly, then sat on the ground, starting to accuse Zhao Niannian of recent terrible actions. She abandoned her family for the wild man, beat her in-laws for him, and committed many great sins. One after another, the onlookers were filled with righteous anger, pointing at Zhao Niannian and scolding her. This is the first time I've seen such a despicable woman. The parents-in-law didn't mind that you married their son and treated you well. Yet, you beat them up for a wild man. They should have put you in a pig cage. Exactly. A widow shouldn't be unfaithful, flirting around outside. It's shameful for us women. Hey, isn't the man standing beside her that wild man? He looks quite handsome. No wonder this woman would do such a despicable thing.
So, what if he's handsome?
He's still a shameless, unruly man. Get out of Baofeng town. We don't want to see such disgraceful, disruptive women and men here. Get out of Baofeng town. The villagers grew more and more excited. Some even started throwing vegetables and eggs at Zhao Niannian. Be careful, Xie Yanfeng whispered urgently, stepping forward to protect Zhao Niannian in his arms, even as eggs, leaves, and dog droppings landed on him. At this moment, Zhao Niannian clenched her fists tightly, grinding her teeth. She was sure that Niu Cuifeng was someone she had never seen before. As for whether she was the original owner's aunt, she didn't know, but from Niu Cuifeng's expression, she only saw a hint of acting. An aunt, and to cause such a scene on the street? While Zhao Niannian was thinking, her gaze suddenly met someone in the crowd. It was Granny Huang and Lu Yongliang. The mother and son were actually standing nearby, gloating. It seemed this matter involved them. Today in Baofeng town, if they didn't handle this well, they might lose their standing in the town, and it could even affect her chance to participate in a contest in the neighboring town. Xie Yanfeng, let go of me first. No need to be afraid. I can protect you. Xie Yanfeng thought she was trying to act tough, so he spoke softly. Zhao Niannian shook her head. I need to handle this. You let go. You have martial skills, so pretend those things thrown at me are secret weapons. Block them for me, and I will handle the rest. She wasn't the kind of fragile woman who needed a man to protect her. Hearing this, Xie Yanfeng nodded. All right. He released his hold. Someone saw that he was no longer protecting her and threw a stone. Xie Yanfeng's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand steadily, caught the stone, and then, under everyone's watch, crushed it with his inner strength, dust exploding in his hand. The crowd, which had been causing a commotion, saw his action and froze, afraid to throw anything else. Seeing the situation, Niu Cuifeng wiped her tears with her sleeve and wailed, "Poor my nephew Yongliang. He ended up with such a shameless woman. If only Yongliang knew in the afterlife, he'd be devastated." The previously calm villagers were quickly stirred up again by Niu Cuifeng's words, their anger rising. They looked as if Zhao Niannian had committed some terrible crime, their expressions fierce, as if they wanted to tear her apart. Enough! Zhao Niannian shouted angrily, and everyone fell silent. But this silence was brief. Soon, people started pointing fingers at her again. Doing such shameless things and still daring to be so arrogant in front of us? Are you not afraid of death?
Bah, trash.
You look like a fox spirit. You shouldn't stay a widow properly. Instead, you go around mixing with others. I spit on you. Women like you should be thrown into a pig cage. Zhao Niannian took a deep breath, her face darkening, her eyes cold as she looked at the women who had spoken disrespectfully. Am I flirting with your husbands or your sons? Why are you so upset? What this wicked woman says, you believe it. Then I could also say that you are all cheating with wild men on the streets. One woman looked upset. You're talking nonsense.
I didn't do that.
Then why do you think I did? Zhao Niannian narrowed her eyes sharply. Just because she said it, you believe it? Just because I'm with this man, you think he's a wild man? Now, you also have men standing close to you. Should I say they're your wild men too? Nonsense. Hearing this, the onlookers dispersed, especially those women whose men were nearby. They hurriedly drew clear lines to avoid misunderstandings. You admit you're talking nonsense, but what about her? She's lying, and you believe her? Zhao Niannian sneered. A group of adults being led around by someone they don't even know, following her to attack me. How stupid. You all make me laugh.
You.
The women watching couldn't speak, as Zhao Niannian's words were right. They had indeed been manipulated by Niu Xuefeng's incitement.
Fine.
You dare not admit it? Niu Xuefeng thought Zhao Niannian was easy to bully. She stepped forward and pointed at her nose. You are Lu Yongliang's wife from Liujia village. You died on your wedding night, and everyone in Liujia village knows it. If you don't believe it, you can ask the people from Lu family village to see if it's true. At this moment, someone raised their hand and said, I am from Lu family village. She is indeed our widow, Zhao Niannian. A few days ago, she not only beat her parents-in-law but also her younger brother-in-law, and she forced her family to return her dowry.
Now, she even lives with that wild man.
Hearing this, the villagers looked at her with disgust. Zhao Niannian turned her head and looked coldly. So it's you. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time. The person speaking was Lu Dazhu, Lu Chunlan's husband, who had challenged Zhao Niannian for her, only to be kicked away by Xie Yanfeng. Lu Dazhu swallowed hard, fear in his eyes, and looked at Xie Yanfeng, who was holding back his anger. He stiffened his neck and said, What? In front of so many people, you still want to hit me? I tell you, if you dare to hit me, I will report it to the authorities. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian nodded with a half-smile. All right, you want to report it. But I, barefoot, am not afraid of you who are wearing shoes. You underestimate me too much.
Take him down.
As she finished speaking, Xie Yanfeng moved quickly, and Lu Dazhu, realizing too late, tried to run but was already caught. Lu Dazhu was lifted like a chick by Xie Yanfeng.
Hit him.
Zhao Niannian said coldly. Xie Yanfeng had been itching to fight and immediately threw punch after punch at Lu Dazhu's face. Lu Dazhu couldn't fight back and could only scream on the ground. Help! Someone's killing me. Help! Stop hitting me. It hurts. I know I was wrong. I won't say anything anymore. Zhao Niannian didn't stop, and Xie Yanfeng had no intention of stopping either. The onlookers were furious watching the scene. You wicked woman. Doing such shameful things, not only denying it but also beating people in the street. Do you still respect the law? Exactly. Listening to her swear so solemnly, I thought I misunderstood. Turns out it's really like this. Hurry, call the police. Even if someone is assaulting someone in the street. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian looked coldly over. Nothing to do with me, so mind your own business. Otherwise, once I finish dealing with this, I'll deal with those meddlesome people. If you're not afraid of dying, aren't you worried about your family's safety? After her words, those who wanted to call the police suddenly felt their scalps go numb. They had never seen such a reckless woman before. At this moment, Niu Xuefeng realized that Zhao Niannian, who was angered, was not someone to be taken lightly. She turned around and tried to push through the crowd. Stop right there. Zhao Niannian raised her hand, and a small dart shot out, piercing through Niu Xuefeng's ankle. Niu Xuefeng cried out in pain, tears falling as she sat on the ground clutching her ankle, her eyes full of fear. Zhao Niannian coldly said, Take another step, and the next arrow will hit your head. If she could fight back, there was no need to waste words. Some people just don't learn their lesson without a proper warning. Seeing Zhao Niannian's actions, the onlookers backed away in fear. They watched the scene, feeling angry and unfair, but they weren't willing to risk their lives to interfere. Stop hitting her. Lu Dazhu, who was beaten nearly to death, raised his hand to plead. Lu Dazhu, this is the second time you've provoked me, Zhao Niannian said as she stepped in front of him, placing her foot on his chest. I told you, if you provoke me, I will fight back. It seems you don't take my words seriously at all. Lu Dazhu, with a swollen face, sobbed, I know I was wrong. Zhao Niannian, please let me go. I won't say anything stupid again, I swear. Then tell everyone what you know about me. What do you think of me? Zhao Niannian looked around, and then released her foot. At this time, Niu Xuefeng was crying loudly, shouting things like help. And someone's killing. Zhao Niannian looked at her impatiently. If you don't shut up, I'll shoot you again. Hearing this, Niu Cuifeng quickly closed her mouth, trembling with pain and sweat pouring down her face, but she dared not make another sound. The onlookers also dared not act rashly. After all, the man and woman in front of them looked like dangerous people. Good people fear bad people fear evil people, and evil people fear those who are fearless and ruthless. Right now, Zhao Niannian and Xie Yanfeng were those fearless and ruthless people. Lu Dezhu struggled to get up and said, "Things aren't as Niu Cuifeng said. Zhao Niannian has taken care of her in the past 3 years, been very filial, but her in-laws don't treat her like a person. They make her do the dirtiest and heaviest work, and they don't give her food or a place to sleep." His words, though broken, made the nearby villagers feel ashamed and lower their heads. It had to be said that Lu Dezhu's words were clear and truthful. The reason she fought back against her in-laws is because she was beaten so badly that there was no good flesh left on her body. She was fighting to stay alive. As for the man beside her, he is not a wild man. He is her friend. This man is living with his family and Zhao Niannian in the same house. Our clan elder agrees with this, Lu Dezhu said while grimacing in pain. The onlookers, after hearing this, didn't dare to speak again. Zhao Niannian looked at Lu Dezhu coldly. "Go away. If you bother me again, you'll only have yourself to blame. I won't dare anymore." "I really won't," Lu Dezhu said, scrambling away. Next, only Niu Cuifeng was left. Zhao Niannian approached her and said, "Are you going to tell the truth? Or do you want to end up like Lu Dezhu, getting beaten?"
You
hurt me. You owe me money. You attacked me in the street. That's against the law." Niu Cuifeng trembled as she spoke. She couldn't believe Zhao Niannian would really kill her in front of so many people. Hearing this, Zhao Niannian squatted down, pressing her hand on Niu Cuifeng's injured ankle.
Ah!
Niu Cuifeng let out a pig-like squeal. "Let go. Let go. It hurts so much, let go." Accusing and spreading rumors, isn't that also illegal? Zhao Niannian didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she held the arrow tightly and pulled it out forcefully. Niu Cuifeng screamed in pain, looking up at the sky. The people present couldn't bear to watch anymore. They thought Zhao Niannian's actions were too harsh. They also felt lucky they hadn't truly provoked her. Otherwise, they might be the ones in trouble. "Too much blood loss, and I won't be the one to die," Zhao Niannian said quietly, glancing at the blood on the ground. She calmly put the arrow back into her storage bag, but outside, it looked like she had tucked it into her coat pocket. Niu Cuifeng realized she had angered the wrong person. She quickly started crying. "Actually, I don't even know you. It was a mother and her son who gave me some money to ruin your reputation. They said you're easy to bully, and as long as everyone criticizes you, I could leave with the money." If she had known Zhao Niannian was so formidable, she wouldn't have greedily taken that money. Now, her life was at risk. The onlookers heard this and understood clearly. It was a trap set against Zhao Niannian. The mother and son used the crowd's zero-tolerance attitude towards such matters to plan this.
Big sister, sorry about that.
We didn't know the situation. We just cursed at you earlier. Please don't blame us. Yes, we didn't know. They say ignorance is no crime. Please don't hold it against us. Since everything has been revealed, let's each go back to our own business. Everyone gradually dispersed, without further observation. Zhao Niannian looked around and saw that the old woman and Lu Yongliang were no longer there. She thought they must have left just now. "Let's go," Zhao Niannian said to Xie Yanfeng. As she turned to leave, Niu Cuifeng grabbed her pant leg pitifully and said, "You hurt me. Shouldn't you pay me for the medicine? This is a separate matter, but I am indeed injured." Zhao Niannian looked at Niu Cuifeng with a calm face. "Do you want to try another shot?" Although Zhao Niannian showed no emotion, in Niu Cuifeng's eyes, it was like a storm about to break. Suddenly, Niu Cuifeng shrank back in fear. "If you want money, I can show you a way." "What? Do you know who paid you to ruin my reputation?" "I don't know." Niu Cuifeng shook her head. She didn't even know Zhao Niannian, so how could she know the two people who paid her? "They are my mother-in-law and my younger brother-in-law. Zhao Nianyan said coldly. Hearing this, Niu Cuifeng's face changed. So, you can go to Lu's village and ask them for the money. If it wasn't their fault, you wouldn't be in this situation. If you want money, go cause trouble in the village, Zhao Nianyan said. That old woman, Huang Pozi, had money to hire people to slander her, but didn't have enough to return her dowry. This really touched her bottom line. If things got worse after she returned to the village, her family would have a surprise waiting for them. Niu Cuifeng frowned.
But
Zhao Nianyan withdrew her gaze and said, That's your choice. If you want to go, go. If not, don't bother me. Otherwise, I might really hurt you. After speaking, Zhao Nianyan walked away without looking back. Niu Cuifeng thought for a moment and decided to treat her leg injury first. After returning home, she would discuss with her family whether to seek revenge on the people who paid her to slander her. After leaving the street, Zhao Nianyan told Xie Yanfeng, Wait here for me. I'll go get the carriage. I'll go with you, Xie Yanfeng said. No need, Zhao Nianyan immediately refused. She didn't want Xie Yanfeng to see her ability to conjure objects out of thin air. Seeing this, Xie Yanfeng didn't insist on following her because he already understood why she didn't want him to. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't let others follow to see either. After a while, Zhao Nianyan led a horse-drawn carriage over. Let's go. If there's nothing else to sell, let's go home. Where's the donkey cart? It's been sold, Zhao Nianyan replied calmly, recalling what just happened. She saw the carriage and donkey cart in her storage bag and thought the donkey cart wasn't very useful anymore. She decided to ask the system if she could recover it. The system was initially reluctant, but after her persistent arguing, it agreed to take back the donkey cart, though it would deduct 1/3 of her points. She understood how the system worked and thought that getting back 2/3 of her points was a good deal, so she asked the system to recover it.
Oh.
Xie Yanfeng nodded. I'll drive the cart. Okay. Zhao Nianyan responded, sitting on the cart and lying on the board, hands behind her head. Xie Yanfeng, we'll split the money from selling the prey evenly. We earned a total of 10 taels and 350 coins. I'll give you 5 taels and 175 coins. Is that okay? Xie Yanfeng was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. Just give me 5 taels of silver. The remaining 175 coins, you keep. Consider it as money for the firewood, rice, oil, and salt for my mother and younger siblings at the house. Zhao Nianyan said, The food and accommodation are on me. I won't take that money from you. Although she liked money, she had principles. Xie Yanfeng replied, Then keep it for me first. The coins are too small to carry around easily. All right. Zhao Nianyan nodded. I'll give you more whenever I save up a tael of silver. Okay. They spoke very little during the journey. Zhao Nianyan enjoyed the peaceful moment of lying back and watching the sky, thinking about how to make money quickly. Right now, the fastest way to earn money was to participate in the competition at the neighboring town. If she could win first place, she would get 100 taels. As long as no one in her house was competing with her, she could avoid buying the house from the officials for now, saving some money. Others didn't know she was trading with the ghost of the house owner, so she didn't think she was cheating. But if others really started competing with her, she might not win, since the living had more power than the dead. Over 100 years had passed, and many things couldn't be verified. Even if they could, it would be too troublesome. The carriage was very smooth, much better than the donkey cart. Zhao Nianyan's growing sleepiness in the silence gradually awakened, and she squinted her eyes drowsily. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Xie Yanfeng asked, Zhao Nianyan, is there a teacher near Lu family village? Zhao Nianyan rubbed her eyes, sat up, and yawned. What are you asking the teacher to do? I want to send Xiaoyu to school. Almost forgot. Xiaoyu is already old enough to go to school. Zhao Nianyan tapped her forehead. There really isn't a teacher nearby, and the closest private school is several villages away. If Xiaoyu has to go to the private school, he'll have to cross mountains and rough roads, which isn't very safe. You can read too, right? You could teach Xiaoyu. Xie Yanfeng pursed his lips, looking embarrassed. After a moment, he said, paper, ink, and brushes are very expensive and books are costly too. I need to earn money, so I can't teach him. If he goes to a private school, at least a teacher will teach him. As for writing tools, he can practice with sticks on the ground. Have you thought about this? Xiuyu might get bullied at the private school because he has nothing. If he meets a good teacher, things could go well. But if the teacher isn't good, Xiuyu might not learn properly, Zhao Nianyan said, sitting cross-legged behind him, watching his back. That's true, Xie Yanfeng sighed. Next year, I'll save some money and send Xiaoyu to the academy to study. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan looked at his broad back and finally said, all right, I'll teach Xiaoyan and Xiuyu reading and writing. In exchange, you promise me 3 things. What are they? Xie Yanfeng slightly turned his head, glancing at her bright face. I haven't thought of them yet, Zhao Nianyan shrugged. Just promise me now that when I ask for these 3 things, you won't refuse. You might not be able to do them, but you can't break your promise. What if you want my life? Why would I want your life? Zhao Nianyan's lips twitched as she rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I won't threaten your safety or make you do anything immoral. All right, I promise you, Xie Yanfeng nodded. Just in case, when we get back, you need to sign a promise letter for me.
Okay.
Xie Yanfeng couldn't help but smile, thinking she really doesn't trust him. Zhao Nianyan hummed. You can rest assured about the next things. I'll handle the paper, brushes, ink, and the books they need.
You don't need to worry about that.
After saying this, she lay back down again. Xie Yanfeng said, I trust you. Zhao Nianyan replied. Why did his words make her feel a little strange? By the time they returned to Liujia village, it was already evening. Before entering the village, Zhao Nianyan noticed everyone was whispering and pointing at her, as if she were some kind of traveling animal. However, from their words, she heard the name Lu Dezhu. She didn't pay attention to these gossipers. As long as they didn't provoke her, she ignored what they said. She couldn't control what others spoke about. But she needed to deal with Mrs. Huang. Let's not go home yet. First, I need to visit my in-laws. Okay. When the carriage entered the village, the villagers watched eagerly. Lu's village had poor families and some who could eat well, but no one could afford a carriage. Even the clan leader's family didn't have one. Usually, when going to the town market, people either rode donkeys, walked, or took ox carts. The ox carts served several villages, like a bus, stopping at each village to pick up or drop off passengers. Lu's village was a recent settlement near the town, but the ox cart departed from the last village on the route, and the driver was from that village. Most people from Lu's village preferred to walk to the town. Seeing Zhao Nianyan lying casually on the carriage, someone shouted loudly, Nianyan, where are you coming from? From the town. Zhao Nianyan wasn't the type to be unreasonable. If someone spoke kindly to her, she would reply politely when in a good mood. Why do you have a carriage? Did you buy it? My sister gave it to me. Zhao Nianyan looked calmly at the villagers surrounding her. Your sister? You have a sister? The villagers asked in surprise.
Yes.
Zhao Nianyan sat up and stretched lazily. The villagers didn't know much about her family background and didn't realize she had a sister, only hearing she had an older brother. After the death of Lu Yongliang, Mrs. Huang forbade her from contacting her family. To avoid worrying her family, she cut off contact altogether. So, your family is rich now? They sent you such a big carriage? One villager looked at the strong horse and felt envious.
Yes.
Zhao Nianyan nodded lightly. Thinking about her family, she knew she should find time to visit her real family and see them. In the past 3 years, because of Lu's family's control and oppression, she hadn't been able to visit her family once, which must have been very regretful. Now that she had earned money from selling game, she planned to exchange some good things at her space and visit her family. Where are you headed now?
Aren't you?
Living at the mansion? Can't you stay there? Someone to settle accounts with. Zhao Nianyan stood up on the carriage, stretching her body and moving her limbs. Although Lu's village wasn't very wealthy, the roads here were quite smooth. Even standing on the carriage, she didn't feel much bumping. The villagers looked in the direction of the carriage, probably guessing that Zhao Nianyan was going to confront someone. Plus, They had just learned that Lu Dezhu was badly injured and had come back from the town. Soon after, they heard Shi Chunlan talking all over the village about how Zhao Nianyan had beaten her husband in the street. Zhao Nianyan was bold, but she didn't seem like someone who would hit others casually. After understanding what had happened in town, they all knew that the Huang family, who had been living in Lu's village, rarely had contact with relatives anymore, especially no one from the Niu family. Now, hearing Zhao Nianyan say she was going to settle accounts, they quickly realized that the trouble in town might have been caused by the Huang family. As the sunset approached and everyone finished their work, they saw some excitement and decided to go take a look. Soon, the carriage arrived in front of the Huang family's house. The villagers saw that the gate was tightly shut. "Old Granny, open the door." Zhao Nianyan got off the carriage and knocked the gate. There was no response from inside. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan's expression turned cold. "You think hiding can keep you safe?" Still, no answer came. Seeing this, Zhao Nianyan glanced at Xie Yanfeng. Xie Yanfeng understood and walked over, kicking the door with force.
Bang!
The gate was kicked open. The yard was quiet and the house door was also shut. It was around mealtime, but there was no sign of cooking or any activity at the stove. "Are they not at home?" Xie Yanfeng asked. Zhao Nianyan shook her head. "The door inside is tightly closed, so they must be hiding inside. If it was locked from the outside, then they were definitely not at home." "I'll go inside and look for them," she said. "Okay." Xie Yanfeng kicked open the main house door and searched inside. When he came out, he shook his head at her, then kicked open the side room door. After searching around, he still shook his head. He checked every room and then returned to Zhao Nianyan. "Nothing. I've looked everywhere." Zhao Nianyan didn't doubt Xie Yanfeng's search skills, but she was sure that the Huang family was still hiding inside. If they weren't inside, then there was only one other place. She turned and walked to the other side, approaching a pile of straw.
"Come out."
There was no response. Zhao Nianyan gave a cold smile and raised her sleeve arrow hand. "If you don't come out now, don't blame my sleeve arrow for having no eyes." Old Lu might not know the power of the sleeve arrow, but at that moment in town, Granny Huang and Lu Yongliang certainly had seen it. Sure enough, the straw made a noise. Old Lu lifted the straw and came out. "What are you doing? Let them come out." Who
do you mean?"
Old Lu said, covering the straw again. "You mean me just now? Then why are you hiding there?" Zhao Nianyan's hand was still raised. Old Lu said, "You came with the group." I was scared, so I hid." "Really?" Zhao Nianyan sneered. "You haven't done anything wrong. What are you afraid of?" "I'm just afraid, that's all. There are no other reasons." Old Lu looked nervous. Zhao Nianyan looked straight ahead. "Where are Lu Yongliang and his son? They haven't come back from town yet." "Then you can take the blame for them," she said coldly, raising her sleeve arrow aimed at Old Lu. "They spent money to hire people to ruin my reputation. Since they're hiding, I can only settle this score with you." What are you doing?" Old Lu swallowed hard. "You can't hurt innocent people randomly." Zhao Nianyan said, "If that's the case, then call them out. I'll give you one last chance. If they don't come out, you'll be the scapegoat." Old Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "They really haven't come back." Whoosh. The trigger was pulled, and a cold arrow shot out, flying straight toward Old Lu's head. The arrow was very fast, too quick for Old Lu to react and dodge, shocking the villagers who could only watch helplessly as the arrow flew toward him.
"Ah!"
Old Lu shouted loudly. The arrow brushed past Old Lu's face and embedded itself into a nearby piece of wood. Old Lu's face was pale, his legs trembling, and a warm stream wetted his pants from his thigh. "Enough. We'll come out." Lu Yongliang emerged from the straw pile where Old Lu had just hidden. Although he was also scared, seeing Zhao Nianyan's methods, he knew that if he didn't come out now, she would probably shoot arrows into the straw again. At that point, he would have nowhere to call for help and would surely be shot to pieces. Granny Huang followed Lu Yongliang, also pale and looking terrified as she watched the scene. Their family never expected that Zhao Nianyan would become more and more cruel. Hitting was considered mild. She even wore a sleeve arrow on her wrist and secretly shot arrows to hurt people. The villagers saw this and dared not speak, afraid that Zhao Nianyan would point the arrow at one of them when she raised her hand. What are you trying to do? Lu Yongliang nervously asked, feeling weak and lacking confidence. Zhao Nianyan sneered. What am I trying to do? You did such disgusting things in town, and now you still have the nerve to ask me? I was willing to let you pay back the bride price in 3 months out of respect for the clan master, but since you have money to buy people, I suppose you can also pay back the remaining 6 taels of silver now.
Impossible.
Granny Huang exclaimed in fear. I'm not asking for your opinion now, Zhao Nianyan said, then looked at Xie Yanfeng. If they don't pay back the money, hang them all up until they are willing to pay. Xie Yanfeng nodded and approached the 3 women. Don't do anything reckless. If you do, I will report to the authorities. Granny Huang swallowed hard and kept retreating. Hearing this, Zhao Nianyan remained calm, with a cold look in her eyes that was frightening to see. You can try to see if you can survive until the authorities arrive. As she finished speaking, Xie Yanfeng moved quickly, pinning the 3's acupoints. Then he found some rope in the yard and hung them upside down, suspending them from the beams of the pigsty. Below was a sow, several days without cleaning, emitting a strong smell. Let us go. Granny Huang felt dizzy. The pig manure smell was overwhelming, almost making her dinner. But now they couldn't move and could only hang there like that. Zhao Nianyan stood to the side, coldly watching the 3 upside down. When a person is hung upside down, blood will rush to the head, making the brain less clear. Over time, they could die.
What?
Hearing this, the faces of Granny Huang and the others turned pale with fear. Lu Yongliang couldn't move but shouted with all his might, everyone, don't just watch the show. Help us, save us. Are you just going to watch her hang us to death? The villagers, watching, looked at each other uncertainly. Zhao Nianyan's ferocity and Xie Yanfeng's martial skills made them afraid. If they spoke out, they might provoke these 2, and that wouldn't end well. But if Zhao Nianyan killed them in front of everyone, they would definitely have nightmares tonight. Zhao Nianyan, should we give up? When will this cycle of revenge end? Let them go, and we will help persuade them to give you the remaining money. Zhao Nianyan looked at the person speaking and said, if I let them go and they don't listen and run away, then are you saying you will pay me back those 2 taels of silver? As she finished speaking, the person who spoke suddenly fell silent, unsure of what to say. That was 2 taels of silver. If their family had it, it wasn't something they could just take out easily. Mother, just give her the money. I can't take this anymore, Lu Yongliang cried as he spoke to Madame Huang. The smell in the pigsty was bad, but the main problem was that they were hanging upside down, which made him very uncomfortable and dizzy. He was worried that if this continued, his wife might die before they even got married. Where would we get the money to give her? Madame Huang snapped. Don't worry, she wouldn't really kill us. There are so many people in our village watching. If she tried to kill us, she would have to pay the price. Lu Yongliang cried, Mother, have you forgotten what she did in town? When she raised her arm, the arrow flew out and hit Niu Cuifeng on the ground. Do you really think she wouldn't kill us? Please, Mother, just give her the money. If I have to, I'll work and earn it back for you. No. Madame Huang refused. That money isn't just for you to get married. It's also our family's living expenses. If we give it away, we'll be left with nothing but the wind to survive on. Old Lu looked red in the face and was struggling to breathe. Wife, whether we can survive is one thing, but don't talk about eating.
Just give her the money.
If this goes on, I really can't take it anymore. The 3 of them couldn't move and could only hear each other's voices, so they didn't know what was happening to each other. Go and untie them, Zhao Nianyan signaled to Xie Yanfeng with a gesture. Hearing this, Madame Huang smugly said, See? I told you this little brat wouldn't really kill us. She's just scaring us. Now she's coming to untie us. However, Xie Yanfeng went outside the pigsty, picked up 3 stones nearby, and struck them to loosen the pressure points of the 3 people. What do you mean? Madame Huang was stunned. Once she realized she could move, she struggled and looked toward Zhao Nianyan, saying, Hurry up and come in to untie us. Did I say I would help you untie the ropes? Zhao Nianyan raised an eyebrow and yawned. Since you all refuse to pay back the money, then you can hang yourselves first, and I will go see the officials afterward. Anyway, with you three accompanying me on the road to the afterlife, I won't be lonely. After saying this, she turned and headed toward the door. Xie Yanfeng saw this and followed her outside. By now, the sun had already set, but the villagers watching still refused to leave, wanting to see the spectacle to the end. Seeing Zhao Nianyan come out, the villagers automatically made way. Anyone who tries to untie those three people's ropes is my enemy. You may not fear death, but I am not a good person. I might take out my anger on your family. So, think carefully before you act. Can you really afford to provoke someone like me who doesn't care about life? Zhao Nianyan's harsh words made the villagers hesitate. They originally thought that after she left, they could help the old woman loosen the ropes, but now they were too afraid to move. After all, if they could treat her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and younger brother-in-law like that, what about them? They only shared the same village as her husband's family and had no blood relation to her. If she were to attack them, wouldn't she be even more ruthless than the three old women? Thinking of this, everyone regretfully looked at the old woman and others, then turned and left. Don't go. Stop. That little brat is scaring you. Hurry, come help us untie the ropes. The old woman saw the villagers truly frightened away by Zhao Nianyan and looked panicked. Mother. Lu Yongliang's voice was weak. I can't breathe. I'm the same. Old Lu also said, beginning to roll his eyes. Compared to this weak father and son, the old woman was a bit stronger. Besides feeling dizzy, she didn't experience much discomfort. Seeing her husband and son like this, the old woman dared not gamble any longer. She quickly shouted, Zhao Nianyan, I will pay back the money. I will pay it back. Just come back and let us go. Meanwhile, Zhao Nianyan and Xie Yanfeng had just gotten into the carriage. Before heading to the house, they heard the loud voice of the old woman echoing in their ears. As expected, to deal with them, you still need to use this kind of trick, Xie Yanfeng said. Zhao Nianyan smiled and got off the carriage. They may be stubborn, but as long as you're firm enough, you can forcefully shut their mouths and choke them. Aren't you worried that the villagers will feel sorry for them and let them go? Xie Yanfeng also got out of the carriage. Zhao Nianyan replied as she walked, They won't help. People are all selfish. Over the past 3 years, the original owner repeatedly begged these people for help, but they always responded coldly. Even though the Huang family is local to Lu village, during conflicts of interest, locals don't necessarily help each other. Now everyone knows her temper, and if they help her, they risk getting involved in trouble. They're not truly loyal. In the end, people are selfish. Few are genuinely selfless enough to help others even if it means risking their own and their family's safety. Moreover, everyone in Lu village knows the true nature of the Huang family. It's not worth making enemies with them just to help her. The villagers quickly made way. Zhao Nianyan, with Xie Yanfeng, calmly walked inside. She glanced at Lu's father and son, who were gradually losing consciousness from lack of oxygen. Put her down, Zhao Nianyan said, raising her hand. Xie Yanfeng nodded and went over to cut the ropes binding Huang's family. Huang was then heavily thrown into the pig pen, her face landing right in a pile of pig manure. Puffed. The villagers couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Now, Huang's family's reputation in the village was probably ruined forever. Zhao Nianyan remained calm. If you want to release your husband and son, immediately take out the money and give it to me. Huang was angry and resentful, but she had no other choice. No one else was willing to help her, so she had to compromise. Soon, Huang reluctantly took out 6 taels of silver. Hurry up and release them. Zhao Nianyan checked the silver, found no issues, then put it away and signaled Xie Yanfeng. A flying dagger shot out and returned to Xie Yanfeng's hand. The ropes binding Lu's father and son were cut. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy thuds sounded, making the villagers wince in pain. Seeing this, Huang's family didn't hesitate and quickly dragged the unconscious Lu family members out of the pig pen. Just wait and see. Hearing this, Zhao Nian paused, turned her head with a mocking smile, and said, "I'll be here any time you need help." After that, she strode out confidently. Xie Yanfeng, who had been following her, suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to look at the arrow stuck in the wood and went over to pull it out. He remembered that she had previously taken back the arrow she used for hunting. If that's the case, then he would help her this time. The villagers watching were too scared to make a sound, afraid they might be next. Only after Zhao Nian left did they awkwardly ask Huang if she needed help. Mrs. Huang's face was fierce, her features flying wildly with anger.
"Get out.
All of you, get out of here. Good things don't come back. Let's go." Hearing this, the villagers turned and left. The lively courtyard suddenly became quiet. Mrs. Huang glared fiercely at the door, muttering, "Zhao Nian, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Just wait for me." After a moment, Zhao Nian and Xie Yanfeng returned to their house. Mother Xie had already prepared tonight's dinner: meat, vegetables, and rice. For ordinary people, it was a very good meal. After eating, Zhao Nian found Xiao Yu and his sister and asked how many characters they had learned. She then realized that both the brother and sister, who were 7 years old, couldn't write any characters at all. They only spoke. Zhao Nian thought for a moment. If she used space to exchange for paper, ink, and brushes, it would be too costly. Each time she finished practicing one sheet, she would need to exchange again. Even if the points needed were fewer, she couldn't afford it. After thinking, she suddenly remembered something. That was water writing cloth. Using a brush dipped in water, they could practice writing on water writing cloth, and once the water dried, the writing would disappear. This could be reused repeatedly, making it perfect for Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun to practice writing. "Wait here for me. I'll go back to my room for a moment." So, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun sat dazed in the courtyard. Back in her room, Zhao Nian contacted the system. "System, I need water writing cloth and brushes. Please list all the types, so I can choose." Filtering. A moment later, Zhao Nian looked at the many products in front of her, smiling happily. She decided to start with the 4 books: 3-character classic, 1,000-character essay, standards for being a good student and child, and the 100 family surnames to teach the children. Coincidentally, she could also write with a brush, so she could teach Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun. She first ordered 2 blank water writing cloths, then 2 copies of water writing cloths with the content of the 4 books for copying, and 2 ordinary brushes. Since they were just learning to recognize characters, she didn't need to buy the best ones, just usable ones. It was better than drawing on the ground with a stick. Total of 88 points. Please confirm, host.
Confirm.
Wow, only 88 points. If she bought these in a bookstore, it would cost a silver piece or 2. And a silver piece could exchange for quite a few points in the space. Thinking about going to town in a few days to get the arrowhead that old Chen had hidden on his shoulder for many years, she started a new shopping round, preparing all the medical supplies she might need. Total points, please confirm, host.
Confirm.
Although she lost over 20,000 points at once, she felt better thinking that she could exchange arrows by throwing them into space later. After placing the items needed by Old Man Chen into her storage bag, she carried a bunch of water writing cloth and left the room, heading to the front yard. At this moment, not only Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun were there, but also Xie Yanfeng and Xie's mother, who had finished tidying up the dishes. Xie Yanfeng sat on the steps, with Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu sitting on his sides, while Xie's mother sat on a bench in the yard. Tonight's moonlight was very beautiful. Xiao Yu looked surprised and asked, "Brother, do you think sister will teach us how to write?" "Yes," Xie Yanfeng nodded. "I don't have much money now, so I can't send you to a school. You can only learn from sister, Nian." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. "Don't worry, brother. I will study hard with sister, Nian." Xiao Yun also nodded. "Me too." Seeing this scene, Xie's mother smiled softly, looked up at the stars and moon, and fell into thoughts. I'm here. Zhao Nian arrived before anyone saw her, but her voice was heard first. Everyone turned to look. Soon, she appeared carrying a pile of things. Seeing this, Xie Yanfeng stood up and walked over. What are these? Water-riding cloth. Zhao Nian smiled. Go help me bring 2 bowls of water. Okay. Xie Yanfeng reached out to help, but then withdrew his hand and walked toward the kitchen. In the front yard, Zhao Nian placed her items on a nearby table. Sister, what is this? Cloth. Xiaoyan asked curiously. I'll tell you later.
But now.
Wait a little longer. I need to go back to my room. When your brother comes back, tell him to find me. After saying this, Zhao Nian disappeared in a flash, leaving Xie's mother and the 2 children looking around in surprise.